This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Endless Train 2350. The starting station platform of Endless Train. A sweet electronic sound came from the speaker. Welcome 1,000 new passengers. The train is about to arrive at the starting station. All passengers, please stand outside the safety line of carriage number 17, according to the number plate on the platform floor, and queue up in an orderly manner to wait for boarding. With the bright lights on the platform, Zhao Sun easily found the number plate number 17 on the ground. He dragged his suitcase and walked over quickly. Everyone's eyes subconsciously stayed on Zhao Sun's suitcase for a moment. Except for Zhao Sun. Most people were empty-handed. And Zhao Sun's suitcase was very eye-catching. But soon everyone's attention returned to the upcoming train. With fear and uneasiness on their faces, Zhao Sun also looked into the darkness, waiting for the train to appear. Every second, he could feel his heartbeat speeding up. He knew very well that there was no room for regret when he came here. A year ago, this strange train with Endless Train written on it suddenly appeared. Anyone who boarded this train never got off the train again. And no one knew whether they were dead or alive. This included Zhao Sun's parents. No one knew where the train was going. And no one knew what the people on the train had experienced. At midnight on the first day of every month, the train would suddenly appear again, return to the departure station, and randomly select 1,000 new passengers to board, regardless of whether the passengers were willing or not. Once they were selected, they would involuntarily arrive at the platform on time to wait for the train. Over and over again. The total number of new passengers each month was fixed at 1,000. In addition to being randomly selected by Endless Train, they could also enter on their own initiative. But there were very few people who were willing to enter the train on their own initiative. Zhao Sun was one of the few. It was precisely because of his active entry that Zhao Sun had the opportunity to prepare his luggage. Those who were forced to enter were driven here by some mysterious force and had no chance to pack their luggage. Soon, Zhao Sun saw a dark blue iron train clanging into the station in the distance. And his heart beat fast instantly. Some inexplicable excitement and expectations for the unknown. If he is lucky, he may be able to see his parents, who have been missing for a year. If he is unlucky, he can also see the true face of the Endless Train. The clock struck midnight, and the train stopped in front of everyone on time. Facing everyone is the number 17 carriage. At the same time, the electronic sound sounded again. In order to express appreciation for every passenger who has the courage to board the Endless Train, each person will be given a random Novice gift pack. I wish you all good luck. Then, a translucent pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for winning the Novice gift pack. Please click for details. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. Players. So, are there games on the train? He turned his eyes slightly and glanced at the people in front of him. Everyone looked up in front of them. But from his perspective, he couldn't see what was in front of others. It seems that only the person himself can see this pop-up window. After confirming this, he confidently chose the word details. The text in the pop-up window changed and became personal information. Player, Zhao Sun. Score, 10 points. Ranking, none. Special ability, Devouring LV1, upgradable. Rarity, only. Ability details, after selecting the target, bite any item belonging to the target for 3 seconds to obtain the opponent's ability. The current level limit can only obtain half of the opponent's ability. Only one ability can be possessed at the same time. If the second ability is devoured, the first ability will be overridden. The obtained ability will not disappear until it is overridden by the new ability. Note, the selected item must be on the target for more than 24 hours. If the item is taken from the target for more than 1 hour, it can no longer be used as a devouring item. Special item, none. Zhao Sun's eyes stayed on the 4 words, only, for a while. And he was slightly excited. It seems that everyone can get a special ability from the Novice gift pack. And his ability has some advantages over others, who can only use a fixed ability. The key point is that the ability can be upgraded. After the upgrade, the effect of the ability he gets, and the number of abilities he has at the same time may increase. Although he is weaker than others in the early stage, the future is promising. Well, you have to survive in the early stage. Just when Zhao Sun thought of this, the electronic sound rang again. Please board the train in an orderly manner. Then, the door of carriage number 17 opened, and 1,000 passengers entered in a line. As soon as he stepped into the carriage, Zhao Sun couldn't help but blink twice. He suspected that he had seen it wrong. When he was outside the train, He saw only an ordinary train. But after getting on the train, there was no train layout inside. There were no seats, no windows, no luggage racks, and it was a completely pure white space. The whole space looked several times larger than what he saw outside. After all the 1,000 passengers entered, they didn't feel crowded. Next, an interesting competition will be held. Successfully killing a monster is the victory. The victorious passengers are eligible to get the tickets for the endless train and get the real qualifications to embark on the journey. Good luck to all passengers. As soon as the electronic sound fell, a group of strange monsters appeared not far away. Without any orders or commands, the monsters roared and rushed towards the passengers. The closest to Zhao Sun was a monster with a long neck. Before the monster's body arrived, its head was about to rush in front of Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun was startled and quickly dropped the heavy suitcase and dodged to the side. While glancing at the situation around him, these monsters attacked anyone they saw, and they were extremely fierce. Some unlucky people were knocked down by the monsters before they could react, and they were bitten to pieces. Screams came one after another, and they didn't even have the chance to use their special abilities before they died. Passengers who reacted quickly have already begun to try to use their special abilities. Although it is difficult to control the special ability after getting the Novice gift pack, it is the only way for them to save their lives. So they have to try it no matter how difficult it is to control. Zhao Sun's reaction is also very fast, and his movements are quite agile. He dodged and moved among the crowd, and barely avoided the pursuit of the long-necked monster again and again. However, his special ability is too special. No matter how fast he reacts, this special ability is difficult to use immediately. He was chased by the monster right at the beginning, and he couldn't even survive. This is really the worst situation. If he can't swallow other people's special abilities as soon as possible, then when his physical strength is exhausted, he will be a salted fish on the chopping board. Chapter 2: The Range of Swallowing. Every passenger was being chased by the monster. It was difficult for Zhao Sun to avoid the monster and get close to others, not to mention getting items from others. The most important thing was that he had to choose a special ability that could be used in the current situation. So he had to delay for a while and observe what special abilities the people around him had. The longer the time dragged, the more dangerous he would be. This sense of urgency made his adrenaline surge uncontrollably. He subconsciously touched his chest. Was it nervous? It seemed a little. But more excitement. Zhao Sun turned sideways and barely avoided the face of the long-necked monster. Then he grabbed the other's long neck and threw it to the ground. The long-necked monster probably didn't expect Zhao Sun to dare to fight back. His whole body was dragged and staggered, and his face fell to the ground. When it raised its head again, Zhao Sun had already run several meters to the side. Taking advantage of this short gap, he confirmed two pieces of information. First, the monsters choose the nearest passengers to attack, and once they have chosen, they will not change their targets. He shuttled through the crowd and was never attacked by other monsters. Even the monsters that had knocked down other passengers were just enjoying their prey and did not attack him. At least when he did not interfere with or attack other monsters. Other monsters would not actively attack him. Second, these monsters look scary, but their strength is not much different from that of humans. Just as the electronic voice said, this is just an interesting competition. The goal should not be to kill all the passengers, but to eliminate the small number of people with poor reaction ability and psychological quality among the 1,000 passengers. So there is no insurmountable gap between the strength of the monsters and the passengers. Just like he just grabbed the monster's neck and felt the strength of the other party's struggle, which was about the same as that of an ordinary adult man. It is not so easy to control, but it is not easy to shake off his hand. Combining these 2 points, even with human strength alone, there is a chance to kill the long-necked monster, but without weapons, it is a bit difficult. Zhao Sun suddenly had an idea. Wait, maybe he has another way. Zhao Sun's eyes were wandering around the whole place. The next second, he turned and rushed towards a monster with a mouth full of sharp teeth not far from him. The sharp-toothed monster was biting the passenger that it had pinned to the ground, and Zhao Sun was caught on its back without any defense. Without waiting for the monster to react, Zhao Sun bit the monster's shoulder without hesitation. He controlled the strength and only maintained the biting posture, without really biting through the skin. Despite this, there was still an unpleasant stench that hit his taste buds and nasal cavity. He patiently counted for 3 seconds, and the expected pop-up window finally popped up in front of him. Congratulations on obtaining the special ability Sharp Teeth. Due to the effect of the ability of devouring. The effect of sharp teeth is only half of the original, and this ability cannot be upgraded. Sure enough, Zhao Sun quickly retreated without a second's pause, and left the opponent's attack range before the sharp-toothed monster threw him off. As he expected, his special ability can not only devour the special abilities of other people, but also the abilities of monsters. And the monster's skin, of course, belongs to the monster, and it will definitely stay on the monster for more than 24 hours. The sharp-toothed monster bared its teeth at Zhao Sun angrily, and just after taking a step forward, it suddenly stopped. Zhao Sun realized something was wrong. He turned around abruptly, and sure enough, he saw the long-necked monster chasing him. If it was half a second later, the long-necked monster's mouth would have bitten his back neck. Apparently these monsters are still protecting food, and other monsters will not easily touch other monsters' food. Missing the opportunity to bite Zhao Sun to death made the long-necked monster very angry. Its long neck turned a corner and chased Zhao Sun's throat. Zhao Sun quickly turned sideways and stretched out his hand to strangle the monster's long neck again. Without stopping for a second, he immediately activated the sharp-toothed ability. His entire mouth was filled with teeth, so dense that his mouth was stretched open, revealing a small part of his sharp teeth. Before the long-necked monster's body arrived, Zhao Sun bit the monster's neck with all his strength. The sharp teeth were very sharp. Although the power was weakened by half, Zhao Sun still bit the monster's neck on the third bite. At the moment when the monster's head fell to the ground, the monster's body had just arrived. The pair of black sharp claws stopped 1 centimeter away from Zhao Sun's eyes and drooped. Zhao Sun threw the monster's body down, retching while retracting the sharp teeth in his mouth. He spit out the blood in his mouth, only to feel his stomach churning violently, and he retched several times before he could barely stop. The smell of the monster's blood was really terrible. It was more disgusting than putting a smelly sock that had not been washed for 3 months into your mouth. Fortunately, hard work always pays off. A new pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully killing a monster and getting a ticket for the endless train. Please take a seat according to the seat number on the ticket, and do not leave your seat until the competition is completely over. Then, a dark blue ticket appeared in front of Zhao Sun. The ticket did not have the XX station to XX station of ordinary tickets. No departure time. No ticket price. Only the name and seat number of the ticket holder. Zhao Sun. Car 14. Number 014. Zhao Sun could not help but smile. This number is really unlucky. Moreover, he killed monsters quickly, and he thought his ticket number would be relatively early. But he didn't expect it to be in such a late car. While waiting outside, he took a special look and found that there were a total of 18 cars on this train. It seems that the seats are not arranged according to the order of killing monsters. Forget it. It's better than not getting a ticket. Zhao Sun wiped his mouth, picked up the ticket, and returned to where he stood at the beginning, picking up his suitcase to check. The suitcase was intact, not affected by the battle between the monster and the passengers, and the combination lock maintained its original state, without any signs of being tampered with. Zhao Sun then dragged the suitcase and walked in the direction indicated on the ground, and soon walked out of carriage number 17. After coming out, he found that the other carriages were normal, almost the same as ordinary trains. There were 2-person seats on the left side of the aisle and 3-person seats on the right side. Every 2 rows of seats were placed face to face, with a square table in the middle for sharing. However, there were very few people in the few carriages he passed by, except for the new passengers who killed the monster before him and got the ticket. He did not see anyone else. There were no old passengers, no attendants. Did all the passengers who got on the train that month die at the end of each month? Chapter 3 Train Rules. Zhao Sun immediately denied this speculation. He remembered that when the train entered the station, he saw that the first few carriages were tightly covered with curtains. He could not see the situation inside the carriages, nor could he hear any sound. It was so quiet that there was no vitality at all. It is very likely that there are surviving old passengers inside. Otherwise, there is no need to cover them, because the curtains in the second half of the carriages were not drawn. Then, the new passengers were most likely specially arranged in the second half of the carriages. The new and old passengers were separated, and it was unknown whether there was any intention. Zhao Sun finally found his seat, which was in the middle of the 3-seater. At present, he was the only one in the entire carriage. He opened the combination lock of the suitcase, took out a bottle of mouthwash from the interlayer, rinsed his mouth well, and finally completely removed the unpleasant smell left in his mouth. He felt comfortable, and in a much better mood. He locked the suitcase again, put it on the luggage rack above, and then sat down and turned to look out the window. It was pitch black outside the window, without a single ray of light, and nothing could be seen. On the glass window, only Zhao Sun's own figure could be seen. The train seemed to have entered a long, dark tunnel, and never came out. In his understanding, it should have entered a space tunnel of a different dimension. This could also explain why the outside world had never found the trajectory of the endless train, because it was not in the same time and space at all. Realizing this, Zhao Sun did not panic. He leaned on the soft back of the chair, with a leisurely look on his face. The speed of the train was not fast, and the body was very stable. Such a quiet atmosphere did not make people feel at ease. But instead, there was a sense of crisis, that danger was lurking in the dark. Zhao Sun unconsciously touched the bronze ring on his right index finger. According to the currently known information, he who got the ticket officially became a passenger of the endless train, and thus a player. I just don't know what kind of game will be next. In a year, so many people boarded the endless train, but no one got off. The game should be quite exciting. He was quite looking forward to it. An hour later, the carriage was gradually filled with people. The electronic sound finally sounded again. Congratulations to the 930 new passengers for officially becoming a member of the endless train. Zhao Sun understood clearly. The number of deaths was not large, proving that the purpose of the competition was consistent with his previous guess. Not to kill the players, but to eliminate the weak and bad ones. Hello, passengers. The train is heading to an unknown distance. Please take your tickets and your lives, and enjoy the beauty of the journey. The train rules will be announced next. Hearing this, Zhao Sun took out his mobile phone and pressed the recording button slowly. After getting on the train, the mobile phone had no signal and lost the communication function. But as long as there was power, it was still no problem to use it as a notepad and recorder. First, on the endless train, each passenger will randomly draw a personal task every day. If you refuse the task, you will die immediately. If you fail the task, there will be a penalty. If you succeed in the task, you can get points. Second, points can be used to upgrade special abilities and can be exchanged for food, water, bathing packages, etc. Third, car number 18 of this train is a bathroom car. Passengers are not allowed to enter the bathroom car except for passengers who use the toiletries package. Fourth, the train will stop at multiple platforms. Passengers can randomly choose the platform to get off according to their preferences. The number of times they get off in a month must be greater than or equal to 3 times. Fifth, passengers who get off must return to the train within the train stop time. Sixth, except for the departure station, there are platform games at each other's station. You can get points by completing the game tasks. Seventh, after midnight and before dawn, please do not walk around casually, let alone make loud noises. Eighth, fighting and quarreling in the dining car is prohibited. Ninth, if you lose your ticket, you will be regarded as a fare-dodging passenger and will be dealt with according to the fare-dodging rules. 10th, the ranking of all passengers will be updated according to the points at 12 o'clock every night, and the last ranked passenger will receive assistance and encouragement measures. Train rules must never be violated. Remember, Zhao Sun raised one eyebrow slightly. These 10 train rules seem very detailed, but in fact there are a lot of hidden information to be discovered. The most obvious thing is that the fare evasion rules and assistance and encouragement measures are not clearly stated. And, before Zhao Sun could think more, the electronic voice spoke again. Today is 1:44 a.m. on September 1st, 3033. The train will arrive at the first station at 6 p.m. on September 2nd. Passengers who need to get off, please prepare in advance. As soon as the electronic voice broadcast ended, a pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Player Zhao Sun's personal task on September 1st, steal a random passenger's ticket and ensure that the passenger cannot find the ticket when the attendant checks the ticket. Zhao Sun's eyes showed interest. This kind of personal task for passengers right at the beginning really doesn't give players a chance to relax. Zhao Sun rubbed the bronze ring on his right index finger while thinking. Obviously, his task has an invisible time limit and must be completed before the attendant checks the ticket. Then the question is, where is the attendant? When will the ticket check take place? Without knowing these, he could only complete the task as soon as possible to avoid missing the time. So, he had better choose the target now. Most passengers do not carry suitcases or backpacks. So there are very few places to hide things. And the ticket is so important that it is safer to store it close to the body. So the only places that can be hidden are the pockets of clothes and pants and shoes and socks. But there is a problem. Others cannot take out the things hidden close to the body for no reason. He can only search and rob. The target he chooses must be thin and short, so that he can suppress it with force, so that he can snatch the ticket in the shortest time and reduce the attention of other passengers. In the case of not knowing what the personal tasks of other passengers are, the smaller the noise, the less likely it is to cause trouble. Zhao Sun raised his eyes and quietly looked at the passengers around him. In the current situation, it is easier to start with the people around him. The difficulty of the task will increase if you go far away instead of near. Number 013 on the left is a tall and thin man in his 30s. And number 015 on the right by the window is a slightly fat woman with short hair. With his strength, he could suppress these two people. But it would be difficult to suppress them easily. They were not suitable candidates. Zhao Sun's sight slightly shifted to look at number 018, number 019, and number 020, who were sitting across the table, facing each other. Chapter 4-2 Unlucky. Number 019, who was sitting opposite, was a very young girl who looked like she had just reached adulthood. She was thin and only about 1.6 meters tall. Moreover, since she sat down, number 019 had been looking around anxiously, and she looked very nervous. Obviously, successfully killing the monster and getting the ticket did not make her relax, but made her more afraid of this trip. Regardless of appearance or personality, she looked like an easy target to suppress. However, we must first find out what special abilities number 019 got from the novice gift pack before we can determine whether he can do it. Zhao Sun looked at the girl without hesitation. The girl soon noticed that Zhao Sun was looking at her, and she blinked a few times nervously. Zhao Sun nodded and greeted her naturally, and people could not see anything wrong, but felt that he was quite friendly. The girl's expression relaxed a little, and she also nodded politely in response. Zhao Sun leaned forward, put his elbows on the table, approached the girl and asked in a low voice, "Are you a student? You don't look very old." The girl looked at Zhao Sun with some surprise. She didn't expect Zhao Sun to take the initiative to talk to her. It was already past midnight. According to the train rules, loud noises were not allowed. But from another perspective, it was okay to chat quietly. But most people were silent. On the one hand, they were wary of unfamiliar environments and strangers. And on the other hand, they were uneasy about unknown encounters. Few people were in the mood to talk. Zhao Sun and number 019 didn't know each other. But he suddenly talked to number 019. Not to mention number 019 was surprised. Even the other four passengers sitting next to the two of them were silently paying attention to what Zhao Sun wanted to do. The girl hesitated for a few seconds and said, "I am indeed a student. I am a junior this year." Zhao Sun didn't ask about sensitive issues such as personal tasks and special abilities, so she was not so defensive. The most important thing was that she was really panicked. The outside world knows too little about the endless train. She only sees two types of related news every month. The list of people who entered the endless train is announced at the beginning of the month, and it is confirmed at the end of the month that all the passengers have not returned so far, even though she knew that the endless train was not normal. With her poor imagination, she could not imagine that she would encounter such an experience after boarding the endless train. Her mind kept replaying the disgusting feeling when she killed the monster, which made her almost breathless, when she thought that she would have to face these in the future, and there might even be more terrifying monsters. She felt that she was about to suffocate. It's also good to have someone to chat and divert attention. "You look very nervous." Zhao Sun smiled kindly. "You didn't think you would be selected before?" "Yes." The girl smiled bitterly. "There are so many people in the entire District 10. I always feel that the chance of being selected is very low. It's so unlucky." At the end, she sighed with melancholy. There is no country in this world. It is divided into 20 districts in total, and they are in the 10th district. The total population of the 10th district is over 1 billion. With such a base, only 1,000 people are selected to get on the bus every month. And the probability of each person being selected is indeed not high. Not only number 019. Many people hold this ostrich mentality and fluke mentality, thinking that they will not be selected. "Who said it wasn't?" The slightly plump woman in number 015 seemed to have a resonance. She came over to talk. "I didn't expect that I would be selected so soon. It's really unlucky," she complained. "It's been a year. And the official still doesn't have any inside information about Endless Train. We ordinary people have no choice but to live our lives as usual and be passively selected as passengers. In the past year, the official has sent some volunteers to explore Endless Train every month. But no one has come out alive so far. And the outside world has not even received any news from the volunteers. What else can ordinary people do except comfort themselves that the probability of being selected is very low? There should be some official volunteers who will take the initiative to board the train this month. Right? The girl number 019 said with hope. As long as they can find a way to pass the message out, the authorities can rescue us. I think it's difficult. The slightly plump woman number 015 shook her head. There has been no progress in the past year. How can I be so lucky that there is a breakthrough this month? Hey. Number 015 poked Zhao Sun's arm with her elbow. I remember you brought a suitcase. Are you a volunteer? No. Zhao Sun shook his head. I happened to be on a business trip and was guided to the platform of the Endless Train halfway. Then you are lucky. Much better than those of us who didn't even bring a change of clothes. Number 015 was a little envious. I didn't even have a toothbrush. It's so noisy. Number 018 tooted impatiently. His voice was not loud, but his hoarse voice was obviously oppressive. The other 5 people who shared the same table all looked at number 018. Number 018 is a middle-aged strong man with a shaved head, a huge scorpion tattoo on his head, and several scars on his face. In addition, his eyes are full of hostility, and he looks like he is not easy to mess with. If you keep making noise late at night and disturb my rest, don't blame me for being rude. He glanced at everyone with a warning in his eyes. Originally, he thought these people could talk about something useful, so he didn't stop them immediately. Who knew they were just talking useless nonsense? Wasting his sleep time. The slightly fat woman number 015 swallowed her saliva subconsciously and said nothing. The girl number 019 was so scared that her whole body was stiff and she didn't even dare to move. Zhao Sun also lowered his eyes slightly, looking shocked. The other 2 turned their heads and looked elsewhere, pretending that they didn't notice anything. Number 018 was very satisfied with everyone's performance. He closed his eyes and leaned back on the chair and continued to sleep. Number 015 and number 019 breathed a sigh of relief. After the episode of number 018, everyone became very quiet and no one took the initiative to speak. Half an hour later, everyone gradually fell asleep in silence, except Zhao Sun. After making sure that everyone around him was asleep, he quietly opened his left hand, and a long black hair lay in his palm. When he looked at number 019, he saw a long hair on the girl's long sleeves. He approached number 019, not to chat, but to find a chance to take the hair. When number 018 warned and everyone's attention was diverted, he took the opportunity to take the hair. The hair is also an item, and it has definitely been with number 019 for more than 24 hours. Zhao Sun sent the hair to his mouth and held one end with his lips for 3 seconds. A pop-up window popped up in front of him. Congratulations on obtaining the special ability Strength Enhancement, covering sharp teeth. Due to the ability effect of devouring, the effect of Strength Enhancement is only half of the original, and this ability cannot be upgraded. Chapter 5. Don't move around. Zhao Sun took his hair off and clenched his fist to feel it. It was much stronger than usual, although it was only half of the Strength Enhancement effect. His basic strength was not weak. Now he felt that he could fight the strongman number 018 head-on. Then number 019, who had complete Strength Enhancement. Zhao Sun looked at number 019, who had fallen asleep. The girl was a little uneasy in her sleep, with her brows slightly furrowed. I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with, even if number 019's initial strength was weak. Based on her initial strength, the degree of Strength Enhancement should not be underestimated. No wonder the thin-looking number 019 could win the competition. Fortunately, he didn't act impulsively. Zhao Sun didn't feel disappointed that he had to give up the target of number 019. He didn't get nothing either. With the ability of Strength Enhancement, there are more options. After thinking about it, he turned his head and looked at the tall and thin man number 013. After carefully observing for a moment and making sure that the tall and thin man was really asleep, Zhao Sun lowered his head and moved closer, gently biting the sleeve of the tall and thin man. The description of his special ability did not limit the number of devouring per day, only saying that after devouring the second ability, the first ability would be overridden. Therefore, He did not need to worry about whether the new ability was applicable. After all, he still had the hair of number 019 in his hand. 3 seconds later, a pop-up window popped up in front of him again. Congratulations on obtaining the special ability Eye of Perspective, covering the special ability Strength Enhancement. Due to the effect of the Devouring ability, the effect of Eye of Perspective is only half of the original, and this ability cannot be upgraded. Zhao Sun sat up straight and activated the Perspective ability. His perspective is not high, and he can only see things on the second layer. For example, if the other party wears 5 pieces of clothes, he can only see the appearance of the second piece of clothes, and he can't see any more inside. But it's enough. Zhao Sun's eyes moved slightly downward, and he clearly saw the ticket number 013 hidden in the shirt. Number 013 was wearing a loose long-sleeved t-shirt with a very small pocket sewn on the inside of the hem, and the ticket was placed in this small pocket. The ticket was right in front of him, and it would be impolite not to choose number 013. Zhao Sun carefully reached out and slowly lifted the hem of number 013's waist. If the ticket could be stolen without the other party noticing, it would make less noise, which would definitely be more advantageous than using force to suppress. Zhao Sun always paid attention to the state of the thin and tall man, and at the same time slowly reached into the hem of the other party. With the ability of perspective, he easily found the position of the inner pocket and could see where his fingers were. The thin and tall man was sleeping very soundly and did not notice that the corner of his clothes was pulled open. Zhao Sun's index and middle fingers reached into the pocket and carefully picked up a corner of the ticket. His breathing became lighter, but his heartbeat uncontrollably accelerated a little. But his movements were still very steady, neither hurried nor slow. He slowly pulled out the ticket without making any sound, and the ticket quickly moved from the thin and tall man's pocket into his long sleeves. Got it! Zhao Sun quickly pulled his hand back, but the thin and tall man suddenly raised his hand and scratched his cheek. The two men's wrists bumped on the way. In a flash, Zhao Sun quickly reached out and pushed the thin and tall man's arm again. Then, the thin and tall man opened his eyes in a daze. What's wrong? He looked at Zhao Sun, who seemed to be still not quite awake, and did not notice the difference between the two collisions. I want to go to the toilet. Can you make way? Zhao Sun's voice was very low, but his tone was very natural, and there was no nervousness on his face. Zhao Sun, who was sitting in the middle seat, wanted to go out, so he must wake up the thin and tall man sitting near the aisle seat. The thin and tall man did not doubt him and stood up to make way. Zhao Sun left his seat and walked towards the bathroom. Even with his back to the thin and tall man, he maintained a slow pace to avoid being seen. His right hand was tucked into his sleeve, holding the ticket belonging to the thin and tall man. He did not take out the ticket until he walked into the toilet and locked the door. Like his ticket, it felt very smooth, looked like paper, but felt like a smooth and cool metal. Taking this opportunity, Zhao Sun did a lot of experiments with the ticket of number 013. The simplest tearing could not tear it at all, so he took out the small tool kit he carried with him and tried it with a small awl, small scissors, small knife, pliers, etc. in it. But there was not even a scratch on the ticket. He took out the lighter again, but it did not damage the ticket at all, and even the temperature did not change. It was still ice cold. Obviously, this ticket is not an ordinary item and cannot be damaged by humans. In order to prevent number 013 from finding the ticket, the best way is to break it. But now it cannot be destroyed, so we can only think of other ways as a second choice. No matter where the ticket is hidden, as long as it is on the train, it may be found. Even if the possibility is very low, it is not enough insurance to ensure that there is no risk. The best way is to throw the ticket out of the train. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun pressed the flush button of the squat toilet. In the design of toilets on general trains, the excrement discharged from the drain will eventually fall onto the track, and this train is no exception. Seeing the open drain, Zhao Sun used his perspective ability to barely see through the thick darkness and see the vague shape of the railroad sleepers. So, he threw the ticket down without hesitation. The ticket fell smoothly, and the drain was closed again. Zhao Sun flushed the water again and used his perspective ability to confirm that the ticket was not stained on the body of the car. And then he curled his lips. Then he bit number 019's hair and covered the eye of perspective with strength enhancement again. After doing this, he washed his hands and came out of the bathroom. When he returned to his seat, everyone else was still asleep, but number 013 had his eyes open. Seeing Zhao Sun coming back, Number 013 was stunned for a moment, but he quickly got up and made way. After Zhao Sun sat down, Number 013 asked in a surprised voice, "Didn't the train rules say that you can't walk around after midnight and before dawn? You left your seat like this and it's okay?" After Zhao Sun left, he didn't sleep all the time, just to know the consequences of Zhao Sun's violation of the rules. But he didn't expect Zhao Sun to come back in one piece, and it seemed that he hadn't received any punishment at all. "The rules say you can't move around. Not you must stay in your seat and can't move around at all." Zhao Sun was in a good mood, so he explained, "Going to the toilet is a physiological need, not just wandering around, so it doesn't count as moving around." Not only that, he left his seat to complete his personal task, so this legitimate reason would naturally not be considered moving around. He had familiarized himself with the train rules several times before taking action, so he could quickly determine the most appropriate solution when he touched Number 013's wrist. However, he would not say this. Number 013 thought for a few seconds before nodding. "You make sense." Then he quickly got up and ran to the toilet in a hurry. If he had known earlier, he would not hold it in. He didn't dare to move before because he was afraid of violating the train rules. He was so upset that his stomach hurt. Seeing Number 013 running to the toilet, Zhao Sun was not nervous. He was sure that the ticket had fallen out of the train, and there was no trace left in the toilet. He was not worried that Number 013 would find anything. Zhao Sun found a comfortable position to sit back and closed his eyes to try to fall asleep. He still had a lot of things to do tomorrow, so he had to rest tonight. Chapter 6. Where's your ticket? Early in the morning, 6 o'clock, there were soft footsteps and voices in the quiet carriage. Zhao Sun opened his eyes immediately. In unfamiliar environments, he never slept very soundly, and would wake up at the slightest unusual noise. A middle-aged woman in a dark blue train work suit walked into carriage 14 and quietly asked each passenger for their tickets. Zhao Sun glanced out the window. Although there was still no scenery outside the window, the dark area had turned into a vast expanse of white. It should be daybreak. At this time, the female college student Number 019 also woke up. After hearing what the attendant said, she hurriedly took the ticket in her hand, ready to hand it to the attendant at any time. Number 015, Number 018, and Number 020 were also woken up, and they all took out their tickets. It was not until the attendant walked over to the few people that the sleeping Number 013 finally woke up. Hearing the attendant's words, he dazedly reached into the inner pocket of his shirt. After searching for a few times, he found nothing. He sat up straight and woke up. He turned over his shirt and turned his inner pocket upside down. It was empty. His face turned pale instantly. At this time, the attendant had checked the tickets of Zhao Sun and the other 4 people, and was looking at Number 013 with a smile on his face. "Please show your ticket. I may have left it in the toilet. I'll go find it," Number 013 said, and ran to the toilet. Maybe he dropped his ticket when he was squatting last night. He was in a hurry to come back after going to the toilet, and didn't pay attention to his feet at all. The attendant stood there and waited quietly, with no intention of following Number 013 to the toilet to supervise. Nor did he intend to check the tickets of other passengers first. Since he was free, Zhao Sun took the opportunity to ask, "Does the ticket check happen at 6 o'clock every day?" The attendant turned to Zhao Sun and maintained a professional smile. "The ticket check time is random, and it may not happen every day. In short, if you keep your ticket well, you won't be delayed like Number 013. Zhao Sun nodded and asked again, "Are you a player? Or an NPC?" The attendant tilted his head to look in the direction of the toilet, as if he didn't hear Zhao Sun's question. Zhao Sun was not angry, but he didn't ask any more questions. It seems that the attendant will only answer questions within the scope of his job. The attendant will not respond to other irrelevant questions. He continued to ask, but he couldn't get anything out of it. After about 10 minutes, Number 013 finally walked out of the toilet. His face was pale and blue, as if he was about to suffocate. He walked slowly and weakly, as if he could fall to the ground at any time. At this time, Zhao Sun noticed that the attendant's expression had changed slightly. Although it was still the same professional smile, it looked much more sincere than before. It seemed that he was happy from the bottom of his heart. Before Number 013 walked to his seat, the attendant asked, "Passenger Number 013, where is your ticket?" Number 013's lips trembled slightly, and he stammered nervously, "It was clearly in my pocket before. So, you don't have a ticket." The attendant didn't give Number 013 a chance to explain. "Without a ticket, It can't be proved that this seat belongs to you. You can't continue to sit here. Number 013 swallowed hard and asked cautiously. Then, where should I go? Just follow me, the attendant said while continuing to check the tickets of other passengers. Passengers without tickets will be handled according to the rules for fare evasion. Number 013 didn't dare to disobey. He followed the attendant step by step, his face full of anxiety. What are the rules for fare evasion? The attendant didn't respond, but kept a professional smile and checked the tickets of the other passengers. Zhao Sun also wanted to know what the rules for fare evasion were, so he followed the attendant all the way to the back carriage. Anyway, it was daytime now, and he could move freely, until the tickets of all passengers in carriage 16 were checked. For passengers without tickets, followed the attendant. Obviously, Zhao Sun was not the only one who got the personal task of stealing other people's tickets last night. The 4 passengers looked very nervous and flustered. They kept asking what the rules for fare evasion were, but the attendant never responded. The attendant led the 4 passengers to carriage 17. It was not until the last passenger entered that the attendant looked back at Zhao Sun. Does this passenger need any help? She still had a professional smile on her face, but her eyes looked a little colder. Zhao Sun instantly understood that he could not follow. Otherwise, he could not afford the consequences. At least now, he is unlikely to be able to bear the consequences. Zhao Sun showed a regretful look, and he shrugged. No, I'm just strolling around. After saying that, he turned around and walked back. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to find out what the rules for fare evasion were. Now it seems that only the person who violated the rules has the opportunity to know, and he can't figure it out for the time being. However, it is certain that the rules for fare evasion will not kill the player immediately. Otherwise, the passenger can be dealt with directly when it is found that the passenger has no ticket. And there is no need to waste so much time. If he has the opportunity to see number 013 again later, he may ask. Although he was curious about the content of the fare evasion rules, Zhao Sun felt that it was inconvenient to lose his ticket, so he did not actively trigger the fare evasion rules. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for completing the personal task on September 1st and obtaining 20 points. Zhao Sun paused, looking at the gradually disappearing pop-up window, with a thoughtful look on his face. These points are not many. It should be related to the difficulty of the personal task. His personal task is not to the extent of risking his life, so it is normal that the points are not many. Of course, the specific level of this score will have to wait until he sees the prices on the train to determine. With this in mind, Zhao Sun walked towards the restaurant. In the middle section of each carriage, a drawing is posted, which shows the specific functions of all the carriages. Zhao Sun saw it last night and knew that there were 2 restaurants on the train, in carriage 08 and carriage 09 respectively. Carriage 08 is a high-end restaurant, and carriage 09 is an ordinary restaurant. Zhao Sun went to carriage 09 first. The layout inside was simple, with rows of metal tables and chairs, without even a cushion, but it was clean and tidy. A huge menu was posted above the cash register. Tea eggs 1 point, vegetable buns 2 points, red bean paste buns 2 points, steamed buns 2 points, meat buns 3 points, vegetarian chicken noodles 4 points, steamed dumplings 4 points, hand-grabbed pancakes 4 points, chicken leg rice 5 points, pork chop rice 5 points, Yangzhou fried rice 5, tomato scrambled egg rice 5 points, pork liver noodles 5 points, pickled mustard and pork noodles 5 points, beer 5 points, soda 4 points. Beer and soda are enjoyable foods, not necessities, and the points required are relatively high, and the prices of those serious foods, regardless of whether the prices are reasonable. According to these prices, the 20 points he got are not much. Chapter 7 Get Out of Here. With Zhao Sun's appetite, he could barely fill his stomach with 2 palm-sized vegetable buns, and he needed 4 points for 1 breakfast. 20 points were only enough for 5 breakfasts. As expected, the initial points were too few, and he had to think carefully about how to use them. According to the train rules, at 12 o'clock tonight, the passengers will be ranked according to their points, and the last one will receive support and encouragement. It sounds good, but he always feels that this support and encouragement is not a good thing. In order to avoid being the last one, it is best not to spend points today. But if you are hungry for a day and your physical condition is too poor, it will be very bad in an environment where a crisis may occur at any time. Fortunately, he was prepared. Zhao Sun walked quickly to carriage 14. He did not look at the prices of the high-end restaurant in carriage 08. He knew that he could not afford it now. As soon as he entered carriage 14, Zhao Sun saw a strange young man wandering around his seat, looking up from time to time at the large suitcase on the luggage rack. The young man was about 1.7 meters tall, and it was a bit difficult for him to reach the 2-meter luggage rack. Moreover, such a large suitcase looked very heavy, with his height and long arms. It was even more difficult to take it down. In addition, there were people coming and going in the carriage, so he didn't dare to move for a while. Zhao Sun showed a playful smile on his face. He didn't carry the suitcase with him because he planned to come back after looking at the prices of the restaurant and didn't plan to stay outside for too long. In addition, the suitcase had a password, so it was not easy for outsiders to open it. He thought that someone was interested in his suitcase, but he didn't expect that someone would openly target it in just 10 minutes. However, the young man was not very courageous and didn't dare to take the suitcase directly. If he guessed correctly, the young man's personal mission should be related to his suitcase. If his personal mission can target other passengers, then it is not surprising that other passengers' personal missions target him. Zhao Sun walked over slowly and stood in front of the young man. "Why are you staring at my suitcase?" He had a smile on his face, and there was no sign of dissatisfaction or anger. Shen Yaolong was frightened and subconsciously took 2 steps back, then turned his eyes from the suitcase to Zhao Sun. Seeing Zhao Sun's friendly attitude, Shen Yaolong's tense body relaxed a little. "I'm sorry. I just thought that your suitcase was the only one in the whole carriage, and I was curious, so I took a few more glances." Shen Yaolong apologized very sincerely. "I didn't mean anything else. Don't misunderstand." "Really?" Zhao Sun raised one eyebrow slightly and exposed directly. "I thought your personal mission was to take my suitcase." Shen Yaolong was stunned for a while, and he seemed to have made up his mind and approached Zhao Sun. He pleaded in a low voice. "I just want to take something from your suitcase. If you are willing to give it to me, I will be very grateful to you." "Take something?" Zhao Sun showed an interested look. "What is it?" "Anything will do." Shen Yaolong felt that there was a chance, and hurriedly promised. "As long as it is one thing in your suitcase, you can just take the least needed thing and give it to me, and I will repay you." "What will you give me in return?" Zhao Sun asked. Shen Yaolong opened his mouth, but nothing came out for a while. He just said that to show his good attitude, and he had never thought about how to repay him. This time, he was stumped. "Look, you have never thought about repaying me. Why should I help you?" Zhao Sun spread his hands. "I am not a philanthropist." After saying that, Zhao Sun sat back in his seat without looking at Shen Yaolong again. Number 013 was taken away by the attendant, and the other 4 people probably went to familiarize themselves with the train or do personal tasks. Now there is only Zhao Sun around this table. Shen Yaolong did not leave. He stood there for several minutes. Suddenly, he pounced on the table, looked at Zhao Sun, and said in a very earnest tone, "What do you want in return? As long as I have it, I will give it to you." "What do you have?" Zhao Sun asked slowly. "Are there any supplies, points, or something I need now?" Shen Yaolong. Zhao Sun showed a funny look. "You have nothing, and you are writing me a blank check here?" Without waiting for Shen Yaolong to speak, Zhao Sun waved his hand again and made a gesture to drive him away. "Get out quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you." What he said was quite rude, but he still had a smile on his face, and his tone was upbeat and pleasant, which made people unable to tell what his attitude was. Shen Yaolong stared at Zhao Sun for a few seconds, with anger in his eyes, and suddenly he stretched out his hand towards Zhao Sun's neck. Zhao Sun was prepared and blocked the young man's hand at once. "What? Soft tactics don't work. Are you going to use force?" Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly, and there was still no anger on his face. There was even a smile in his eyes. "I can't help it." Shen Yaolong made excuses for himself while clenching his fist and swinging it towards Zhao Sun's chest. Zhao Sun quickly stood up, avoiding Shen Yaolong's fist while kicking Shen Yaolong's knee. At this time, Shen Yaolong had straightened up, and he pushed back a big step, just avoiding Zhao Sun's leg. The 2 people made a lot of noise, and everyone in the car quieted down and looked at them. But no one asked, and no one stopped them. It's better to have less trouble than more. Most people don't want to cause trouble for themselves if it doesn't concern them. After Shen Yaolong avoided Zhao Sun's leg, he approached again and tried to grab Zhao Sun's arm. Zhao Sun didn't hide anymore, but went up to him and grabbed Shen Yaolong's shoulder, just as he was about to use force to dislodge Shen Yaolong's joints. An arm suddenly stretched out from Shen Yalong's armpit and punched Zhao Sun sideways with force. Zhao Sun reacted quickly and slightly turned his body to dodge it. But the next second, an arm also emerged from Shen Yalong's left armpit. And at the moment when Zhao Sun dodged the attack from the right, it hit Zhao Sun's left waist fiercely. This time, Zhao Sun failed to dodge and was hit hard. His brows wrinkled slightly, and the smile on his face finally faded a little. Shen Yalong saw that he succeeded, and his expression became proud. In an instant, another arm emerged from both sides of him, and the whole person turned into a state of 1 head and 6 arms. Obviously, this is his special ability. Shen Yalong grabbed Zhao Sun's 2 arms with 2 of his arms, and the other 4 arms clenched their fists and punched Zhao Sun in unison. Chapter 8. It's just a piece of chicken ribs. Just when the fist was about to touch Zhao Sun suddenly broke free from Shen Yalong's restraints. And then, he quickly grabbed Shen Yalong's shoulders. With a crisp click, one of Shen Yalong's arms fell down softly. The severe pain made Shen Yalong's other 5 arms shrink subconsciously, and his expression instantly became distorted. Taking advantage of this short 2-second gap, Zhao Sun used both hands to quickly remove the elbow joints of Shen Yalong's other 2 arms. Shen Yalong finally couldn't help but scream and retreated repeatedly. "Want to run?" Zhao Sun's voice was filled with a hint of excitement, and he chased after him. Shen Yalong looked at Zhao Sun's face. Obviously, his expression didn't change much, and he even had a hint of smile. But just at that moment, he felt that Zhao Sun's temperament had become completely different, and he felt a kind of panic that made his back cold. He turned around and ran subconsciously, not caring about the suitcase at all. He just felt that he should run for his life. It was like the instinct of a living being. Zhao Sun was 1.83 meters tall, much taller than Shen Yalong, and naturally had the advantage of leg and arm length. Shen Yalong had just run 2 steps, and was far from escaping Zhao Sun's attack range. So, Zhao Sun just took a big step, stretched out his arm, and easily grabbed Shen Yalong's arm. Without waiting for Shen Yalong to fight back, Zhao Sun broke both arms with another force. Now, Shen Yalong only had 1 intact arm left. "Brother!" Shen Yalong's face was full of sweat, and he didn't know whether it was because of pain or anxiety. "Brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I promise I will never dare to do anything to you again." Zhao Sun just slowly grabbed Shen Yalong's only intact arm and removed the elbow joint neatly. Shen Yalong's face was already pale, and he couldn't even scream. From the moment Zhao Sun easily broke free from his restraints, Shen Yalong found that his strength was not at the same level as Zhao Sun's. Zhao Sun's strength was obviously beyond the scope of normal people, and it must be the effect of special abilities. At that moment, Shen Yalong regretted his rash actions. He thought that as long as he found an opportunity to get close to the opponent, he could make full use of his special abilities in close combat. But he never expected that it was just so unfortunate that his opponent's special ability happened to be strength enhancement. He just had a few more arms, but his strength was still that of a normal person. How could he be Zhao Sun's opponent? But regret was useless. He didn't even have a chance to escape. Even if he begged for mercy, the opponent didn't show any mercy. Is he going to die here? Shen Yalong's 6 arms were drooping weakly, and he looked at Zhao Sun with horror. His heart sank straight to the bottom of the valley. His legs could still walk normally, but the panic at this time had made his brain confused. His heart was shouting to run quickly, but his body was not moving. Zhao Sun slapped Shen Yalong on the shoulder. He didn't use much strength, but Shen Yalong's whole body was instantly stiff. Zhao Sun chuckled, and seemed to be in a very good mood. He slowly exhaled, calming the restlessness in his heart. Shen Yalong felt that Zhao Sun's state seemed to have changed again. It was still the same face and the same smile, but there was an indescribable change in the subtle details. The feeling that made him panic disappeared. "Since you are reluctant to leave, then stay here first," Zhao Sun said while breaking Shen Yalong's legs, then picked up Shen Yalong like a chicken and put him on seat 013. Shen Yalong's face was deformed in pain. He took a breath repeatedly and didn't even have the strength to scream. Zhao Sun pulled down the curtain of the car next to him, tore it into strips, and tied Shen Yalong and seat 013 together. Only after tying up Shen Yalong did Zhao Sun look back and glance at the entire carriage 14. Others turned their heads and pretended to be busy. No matter whether they had the strength to compete with Zhao Sun, no one would make trouble for themselves at this time. Everyone knew that the first rule here was to protect themselves. Mind your own business. Zhao Sun sat back in his seat and looked at Shen Yalong. "Your special ability is to be able to transform into 4 arms?" Shen Yaolong was so painful that he couldn't speak, but he nodded in response. He was afraid that if he didn't respond, he would be regarded as a sign of resistance. If he was dislocated a few more joints later, he would really die. Zhao Sun clicked his tongue twice. Fortunately, his previous ability of devouring was not this person's. Otherwise, according to the result of his weakening by half, how useful would 2 more arms be? This special ability only has a little advantage in close combat, but it can't beat the strength enhancement that is weakened by half. It's useless. Shen Yaolong didn't know what Zhao Sun was thinking, and he was a little panicked when he heard the 2 clicks. He hurriedly endured the pain and explained, "My special ability is really this. Although I have a few more arms, I am no match for you in terms of strength." "I know," Zhao Sun responded casually. Seeing that Zhao Sun was not suspecting that he was lying, Shen Yaolong breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what Zhao Sun wanted to do by tying him up, but it didn't look like he was going to kill him. Thinking that there was still a chance to survive, Shen Yaolong's resistance was weakened a lot. After all, resistance might kill him immediately, but obedience might keep him alive. Shen Yaolong looked at his pitiful appearance with all 8 limbs unable to move, and simply withdrew his special ability. He restored the appearance of his 2 arms, although this could not change the fact that the joints of his arms were broken. The pain of 2 arms was better than the pain of 6 arms at the same time. Zhao Sun didn't look at Shen Yaolong again. He took the suitcase off the luggage rack, opened the combination lock with his back to Shen Yaolong, and then took out a bag of biscuits, 2 sausages, and a bottle of mineral water from the suitcase. He brought the largest suitcase, so of course, it was impossible that he only had spare clothes. Food was indispensable. Although he didn't bring much, he was frugal, and it was enough for him to eat for 5 days. In addition, he also prepared some treasures in it. But it was not time to take them out yet. Before deciding to board the endless train, he looked up a lot of information about the endless train. Although the outside world knows little about the endless train, from the photos taken in the monthly reports, he saw that the volunteers sent by the government all carried mountaineering bags with them. Perhaps the authorities were not sure whether the things they carried could be taken on the train, but it was a good attempt. So Zhao Sun did the same. The report never disclosed the specific supplies that the authorities provided to the volunteers, so Zhao Sun prepared a suitcase for himself according to his needs. He had to give it a try. At worst, he would be forced to throw it away. If he succeeded in bringing it on board, wouldn't he have more good things than others? As it turned out, the endless train had no security check procedures, did not prevent passengers from carrying suitcases, and would not check the contents of the suitcases. This was the slight advantage that passengers who took the initiative to board the train had. Chapter 9. It's so embarrassing. Zhao Sun locked the suitcase again, but did not put it on the luggage rack as before, but put it in front of his seat. Then he sat down, quickly ate the biscuits and ham sausage, and drank a few sips of water, and finally felt that his hungry stomach was relieved. Shen Yaolong on the side widened his eyes, with envy and desire that could not be concealed in his eyes. He didn't expect that there was food in this person's suitcase. If he had known earlier, he would have stolen it directly before, and there was no need to care about being seen by others. In that case, forget it. Even if he took the suitcase at that time, he would probably be caught soon, and the end would not be much better than now. Shen Yaolong was partying in the bar in the first half of the night yesterday, and he didn't eat at all. When it was almost midnight, he walked uncontrollably to the starting station of the endless train. After getting on the train, he also fought with a monster. He was tired and hungry at night, and had nothing to eat, so he could only sleep. He waited until the morning, thinking that he would finish his personal tasks and get some points before going to the restaurant to eat. Unexpectedly, he failed to complete the mission, and his hands and feet were broken, and he was tied up. He now has to watch the people who tied him eat. What kind of torture is this? After struggling for a while, Shen Yaolong asked boldly, "Brother, what are you going to do by tying me up?" Zhao Sun didn't say anything, but just gave Shen Yaolong a warning look. Shen Yaolong didn't dare to ask any more questions. At this time, a male attendant in dark blue train work clothes came in with a cart. Zhao Sun looked carefully and saw that there were some simple fast food on it, and the price list was posted on the body of the cart. Mineral water 1 point. Instant noodles 1 point. Bread 1 point. Biscuits 1 point. Apples 2 points. Bananas 2 points. Melon seeds 2 points. Chewing gum 2 points. Zhao Sun immediately understood. The price of the food on the cart is cheaper than that of ordinary restaurants. Although it is not nutritious, it is enough to maintain basic survival needs. especially mineral water. You can buy a 300 milliliters bottle with just 1 point, which is a necessity among necessities. It can be said that it is sold at a very low price, and it is the most conscientious price among all foods. As for apples, bananas, melon seeds, and chewing gum, they are all enjoyable foods, not necessities, so the price is higher. In general, the price of food in the cart is much cheaper than that of ordinary restaurants. When the points are insufficient, you can buy these to fill your stomach and deal with it for a few days. But Zhao Sun doesn't need these for the time being. The male flight attendant pushed the cart all the way, and many passengers used their points to buy some food and water. Shen Yaolong looked at it eagerly, and felt that his saliva was about to flow out uncontrollably. Even if it was a biscuit that looked tasteless. He was greedy. But now his limbs were broken, and he couldn't even lift them, let alone take food. He didn't have a brain twitch to expect the big brother next to him to feed him. So, he could only watch the cart getting farther and farther away from him, and continue to endure the pain of hunger. Zhao Sun observed for a while, and found that there was no so-called payment process for passengers who bought things. It seemed that once the passengers took the food, the points would be automatically deducted. This is quite convenient. Zhao Sun stood up after the attendant pushed the cart into carriage number 15. He took out a pen and paper, wrote a sentence, and stuck it on Shen Yaolong, then dragged his suitcase to the front carriage. Shen Yaolong was here, so the suitcase could not be left behind. Besides, Zhao Sun himself didn't know how long he would be outside, so it was better to carry the suitcase with him. After Zhao Sun's figure completely disappeared, Shen Yaolong could barely see what was written on the paper on his body. Number 014's trophy. Don't touch it. Shen Yaolong. Did you tie him here just to show his trophy to others? There are many ways to insult people. Why do you have to use this way? This is too embarrassing. Asterisk. Zhao Sun went straight to carriage number 07. According to what he saw at the platform of the departure station before, carriages number 0107 were all tightly covered by curtains, which were the carriages where the old passengers were. The train layout he saw last night showed that carriages 0107 were all sleeper berths. Obviously, the treatment of old players is much better than that of new players. Sleeping on a seat every day is not as comfortable as lying down. But he didn't want to come and see because of envy. He wanted to get to know the old players. It would be even better if he could find a few old players to chat with. He also wanted to find out about his parents, although it was unlikely that others would pay attention to him. Zhao Sun was about to pass through the connection between carriages 08 and 07 when a tall male attendant suddenly blocked his way. "Passenger, you can't go any further," the attendant said politely to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun paused. Why? When asking the question, he didn't look at the attendant, but at the nearby carriage 07. The door of the carriage was not closed, and he could see the layout of the entire carriage. Only passengers who have cleared at least one round of the platform game are eligible to enter and exit all carriages. The attendant was still polite, but he moved his body to block Zhao Sun's sight. "You are not qualified yet." "Okay." Zhao Sun shrugged, turned around and left without arguing. At this point, it was useless for him to stay here. Anyway, he could enter the old player area after clearing the platform game once, so there was no need for him to force his way in. Although he only took a glance just now, he still gained something. In carriage 07, there were not rows of open berths, but 9 private rooms. Although the situation inside the private room could not be seen, according to the conventional layout, there should be 4 berths in a private room, 2 up and 2 down. Sure enough, the treatment of old players was much better than that of new players. Not only could they lie down to sleep, but they also had privacy protection to a certain extent. Although it was not a single room for one person, it was much better than everyone lying together in a carriage. Of course, this was not the point. The point is, if the first 7 carriages are all arranged like this, then it can be inferred that there are a total of 252 berths. In other words, from the appearance of Endless Train to the present, there are 1,000 people per month for 12 months a year. A total of 12,000 people. And the total number of surviving old players is at most more than 200 people. This ratio is enough to prove that the passengers have a hard time surviving. And the so-called platform game must not be simple. This makes him more interested in platform games. I don't know what type and difficulty of the game it will be, Zhao Sun thought as he walked, and unknowingly came to carriage number 11. Carriages number 10 to 16 are all soft seats, which are the carriages where new passengers are waiting. At this time, the passengers in carriage number 11 are all looking in the same direction. Chapter 10 Cooperation? Jalson followed the crowd's line of sight and saw 5 people carrying identical backpacks. The backpacks were the same color and size, and even the thermos cups carried by the 5 people were of the same specification. These 5 people should be the volunteers sent by the government this month. Under the pressure of a year of nothing, it is rare that volunteers can take the initiative to get on the bus. They were gathered together and discussing something in a low voice. Others were very concerned about the situation of these 5 people, but no one approached them, and they consciously left enough space for the 5 people. It is impossible for the 5 volunteers to have adjacent seats. It should be that other passengers left a table for them to gather together. It seems that many people still have hope for the volunteers, Jalson thought while dragging his suitcase back, without any intention of stopping. When passing by the group of 5, he suddenly heard the voice of a rough man. "Hello!" Among the 5 people, the most muscular man with a short hair stood up, stretched out his long arm, and easily patted Jalson's shoulder. Jalson paused, turned around, and saw the other person looking at him. "Hello! My name is Wu Wei." The muscular man with a short haircut introduced himself politely. Jalson nodded politely. "Hello! May I ask what you can do for me? Did you take the initiative to enter the endless train?" Wu Wei obviously didn't know what politeness was, and asked the question quite directly. However, his voice was not loud, and only the 5 volunteers and Jalson himself could hear it. It was also considered to take Jalson's privacy into consideration. Jalson brought out the same excuse as before very smoothly. "No, I just happened to be on a business trip with a suitcase." Wu Wei was not as easy to deal with as the slightly plump woman number 015. He said in a deep voice, "But after you boarded the endless train, you didn't look panicked at all." After a pause, he said, "And when you dealt with the monster in carriage number 17, you were also very calm and composed." Jalson raised his eyebrows slightly. "It seems that you are very strong. When ordinary people are being chased by monsters, how can they have the mind to observe others?" There was no special expression on his face. He was neither nervous about being discovered nor embarrassed after being exposed. He really didn't want to expose his true strength too early, but he also knew that it was impossible to guarantee that he would not be discovered by anyone. If he was discovered, he was discovered. If it was not good for him, he would find a way to solve it. To be selected by the official, we all have certain strengths. Wu Wei was not modest, but admitted that he was great. "You are right." Jalson gave a thumbs up. "You are everyone's hope. Please do your best. You don't need to change the subject." Wu Wei's voice was lower than before, but his tone was sincere. "I don't mean to target you. I just want to win you over to cooperate with us." "Cooperation?" Jalson chewed on these 2 words repeatedly, with a smile on his face. "Yes, cooperation," Wu Wei said with certainty. "The number of volunteers is too small, and we are not sure that we can face all the difficulties that will come. Every bit of strength is very precious to us. Sorry, I'm used to being alone." Jalson refused without hesitation. Wu Wei was stunned. He saw that Jalson always responded with a smile, and thought that Jalson would agree. But he didn't expect Jalson to refuse him so neatly. Jalson said politely, "It seems that I have nothing to do, so I'll leave first." The cooperation between players is too fragile, and it is easy to lead to hostility due to interests or restrictions on game rules. Occasionally cooperating for interests is okay, but long-term cooperation is not okay. Besides, he didn't lie. He was really used to being alone, and didn't think he needed a companion, seeing that Jalson really left. The other 4 volunteers looked at Wu Wei. Wu Wei shook his head slightly. Although he wanted to help more, he couldn't force it, and if others didn't agree, he could only give up. Wu Wei looked at Jalson's back as he left, and sighed secretly in his heart. He felt that this person's strength was not weak and would be a good helper. Unfortunately, Jalson didn't continue to hang out outside. Since he couldn't explore the old player's area, there was no need to move around anymore. So he returned to carriage number 14. The tied Shen Yaolong was trying to get rid of his restraints. The pain of his broken limbs was still clear, but it was not as unbearable as at the beginning. He suspected that he was numb from the pain, but this also had its advantages. He could endure the pain and try to break free from the rope. As soon as he started to try, he saw Jalson suddenly come back, and he stopped his action somewhat awkwardly. Jalson put the suitcase back on the luggage rack and sat back in his seat. He turned his head and looked at Shen Yaolong. "What's your name?" "Shen Yaolong." Shen Yaolong answered honestly. He regretted it a little after he finished speaking. He should have made up a fake name. But he was too nervous and blurted out his real name subconsciously. Zhao Sun didn't say anything again, as if he was just asking casually. Shen Yaolong carefully observed Zhao Sun's expression. Seeing that Zhao Sun didn't seem to be angry because he just tried to break free from the rope, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment of silence, Shen Yaolong couldn't help but speak again. "Brother, can you let me go? To be frank, I actually have no grudges against you. I just want to complete my personal mission." Zhao Sun just smiled at Shen Yaolong and didn't say anything. Shen Yaolong was afraid that Zhao Sun would misunderstand his meaning, so he hurriedly explained, "But I don't plan to do this personal mission now. You will die if you refuse the mission, and there will only be a punishment if the mission fails. I don't think it's serious." Of course, he didn't want to be punished, but the problem was that he couldn't beat the other party. If he had to complete this mission, he would have to die here. He could only choose the lesser of two evils, which would allow him to live. "Let's talk after tonight." Zhao Sun gently patted Shen Yaolong's shoulder and said with a smile, "Before that, you'd better stop talking nonsense. Otherwise, I will cut off your tongue." His tone was very light, and people didn't even feel the threat. But the threat in his words was so real. Shen Yaolong was silent immediately, although he couldn't understand why he was willing to let him go after tonight. He saw the hope of survival and didn't ask more questions, lest he annoy people with questions. He would be the one in trouble. In the following time, Zhao Sun didn't leave his seat except to go to the toilet. For lunch and dinner, he ate the food in his suitcase. He closed his eyes and rested most of the time, neither talking nor socializing. Shen Yaolong, who was standing aside, felt under great pressure. Chapter 11: The Outrageous Degree of Personal Tasks. For Shen Yaolong, Zhao Sun sitting next to him is not as good as when he was tied up here alone before. At least it is more comfortable. Now he dared not move around, for fear of making Zhao Sun unhappy. Moreover, he could not see through Zhao Sun at all, and had no idea what Zhao Sun was thinking or what he was going to do. Although Zhao Sun promised to release him after tonight, Shen Yaolong could not be 100% at ease. Shen Yaolong hoped that Zhao Sun would keep his promise, but was also worried that Zhao Sun would go back on his word. After all, he did not know Zhao Sun at all, so how could he know whether Zhao Sun was a man of his word? As time went on, this feeling of expectation and uneasiness became stronger and stronger, making him feel uneasy. He did not dare to show it, so he could only endure it silently. In the evening, the 4 passengers sitting next to Zhao Sun came back one after another. Even if no one mentioned it, everyone knew that they were able to come back, and everyone's expression was relaxed, proving that their personal tasks were successfully completed. Although everyone was curious about what other people's personal tasks were, no one took the initiative to ask. Asking others means that others will also ask you. If you don't want to talk about your own, the best way is not to bring up this topic. However, other questions can still be asked. As soon as the female college student number 019 came back, she saw Shen Yaolong tied to seat number 013. She was surprised, and saw the note on Shen Yaolong's body. So she looked at Zhao Sun. What are you doing tying this person here?" She couldn't help asking. "Number 013 should not be able to come back for a while. And this seat is empty anyway." Zhao Sun answered irrelevantly. "It's appropriate for him to stay." Number 019 wanted to ask something else, and number 020 on the side pulled number 019's arm and motioned number 019 to go back to his seat and sit down. Number 019 didn't speak again and sat back obediently. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly and took a serious look at number 020 for the first time. Number 020 looked about the same age as him, a woman around 25 years old, with long hair tied into a low ponytail, wearing an OL professional suit, and looked like a female white-collar worker. Before boarding the endless train, she was probably still working overtime at the company. Number 020 was the quietest of the 6 people at the table, and so far she had not expressed any opinions in public. However, it seemed that number 020 and number 019 had private contact during the day today, and the two seemed to be more familiar with each other. Otherwise she would not have reminded number 019 to mind his own business just now. Number 020 felt Zhao Sun's gaze. She did not avoid it, and looked back generously. Her eyes were calm and peaceful, neither aggressive nor guilty or flustered. This was a woman who had no hostility, did not want to cause trouble, but would not deliberately please others. Zhao Sun withdrew his gaze as if nothing had happened. This was good. Keeping a safe distance from each other was what he wanted most. The slightly plump woman number 015 and the bald scorpion man number 018 were also somewhat curious about why Shen Yaolong was tied up here. But they just looked at him for a few more times and did not ask. In this way, everyone waited quietly until midnight. A sweet electronic sound rang out in the carriage. Congratulations to all new passengers on your first day. The points ranking of all passengers has been released. Please check it yourself. Hearing this, Zhao Sun knew that the points ranking was not public, and everyone could only see their own ranking. He opened his personal panel with his mind. Player, Zhao Sun. Points, 30 points. Ranking, 250. Special ability, Devouring LV1, upgradable. Special items, none. Zhao Sun was a little surprised to see this ranking. The first personal task of new passengers is mostly not too difficult, which means that the points generally obtained are not many. Old players are unlikely to have fewer points than new players, even if they consume more. The number of points they retain should be higher than that of new players who have just boarded the train. In other words, it is likely that old players are ranked higher than new players. In addition, although Zhao Sun has not used points, there may be a few new players whose personal tasks are more difficult, so the total points will be higher than his. So he is unlikely to be the first among the new players. Under such circumstances, Zhao Sun could actually rank 250th. Then the number of old players might be only about 200, which is even less than he expected. The electronic sound sounded again. The last player in the points ranking on September 1st is number 066 in car 12, and he will receive support and encouragement measures. After that, the speaker became quiet, and no more sound came out. Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. It seems that the support and encouragement measures are the same as the ticket evasion rules, and only the parties involved can know the specific content. The new players are doing personal tasks for the first time, and the points gap will not be too big. Those who rank low should have failed to complete their personal tasks. They couldn't even complete the personal tasks on the first day, so it shouldn't be difficult to deal with them. After dawn, find number 066 in car 12 to see if you can ask something about the support and encouragement measures. Zhao Sun was thinking in his mind when a new pop-up window popped up in front of him. Player Zhao Sun's personal task on September 2nd. The total time of opening your eyes before dawn should not exceed 5 minutes. Zhao Sun, without waiting to think about it, he closed his eyes quickly. Although this task was not difficult, it seemed much more outrageous than the task of number 1. Why did he have to keep his eyes closed? Although he was given time to open his eyes, what could he do in 5 minutes? It was not enough time to go to the toilet. He always felt that this personal task was not as simple as it seemed. But he couldn't think of what kind of trouble would happen now. Zhao Sun frowned slightly. Originally, he wanted to wait until after midnight to see what would happen to Shen Yaolong. He tied people here. Of course, it was not really for fun. There were two purposes. 1. Shen Yaolong's personal task was not completed, and he would definitely be punished. What was the punishment for the failure of the task? The other was that after midnight, Shen Yaolong did not return to his seat. Did he violate the 7th article of the train rules? Do not walk around at will. Now, he couldn't even ask the first question, and he couldn't open his eyes. Although he could still ask, it was not very convenient to not be able to open his eyes, to observe the other person's expression and eyes. But he didn't want to use the precious 5 minutes of eye-opening time here. If he used up the time now, it would be bad if he had to open his eyes later. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun turned his head to Shen Yaolong and lowered his voice. Shen Yaolong, are you still alive? Although his face was looking at Shen Yaolong, his eyes never opened. Alive! Alive! Shen Yaolong hurriedly responded, his tone full of hope. Brother, are you going to let me go? Your personal mission failed. What is the punishment? Zhao Sun asked instead of answering. Chapter 12 Sneak Attack and Counterattack. Shen Yaolong was stunned for a moment. It was not until this time that he understood why Zhao Sun tied him up. He was used as a tool to test the consequences of personal mission failure. Although he was angry and annoyed, he had to bow his head under the eaves. So Shen Yaolong still acted as a grandson obediently. 5 points were deducted. He answered honestly. It's not that he didn't want to lie, but with his brain capacity, he couldn't make up a punishment content at this time. Once the lie was seen through and angered the other party, he might really die here. It's better to tell the truth. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. This is an unexpected punishment. He guessed that there are many possibilities for the punishment content. More difficult tasks. Direct death. Physical injury. mental injury, etc., all of which can cause direct and serious blows to players. In comparison, deducting points seems much milder. Of course, deducting points is not a good thing for players. Xiaosun pondered for a moment and said, "Read the punishment content given to you by the system pop-up window word by word, without any deviation." Shen Yaolong used his consciousness to open the personal panel, opened the message bar, looked at the text on it and said, "Unfortunately, player Shen Yaolong failed the personal task on September 1st, and 5 points were deducted." Xiaosun frowned slightly. From the text, it is difficult to judge whether it is the failure of this task that deducts 5 points, or whether 5 points will be deducted regardless of the difficulty of the task. If it is the latter, 5 points will be deducted after each personal task failure, which is acceptable. But if it is the former, it will be miserable. According to Xiaosun's speculation, Shen Yaolong's task points this time are likely to be only 10, and deducting 5 points is half of 10. If half of the points should be deducted for each task failure, then 25 points will be deducted for a task of difficulty 50. For new players, what is the difference between this and life? After all, on the endless train, without points, even the most basic food and clothing cannot be guaranteed, even if there is no additional penalty for 0 or negative points. You can't eat or drink without points, and you will starve to death sooner or later. This is equivalent to a slow and tiring disguised punishment. In any case, you still have to spend less points and save more points in the early stage to avoid the increasingly difficult tasks in the later stage. And it is inevitable that mistakes will lead to mission failure. "Brother, can you let me go?" Shen Yaolong began to beg again. "I have answered all the questions you asked you, and it is useless for you to continue to tie me here. Just let me go. Okay? Wait until dawn." Xiaosun spit out these 3 words and didn't say anything else. Shen Yaolong, he didn't eat a single bite after getting on the car. After a day of tossing, he only had 5 points left. Not only were his limbs broken, but he was also tied up and had to wait until dawn to go back. What kind of hard life is this? Shen Yaolong felt like screaming, rolling and twisting on the ground, crawling in the dark. But he didn't dare. No matter how much he was in turmoil in his heart, he could only be as quiet as a chicken on the surface. Asterisk. Late at night, the entire carriage became very quiet. Even the lights in the carriage were dimmed, adjusted to a brightness suitable for people to fall asleep. Some passengers leaned on the backrests of their seats, and some lay on the table. After a day of tossing and turning, everyone was very tired and fell asleep quickly. Xiaosun leaned back in his chair and was dreaming. Suddenly he vaguely felt a hint of unusual breath. He was very sensitive to danger. Especially the personal mission of number 2 made him feel strange. So he was more alert than usual. Almost the moment he felt the unusual breath, he immediately opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a constantly changing countdown appeared in front of him. But at this moment, he didn't care about the countdown, because he saw a big man with a beard standing in front of him, holding a kitchen knife in his hand. The bright blade stabbed at Xiaosun mercilessly. Xiaosun reacted quickly and jumped onto the seat, dodging the kitchen knife with a sideways move. The big man with a beard didn't expect Xiaosun to wake up suddenly. He used up all his strength in this knife and didn't hold back at all. So after Xiaosun dodged, the knife stabbed into the back of the chair fiercely. It was too deep, and there was no way to pull it out immediately. Xiaosun took advantage of the short time when the bearded man pulled out the kitchen knife, and quickly moved the ring holder on the index finger of his right hand with his left hand. Immediately afterwards, his left hand grabbed the wrist of the bearded man holding the knife, and his right hand clenched into a fist, and suddenly smashed it towards the temple of the bearded man, the sharp thorn extending from the center of the ring face. With the force of the fist, deeply stabbed into the temple of the bearded man. After a punch, Xiaosun quickly retracted his hand and stepped back 2 steps to the aisle. While everyone's attention was on the bearded man, Xiaosun quietly turned the ring holder, and the sharp needle was immediately retracted. This series of actions was completed in just 3 seconds, and no one noticed the abnormality of the ring. The bearded man only felt that his temple was like being stabbed by the thorns of a cactus, which was a little stinging, but not very uncomfortable. But the next second, before he could speak, his eyes suddenly went dark. Then, he felt that breathing became difficult. He subconsciously dropped the kitchen knife and scratched his neck with great effort, trying to get more oxygen. The passengers around him were all confused. The bearded man suddenly attacked in the middle of the night, and the noise was so loud that the passengers in the entire number 14 carriage were awakened. but adhering to the principle of not caring about things that do not concern them. Everyone just watched from a distance. The passengers sitting next to Zhao Sun, after realizing what happened, all stood up and sat on the backrests of their seats to try to avoid being affected. Most people were just awakened from their sleep, and they were not very awake. So naturally they did not notice Zhao Sun's little movements. So they didn't understand what happened to the bearded man. He was obviously ferocious and wanted to kill people in the previous second. And then he grabbed his own neck in the next second. Before everyone could figure out the specific situation, the bearded man's body gradually tilted, and finally foamed at the mouth and fell heavily to the ground. Zhao Sun looked at the bearded man, who soon lost his breath, and his tense body gradually relaxed. Others didn't know, but he knew best that the bearded man was poisoned. He would not be unprepared when he boarded this endless train. All the things he brought were what he thought would be useful. This bronze ring, of course, could not be just a simple decoration. There was a small mechanism inside, and the thin needle was coated with poison. The amount was small, but it was enough to be fatal, especially when attacking the vital points. It would accelerate the opponent's death. Chapter 13, a waste worth noting. Zhao Sun had not intended to use the ring so early, because after using it once, there was very little toxin left on the needle. Before, when facing monsters, he was not in a hurry to expose this card. On the one hand, he wanted to try the effect of special abilities, and on the other hand, he was not sure whether the monster was resistant to poison, or the amount of poison was too small to kill the monster. Now he used it because of the limitation of his personal task today, which caused him to open his eyes for too short a time. If he did not kill the enemy as soon as possible, he would either fail the task or be killed. He had to deal with the enemy as quickly as possible, and using the poison needle in the ring was the best way. Zhao Sun glanced at the countdown that appeared in front of him. 3 minutes and 21 seconds. There were more than 3 minutes left, and he still had time. "Is he dead?" asked the female college student number 019 in a low voice. But she herself did not know who she was asking. "He is dead," the woman number 020 answered quietly. Her voice did not sound calm, with a slight tremor, but it was still much calmer than number 019. Number 019 subconsciously shrank her neck, a little scared. Killing people, although she had killed a monster before. In her opinion, the meaning of killing people is completely different from killing people. Besides, she would feel scared and uneasy after killing monsters. But killing people, even if she just saw it, even if she didn't kill this person, she felt an indescribable discomfort and fear. Although she knew what she would face on this train after yesterday's experience, she was not mentally prepared. Suddenly seeing a living person die in front of her, the fear surged uncontrollably in her heart. Number 015, the slightly fat woman, had not said a word. She squeezed her body into the angle between the chair and the window to minimize her presence. "This guy's personal mission is to kill you, right?" Number 018, the bald scorpion man, glanced at Zhao Sun, and he snorted and laughed. "You are so lucky. You can dodge such a sneak attack. Have you not slept all the time?" Compared with the three women, number 018 was much calmer. It was as if he was used to such scenes of fighting and killing. "I fell asleep, but I woke up because I felt danger," Zhao Sun responded briefly. He didn't want to answer, but it was not wise to annoy the angry number 018 at this time. He didn't have much time to open his eyes. Moreover, it showed that he had a strong sense of danger, and could also warn number 018, to a certain extent, not to make small moves against him easily. Although number 018 did not seem to be an enemy of him at present, it did not mean that he would not be in the future, especially since number 018 was quite conceited. He needed to be properly warned. Number 018 did not speak again, but just looked at Zhao Sun inquiringly. It seemed that he was judging whether Zhao Sun's words were true or false. Zhao Sun walked to the side of the bearded man and squatted down. Groping on his body, he easily found the ticket in the bearded man's trouser pocket. It clearly said no. 066 in car 12. It was the last passenger today. Zhao Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. If his guess was correct, the reason why the bearded man came to kill him was not because of his personal task, but because of the so-called assistance and incentive measures. It was only the second day, and the player's personal task should not be difficult enough to kill other players. And the bearded man happened to be the last one today. It was more likely to be the assistance and incentive measures. It was just unknown whether this assistance and incentive measures randomly arranged tasks, or must be tasks to kill people. and whether killing was randomly selected or specified by the system. Unfortunately, the bearded man was dead, and Zhao Sun had no chance to ask this question. But there was one thing Zhao Sun could be sure of. His personal task today was not completely random. He did not believe in such a coincidence. When the bearded man's target of killing was him, his personal task was to open his eyes only for 5 minutes before dawn. However, the train rules clearly stated that personal tasks were randomly matched. And this could not be wrong. So it can be roughly inferred that the personal tasks of passengers who were related to the assistance and incentive measures would have certain restrictions and become random within a small range. Take himself for example. This personal task is obviously conducive to the bearded man's sneak attack on him. If his guess is correct, then after confirming that the bearded man's assistance and encouragement measures are to kill him, his personal task should be reduced from a large range of random to a small range of random tasks that are conducive to the bearded man's sneak attack. When Zhao Sun stood up, he saw 2 people in flight attendant uniforms coming over, without anyone notifying them. They seemed to have known that someone had died here, and even prepared body bags and carts. They neatly packed up the bodies, did not ask anything, and pushed the cart to the back without saying a word. Zhao Sun looked at the countdown in front of him. 1 minute and 44 seconds. There was not enough time. And he could not walk around at night. And he could not follow the flight attendant. Otherwise, he really wanted to know how the flight attendant would deal with the passenger's body. Zhao Sun sat back in his seat and closed his eyes again. Shen Yaolong, who was so scared that he could not speak, only found his own thinking at this time. Seeing Zhao Sun still calmly closing his eyes and sleeping again, he didn't know what to say. Didn't this big brother have any stress reaction after killing someone? Even if he was a murderer, he wouldn't be able to be so calm, right? At this moment, Shen Yaolong was somewhat glad that he didn't completely annoy Zhao Sun. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse lying on the ground. It's better to live than to die. Even if his limbs are broken now, he still wants to live. He is really afraid of death. Number 018 Bald Scorpion Man was also a little surprised that Zhao Sun's reaction was so calm. Although Zhao Sun is tall, he is not strong. In addition, his skin is white and his appearance is handsome. That really fits the appearance of a pretty boy, with the aesthetics of the Bald Scorpion Man. He doesn't like this kind of cream boy who can't carry anything on his shoulders or hands. In his eyes, there is no difference between him and a waist. But Zhao Sun's reaction made the Bald Scorpion Man couldn't help but look at him twice more. Although he still didn't think Zhao Sun was that powerful. At least in his heart, Zhao Sun had changed from a waist to a waist worth paying attention to. Recalling what Zhao Sun said before about his strong ability to sense danger, the Bald Scorpion Man guessed that this might be Zhao Sun's special ability. Although this ability is of no help in enhancing one's own strength, it is quite suitable for escaping or being alert. If there is any team-oriented mission, Zhao Sun can be captured as a watchdog. The Bald Scorpion Man thought so in his mind, and felt that he was quite smart. He sat back in his seat and fell asleep soon. Carriage number 14 gradually became quiet, and everyone fell asleep again. Chapter 14 Blade Transformation and Storage Compartment. When the entire carriage was completely calm, Zhao Sun raised his hand calmly and bit the ticket in his hand gently. The ticket with number 066 and car 12 written on it. At that time, everyone's attention was on the 2 attendants who suddenly appeared, paying attention to the body of the bearded man being recovered. No one noticed that he put the bearded man's ticket into his sleeve. In fact, it doesn't matter if someone noticed it. Even if someone saw his action now, who would have thought that he left this ticket to swallow the bearded man's special ability? Congratulations on obtaining the special ability Blade Transformation, covering the special ability Strength Enhancement. Due to the effect of the swallowing ability, the effect of Blade Transformation is only half of the original, and this ability cannot be upgraded. Zhao Sun clicked on the 2 words Blade Transformation, and the details about the special ability popped up. Special ability, Blade Transformation. Ability details. 1 ordinary blade can be produced every day according to the shape imagined in the mind, which cannot be superimposed. After a new blade is produced, the old one will disappear. Note, due to the effect of the devouring ability, the effect of blade transformation is reduced to 1 blade produced every 2 days, and this ability cannot be upgraded. Zhao Sun showed a satisfied expression. When he saw the bearded man attacking him with a kitchen knife, he felt a little strange. Except for him and the 5 volunteers, he basically didn't see anyone carrying a package with them. Most people must have been forced to become passengers of the endless train. and the possibility of carrying a kitchen knife with them is too low. Even if there is a kitchen on the train, it is impossible for players, especially new players, to enter and exit at will. Even if there are assistance and incentive measures, it is highly unlikely that players will use kitchen utensils as weapons. So at that time, Zhao Sun suspected that this was the special ability of the bearded man. Compared with the weakened power enhancement, weapons are of course more useful. He thought of replacing strength enhancement with the special ability of the bearded man. It turned out that he guessed right and chose the right one. He was very satisfied with this ability. Zhao Sun took another look at the details of blade transformation. Like the other special abilities he had obtained before, there was no rarity mark. Probably because the probability of winning these special abilities was similar. Only the swallowing had an extremely low probability of winning, so it was marked extra. In this way, he really had a rare time of great luck. However, there might be other, special abilities. After all, no one has ever expressed that the special ability is only one. If he can swallow other, special abilities, forget it. Forget it. Let's not fantasize about such a distant thing. Zhao Sun changed his posture and tried to make himself sleep comfortably on the back of the chair. Asterisk. 8 o'clock in the morning. The sky was bright. When Zhao Sun opened his eyes, there was no countdown in front of him. Instead, there is a freshly released pop-up window. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for completing his personal task on September 2nd and earning 30 points. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. This time, he got more points than yesterday. Objectively speaking, the difficulty of number 2's personal task is lower than that of number 1. The reason why the points are higher is probably linked to the assistance and incentive measures. The bearded man wanted to kill him, which increased the difficulty of his number 2 personal task a lot. This also proves that this personal task is indeed related to the assistance and incentive measures. Otherwise, from the perspective of the difficulty of the personal task alone, it is not worth 30 points. Just as Zhao Sun finished thinking about this, a new pop-up window appeared in front of him. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for having a total score of more than 50 points and having the authority to open the storage grid. Zhao Sun was stunned and then opened the personal panel. Sure enough, there was an additional storage grid panel on the right side of the personal panel. He tried to press the first storage grid. It takes 5 points to open the first storage grid. Do you want to open it? Yes, no. Zhao Sun did not hesitate and directly chose yes. A storage grid has a space of 1 cubic meter. He did intend to try not to use points in the early stage. But this storage box had to be opened. Because this evening, he had to get off the bus to participate in the platform game. And his suitcase had to be carried with him and could not be left on the bus. With a storage box, he didn't have to drag the suitcase all the time, which was much more convenient and would not affect his actions. After opening a storage box, Zhao Sun did not rush to put the suitcase into the storage box, but tried to click on the second storage box. It takes 10 points to open the second storage box. Do you want to open it? Yes, no. He chose no and tried to click on the third storage box. It takes 20 points to open the third storage box. Do you want to open it? Yes, no. He clicked no again. Now it can be confirmed that the points required to open the storage box are doubled. The first 3 storage boxes are fine, but starting from the 4th storage box, the points required are a bit high. Even if the old players have a lot of points, it is unlikely that they will spend all their points on opening storage boxes. However, the number of storage cells opened by old players is still a big advantage compared to new players. As a new player, you have to be more careful when facing old players. Although new players have not had the opportunity to meet old players so far, Zhao Sun believes that the platform game should not separate new and old players. In other words, old players need to use points to open storage cells, buy food and water, and save points to upgrade special abilities, and keep some points for backup to avoid becoming the last in the daily ranking. With this calculation, the total points obtained by old players who can survive should be quite considerable. Zhao Sun has studied his personal panel. It takes 100 points to upgrade special abilities from LV1 to LV2. He is not sure how long it will take to save 100 points. But there are definitely no old players whose special ability level is still at LV1. Even if it is exactly the same ability, a higher level will definitely have an overwhelming advantage. Therefore, if you meet old players in the platform game, it is best not to have a head-on conflict. After thinking about all this, Zhao Sun finally had time to turn around and look at Shen Yalong, who was sitting in seat 013. Shen Yalong's face was pale, and his eyes were staring blankly ahead. If I hadn't seen his chest rising and falling, I would have thought he was dead. What's wrong? Zhao Sun poked Shen Yalong's arm with his elbow. He looks like he's dying. Isn't he dying? Shen Yalong said unhappily. All my points have been deducted. Chapter 15 Men should be adventurous. Shen Yalong couldn't hold back his temper now. He didn't have any points left. He was really going crazy. Hearing this, Zhao Sun raised one eyebrow slightly. You violated the train rules and were deducted 5 points. At midnight last night, Shen Yalong had been deducted 5 points for not completing his personal task. And now, Shen Yalong said that his points were all deducted. Obviously, he violated the train rules by not returning to his seat and was deducted the remaining 5 points. Shen Yalong subconsciously asked, How do you know? Then, he finally reacted. Did you do it on purpose? Last night, he only thought that Zhao Sun tied him up to determine what punishment he would get if his personal task was not completed. Never expected that there was another purpose, which was to see if he was tied here and did not return to his original seat, would be considered a violation of the train rules. Before seeing the message of deducting points this morning, he never thought that he would be judged as violating the train rules. The rules only said that you can't walk around at night, but didn't say you have to return to your seat. He never thought that this would violate the train rules. Before Zhao Sun spoke, Shen Yalong thought he was just unlucky. But after Zhao Sun spoke, Shen Yalong realized that he was actually tricked. Shen Yalong glared at Zhao Sun. His anger clouded his mind, and his fear of Zhao Sun was reduced a lot. I have no grudges against you. Why do you want to frame me like this? He asked harshly, as if he wanted to kill Zhao Sun with his eyes. Not a single point left, which means he will have to starve today. In the case of physical injury, it is hard to say whether he can complete today's personal task. If he fails to complete today's personal task, won't he be deducted points? He has already become 0 points. It won't become negative points, right? Regardless of whether it is negative points or not. If today's personal task cannot be completed, he will basically starve to death on the train. This is hacking. It's better to let him die directly. Zhao Sun untied the rope on Shen Yalong. He did not answer Shen Yalong's question, but just asked, Why? Are you going to stay here? Shen Yalong was stunned for a moment, looking at Zhao Sun in disbelief. You really let me go? The previous anger was swept away, and his heart was full of expectations again. Although he was half dead just now, he didn't really want to die. In the end, he still wanted to live. Yes. Zhao Sun nodded affirmatively. Shen Yalong glanced at his legs, both hanging weakly. His bones were not broken, but the joints were removed. As long as he could press them back, he could walk normally. But the key is that his arms were also removed from the joints, and he couldn't help himself to press the leg joints back. He looked at Zhao Sun with some embarrassment. Before Shen Yalong finished speaking, Zhao Sun spoke. What benefits are you going to give me in exchange? Shen Yalong choked and couldn't say a word. He now gets a headache when he hears the word benefits. It was because he didn't give Zhao Sun any benefits and wanted Zhao Sun to help him that so many bad things happened later. Now he doesn't dare to say a word. Shen Yalong turned his head and looked at the other people who were still sitting in the seats. The bald scorpion man number 018 was too aggressive, and Shen Yalong didn't dare to provoke him at all. The girl number 019 looked too young. She should still be a student. And the woman number 020 was obviously a white-collar worker who sat in the office all year round. These two people didn't seem to have any experience in bone setting, and asking them to help would only make things worse. There was only the slightly fat woman number 015, and it was hard to tell what her identity was. But this was his only hope at the moment. After thinking about it, Shen Yalong asked number 015 for help. Sister, can you help me put my leg back? If you can help me, I will remember your big favor, and will definitely pay it back next time. Number 015 had just stretched, and when she heard Shen Yalong's words, she retracted her hand, looked at Shen Yalong, and asked, When is the next time? Shen Yalong's heart moved. Number 015 did not say that she could not set the bone, but asked him when to return the favor. Doesn't this mean that number 015 can set the bone? Unexpectedly, the blind cat met a dead mouse, and he really guessed the right person who could help him fix his bones. Shen Yalong didn't dare to make empty promises casually like he did to Zhao Sun before, lest he lose this only hope. He thought seriously for a long time before speaking. I will get off the bus this evening to participate in the platform game. No matter what I experienced in the platform game, I can tell you exactly what it is. Number 015 was a little surprised. You actually planned to participate in the platform game so early? She had made up her mind before that she would not get off the bus casually before she got any useful information about the platform game. Anyway, a month is still a long time. This is the first stop. There are plenty of opportunities later. She is not in a hurry to get off the bus. She thinks that most people should think the same as her. So when Shen Yalong said this, she was very surprised. Men should be brave to take risks, Shen Yalong said righteously. In fact, only he knew that he didn't want to participate in the platform game so soon. But he had no other choice. He really had nothing to exchange. And only the information obtained by taking risks could still have some value. In order to survive, he had to offer conditions that were attractive enough to the other party. Moreover, he remembered that the first train rule said, on the endless train, each passenger must complete a personal task every day. So if he got off the train before 12 o'clock today, it would mean that he had not been on the endless train all day today. Maybe if he didn't do today's personal task, he wouldn't be deducted points. Although he couldn't guarantee that this was correct, he had no way out. It could even be said that if points were deducted and turned into negative points, he would need to participate in the platform game even more. As long as he passed the platform game, he would be able to get points and save the current bad situation. He would still be able to survive. The platform game was his only hope. Number 015 choked and felt that Shen Yalong's words sounded particularly second year. But she resisted the desire to complain, stood up and moved her wrist. She walked in front of Shen Yalong and confirmed again and again. Are you sure you will participate in today's platform game? I'm sure, Shen Yalong answered very confidently. If you lie to me, I'll make you pay for it. After number 015 threatened, he quickly fixed Shen Yalong's limbs. Shen Yalong moved his hands and feet in surprise. After confirming that he could really move freely, he immediately jumped up from his seat and moved far away from Zhao Sun's reach. Chapter 16 Platform Game. Hey, don't forget what you promised me, number 015 reminded again worriedly. Don't worry, I'll do what I say. Shen Yalong pounded his chest to assure. He glanced at Zhao Sun quietly, and seeing that Zhao Sun didn't have any special expression changes, he hurriedly ran out of carriage 14. Like a mouse that finally ran out of a cage. It was extremely fast. Zhao Sun looked at Shen Yalong's back as he left quickly, revealing a meaningful smile. He could probably guess why Shen Yalong participated in the platform game at this time. This was not a bad thing for him. A familiar and usable chess piece is of course much easier to control than an unfamiliar enemy. Maybe, when he was in the platform game, Shen Yalong could provide him with some useful information. Just like last night and this morning, Zhao Sun sat back in his seat calmly. Now it is certain that violating the train rules will also result in points being deducted. What is uncertain is whether only 5 points will be deducted for each violation, or whether the number of points deducted will vary depending on the degree of violation, or whether there will be other penalties besides deducting points when the degree of violation is serious. These are still to be explored. Well, when there is a chance, let's find someone else to try it out. About half an hour later, the passengers left their seats one after another. Some went to the steward's cart to buy breakfast, and some went to complete their personal tasks. Zhao Sun waited until several people around him left before taking the suitcase off the luggage rack. After taking out today's rations, he put the suitcase into the storage compartment. Someone noticed that Zhao Sun's suitcase suddenly disappeared, and although they were curious, they did not come forward to ask. After what happened last night, everyone could see that Zhao Sun was not a soft persimmon that could be easily manipulated. Asking about privacy issues casually can easily offend people. And now, no one wants to offend someone they may not be able to deal with. During the day, Zhao Sun rarely moved around except to go to the toilet. He spent most of his time resting with his eyes closed, as if he had endless sleep. Asterisk. It was 5:55 in the evening. A sweet electronic sound rang out from the train broadcast. The endless train will stop at the Neri Town platform at 6 o'clock sharp. Passengers who want to get off, please be prepared. As soon as the voice fell, Zhao Sun opened his eyes. His eyes were very clear, and compared with other passengers who looked tired, he could be considered to be in excellent spirits. After 2 days of nervous tension, most new players were a little tired. They didn't dare to use too many points to exchange for food. If they didn't eat enough, hunger would also increase their fatigue. In addition, they could only sleep sitting up, and couldn't fall asleep comfortably. The poor rest also caused most people's condition to be not good. In contrast, Zhao Sun didn't have to do tasks during the day, and most of his time was spent resting. It was enough for him to adjust himself to a pretty good state. This was also to have enough energy to face unknown troubles in the future. After all, who knew how much time he could rest in the platform game? The train slowed down slowly, and 5 minutes passed quickly, stopping exactly at 6 o'clock. The broadcast sounded again. This train will stop for 3 days, and will depart on time at 12 p.m. on September 5th. All passengers who are getting off the train, please be sure to get on the train before 12 p.m. on September 5th. Then, the doors of each carriage opened. Zhao Sun stood up and walked out without hesitation. As long as he cleared the platform game, he would be able to explore the old player area. This was related to all his plans, and this trip was imperative. After Zhao Sun got off the train, he saw only large patches of white fog. His vision was blocked, and he could not see what was ahead at all. Even when he looked back, he could not see the train. He had just gotten off the train and walked 2 steps, and the train should be in front of him. But he was blinded by the thick white fog. Has the platform game started now? But the rules of the game have not been announced yet. Just thinking about this, Zhao Sun suddenly heard footsteps coming from a distance. They were not walking towards him, but towards the front. After thinking for a while, Zhao Sun also took a few steps forward. He did not touch any obstacles, and the ground he stepped on was flat and hard, just like the most ordinary cement road. "Hey! Is there anyone here?" Shen Yaolong shouted in panic not far away. "I can't see anything. What's going on? How come even the train is gone?" Zhao Sun slightly raised the corners of his lips, but did not respond to Shen Yaolong. He continued to walk forward. Shen Yaolong shouted several times, but no one paid attention to him, and he became more panicked. But he also heard some footsteps, so he ran in the direction of the sound, trying to find the owner of the sound. Finally, after a few minutes, he found that the thick white fog around him gradually became thinner. His nervous mood was slightly relieved. He quickened his pace and ran towards the source of the sound. Half a minute later, he finally walked to a place where the white fog was very light and could see the surroundings clearly. This is an open grassland, and the air is full of wet water vapor. Some buildings can be vaguely seen in the distance, but the distance is too far to see the specific appearance clearly. Shen Yaolong looked at the other players standing here excitedly, and found that Zhao Sun was among them. His originally excited mood suddenly fell to the bottom, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. He never thought that Zhao Sun would also participate in this platform game. At this moment, he felt that his mind was blank. He only had one thought left: to stay away from Zhao Sun as much as possible, and never have anything to do with Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun certainly saw Shen Yaolong, but at this moment, he had no interest in Shen Yaolong. He was observing several other players. There are currently 4 people here, in addition to Zhao Sun and Shen Yaolong. There is also a 2-meter-tall strong man and a masculine short-haired woman. The strong man looked arrogant and did not take other people seriously at all, and even didn't bother to give a look. The short-haired woman was carrying a very distinctive mountaineering bag, and it was obvious that she was one of the 5 volunteers. Not long after, 2 more people came over. One of them was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion, a thin body, and a very wretched look. The other was a young girl who looked underage, with a look of helplessness on her face, and she was nervously grabbing her clothes. Zhao Sun looked at the expressions of several people and had a rough guess in his mind. The strong man and the wretched man were probably old players, and the rest were new players. It was expected that there were not many new players participating in the first platform game. Most new players have not figured out the situation yet, so they naturally want to participate in the platform game after collecting enough information. Except for people like Zhao Sun, who participated in order to enter the old player area as soon as possible. The other newcomers are likely to be like Shen Yaolong, who had insufficient points and had to rely on the platform game to turn the tables. Chapter 17: Neri Town. As for the fact that there are only 2 old players, which is less than the number of new players, I don't know why. However, the small number of old players is a good thing for Zhao Sun. In case the players in the game are hostile to each other, it will be easier to deal with fewer old players. After waiting for a while, there were no more footsteps around, and no new players appeared. Everyone looked at each other in silence, and no one spoke. At this time, a pop-up window popped up in front of everyone. The moment Zhao Sun saw the pop-up window in front of him, he immediately glanced at the others. When he found that he could not see the pop-up windows of others, He knew that this was information that only he could see. He then looked at his own pop-up window. Welcome to the Neri Town platform game. This is an ancient and peaceful town. The residents of the town are warm and friendly, and the relationship between each other is very harmonious. But recently, factors that disrupt the harmonious atmosphere have suddenly appeared in the town. In order to restore the town to normal, all the residents of the town are working hard. I hope you can work with the residents of the town to maintain the harmony of the town. Zhao Sun patiently read these few sentences. No useful information was found for the time being. Just a simple introduction to the story background. The pop-up window slowly disappeared, and a new pop-up window appeared. Player Zhao Sun's main task: get the heart of the sculpture. Zhao Sun. There are so many introductions to the story background, but the main task only has a few words. This main task seems to have nothing to do with the previous story background. It is not even clear in the task which specific sculpture the sculpture is. It seems that he needs to rely on himself to explore. However, from this short text, Zhao Sun still confirmed the useful information. Player Zhao Sun's main task means that this is his unique task in this game, and other players will also have their own main tasks. In addition, the task is released in the form of a pop-up window that only you can see, which may mean that the main tasks of the players in this game are different. There may even be a situation of targeting each other. For example, his task is to get the heart of the sculpture. Then there may be a task for one of the players to destroy the heart of the sculpture. Before Zhao Sun could think more, the scene in front of him suddenly shook for a moment. He subconsciously moved his feet to try to stabilize his body, and the next second the scene returned to stability. But there were no other 5 players around him, and he was in an open-air fountain square. He stood next to the fountain pool. The little angel sculpture in the fountain pool was retro and cute, and he could still feel the cool temperature of the pool water. Not far away, there was a wandering artist playing the violin, and the violin case was full of banknotes and coins given by passers-by. This place is full of life, which is completely different from the empty grassland before. Zhao Sun quickly realized that he should be in Neri Town now. The grassland where the 6 players gathered before was the area outside Neri Town. Zhao Sun looked around and soon found a hidden corner with no one. This is a corner of the wall, and there are 2 big trees in front, which are enough to block the people hiding in the corner. Zhao Sun took out the suitcase from the system storage compartment, opened it, and found a palm-sized exquisite metal box hidden in the inner pocket of the suitcase. Opening the metal box, there was a thick sponge pad wrapped in a dark brown glass bottle. Zhao Sun turned the ring holder on the index finger of his right hand, revealing the small needle hidden inside. Then he carefully opened the glass bottle, inserted the small needle into it, and dipped it into the liquid in the bottle. After doing all this, he put the glass bottle away as it was with his left hand, and kept his right hand still, waiting for the liquid to dry on the small needle. This liquid was the poison that killed the bearded man instantly. Since Zhao Sun thought of making a hidden weapon in the ring and poisoning it, it was naturally impossible to make this hidden weapon a disposable item. So he brought a whole bottle of poison as a backup. If it weren't for the fact that the poison was too difficult to get, he wanted to prepare a few more bottles. After killing the bearded man with the hidden weapon in the ring that night, he did not immediately repoison the ring. On the one hand, there were too many people on the train, and he couldn't take out the poison in public. Otherwise the ring would lose its meaning as a hidden weapon. On the other hand, he hadn't opened the storage compartment before, so the suitcase couldn't be hidden, and dragging the suitcase to the bathroom directly would attract other people's attention. That would make it easier for others to covet his suitcase. So until now, he repoisoned the ring. After putting the suitcase back into the storage compartment, Zhao Sun didn't rush to leave. He leaned against the wall and sorted out his thoughts. What he cared about more was that this game didn't have difficulty levels. Although he wasn't keen on playing games, he knew very well that no matter what type of game, there was basically a difficulty level. Even a small game like Candy Crush would have difficulty levels. Depending on the difficulty of the game, the score you get will also change accordingly. The higher the difficulty, the higher the score. But this platform game didn't announce the difficulty level, nor did it say how many points you would get after completing the game. If there is no difficulty division, and every player who clears the game gets the same points, it will be difficult to widen the points gap. You can't rely on the consumption of players on the train to affect the daily points ranking. Right? I always feel that it shouldn't be like this. But there is indeed no difficulty level given at present. Is it that the difficulty prompt will appear during the task? Well, we can only wait and see what the specific situation is. Zhao Sun stood up, tidied the wrinkles on his clothes, and walked out of the corner. What he has to do now is to collect information about the sculpture. The sky is getting darker and darker, but there is no light on the square. But at present, you can still see the surroundings clearly. Zhao Sun was just about to ask a passerby if there are any particularly famous sculptures in the town before it gets completely dark, and he saw everyone running in one direction. After thinking about it, he followed. When he walked to the bulletin board of the fountain square, he found that there was a fresh notice posted on it. The witch who escaped this afternoon is a great threat to the town of Nari. Please pay attention to your own safety and try not to go out at night. If anyone finds traces of the witch, please report it to the sheriff's office in time. If anyone is found to be harboring a witch, they can also report it to the sheriff's office. Anyone who can provide true information about the witch's whereabouts will be rewarded with a gold coin. If you can help the sheriff's office catch the witch, you can get a reward of 10 gold coins. I hope that all the residents of the town can unite and love each other to jointly find the evil witch who threatens the safety of the town. Chapter 18 The Damned Witch. Zhao Sun read the notice while listening to the complaints of the townspeople around him. This witch is damned. I heard that witches eat children. We have to protect our children at home. Why would such an alien appear and destroy our peaceful life? It makes me afraid to go out at night. I don't know how she ran away. She was tied up tightly. That strange wind must be the witch's magic. Zhao Sun turned his head to look at the young girl in a coarse cloth dress standing next to him and asked, What's the matter with this witch? The girl glanced at Zhao Sun and saw that Zhao Sun was handsome. Her cheeks flushed slightly uncontrollably. You are a foreigner. Right. Yes. I am a wandering artist. Zhao Sun made up a story. I passed by. Here. I saw this notice and was a little curious about what happened. The girl introduced patiently. A while ago, a witch was caught in our town. She was supposed to be burned at the stake this evening. But who knew that when the stage was set up and the witch was tied to the stake, a strange sandstorm suddenly blew, which fascinated everyone's eyes. When the wind stopped and everyone could see, the witch disappeared. Yes. Yes. The middle-aged fat woman on the side echoed. The sheriff's department sent everyone to search the entire town. But the witch has not been found yet. Witches can do witchcraft. How can it be so easy for ordinary people to find them? Another skinny woman also came to talk. The people from the sheriff's department were able to catch witches before, and they can definitely do it this time. The middle-aged fat woman glared at the skinny woman unconvinced. Are you questioning the ability of the sheriff's department? The skinny woman choked and was speechless. The Public Security Bureau will definitely be able to catch the witch. It just takes some time. The young girl hurriedly tried to smooth things over. In the past few days, we should try not to go out at night, which can ensure our own safety and not cause trouble for the Public Security Bureau. Shall I? You are right. The middle-aged fat woman smiled. Let's go. It's almost completely dark. We can't stay outside any longer. Wait. Zhao Sun said at the right time. I am a wandering artist. I don't have much money on me. I'm afraid I can't afford to stay in a hotel in the town. I wonder if any of you can let me stay for 2 days. I will pay some fees, or I can work to deduct it. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and scratched his hair embarrassedly. My family can't do that. The skinny woman was the first to refuse. If I bring a man back, my husband will beat me to death. After saying that, she left in a hurry without even saying age. Lo. I can't either. The middle-aged fat woman looked at Zhao Sun with regret. My house is too small. My husband and I, plus our 3 children, feel crowded. There is really no way to make room for you. She waved to Zhao Sun and left reluctantly. The young girl Xiao Ai who stayed behind lowered her head and looked at her toes. I have an empty bed at home. If you don't mind, you can stay with me. That's great. Zhao Sun walked to Xiao Ai happily. Thank you for taking me in. No. You're welcome. Xiao Ai's voice became lower and lower, and her ears turned pink. She said nothing more, turned around and walked towards her home with Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun looked around as he walked. Whether it was the fountain square, the residence close, or the streets and other buildings in the entire Nari town, there was a sense of old age. There was not even a single electric light here, and it was pitch black outside after dark. In addition, there was the setting of witch, all of which was in line with the background of another district far away from the 10th district 4 or 500 years ago. The century called the Dark Ages. The only thing that didn't match was that the residents here spoke the same language as him. But the game is not archaeology, So it's normal that it's not so rigorous as to reproduce the entire era one-to-one. If the language is not understood, the game can't be played. Soon, Xiao Ai took Zhao Sun into her home. Xiao Ai lit the oil lamp and barely illuminated the dark room. The house is not big, with only 2 rooms. The outer room is used for dining and meeting guests, and the inner room is the bedroom. There are 2 beds in the bedroom, separated by a curtain in the middle. When the curtain is drawn, you can only see the outer bed. That's my parents' bed. Xiao Ai pointed to the outer bed and said to Zhao Sun, "If you don't mind, you can sleep there." The bed is very simple, and the sheets and blankets on it are patched, but they are very clean and tidy. Okay. Zhao Sun is not picky about accommodation conditions, as long as there is a place to lie down. "Where are your parents?" he asked Xiao Ai. "I slept in their bed. What if they come back? They died a month ago." Xiao Ai's voice was a little low. "I'm the only one left at home. Sorry." Zhao Sun showed an apologetic expression. "It's okay." Xiao Ai shook her head and smiled. "It's been a month. I've cheered up." She put the oil lamp on the bedside table and said to Zhao Sun, "By the way, don't go out at night. My parents were killed by a witch when they went out at night." Zhao Sun was a little surprised. "Did you see it with your own eyes?" "No," Xiao Ai said in a matter-of-fact tone. "The people from the Public Security Bureau said that my parents were killed. But our town has always been peaceful, and the residents have a good relationship. There will definitely be no murder. So, it must be a witch who killed them. Even if it's a witch, she shouldn't kill people for no reason. Right?" Zhao Sun deliberately asked in a puzzled tone. "Witches can do witchcraft, and witchcraft often requires sacrifices. Right? She must have used some witchcraft to sacrifice my parents." At this point, Xiao Ai's expression was a little angry. The witch really deserves to die. I hope the people from the Public Security Bureau will catch her as soon as possible, burn her to death, and avenge my parents. Zhao Sun thought for a few seconds and asked, "You just said that your parents died a month ago. So the witch has been in your town for a long time?" "Yes." Xiao Ai nodded. "She has been lurking in our town, disguised as an ordinary person. This witch deserves to die." At the end, she couldn't help but get angry again. But in front of Zhao Sun, she was embarrassed to say anything bad. So she could only curse the witch thousands of times in her heart. "You said the witch has been lurking in the town." Zhao Sun grasped the key point. "So the witch is also a resident of your town, and grew up here?" Chapter 19, The Relationship Between the Witch and the Sculpture. Xiao Ai pursed her lips, seeming reluctant to admit it. But she probably didn't have the habit of lying. And after a long while, she reluctantly nodded. Then she emphasized, "She must have started disguising herself a long time ago. The residents of our town are ordinary people, and there can't be witches. Do you know that witch?" Zhao Sun asked again. Xiao Ai shook her head. "I heard from others that the witch's parents are also native residents of our town. They are kind and enthusiastic to everyone. No one in the town can see that there is anything wrong with her parents. I don't know how she became an evil witch." As if she thought of something, Xiao Ai lowered her voice and said to Zhao Sun, "I think the girl may have been eaten by the witch a long time ago. And then the witch has been disguised as a girl and lived in our town. That's a possibility." Zhao Sun nodded seriously. Seeing that her idea was affirmed, Xiao Ai was happy. "I just think that a native couple can't give birth to a witch. The real girl must have been replaced by the witch. By the way, do you know the name of the witch?" Zhao Sun asked curiously. Xiao Ai looked at Zhao Sun, a little puzzled. "Why do you seem to be very interested in that witch?" Zhao Sun smiled naturally. "Listening to what you said, I feel that the witch is very dangerous. I want to know as much information about the witch as possible. If I run into her, I can know to run away immediately. And I can also tell the people in the Public Security Bureau. Only by catching her as soon as possible can the town restore its former peace as soon as possible." "Yes, you are right." Xiao Ai nodded repeatedly, and then told everything she knew. "I heard from others that her name is Ruby, but I don't know her full name. She has short hair, chestnut hair, and slightly curly. She looks about 20 years old, about 1.6 meters tall, and thin." "Okay, I'll write it down." Zhao Sun thanked Xiao Ai. "Thank you for telling me so much, but I'm a little tired after running all the way. I wonder if I can rest now." After speaking, he yawned loudly. Xiao Ai nodded quickly. "Of course. You can rest first. I'll go out to boil some water, and I won't disturb you." After that, She was about to go out. When Xiao Ai was about to leave the bedroom, she suddenly stopped and looked back at Zhao Sun.
By the way, I don't know your name yet. Just call me Ah Shui.
Zhao Sun responded with a smile. Xiao Ai lowered her head shyly and left contentedly. Zhao Sun didn't hesitate and lay directly on the bed outside the curtain. He didn't feel tired, but he had almost found out all the information he could get from Xiao Ai. So he didn't want to continue the conversation. So he used this excuse. From the current situation, what happened in the town can be said to have nothing to do with the sculpture. But this is a game, not real life. And the witch and the witch's escape incident that were repeatedly mentioned are unlikely to be invalid information. Then, there should be some kind of relationship between the witch and the sculpture. In other words, the sculpture he needs is neither a random sculpture on the street nor a famous sculpture in the town. It is a sculpture related to witches. Based on the information currently available, he thinks there are two possibilities. The first is that, as Xiao Ai said, the real Ruby is dead, and the witch has become Ruby and lived in the town for many years. The witch may be a sculpture. For some reason, she has spiritual intelligence and has become a human. Then the heart of the sculpture he is looking for is the heart of the witch. The second is that Ruby is a witch, but she has never been noticed, and she sacrificed Xiao Ai's parents in order to use witchcraft to make a sculpture. The specific reason is still unknown. Then, only by finding the witch can we find her sculpture and get the heart of the sculpture. No matter which possibility it is, we have to find the witch first. This is why he inquired about various information about the witch. However, Xiao Ai should not be able to ask more information. After all, Xiao Ai does not know Ruby at all. So he plans to find someone who knows Ruby tomorrow to ask. As for tonight, even if he wants to go out and find someone to ask about the witch, I'm afraid there will be no pedestrians on the road. Wandering around could easily arouse suspicion from the Public Security Bureau. And being caught would be troublesome. It would be better to have a good sleep. It just so happened that he hadn't slept in bed for 2 days. Although the bed was hard and cold, he felt very good to be able to stretch his arms and legs comfortably. Asterisk. In the early morning, the bright sunlight outside the window gradually pushed away the dull night, and the early rising sparrows made crisp calls. Zhao Sun, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by a slight noise. He opened his eyes and saw Xiao Ai walking out from behind the curtain. Xiao Ai pulled at her skirt a little embarrassedly.
Sorry, Shui, I disturbed you. It's okay.
Zhao Sun sat up.
I was planning to get up early. Why did you get up so early?
Xiao Ai asked puzzledly.
Is there something to do? Well, I'll see if there is any suitable job for me in the town.
Zhao Sun once again showed his ability to make up stories.
I can't live and eat for free here. Can I?
Xiao Ai smiled shyly.
In fact, you can offset the cost of the accommodation by helping me with housework. After all, I don't have anything good to treat you. I still want to go out and find a way to make money.
Zhao Sun insisted.
Besides, I feel the atmosphere of your town is very good. If possible, I want to stay here for a long time. Then we should really consider making money.
Xiao Ai thought about it and suggested.
Aren't you a wandering artist? You should have talents. Right. You can perform in the open-air square, and there will be many people willing to give you tips. Okay.
Zhao Sun agreed.
I'll try. I'm going to work in the flower fields on the edge of the town, and I have to sell flowers in the afternoon.
Xiao Ai took out a key and handed it to Zhao Sun.
I'm not sure when I'll be back, so you can take the key to get in and out easily. Thank you.
Zhao Sun took the key and thanked her politely. Xiao Ai also told Zhao Sun where to wash, and what container was filled with drinkable water. After explaining these, she left. After making sure Xiao Ai was out, Zhao Sun took out his mobile phone and took a look. It was 5:30 in the morning on September 3rd. According to the broadcast of the endless train, the time flow rate of the platform game should be consistent with the actual time flow rate. So there is no problem using a mobile phone to calculate the remaining game time. He only has about 2.5 days left, so he has to hurry. Chapter 20. Can you kiss me? After Zhao Sun went out, he asked many people about witches. Most of the townspeople were very enthusiastic. They told him everything they knew, which gave him a lot of information. Which Ruby? Her parents died in an accident when she was 5 years old. After her parents died, young Ruby lost her source of income. She was poor and had no other relatives to rely on. She had to look for a job everywhere, but she was blocked everywhere because of her age. Luckily, when she was desperate, The only duke in the town suddenly wanted to recruit a maid. Ruby was successful in the application. In the words of the townspeople,
"The duke is really kind-hearted. He must have known about Ruby's affairs and specially recruited a maid just to take Ruby in. After all, what kind of work can a 5-year-old child do?"
From then on, until she was discovered to be a witch, Ruby lived in the servants' room of the duke's mansion. When she grew up, Ruby was optimistic and cheerful, smiling at everyone, whether it was other maids or residents in the town. Everyone liked her very much, because Ruby worked hard. She was praised by the duke and later promoted to head maid. This was information revealed by a person who was still a maid in the duke's mansion. At that time, Zhao Sun was asking a butcher about Ruby's past, and the maid named Lisa came to buy meat and interrupted. Zhao Sun followed Lisa and asked a few more questions. This maid was obviously a big mouth. She didn't need Zhao Sun to ask too much, and she said everything she knew. After Ruby became the head maid, she had more opportunities to contact the duke, and she didn't need to do the chores such as sweeping and cleaning herself. She was more responsible for serving the duke closely. For example, tidying up the duke's bedroom, matching the duke's clothes for the next day, and asking the chef to prepare 3 meals a day according to the duke's requirements, etc. However, Ruby really likes the lifelike sculptures in the duke's mansion. Even though she became the head maid, she still insisted on wiping all the sculptures by herself every day, and she never felt it was troublesome.
"Are there many sculptures in the duke's mansion?"
Zhao Sun patiently waited for Lisa to finish her words before asking. Lisa nodded.
"Yes, there are quite a few. The duke's mansion is very large, and the duke likes sculptures very much. There are some everywhere. Then can I go to the duke's mansion to have a look?"
Zhao Sun asked with a smile.
"I am very interested in sculptures."
There are sculptures in the duke's mansion, and they are wiped by witches every day. This instantly aroused his interest. And if you want to know more about the witch's past, you have to go to the duke's mansion. No matter from which angle, he should go to the duke's mansion to have a look.
"Oh?"
Lisa was a little embarrassed.
"Maybe it's not convenient."
If it were someone else, she might have rolled her eyes and refused. But the man in front of her was really handsome and good-looking. She wanted to help, but she didn't dare to offend the duke. Just when she felt deeply regretful, she suddenly had an idea and thought of something.
"Oh, right."
She happily grabbed Zhao Sun's arm.
"The duke is very hospitable and holds a banquet every week. All residents of the town have the opportunity to participate."
Zhao Sun immediately understood what Lisa meant, and asked,
"When will the banquet start?" "You're lucky. Tonight is the duke's weekly public banquet."
Lisa winked at Zhao Sun.
"That's great."
Zhao Sun was happy for a moment, and then asked with some worry,
"But I'm not a resident of the town. Can I also participate?" "Of course."
Lisa patted the back of Zhao Sun's hand.
"How can the duke know all the residents of the town? Moreover, it is impossible for all residents of the town to attend every public banquet. So it is first come first served. When the number of people is almost the same, the door of the duke's mansion will be closed. So no one can say who will have the opportunity to participate in the banquet. Then what time should I go to the door of the duke's mansion to line up?"
Zhao Sun asked.
"With me here, you don't need to queue up,"
Lisa said with a smile.
"I'll open the small door on the side for you, and you can go in. There are many people in the duke's mansion tonight, and no one will suspect that you came in through the small door. Thank you so much."
Zhao Sun also laughed, with a warm and kind smile.
"I wonder if it will cause you trouble." "No, no."
Lisa shook her head repeatedly.
"Every time at the banquet, there are a few people who come in through the small door through connections, and other maids have also helped open the small door." "That's good."
Zhao Sun asked again.
"Then when should I go there?" "At 5 o'clock in the evening. We will meet here, and then I will take you there."
Lisa pointed to a small alley next to it.
"Don't go on the main road. It's too conspicuous." "Okay."
Zhao Sun agreed.
"That."
Lisa's eyes flickered, looking at Zhao Sun expectantly.
"I've helped you so much. Can you kiss me?"
Zhao Sun, really a passionate and bold girl. Seeing that Zhao Sun did not respond, Lisa asked again.
"Is it okay?"
Zhao Sun smiled and looked at Lisa, but did not speak immediately. He knew very well that the result of a direct refusal would most likely result in the other party being unwilling to take him into the duke's mansion. Although he had a chance to enter by queuing, he needed to make sure that he could enter. But selling his sex, Zhao Sun supported the wall behind Lisa with one hand, lowered his head slightly, and his warm breath almost entangled Lisa's breathing.
Lisa instantly felt her heart beating like a drum, and her breathing became rapid. She looked up at Zhao Sun, her eyes full of expectation. Why not? Zhao Sun's voice was slightly low. After entering the Duke's mansion? How about a kiss? Lisa was a little disappointed, but after hearing the last sentence, she instantly became happy again. You said it, yes. I said it. Zhao Sun laughed softly. Then we'll see you in the evening. Lisa waved her hand and left excitedly. She couldn't wait any longer and just hoped that the evening would come soon. Zhao Sun stood there and watched for a while, until he was sure that Lisa was out of sight. He walked to a small fountain nearby and washed the back of his hands carefully several times. Selling sex is not a disadvantage for him, but as a principled man, he will not easily have any intimate contact with a woman he is not interested in. He just said that, of course, just to stabilize Lisa and make Lisa willing to take him to the Duke's mansion. When they get to the Duke's mansion, Lisa will have no use to him. By then, Zhao Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. We'll talk about it later. Chapter 21. You close your eyes. 5 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Sun met Lisa as promised. Under Lisa's guidance, he entered the Duke's mansion smoothly from the side door. At this time, there was a long queue outside the gate of the Duke's mansion, and many civilians were looking forward to entering the Duke's mansion to enjoy a delicious and sumptuous meal. When Zhao Sun passed by, he also saw Shen Yaolong, who was a little disheveled. Shen Yaolong seemed to be so hungry that he had no strength. He sat on the ground in line, lowered his head, and seemed to have difficulty even looking up. So he didn't notice Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun didn't stay for long, just took a look, and left with Lisa. He was not surprised to meet other players here. It would be strange if he didn't meet other players all the time. Although everyone's tasks are different, they are likely to have some correlation. Since he needs to enter the Duke's mansion to collect clues, other players may also enter the Duke's mansion for different reasons. After successfully entering the Duke's mansion, Lisa couldn't wait to turn her head and look at Zhao Sun. We agreed before. She didn't finish her words, but the implication couldn't be more obvious. Zhao Sun laughed. Close your eyes. Lisa closed her eyes obediently and waited with her face up. Zhao Sun stretched out his hand and gestured, and slashed Lisa's neck neatly. Lisa fell down without even making a sound. Then, Zhao Sun dragged her into the bushes next to her and put her down in a corner where no one noticed. Then he took out the suitcase from the storage compartment and took out the rope and rags he found in Xiao Ai's house during the day. He blocked Lisa's mouth and tied Lisa tightly with a rope. He ensured that Lisa would not have the opportunity to wake up and ask for help before he left the Duke's mansion. As for the follow-up, a maid who failed to kiss could not go around looking for people for this matter. He didn't need to worry at all. After doing all this and making sure that no one was passing by outside, Zhao Sun walked out quickly. He patted the grass leaves on his trouser legs and cleaned the dust off his body. Then stepped out of here and began to explore the entire Duke's mansion. As Lisa said before, the Duke's mansion was indeed full of sculptures. Some were the size of a palm and placed on the table, while others were taller than a person and stood in the garden. Each one was lifelike and very beautiful. Just looking at it like this, it is impossible to tell whether there is anything special among these sculptures. Zhao Sun was thinking about how to choose the one he needed from the many sculptures, or just take a look at each sculpture. He suddenly heard a faint chewing sound coming from the front. He walked quietly along the source of the sound, bypassed a big tree, and found Shen Yaolong hiding behind the tree and eating fruit. The dinner will start soon. Why are you hiding here to eat fruit? Zhao Sun said directly. Shen Yaolong was eating voraciously when he was startled by the sudden sound, and the half-eaten fruit in his hand fell into the grass. He showed a distressed look and raised his head suddenly, wanting to scold the other party. But after seeing Zhao Sun's face clearly, he held back all the words. I'm just too hungry, Shen Yaolong explained honestly. I haven't eaten a single bite since I got on the infinite train. The dinner will not officially start for another hour. I'm really hungry. I saw some wild fruits here, so I picked one and ate it. Zhao Sun looked at Shen Yaolong and didn't speak for a long time. Shen Yaolong's current appearance is not an exaggeration to say that he is fleeing from famine. I don't know what he went through from yesterday evening to this evening. Shen Yaolong is not only disheveled, but also looks more haggard and embarrassed than when he got off the train. It looks like he is not just starving, but also seems to have been robbed. Otherwise his clothes would not be dirty. Zhao Sun stared at Shen Yaolong like this, not because he sympathized with him. He just felt that Shen Yaolong was not here just for food. Shen Yaolong's reason seemed reasonable, but it didn't stand up to scrutiny. even if he was too hungry to wait until the formal dinner started in an hour before eating. He should have found dessert in the banquet hall. When Lisa brought Zhao Sun in before, she mentioned that drinks and desserts would be provided before the dinner officially started. If you are really hungry, you should eat dessert in the banquet hall instead of running so far to eat fruits in the garden. Besides, people who enter the Duke's mansion for the first time have no idea whether there are edible fruits in the garden. If there are no fruits, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Shen Yaolong was stared at by Zhao Sun and felt uncomfortable. He always felt that his mind seemed to be seen through. What I said is true. He wiped the fruit juice on his mouth and couldn't help but emphasize. I came here just to eat. Zhao Sun laughed softly. I didn't say you have other purposes. Why are you so nervous? Shen Yaolong's expression froze. He knew that he overreacted and exposed himself. For a while, neither of them spoke again, and there was a strange silence in the air. A few seconds later, Shen Yaolong suddenly turned around and ran away. Unfortunately, he forgot that his height and long legs were completely inferior to Zhao Sun, and Zhao Sun's reaction speed was also faster. Shen Yaolong had just run out 2 steps when Zhao Sun grabbed his shoulder firmly. The moment he was caught, Shen Yaolong immediately gave up resisting and struggling, turned around and knelt down. Brother, I admit that I came here for my main task, but I promise that I will not hinder you in any way. He looked up at Zhao Sun with a sincere face. I just want to do my task quietly, want to pass the game to get points, and want to survive. I have no intention of obstructing you from doing the task, let alone doing anything that is not good for you. Really? Zhao Sun smiled without comment. In fact, they both knew very well that whether it would be bad for him was not up to Shen Yaolong himself, in case their main tasks conflicted. Even if Shen Yaolong didn't want to go against him, he had to go against him. Therefore, Shen Yaolong's words were not very convincing. However, he caught Shen Yaolong not to beat him. Let me ask you. Zhao Sun looked down at Shen Yaolong. You didn't do the personal task issued by the endless train yesterday, right? Shen Yaolong was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Zhao Sun to ask this question suddenly. But he quickly answered. Yes, I didn't do it. Then were you punished? Zhao Sun asked again. No. Shen Yaolong shook his head. As expected? Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. Chapter 22 What a Coincidence. Chapter 22 What a Coincidence. The train rules say that on the endless train, every passenger must complete a personal task every day. But the completion of the personal task of the day will be settled at midnight every day. That is to say, as long as you get off the train before midnight, you don't have to go through the daily settlement on the train. Therefore, there will be no punishment if you don't do the personal task. However, for Zhao Sun, if he wants to earn more points, he still has to do the personal tasks he can do. Brother, I have said everything I should say. Can you let me go? Shen Yaolong asked tentatively. Zhao Sun smiled at Shen Yaolong, and when Shen Yaolong felt uncomfortable, he suddenly asked, What is your main task in this game? Shen Yaolong opened his mouth and reacted just after spitting out half a syllable. Brother, although I can beat you, I am not a fool. How can I tell you my task casually? He stood up while speaking, clenched his fists, and prepared to be beaten. It was a close call. He almost said it. Shen Yaolong stared at Zhao Sun's hands, with a look of caution. If Zhao Sun really took action, he would immediately call for help, and would not care about the consequences of attracting everyone's attention. He had to save his life first. Okay. Zhao Sun shrugged and turned away. Shen Yaolong looked surprised. He looked at Zhao Sun's back as he left gracefully, and he didn't recover for a long time. Just let him go. Seeing Zhao Sun walking farther and farther away, Shen Yaolong was sure that he was really let go. He was immediately grateful. Although he didn't know why Zhao Sun suddenly had a guilty conscience and let him go. He finally saved his life. Before Shen Yaolong had time to be grateful for a long time, he suddenly heard footsteps not far away. The sound was a little heavy and hurried. He quickly hid behind a tree and looked out carefully. At this time, the sky had completely darkened, and the whole garden was pitch black. But there was an oil lamp in front of him, which clearly illuminated the face of the person holding the lamp. It was one of the players, the 2-meter-tall strong man. The strong man was not wearing the same clothes he wore when he entered the game, but the guard uniform of the Duke's mansion. Shen Yaolong immediately understood that after the strong man entered the game, the identity assigned to him was likely to be one of the guards in the Duke's mansion. At this time, the strong man was walking into the bushes. Shen Yaolong was startled and hurried to hide in the other side. If he was discovered by other guards, They would only think that he was a resident of the town who came to the banquet, and at most asked him not to wander around in the garden, and asked him to go back to the banquet hall. But if he was seen by the strongman, he would definitely guess that he came for the main quest. This strongman was an experienced player with game experience, and he was not a good person to get along with. He might have solved him indiscriminately when he found him. He was not good among the new players, and he didn't dare to fight against the old players. Fortunately, Shen Yalong was not standing in a dead end, and there was a way out on the other side of the tree. He tried to be as light as possible, and took each step when the strongman made a noise. Finally, when the strongman walked to the tree, he left the area and hid in another small bamboo forest. Shen Yalong was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly felt that there seemed to be someone behind him. He turned around suddenly and saw Zhao Sun, who had just left. Although he couldn't see his face clearly in the dark, his figure and the fact that they happened to meet in such a place made it easy for him to determine who the other person was. Shen Yalong was embarrassed. "What a coincidence!" "Shut up!" Zhao Sun warned in a low voice. Shen Yalong immediately fell silent. Zhao Sun listened carefully to the movement outside, and noticed that the footsteps of the strongman were approaching. So he immediately walked deeper into the bamboo forest. He found the strongman before Shen Yalong, and just when he was about to walk out of the lawn, he suddenly heard a voice. He felt that the voice was a little familiar, so he subconsciously hid back and took a peek. The moment he saw the strongman, he understood his identity, although he didn't know what the main task of the strongman was. As an intruder, he was obviously hostile to the identity of the strongman as a guard, even if it was not certain whether the tasks of each other conflicted. It was a routine operation to nip the potential threat in the bud, especially for old players like the strongman who didn't take new players seriously. Moreover, the strongman should have heard some noises before, so he proposed to go into the bushes to look for someone. So Zhao Sun immediately changed his place to hide. Sure enough, the strongman first looked for the location where Shen Yalong was. However, the strongman did not find anyone there, so he would not give up easily. Zhao Sun could only continue to walk deep into the bamboo forest and fight guerrilla warfare with the strongman. Shen Yalong saw Zhao Sun walking in. He hesitated for a moment, and followed him. In comparison, the strongman posed a greater threat to him than Zhao Sun. Since Zhao Sun had let him go before, there was no need to attack him at this time. It was safer to follow Zhao Sun than to be exposed to the strongman. Not long after, the strongman found his way into the bamboo forest. At this moment, Zhao Sun and Shen Yalong had walked deep into the bamboo forest and stood under a tall wall. This was already the edge of the Duke's mansion, and they could leave the Duke's mansion by climbing over the wall. But the two people's tasks had not made any progress, so it is naturally impossible to leave the Duke's mansion. They can only walk far away along the wall to see if they can get out of the bamboo forest. After walking quietly for 2 or 3 minutes, the footsteps of the strongman behind them suddenly stopped. Zhao Sun immediately stopped and listened. Shen Yalong also held his breath and tried to listen to the movement in the distance. It turned out that another guard stopped the strongman and said that 2 small town residents were fighting at the door of the banquet hall and needed to maintain order. So, the strongman's footsteps gradually went away, until no sound could be heard. Shen Yalong took a heavy breath. Zhao Sun looked at the dark distance and had a rough guess about the main task of the strongman in his heart. The strongman could follow to the depths of the bamboo forest, which proved that he was very sure that there was someone hiding here. Normally, even if he was stopped by others, he should insist on finding the person first. But he left. That only means that the other party's request was something he could not refuse or violate. In other words, his main task might be to fulfill the duties of a guard, including the arrangements of his superiors and the orders of the Duke. If his guess is correct, then there is not much conflict between his main task and that of the strong man. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun turned around and continued to walk out along the wall. For safety reasons, he could not return to the original way, so he could only find another suitable way out. Just after walking 5 steps away, he suddenly found a sculpture as tall as a person in front of him. The moonlight poked its head out from the layers of clouds, bringing a faint light to the dark world. One of the beams of moonlight shone on the face of the sculpture through the gaps in the bamboo leaves. At that moment, Zhao Sun seemed to see the sculpture blink. Chapter 23 Hidden Mission. In the corner of the wall, under the cover of 2 thick bamboos, everything in the dark was blurry. It was not until Zhao Sun approached that he could see clearly that there was a sculpture as tall as a person. When the clouds were blown away by the wind, and the moonlight fell on the face of the sculpture's eyes seemed to move.
because the light was bright and dim, and the shadows of the bamboo leaves were shaking. Zhao Sun was not sure if he had seen it wrong. He walked towards the sculpture and stopped until he was in front of it. This was the appearance of a young girl, with her hands on her chest, making a prayer gesture. It was a bit strange to put such a sculpture in such a corner where no one cared. Moreover, there was no moss, spider webs or dust on the sculpture, and it was obvious that it had been well taken care of. It seemed that only Ruby, who loved sculptures very much, could do this. Even in such a deep place, Ruby could find it. Or was this sculpture not here at first, but was moved to this position later? This might be the sculpture he needed. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun stretched out his hand and probed towards the chest of the sculpture. Just as his fingers were about to touch the cold marble, he clearly saw that the sculpture's eyeballs moved. The eyes that should have been lifeless seemed to be locked on him tightly. This time, he was sure that he was not wrong. Before he could take any action, a semi-transparent pop-up window suddenly popped up in front of him. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for triggering the hidden task. This task is a stage task, which is divided into 3 stages. Stage 1. Explore the origin between the witch and the sculpture. Zhao Sun was a little surprised. He had considered that in addition to the main task, there might be side tasks or hidden tasks in the game. But he did not expect that the hidden task would be triggered under such a coincidence. A random coincidence. Moreover, based on the information provided by the hidden task, he basically confirmed that this sculpture was the target of his main task. In other words, the part of the sculpture he needed was the sculpture in front of him.
Brother, why are you standing there?
Shen Yalong's voice suddenly came from behind. Zhao Sun turned back quickly. Shen Yalong was about to stand up. When he was sure that the strongman had left, he relaxed and lost his strength. He sat on the ground for a long time. Now that he felt a little better, he wanted to leave here quickly. Who knew that as soon as he looked up, he saw Zhao Sun standing motionless not far in front of him. After the strong man, the biggest threat, left, Shen Yalong's defense against Zhao Sun was raised to the highest level. He would not think that they were teammates just because they had just avoided the strong man together. Suddenly seeing Zhao Sun standing still, he was worried that Zhao Sun would do something again. Zhao Sun walked quickly in front of Shen Yalong, blocked Shen Yalong's sight, and pointed to the way he came, and said to Shen Yalong,
"You leave from there."
He was not sure whether the hidden task would not be triggered by other players after one player triggered it, or whether it could be triggered by all players after seeing the sculpture. Just in case, he couldn't let Shen Yalong see the sculpture. Therefore, Shen Yalong must be driven away immediately.
Why?
Shen Yalong looked puzzled.
Because you can't beat me,
Zhao Sun said briefly. Shen Yalong. Now there is no reason at all. Just completely violent suppression. So angry. But he really can't beat him. Damn it. When he grows up, he must wash away today's shame. Shen Yalong turned around reluctantly, listening carefully to the movement outside, while walking back the way he came. No matter how much dissatisfaction he had in his heart, he only dared to complain in his heart. His fear of Zhao Sun made his steps without stopping, running faster than a rabbit. Zhao Sun didn't walk back to the sculpture until he was sure that Shen Yalong was far away.
"Hello,"
he greeted politely, and then went straight to the point.
"Excuse me. Do you know Ruby?"
The sculpture stood motionless, without any response.
"I know you are different from ordinary sculptures,"
Zhao Sun said again.
"You are not a dead thing."
The sculpture still didn't move. Zhao Sun thought for a moment, and said nothing more. Instead, he suddenly raised his hand and stretched it towards the chest of the sculpture. His movements were too fast, and there was no tendency to retract. Just when his hand was about to touch the sculpture blocked its chest with one hand and slapped Zhao Sun's hand away with the other hand.
"You are indeed a living sculpture."
Zhao Sun smiled. The sculpture did not respond to him, obviously trying to play dead. And it was this action that made the sculpture's eyes move before. He used this method again, and the sculpture was exposed. From this, it can be seen that this sculpture is not only alive, but also has gender awareness.
"What do you want to do?"
The sculpture made a sound, and the tone was very dissatisfied. Her voice was crisp, which was very consistent with her appearance as a young girl.
"Did you save Ruby at the stake?"
Zhao Sun did not beat around the bush and asked the key question directly. The sculpture was stunned and did not speak for a long time. Zhao Sun was not in a hurry and continued.
"The residents of the town said that a gust of sand and gravel suddenly blew at the execution ground. When the wind stopped, Ruby disappeared. If Ruby had the ability to untie the rope, she would have run away long ago, without having to wait until she was about to be burned to death. So someone must have helped her escape at that time.
Zhao Sun smiled and pointed at the sculpture and said,
Since it was not made by the witch herself, it could only be made by a sculpture that was closely related to her. How can you be sure that Ruby and I have a relationship?
The sculpture asked puzzledly.
This is the first time I met you, and you have never seen me and Ruby together. The maids in the Duke's mansion said that Ruby loves sculptures the most, and she does her best to clean and wipe all the sculptures in the Duke's mansion every day.
Zhao Sun said as a matter of course.
Although I don't know why you came back to life, but you have spiritual intelligence, and the human you come into contact with the most is Ruby, so you should have a good relationship with her.
In fact, the most direct reason is the explicit indication of the hidden task. But he couldn't say it out loud. The sculpture probably felt that it had been seen through, so it simply put on a proud look.
I saved Ruby. What can you do to me? So, Ruby was hidden by you.
Zhao Sun did not answer but asked,
Do you know where Ruby is now?
The sculpture was silent again, and even the slightly raised chin lowered again. Although the sculpture did not say anything, it was not difficult to see from her reaction that Zhao Sun guessed right. Zhao Sun's tone was gentle.
Don't worry. I have no intention of hurting Ruby, nor do I plan to hand her over to the Public Security Bureau.
The sculpture immediately refuted.
I don't believe it. You humans are all liars.
Chapter 24: The Origin of Witches and Sculptures. Zhao Sun asked with a smile.
Isn't Ruby a human?
The sculpture was stunned, and opened its mouth for a long time without saying anything.
Since you saved Ruby, it proves that you like Ruby very much. Then you should know that not all humans are treacherous and bad people.
Zhao Sun persuaded. The sculpture's expression was tangled. After a long while, she looked at Zhao Sun and asked,
How do I know that you are a good person? You don't need to think that I am a good person. You just need to believe that I will not harm Ruby in this matter.
Zhao Sun said firmly. His main task is not to hand Ruby over to the Public Security Bureau, nor to let Ruby be burned to death as a witch. So even if Ruby is really an evil witch, he doesn't have to hurt Ruby. What's more, from all the information collected so far, everyone's evaluation of Ruby is
good, hardworking, and enthusiastic,
which shows that everyone liked Ruby before she was discovered to be a witch. Even if she is a witch, it may not have much to do with evil, coupled with the sculpture's desire to protect Ruby and its angry look towards other humans. It makes people feel that Ruby may not be evil. Then, the case of
Zhao Ai's parents were killed by Ruby
is open to discussion. In short, no matter from which angle, he has no need to do anything to hurt Ruby. The sculpture struggled with himself in his heart, and then said awkwardly,
I can't tell you where Ruby is hiding.
This sentence is a disguised admission that Ruby was indeed hidden by her. Zhao Sun did not dwell on this issue, but asked,
Then can you tell me about your past with Ruby? Tell me the story between you and her in detail.
The sculpture thought seriously for a while, and after making sure that talking about the past would not reveal any information about Ruby's present, he agreed.
I can tell you, but you have to keep it secret. If I know that you told others, I will kill you.
After that, she raised her fist and made a threatening gesture. Zhao Sun smiled.
Okay.
The current progress of things is the same as he expected. Skylight effect, also known as the house demolition effect. During the negotiation process, first put forward a request that the other party is unwilling to accept. Then lower the conditions and put forward a request that the other party is more likely to accept. In this way, the probability of the other party agreeing will be very high. In fact, what Zhao Sun wanted to know was the origin of the sculpture in Ruby. He could not guarantee that the sculpture would be willing to tell if he asked directly, so he used a little strategy. The sculpture sorted out his thoughts and told the story from the beginning.
Ruby has been a maid in the Duke's mansion since she was a child. She is lively and active, and the entire Duke's mansion has been explored by her. So, even I, who was abandoned in the deep corner, was discovered by her. She loves sculptures very much. Even if I am in such a corner, no one pays attention to me, and no one watches me. She insists on wiping my body every day, every time in front of me. She tells me her troubles. Over time, I gradually became conscious. After a few years, my consciousness became clearer and clearer, and I could speak. She was not afraid of me, but was very happy that I was
alive.
She also liked to communicate with me more, and told me stories and gossip. After that, she occasionally brought some small accessories to dress me up. She said that girls all love to be beautiful. Perhaps because she talked to me every day. my intelligence became higher and higher, and I gradually gained the ability to move freely. However, I can only move outside for half an hour every day, and most of the time I have to stay here like a sculpture. It was when I was free that I heard that she was arrested as a witch and was about to be burned at the stake. They also said that Ruby killed innocent townspeople. I don't believe it. Ruby is definitely not such a bad person. So, I went to save her and hit her. I want to protect her well.
At this point, the sculptor looked at Xiao Sun without blinking.
No one can hurt her.
It was full of warning. Xiao Sun was not afraid, but his smile became softer.
For you, it was Ruby who gave you life.
That's right, the sculptor admitted frankly.
Ruby is both my friend and the mother who gave me life. She is the only irreplaceable and important existence to me.
As soon as the sculptor finished speaking, a translucent pop-up window popped up in front of Xiao Sun. Congratulations to player Xiao Sun for completing the first stage of the hidden task, the origin of the witch and the sculpture. The witch gave the sculpture life and intelligence with passion and love. Hidden task stage 2. Find the truth about why the girl Ruby was identified as a witch and clear her name. Xiao Sun raised one eyebrow slightly. Looking at the content of this stage 2, it seems that Ruby's identity as a witch was imposed by others. So Ruby is just an ordinary person. Speaking of which, Ruby was captured by the Public Security Bureau and tied to the stake, and she had no way to escape. From this point of view, she is indeed more like an ordinary person with no ability. But, can an ordinary person make the sculpture have intelligence just by talking to the sculpture for years? It's unlikely. Either Ruby has some special ability, or this sculpture itself is special, since Ruby has been in contact with all the sculptures in the Duke's mansion for a long time. But only this sculpture has intelligence. Xiao Sun is more inclined to think that this sculpture has something special, and Ruby herself is indeed an ordinary person. At this point, the more he knew about the inside story, the more he overturned his initial speculations.
Hey! Why aren't you talking?
Seeing Xiao Sun's absent-minded look, the sculptor couldn't help but speak.
Are you scared?
Xiao Sun came back to his senses.
I'm thinking. Thinking about what?
The sculptor asked.
You think Ruby didn't kill the townspeople. Then do you have any evidence to prove it?
Xiao Sun asked. The sculptor was stunned. After stuttering several times, she said angrily,
even if I don't have evidence, I can be 100% sure that Ruby was wronged. Did Ruby tell you how she was wronged?
Xiao Sun didn't care about the sculptor's attitude, and asked,
as a party involved, she always knows more about the inside story than others.
The sculptor's angry expression slowly disappeared, and she lowered her head in a depressed mood.
I asked her many times, but she refused to tell me, saying that she was afraid that I would drag me down after I knew it. Then did you find anything else wrong?
Xiao Sun patiently guided.
Anything is fine, as long as you think it's abnormal.
The sculptor recalled seriously for a while before saying,
a month ago, Ruby mentioned it to me once, saying that a couple was killed, and she couldn't save the couple, and she was very sad, and she was very worried that the couple's daughter would end up like her.
Xiao Sun immediately asked,
the same end? What do you mean?
Chapter 25 Playing a Righteous Person. From the point of view of time, the couple that Ruby mentioned who were killed should be Xiao Ai's parents. So Ruby is worried that Xiao Ai will end up like her. Ruby's parents also died, and she moved into the Duke's mansion soon after. Is Ruby worried that Xiao Ai will also enter the Duke's mansion and become a maid? But this is not a bad result. Besides, Ruby was too young at the time, and only the Duke's mansion was willing to take her in. Xiao Ai is different. She is an adult, and can make money by working with her own hands. Just like what Xiao Ai said today. She will go to the flower garden to take care of the flower fields in the morning, and sell flowers in the afternoon. She can support herself, and she doesn't have to enter the Duke's mansion. At the end, that Ruby is worried about is not this. What else could it be? The sculptor shook his head, and looked even more depressed.
Ruby didn't say anything. I don't know.
Xiao Sun was not disappointed, and asked,
did anything else happen during this month?
The sculptor frowned and said angrily,
it took more than 20 days for someone to discover the death of the couple, and somehow it was blamed on Ruby. After I rescued Ruby, she told me that she was ready to do everything to expose a dark inside story, but was discovered before the action. So she took the blame. Did she tell you who framed her?
Xiao Sun asked again.
No.
The sculptor answered hesitantly. Xiao Sun was silent for a moment. Then he looked up and looked at the sculpture, and said very seriously,
Ruby should be wronged.
The sculptor blinked, as if he couldn't believe what he heard.
Do you believe Ruby?
Now the residents of the whole town firmly believe that Ruby is an evil witch. And the sculptor doesn't expect that there are still humans willing to believe Ruby. Suddenly hearing Zhao Sun say this, the sculptor was both excited and happy. Zhao Sun nodded and said,
If I can find evidence to prove that Ruby is innocent, then she won't have to live in hiding. And she won't have to worry about being put on the stake. Really? Can you do it?
The sculptor looked a little surprised, but also a little skeptical.
I'll try my best.
Zhao Sun didn't promise directly, but said sincerely,
Innocent people shouldn't be wronged. This is unfair. I can't bear to see such unfair things happen. I hope to do my best to help her clear her grievances.
Seeing that Zhao Sun didn't seem to be joking, the sculptor's heart gradually surged with a little touch of emotion.
Thank you. This is what everyone with a sense of justice should do.
Zhao Sun smiled gently. After a pause, he made another suggestion to the sculptor.
By the way, you should ask Ruby and let her tell as much as possible about what she knows, so that I can find evidence to prove her innocence faster.
The sculptor nodded.
Okay, I will persuade her. I will come again after dinner tonight. I hope to get some good news from you then.
Zhao Sun glanced at the time on his mobile phone. It was almost 7 o'clock, and the dinner was about to begin.
So urgent?
The sculptor was a little embarrassed.
People in the Public Security Bureau are not here to do nothing. The longer things are delayed, the higher the possibility that Ruby will be caught.
Zhao Sun reminded.
Okay, I get it.
The sculptor felt that what Zhao Sun said made sense, and she nodded seriously.
I will definitely let Ruby tell me the inside story. Then I'll leave first and wait for your good news.
Zhao Sun finished speaking. His eyes inadvertently swept across the sculptor's chest and turned to leave. His main task, get the sculptor's heart, actually did not specify in detail how to get it. It can be digging out the heart, using physical methods to get the heart. It can also be emotional support and trust. Of course, feelings are not necessarily love, and favors can also be the same. If the hidden task is not triggered, Zhao Sun will consider digging out the heart directly. The simplest way to achieve the goal is not easy to cause complications, but he will not give up easily if he triggers the hidden task. After all, he remembers that there is also a special item column in the personal panel, since there is no way to buy special items on the train, and the system does not have them all. It is likely that this special item is produced in the hidden task. Besides, you may get extra points by completing the hidden mission, no matter from which perspective. You should not give up the hidden mission easily. With the constraints of the hidden mission, Zhao Sun must keep the lives of the sculptor and Ruby, so he can only use the more troublesome second way to get the sculptor's heart. In the previous silent time, he quickly weighed the pros and cons, and then chose to play a righteous man in front of the sculptor. Fortunately, the sculptor does not have the complicated thoughts of humans. As long as it is sincere enough, it is still easy to fool. Zhao Sun avoided the patrolling guards, walked out of the bamboo forest quickly, and rushed to the banquet hall, because in the morning, it was determined that he would go to the Duke's mansion tonight for a big meal. In order to save his own supplies, he did not eat for a day, so he could not miss this meal anyway. Zhao Sun entered the banquet hall smoothly. Just as he took a breath, he heard someone announce that the Duke had arrived. Zhao Sun looked up and saw a middle-aged man with a big belly coming out. The bloated figure was wearing a complicated and gorgeous dress, looking like a big winter melon beautifully wrapped. Zhao Sun was not interested in the Duke. He was about to find some dessert to fill his stomach first, but he saw someone following the Duke, somewhat familiar. He glanced over. It was the female player, who looked underage. The girl's hands tightly pinched her skirt and looked around uneasily. It seemed that this girl should have been in the Duke's mansion after entering the game, just like the strongman. It's just that the identities of the two people are obviously different. Looking at the girl's dress, she doesn't look like a maid. The Duke raised his hand and held one of the girl's hands, pulling the girl into his arms. His face was undisguised possessiveness, and his movements were more intimate. The girl was timid and wanted to resist, but she didn't seem to dare to resist. She could only raise her hands to hug herself, as if she was defending, and as if she was comforting herself. Perhaps because he was cautious in front of everyone, the Duke did not make any further moves, but his hands would linger on the girl's face, hands and waist from time to time. Zhao Sun frowned slightly. The scene was too hot for the eyes, so he chose not to watch it. He turned to look for the dessert on the table, while the Duke began to speak. After eating several small cakes, Zhao Sun finally felt that his hungry stomach was somewhat appeased. Chapter 26 New Favorite. The Duke's high-sounding speech just ended. And at his signal, the servants brought out plate after plate of delicious food.
Everyone, don't be polite. Don't be restrained. Enjoy it to your heart's content.
The Duke raised his arms and made an invitation gesture. Everyone looked at each other and stopped being polite. Zhao Sun quickly and accurately broke off the 2 thighs of the roast chicken and ate it before others could react. Although everyone was a little dissatisfied, they couldn't snatch food from Zhao Sun's mouth. They had to roll their eyes at Zhao Sun and find other food to eat. The civilians in the town enjoyed the rich food, and the Duke enjoyed the compliments of everyone. Everyone got what they needed, and the meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. The Duke was in a good mood, and he opened a bottle of his treasured wine and shared half a glass with everyone. Zhao Sun took a sip and didn't drink any more. He gave the rest to a guard standing not far away, in order to protect the Duke's safety. In case there are civilians with bad intentions, there are guards around the entire banquet hall. Of course, there are also a few guards inside the banquet hall. The guard looked at the wine glass handed to him and was a little surprised.
I don't like to drink, but this wine is really delicious. It would be a waste to throw it away.
Zhao Sun showed a regretful look and said to the guard,
I see that you work very hard. Brother guard, why not reward yourself?
The guard was a little moved, but still hesitant. Zhao Sun certainly knew what the guard was hesitating about. He smiled and said,
It's just half a glass of wine. Brother guard, you can't get drunk so easily. Right. It will definitely not affect your next work. That's true.
The guard took the wine glass and drank it all. After handing the glass back to Zhao Sun, the guard smacked his lips with satisfaction.
By the way, guard, do you know who that girl is?
Zhao Sun pointed at the young female player sitting on the Duke's lap and asked.
She looks very close to the Duke.
The guard was a little more relaxed after drinking, and his tone was not serious.
She is the Duke's new favorite. New favorite?
Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. Although the relationship between the young female player and the Duke was almost obvious, it was really direct to call her new favorite. After all, she was a player. Even if she was timid and cowardly, she didn't have to obey an NPC so much. It's impossible that the main task of the young female player is to become the Duke's new favorite. Right? If that's the case, it's a bit outrageous. He would feel that they are not in the same game channel.
Yes. She came suddenly last night.
The guard recalled and continued.
I don't know her specific identity. I just know that the Duke likes her very much.
Zhao Sun thought for a while and asked.
In your impression, when you found her existence, was she already in the Duke's mansion?
The guard thought for a while with some embarrassment.
Now that you put it, it seems to be the case. Maybe she came when I was resting.
Zhao Sun said, and changed the subject.
Looking at the attitude of the Duke, it seems that he wants to make that girl his wife? I don't know about that.
The guard smiled ambiguously.
The Duke likes young girls, but he has never married a wife. So that's the case.
Zhao Sun also laughed.
I just don't know if the girl is willing. Why wouldn't she be willing?
The guard said disdainfully.
The Duke's status is here. So many women want to be favored. She has such an honor. How could she be unwilling? So, the girl and the Duke should get along very happily. Right,
Zhao Sun said, glancing at the young female player in the distance. She lowered her head to look at her fingers, rarely spoke, and only when the Duke touched her. Her shoulders trembled slightly. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like she is willing. Not to mention happy.
It should be quite pleasant.
The guard seemed to have reacted. He looked Zhao Sun up and down and laughed with an ambiguous meaning.
You kid, are you interested in that girl? No.
Zhao Sun waved his hands quickly.
I dare not compete with the Duke for a woman. You are sensible.
The guard patted Zhao Sun on the shoulder.
But you are not completely without a chance. If the Duke is tired of her,
he will not mind other men coming for that girl. Ha! Then I can only wait patiently.
Zhao Sun smiled. After chatting for a few more words, seeing that the banquet was about to end and the Duke had already left with his new favorite, Zhao Sun quickly ended the topic with the guard, picked up the brown paper bag he had long been eyeing, and stuffed some bread, a few bottles of milk, and a few packs of desserts into it. Although he was not sure whether the food in the game could be taken out of the game, taking away these foods was enough to ensure that he would not have to eat the supplies in his suitcase or go hungry in the remaining 2 days in the game. The guards were somewhat stunned as they watched Zhao Sun carry a large bag of food out of the banquet hall. The Duke did not stipulate that food could not be packed and taken away, but no one else had done this so far. Zhao Sun did not care about other people's eyes at all and walked out on his own. A few brave people saw this and found a piece of craft paper on the dining table and wrapped some food to take away. There were more people who were not brave enough, so they could only watch with envy and grumble with jealousy. Zhao Sun walked out for a while, and while there were many people and chaos, most of the guards went to the gate of the Duke's mansion to maintain order, and quickly sneaked into the bamboo forest in the garden. As he walked into the depths of the bamboo forest, he recalled the conversation he had just had with the guards. He asked those questions with the intention of finding out what role the underage female player played here and trying to guess the girl's main task. Unexpectedly, he learned about the Duke's private life. In fact, from the way the Duke behaved, it was clear that he was an old pervert. But from the few words of the guards, the Duke was much more chaotic than a simple old pervert. Ruby had lived in the hands of such a master since she was a child. If she had a little bit of beauty, she would probably not escape the fate of being tainted. In addition, the sculptor said before that Ruby was worried that Xiao Ai would have the same fate as her. To be honest, Xiao Ai was pretty. This made him think that the fate that Ruby was worried about meant that Xiao Ai would be tainted by the Duke like her. Going deeper, it was speculated that the death of Xiao Ai's parents might also be related to the Duke. And it was the Duke who made Ruby take the blame. The reason why the Duke killed Xiao Ai's parents was to be able to get Xiao Ai without any obstacles. Chapter 27. You have to be careful. Although this idea is too dark, it makes sense logically. However, Zhao Sun has no evidence at present, and it is all just his reasoning and speculation. It depends on whether the sculptor can get some useful information from Ruby to support his speculation. While thinking this way, Zhao Sun has already found the sculpture girl in the bamboo forest. The sculptor saw Zhao Sun appear as promised, and without waiting for Zhao Sun to speak, he took the initiative to say,
Ruby still refuses to tell me too much.
Zhao Sun frowned slightly. He doesn't have much time for games, and it would be troublesome if he wasted it all on persuading Ruby. Just when he was thinking about how to convince the sculptor to let him meet Ruby directly, the sculptor spoke again.
She doesn't trust you. She's afraid that if she tells the truth, both she and I will be in trouble.
Sculptor looked at Zhao Sun and said,
I think her worries are reasonable, and I can't completely trust you. After all, we just met.
Zhao Sun showed a helpless smile.
It's true that we just met not long ago. It's normal that you can't be completely confident in me. But now we don't have much time. We have been suspicious of each other and internal friction. In the end, Ruby is the one who suffers. I just think I should listen to Ruby.
Sculptor was a little stunned. Obviously, she didn't think about what Zhao Sun said. She said a little panicked.
Oh. She provided me with a very important piece of information.
Zhao Sun said, and motioned Sculptor to continue. Sculptor hurriedly said it all at once.
Ruby said that all the evidence she collected at that time was taken away by the Duke. But the Duke should not destroy the evidence. It is very likely that it was hidden in the safe in the study.
Hearing this, Zhao Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. Just from the sentence,
the Duke took away Ruby's evidence. He was almost certain that his previous speculations were correct. If the shady dealings that Ruby wanted to reveal had nothing to do with the Duke had no need to care about it. But the Duke took away the evidence, which obviously contained content that was unfavorable to the Duke. Moreover, in the entire town, only the Duke had the ability to let someone take the blame at will and send him to the stake without giving him a chance to turn over. It didn't matter if Ruby didn't reveal more information. As long as Zhao Sun could find the evidence, he would naturally know what the shady dealings were. It wouldn't be difficult to find out the truth and help Ruby clear her name. The key point was whether the evidence was really not destroyed.
How can Ruby be sure that the Duke won't destroy the evidence?
Zhao Sun asked.
Ruby said that the evidence was also a weapon for the Duke to control others, and he couldn't destroy it,
the sculptor said, with a confused expression.
But I don't quite understand how this was controlled. It doesn't matter. I understand it.
Zhao Sun smiled. After all, the sculptor had too little contact with humans and had a simple mind. Even if it was intelligent, it knew little about the complex human heart and intrigue. This was normal. In this era, there are no photos. It is inconvenient to copy and print. And there are no electronic records. Naturally, the so-called evidence is only the original. Although it would be disadvantageous to the Duke if someone else got it. It would be difficult for him to control other people without it. The Duke would not be willing to destroy the evidence easily.
Did Ruby tell you where the safe was placed?
Zhao Sun asked again.
Yes, she did.
The sculptor nodded repeatedly.
The safe was placed behind a picture of a beautiful woman bathing, which was a banner painting. The beautiful woman had long curly golden hair. The password was 5188. But she was not sure if the password had been changed. Okay, I got it.
Zhao Sun put the brown paper bag in the sculptor's hand.
I'm going to visit the Duke's study at night later. Can you help me keep these foods? Food?
The sculptor stared at the brown paper bag in his hand, looking at the bread, milk and desserts. A little confused. Didn't this man say he was going to eat? Why did he bring so much food out? Didn't he eat enough?
Yes. This is my food for the next 2 days. If I lose it, I will have to starve.
Zhao Sun sighed.
You have to keep it for me.
The sculptor showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and quickly made a promise.
Don't worry. Basically no one comes here. I will definitely keep your food for you.
Then she asked worriedly.
Are you going to the study tonight? Yes. It's better to be lucky than to be early.
Zhao Sun replied.
It's rare to enter the Duke's mansion. It may not be so easy to come in again later. Since I know there may be evidence in the study, I should take the opportunity to explore the situation.
Seeing Zhao Sun so actively trying to help Ruby clear her grievances, the sculptor was a little moved and a little guilty. When Ruby said that she didn't trust Zhao Sun very much, she agreed with Ruby's words. And now she always feels a little sorry for Zhao Sun.
Hey,
the sculptor stammered.
You have to be careful.
Zhao Sun turned around and smiled at the sculptor.
Yeah, I know.
The sculptor was stunned and felt a little warm in his heart, as if it was still trembling slightly. What's wrong with her? Asterisk. After Zhao Sun asked about the specific location of the study, he walked out of the bamboo forest directly. At this time, most of the guards were still maintaining order at the door of the Duke's mansion. It was a good time for him to sneak into the study. After a while, when all the residents of the town had left, the Duke's mansion resumed its daily patrols. And it would not be so easy to sneak in. Zhao Sun's movements were flexible, and he ran quickly. And he soon walked into the villa. He went up the stairs all the way, ready to go straight to the 3rd floor. Who knew that just after walking up a few steps, he suddenly heard a slight, creaking, sound of a window being opened from above. He paused and looked up to see that the window above the platform in the middle of the stairs was open from the outside. And a black figure poked in. He quickly squatted down and used the stairs to cover his body. Although he couldn't see the other person's face clearly in the dark night, the other person was wearing a tight nightgown, and he could clearly distinguish the outline of her figure and hairstyle. Woman. Short flat hair. There were only 2 female players in the 6 players of this game. The other person's identity was not difficult to guess. It was the tall and thin woman with short hair, one of the 5 volunteers. The short-haired woman quickly jumped down from the window. She seemed to have known the terrain here for a long time. As soon as she landed, she went straight upstairs. She probably didn't wear shoes, and no footsteps could be heard while walking. Zhao Sun hurriedly went upstairs. In order not to attract attention, he crouched down and climbed up with his hands and feet. Chapter 28. Don't you have one? When Zhao Sun was about to reach the 2nd floor, he heard a slight sound of a door opening from the direction of the 3rd floor. He immediately stood up and ran to the 3rd floor in 2 steps. He took big steps with each step, but tried not to make any noise. When he ran to the 3rd floor, he saw that every door was closed, and he couldn't tell which room the short-haired woman had entered. If the short-haired woman's main task was to destroy the evidence in the safe, it would be bad if she got the upper hand. Zhao Sun quickly found the location of the study, and was about to open the door, when he suddenly heard the Duke's loud cry for help from another room a few doors away. Zhao Sun paused. That should be the Duke's bedroom. It seems that the short-haired woman did not enter the study, but the Duke's bedroom. Her main task was probably to kill the Duke, which did not conflict with his task. There were hurried footsteps downstairs. It should be the guards patrolling nearby who heard the noise and were rushing upstairs. Zhao Sun turned the doorknob calmly. The Duke's life was in danger, and most of the guards would definitely go to the bedroom, which gave him a good opportunity to find evidence in the study with peace of mind. Zhao Sun pushed open the door of the study lightly. The study was brightly lit. Zhao Sun was stunned, and his hand that had just opened a crack in the door stopped immediately. He carefully looked inside through the crack in the door, and then he was stunned again. He saw a man standing on the bookshelf opposite, with his back to Zhao Sun, turning the pages of the book in his hand at a rapid speed. After turning a page quickly, the man put the book back in place with one hand, took another book with the other hand, and continued to turn the pages. Zhao Sun looked at the man's back, and the surprised expression on his face had faded, replaced by a look of understanding. He flashed into the study, and gently closed the door of the study before the guards rushed upstairs. The people in the study heard the noise, and turned back immediately. There was no nervousness or uneasiness on that young face. Only vigilance, precaution, and the sudden killing intent. The moment she saw Zhao Sun, the young girl was stunned for a moment. And then she laughed.
It seems that I have been exposed.
In just a few seconds, her expression was completely different from what she had shown in front of everyone before. If it were someone else, she might be able to make up a lie to get rid of it. But Zhao Sun couldn't. Even if it was just two simple encounters. She and Zhao Sun didn't even have a verbal exchange. She knew very well that Zhao Sun was not someone who could be fooled. What excuses she made now? I'm afraid she couldn't deceive Zhao Sun.
This is the real you,
Zhao Sun said bluntly.
So, you are actually an old player, deliberately pretending to be a new player in front of other players.
At this moment, he suddenly understood why there was such a thick white fog when getting off the train. That was not to increase the difficulty for players to find the specific location of the platform game, but to make players unable to determine which car others got off from. The system does not prompt everyone participating in the game whether they are a new player or an old player. Although most old players are calmer than new players, and the difference can be seen at a glance. But some people with excellent acting skills can easily pretend to be a newbie to deceive others. For example, the one in front of him.
Yes,
the girl admitted frankly, and then turned back and continued to look through the books at the original rhythm.
I think it's interesting to pretend to be a newbie.
And I can see many interesting faces.
She didn't seem to worry that she would be attacked by Zhao Sun. But Zhao Sun didn't approach easily. Since the girl is an old player, she won't really be defenseless against him. And she is likely to have means of self-protection and counterattack. Moreover, judging from the girl's behavior, she seems to be looking for something in the study, and it is highly likely that it does not conflict with his task. Then, there is no need for him to attack the girl. Zhao Sun looked at all the paintings in the study and asked the girl, "Then you show weakness in front of the NPC for fun?" All the paintings in the study are pictures of beautiful women bathing. He finally understood why Ruby described the details of the paintings in detail. The girl looked back at Zhao Sun and smiled sweetly. It's not entirely for fun. For that old pervert, showing weakness will make him feel accomplished and make it easier for me to find out his secrets. Zhao Sun laughed.
In this life and death game, you still have the leisure to have fun.
This also makes sense. Why the girl did not reject the Duke's touch before. She was not really afraid. She did it to achieve her own goals and for fun. The girl suddenly stopped what she was doing. She walked down the ladder slowly, her eyes fixed on Zhao Sun.
Don't you have it?
Zhao Sun did not speak. The girl's smile became sweeter.
Well, you are not showing it very obviously now. After all, as a new player, you always have to be more restrained. But I can feel that you and I are the same kind of people.
Zhao Sun smiled and did not respond to this question. Instead, he asked,
"You don't seem to be on guard against me at all. And you have no intention of attacking me. It's impossible that you won't attack me just because you think I am the same kind of people as you? That's not the case."
The girl shrugged.
"I have a prop that allows me to determine whether other players who enter the game with me are hostile to me."
She tilted her head and smiled.
"You are green. Very safe."
The second half of her sentence was vague, making it difficult to tell whether the
"very safe"
refers to herself or Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun naturally couldn't be sure whether what the girl said was true. But this didn't stop him from asking,
"What is your main task?" "Find the Duke's secret and make it public."
The girl answered without hesitation. One asked directly, and the other answered frankly.
"What about you?"
The girl asked Zhao Sun politely.
"Help the witch prove her innocence."
Zhao Sun answered without hesitation. Before he asked the girl about the main task, he had already thought of his answer. At this time, there was no stumbling.
"It seems that our tasks complement each other."
The girl was very happy.
"Why not work together? The speed can be faster."
Zhao Sun thought for a few seconds and agreed. The girl did not ask him why he came here to find clues, which proved that she should have known some of the Duke's secrets. Although he knew the specific location of the safe, he was not sure whether the password provided by Ruby could be used. No. If he guessed correctly, the password had most likely been changed after the Duke found out that Ruby was collecting evidence of his crimes. It was impossible for him not to change the password. Then, the girl who had been staying with the Duke for the past 2 days became the most likely person to know the password. Even if she didn't know the password, she had to rely on her to get the password from the Duke later. And Zhao Sun couldn't do this. So, it was indeed beneficial for the two of them to work together. Chapter 29. Those things are worth a lot of money. Seeing Zhao Sun agree to cooperate, the girl was in a very good mood.
By the way, my name is Tian. What about you? Just call me Anshui,
Zhao Sun said, and walked to the wall on one side. There was a banner painting hanging there, and the beauty who was bathing had long curly golden hair, which matched the description of the sculpture. He looked carefully, and there were many beauties with golden hair in the whole study. But there was only one that matched the curly and long hair, and the whole painting was a banner. He should not have found the wrong one. Seeing Zhao Sun walk to the front of the painting, Tian followed him.
Why? Is there anything special about this painting?
She asked.
Does the Duke have a habit of setting up hidden weapons?
Zhao Sun asked instead of answering. His mind is full of yellow garbage. How can he have extra energy and thoughts to make hidden weapons?
Tian curled her lips, obviously disdainful of the Duke. Zhao Sun was not surprised by this, and asked just to confirm. He raised his hand and took down the painting. As expected, there was no mechanism triggered, and there was a safe embedded in the exposed wall.
Is the evidence here?
Tian understood from Zhao Sun's actions, and she slightly widened her eyes.
I have heard that he has a safe, which contains a lot of jewelry and gold. But I didn't expect that his secrets were also placed in the safe, which is too easy to be caught. So I thought his secrets would be scattered in different books throughout the study. It seems that I overestimated his IQ.
If she had known it was so simple, she would have turned the study upside down and found the safe. Why bother turning pages of books one by one? Wasting time. Forget it. Anyway, now that the safe has been found, she doesn't waste much time. Zhao Sun didn't say anything. He turned the mechanical password lock on the safe. 5188. As expected, it didn't open. So Zhao Sun looked at Tian.
Did the Duke tell you anything about the password?
Tian carefully recalled every detail of her time with the Duke in the past 2 days.
There is a possibility.
He came forward and reached out to turn the combination lock. 1818. With a click, the lock was opened. It was also at this time that Zhao Sun half trusted what Tian said about her main task. No matter how Tian lied, she would subconsciously pay attention to the clues related to her task. If she spent all her attention on irrelevant things, she would not be able to complete the main task, even if she was an old player. And all of Tian's current actions and the clues she collected proved that her main task was not a lie made up casually. Zhao Sun took advantage of his height and long arms to reach out and take out a stack of documents in the safe before Tian.
Take everything out and look after you leave,
Tian suggested.
Isn't there someone trying to assassinate the Duke over there? The sturdy player is a guard. He has to protect the Duke, and his mind is not paying attention to us. It's easy for us to run away at this time.
Zhao Sun understood instantly.
Did the short-haired woman cooperate with you?
That's why the short-haired woman knew the terrain of the Duke's mansion so well, and could find the Duke's bedroom accurately. Therefore, on the night when the short-haired woman took action, Tian left the Duke and went into the study room in advance. And when the Duke called for help before, Tian couldn't have failed to hear it. But she was not surprised at all. And she didn't even pause when turning the pages of the book. This also shows that Tian had expected the appearance of the short-haired woman.
She is also green.
Tian looked at Zhao Sun with a smile.
It's a win-win situation to cooperate with players who have no hostile relationship. Isn't it true that everyone wins?
Zhao Sun didn't say any more nonsense. Took out all the remaining information in the safe. Then closed the door of the safe and hung the painting again.
You actually turned a blind eye to the gold bars and jewelry in the safe.
Tian looked regretful.
Those things are valuable.
Zhao Sun was unmoved.
Those things can't be taken on the endless train at all. Right. The train uses points as trading funds. And gold, silver and jewelry are not used at all. Besides, if these things could be taken, you would have taken them long ago.
After saying that, he walked to the window with the information and took a look.
Since you have prepared for tonight, you should have planned the route to leave. Right.
At this time, you definitely can't go out from the main door of the study. The Duke's bedroom is probably surrounded by guards inside and outside. As long as the door of the study is opened, it will be discovered immediately.
Tian couldn't have considered this. Okay. You guessed it right, Tian said with a double meaning. She walked to the window and opened it, pointing to the rope she had hung long ago. I'm going to go down from here, but I don't know if you have the courage. Although this is the 3rd floor, it's not high, and although it looks simple to slide down with a rope, it actually requires a certain amount of physical fitness. If the speed of sliding down is too fast, the impact force will hurt you when you land. If the speed of sliding down is too slow, the time you stay on the rope will be longer, and it is hard to say whether you have enough physical strength to support yourself until you land. More importantly, the rope is soft, and it is not easy to find support. It is difficult for an ordinary person with no experience to slide down in this way just to overcome the fear of heights. Zhao Sun did not speak. He pulled down the curtains of the study, wrapped the large stack of documents with the curtain cloth, and tied them behind his back. Then he took out gloves from his trouser pocket and put them on, and slid down the rope first. He has liked all kinds of extreme sports since he was a child, and his physical fitness has been getting better and better with the accumulation of years. Although there is still a gap with professional trainers, he has a great advantage over most ordinary people. It is very simple for him to slide down from the 3rd floor with a rope. As soon as he landed, he quickly hid by the fountain pool on the side. After a while, Tian followed. She hid beside Zhao Sun and asked curiously, You jumped without hesitation. Aren't you afraid that I will cut the rope from above? I'm not that timid. Zhao Sun chuckled. If Tian cut the rope, she would lose her escape route. The rope was originally prepared by Tian herself. She didn't need to do such a thing that would harm others and benefit herself. Even if Tian really tried to cut the rope, according to Zhao Sun's speed, when the rope was cut, he would almost be on the 2nd floor. With his ability, it would not be a big problem to land safely from the 2nd floor. Considering that the risk was not big, he felt that there was nothing wrong with taking risks. You can't expect to act when it is 100% safe. That would be too timid. At least it's not his character. Chapter 30, I Only Believe in You. Tian looked around, then pointed to the distance and said to Zhao Sun, Go there. After that, she ran in that direction first. Zhao Sun didn't ask any more questions and followed closely. The two found a more secret corner to hide, and with the help of the not-so-bright moonlight, they barely took a rough look at all the information they got. Zhao Sun quickly sorted. Give me this part. The rest are yours. He only needs to clear Ruby's grievances, and getting these few pages of information is enough. And what Tian needs is to expose all the Duke's evil deeds. And the few pages he took away will not affect Tian's task of exposing all the evil deeds. Okay. Tian agreed readily. She held a pile of documents and turned her head to look at the wall on the side. There is also a rope ladder I prepared in advance here. Let's go out. You go first. Zhao Sun didn't move. I still have something to do. Tian looked back at Zhao Sun and then laughed. Why? You want to cut off the relationship just after the cooperation? She approached Zhao Sun with a pair of cat-like eyes, with a bit of mischief. Too cold, isn't it? It's a pleasure to cooperate with you, but I prefer to act alone most of the time. Zhao Sun put his finger on Tian's forehead and pushed Tian's head away. Okay. Tian didn't force it, and climbed up the wall neatly and disappeared behind the wall. The rope ladder hanging on the wall also disappeared. After confirming that Tian had left, Zhao Sun turned around and ran towards the bamboo forest. If Tian's mission is indeed to expose all the Duke's evil deeds, then the town should be able to see these documents being made public tomorrow. At that time, it will be possible to further determine whether Tian lied. Zhao Sun had just run 10 meters away when he suddenly heard a gunshot from a building in the distance. His footsteps did not stop at all, but his eyes looked in the direction of the Duke's bedroom. The person with a gun is most likely a short-haired woman. The entire District 10 has strict control over guns, and it is difficult for ordinary people to buy guns. But volunteers are different. With official support, it is normal for volunteers to get guns to increase their survival rate. The strong man, the old player, is not a volunteer of any session. All volunteers have had their photos made public, and Zhao Sun remembers them all. So, the short-haired woman should be the one who fired the gun. However, the bullets brought on the endless train must be very limited, and guns should not be used easily unless they have to. In other words, the short-haired woman should have run out of tricks. I just don't know whether the attack of hot weapons can solve the strongman, who is an old player. After all, the special abilities and special items possessed by the strongman are unknown.
Thinking of this, Zhao Sun has already run to the sculpture. He shook the few pages in his hand and said to the sculpture,
"These evidences are enough to prove Ruby's innocence. As soon as tomorrow, all the residents of the town will know that Ruby was wronged. That's really great."
The sculpture was very happy. She looked at Zhao Sun excitedly.
"I didn't expect you to find evidence so quickly. You are really amazing."
In her heart, she felt grateful and guilty towards Zhao Sun. Grateful for all the efforts Zhao Sun made for Ruby. Grateful for Zhao Sun's fulfillment of his promise. Guilty that she didn't speak for Zhao Sun when Ruby suspected Zhao Sun of having ulterior motives. And even wavered and doubted Zhao Sun. For the first time, the sculpture had such complex emotions, and felt that his heart was getting hotter.
"It's not time to be happy yet."
Zhao Sun was much calmer than the sculpture. He said,
"I will try to make these evidences public before tomorrow morning. During this period, you must protect Ruby."
The sculpture nodded solemnly.
"Don't worry. I will definitely ensure Ruby's safety,"
Zhao Sun also instructed.
"Until I come to you again and tell you that it is safe outside. You can let Ruby reappear in front of everyone. If someone else comes to you, no matter what they say to you, don't believe it."
In order to prevent a player's task from conflicting with his task, it is always right to ask the sculpture to be on guard in advance.
"Okay, I'll remember that,"
the sculpture promised earnestly.
"I only believe you."
As soon as he finished speaking, the sculpture seemed to remember something and said to Zhao Sun,
"By the way, there is another person who came to my place tonight."
"Who?" Zhao Sun immediately asked.
"When did he come?" "Not long after you went to the Duke's study. It was a young man. Not very tall."
The sculpture pondered for a while, and finally thought of an accurate description.
"Oh, yes. It was the person who followed you when you first met me."
Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. It was Shen Yalong. It seems that although the boy is not very courageous, he is not completely brainless. He should have noticed that there was something wrong with him driving him away at that time. So he found an opportunity to return to see him afterwards.
"Did you talk to him?"
Zhao Sun asked the sculpture.
"No."
The sculpture shook his head repeatedly.
"He came close to me and looked at me for a long time. But I resisted moving and didn't even blink."
When she said the last sentence, she was quite proud. It was purely an accident that Zhao Sun found her blinking at that time. The moonlight suddenly appeared from the clouds and shone on her face. The sudden change of light made her uncomfortable, so she blinked subconsciously. In normal times, as long as she didn't want to be discovered, she would be able to disguise herself as a sculpture.
"You are really amazing."
Zhao Sun praised the sculpture and asked,
"What else did he do?" "He just circled around me for several times. Didn't find anything special. And left."
The sculpture replied. After thinking for a while, Zhao Sun asked again,
"Did he talk?" "Talking to himself counts." "He talked to himself,"
the sculpture said while recalling.
"Probably saying that he didn't see anything strange here. Why he was driven away, etc."
Zhao Sun was relieved. Judging from Shen Yalong's performance, the hidden task should not have been triggered. It is possible that the sculpture did not move, and Shen Yalong did not find the difference between her and ordinary sculptures. So the hidden task was not triggered. It is also possible that after a player triggers a hidden task, it will not be triggered by other players again. Well, the specific reason cannot be determined for the time being. However, it is good that Shen Yalong did not trigger the hidden task, which will not affect Zhao Sun's next plan.
"Anyway, you remember my instructions,"
Zhao Sun emphasized again. For the sake of caution, he said,
"I am living in Xiao Ai's house recently. She is the daughter of the couple who were killed a month ago. In case of any unexpected emergency, you and Ruby can go there to find me."
Chapter 31. The Duke is so generous.
"Yeah, I see."
The sculpture nodded obediently.
"Where is my food?"
Zhao Sun noticed that the sculpture was empty-handed early in the morning, but he only had time to ask at this time.
"When that person came over before, I heard footsteps from a distance. In order not to be discovered by him, I put your food on the bamboo."
The sculpture pointed to the front of him. The tops of the two bamboos were close together, and the bamboo leaves were all crossed with each other, forming a net, which just held up the craft paper bag. At night, even if you look up, it is difficult to notice that there is something on it without careful distinction. Zhao Sun stood below and shook the bamboo, shaking the bamboo leaves above apart, and the craft paper bag fell down. And he caught it. The craft paper bag was solid, without any damage, and the food was also good. Zhao Sun said goodbye to the sculpture in a good mood, climbed over the wall, and ran out of the Duke's mansion. When he returned to Xiao Ai's house, it was already 2:43 in the morning. Zhao Sun saw Xiao Ai sitting in the bedroom in a daze with a blank face. Suddenly seeing Zhao Sun coming back, Xiao Ai stood up subconsciously and smiled.
You're back. What's wrong?
Zhao Sun noticed that Xiao Ai was a little unhappy.
It's nothing big,
Xiao Ai said casually.
The flower field said that the recent performance is not good. There are too many people doing the work, so they fired me.
Hearing this, Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. It seems that the Duke is ready to take action against Xiao Ai. When Xiao Ai can't find a job anywhere and can't support herself, she will naturally have to work as a maid in the Duke's mansion, the only place that can accommodate her. This kind of thing can only be done by the Duke's power background in the whole town.
Don't worry too much. Maybe you can find a new job tomorrow,
Zhao Sun comforted.
Yeah, I think so too. There are still a lot of jobs in the town,
Xiao Ai encouraged herself.
I will definitely find another job that suits me.
Although she did not understand the deeper meaning of Zhao Sun's words, she was optimistic by nature and did not fall into despair because of being fired.
By the way, why did you come back so late today?
Xiao Ai looked at the brown paper bag and several documents in Zhao Sun's hand and asked curiously.
I thought you found a better place to live and would not come back. Only you are willing to take me in. Where else can I go?
Zhao Sun smiled. He opened the brown paper bag, took out a piece of butter bread from it, and handed it to Xiao Ai.
I heard that the Duke will host a dinner for the residents of the town tonight, so I went. Did you take this from the Duke's mansion?
Xiao Ai stared.
The Duke is so generous, not only to treat us to dinner, but also to let us take away so much food.
A big bag. At least 3 days of her food.
How can the Duke be so generous?
Zhao Sun smiled softly.
I took it myself.
Xiao Ai's eyes widened.
Is this okay? Eat it. The Duke is so rich. It's impossible for him to trouble us for a few pieces of bread.
Zhao Sun stuffed the buttered bread into Xiao Ai's hands. Even if the Duke is really stingy and wants to trouble them for this matter, he won't have the chance to do so tomorrow. If the Duke was killed by the short-haired woman, he would naturally be unable to do anything. If the Duke was rescued by the strong man, he would have to worry about his reputation tomorrow and would not care about such a small matter. Just at this moment, Xiao Ai's stomach growled twice. She lowered her eyelashes embarrassedly.
Thank you.
After she was dismissed from the flower field, she was in a low mood, and her plan to sell flowers was interrupted. So she had to come back early. She had not eaten anything all day. Now smelling the aroma of butter, she really felt a little hungry. She was no longer polite and ate in big mouthfuls. Zhao Sun put the stack of documents on the bedside table and read them carefully page by page in the dim light of the oil lamp. According to these materials, the death of Ruby's parents was indeed an accident, and the Duke took Ruby in simply to create a good reputation for himself in the town. It was just that Ruby was too beautiful when she grew up. So the Duke had a crooked idea. It was from that time that the Duke got inspiration for Ruby's affairs. Every time he saw a girl he liked, he would plan to get her into the Duke's mansion to be a maid, and then find an opportunity to touch her and sleep with her. In order to avoid being in trouble, he would directly plan to kill the other person's family, so that the girl would become an orphan with no one to rely on, and he could do whatever he wanted. Xiao Ai's parents died in this way. As for why the Duke had delayed for more than a month and had not taken action against Xiao Ai, although it was not written in the information, Zhao Sun could guess it. First, Xiao Ai was not as young as Ruby was back then. She had her own job, and it would take some effort to control her. Second, in order to deal with Ruby's affairs, the Duke could only keep a low profile temporarily to avoid trouble on both sides and be too busy. Third, the Duke had a new favorite, Tian. So he was not so eager to be interested in Xiao Ai. In short, Xiao Ai was lucky in misfortune. Zhao Sun asked Xiao Ai to borrow paper and pen, and selected the key parts of the information and copied them down. There was no copier in this world, so he could only copy it by hand. But fortunately, he only needed to copy it once, and it would be okay. The main purpose was to prevent the original from being destroyed, which would affect his hidden mission. To be honest, he really hoped that the Duke had been killed by the short-haired woman. Anyway, his mission was to clear Ruby's grievances, and the Duke didn't need to admit his crimes in person. If the Duke died, there would be no chance to defend himself, which would be convenient. Unfortunately, he couldn't know the result of the fight between the short-haired woman and the strong man for the time being. Xiao Ai saw that Zhao Sun was writing seriously, and curiously leaned over to read. She didn't know many words, and after reading for a while, she felt dizzy and gave up. She was a little curious about what Zhao Sun was writing, but she didn't ask much. Zhao Sun didn't take the initiative to tell Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai would know everything tomorrow. In order to make the handwriting as clear as possible, Zhao Sun's copying speed was not fast. It was not until after 4 o'clock in the morning that he integrated the key points and copied them all. He stood up, stretched his arms, and said to Xiao Ai,
"I'm going out for a while."
Xiao Ai was dozing off on the bed, and suddenly heard Zhao Sun's words, and she woke up all of a sudden. She turned her head and looked out the window. It was still pitch black outside. "Where are you going so late?" she asked in confusion.
"I have something to do,"
Zhao Sun said ambiguously, picking up the original and the copy.
"You don't have to wait for me. I may not be back for a while." "Oh, okay."
Xiao Ai rubbed her skirt and stammered.
Then you take the key with you. I may go out to find a job at dawn."
Zhao Sun casually said, and turned to go out. Xiao Ai looked at Zhao Sun's back as he left neatly, and felt empty in her heart. Since her parents passed away, she has been alone. In fact, she is afraid of loneliness. So when Zhao Sun said he had no place to live, she provided a place to live. She just wanted company. But now it seems that she will be alone for a long time. She has to adapt as soon as possible, instead of always thinking about finding someone to accompany her. Chapter 32, We Are Really Destined to Be Together. Zhao Sun avoided the patrol team of the Public Security Bureau all the way and went straight to the Fountain Square. From the situation when he first entered the game, the bulletin board in the Fountain Square should be the main way for the residents of the town to learn a lot of information. So he planned to post the handwritten version on the bulletin board. At about 5 o'clock in the morning, the residents of the town came out to move around. As long as they passed by the Fountain Square, they would look in the direction of the bulletin board. It didn't matter if the other party was illiterate. He could pretend to be the first person to find something new posted on the bulletin board and read it to the latecomers. As long as a few people gathered around the bulletin board, others would come over when they saw it. That's why he had to copy the evidence before dawn and rush to the Fountain Square without stopping. As soon as he walked into the Fountain Square, he met Tian. Obviously, Tian's idea coincided with his. But unlike him, she didn't make a copy and post it on the bulletin board, but made a bunch of copies and posted them everywhere on the street. When Zhao Sun saw it, Tian was pasting paper all over the edge of the fountain pool. He suddenly remembered that he saw a lot of paper pasted on the walls on the way here. It was too dark to see clearly what it was, and he was in a hurry, so he didn't pay much attention. Now think about it. It should be Tian who pasted it. Tian heard footsteps, turned around, and saw that it was Zhao Sun. She immediately smiled very happily.
"We are really destined to meet twice in one night."
Zhao Sun didn't pay attention to Tian's words. He looked at the pile of papers in Tian's hand and asked,
"How did you copy it?"
When he was close, he could barely see through the moonlight that those were photocopies, not handwritten. Could it be that Tian has a copy machine and a sufficient amount of copy paper? With this amount of copying, the copy machine must have produced sparks.
This.
Tian continued to post and answered casually.
"I have a special item that can copy any file, book or something like that. Just like copying and pasting in a computer. Very convenient."
Speaking of this, she looked back at the paper in Zhao Sun's hand that was obviously copied, and smiled very sweetly.
"It's much easier than copying by hand."
Zhao Sun pursed his lips and said nothing. He was not unhappy because of Tian's provocation. He was skeptical about the function of the special item described by Tian. No matter how close Tian showed to him, he would not forget the fact that they had just met not long ago. Tian didn't have to answer him truthfully, especially when it comes to special abilities and special items. Exposing them to others is equivalent to exposing one's own cards. Tian doesn't seem to be such a stupid person. So, the ability of this special item may not be as simple as she said, but it is only used in this incident, showing the ability to copy text. What it is specifically is unknown and difficult to speculate, but at least it can be confirmed now that Tian has at least 2 special items in her hand. Judging from her casual attitude, it is very likely that there are more than 2 cases. This little girl may not look very old, but her strength should not be underestimated. However, Tian's behavior of posting these evidences in the middle of the night is enough to confirm that her mission is to expose the Duke's evil deeds. I can rest assured on this point. I was lucky that there was no conflict with Tiantian's mission in this game. Otherwise, with Zhao Sun's current strength, he might not be able to defeat Tiantian. Asterisk. Things went very smoothly. The townspeople who gradually became active saw the information posted by Tiantian everywhere, and the content completely overturned their inherent impression of the Duke. The Duke of Nari Town and the Dukes, Earls, and Viscounts in other regions have been secretly conducting dirty deals. They robbed women everywhere and exchanged girls they were tired of playing with each other. Those girls became playthings until they were played to death and discarded like garbage. Many of the piles of information were information about girls who had disappeared in various regions. The information detailed the reselling process of those girls every time and their final miserable end. The Duke of Nari Town kept these evidences in order to control the dukes, earls, and viscounts in other regions and make them support him. He wanted to be the king himself. With this series of ironclad evidence, more residents of the town believed that Ruby was wronged. In this way, the story spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and the good reputation that the Duke had carefully cultivated for many years was completely destroyed. After the truth spread to every resident of the town, that is, at noon on the 4th, Zhao Sun finally saw a new pop-up window. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for completing the second stage of the hidden task. Find the truth about the girl being considered a witch and clear her name. Hidden task stage 3. Help Ruby and the sculpture girl run away and gain freedom. Zhao Sun touched his chin. The task of the third stage is not difficult, but he must first get the heart of the sculpture before he can let them run away. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun walked towards the direction of the Duke's mansion. It's time to tell the sculpture girl that it's safe outside. He insisted on letting the sculpture know every progress in time, just to gradually make the sculpture feel grateful to him. As for what level is considered to be the completion of the main task, he couldn't judge. He could only do everything he could think of, and then quietly wait for the system prompt. When Zhao Sun walked to the gate of the Duke's mansion, he took a look and saw the short-haired woman coming out. The short-haired woman had injuries on her body, and her nightgown was damaged in many places, and some bloodstains could be seen faintly. She walked with a limp and looks tired, but overall she looked fine. The moment he saw the short-haired woman coming out, Zhao Sun knew that the strong man must be dead. According to Tian, as a guard, the strong man's main task was to protect the Duke's safety. When the Duke's life was threatened, the strong man should fight the short-haired woman without reservation. As long as the strong man was alive, he would not allow the short-haired woman to hurt the Duke. The short-haired woman was alive, which meant that the Duke must have been killed, and the strong man must have died. It seems that the old player, the strong man, was not very powerful, and he might not even have received any special items. Maybe he was the lucky one who survived among the 1,000 players last month. He thought that he was better than the new batch of players because he had survived a month of fierce struggle. So he looked down on the new players. Facts have proved that looking down on others too much will lead to your own death. The moment the short-haired woman saw Zhao Sun, her body immediately tensed up. Her originally tired face was replaced by a vigilant look, and she instantly entered a state of preparation for battle. Chapter 33 Strange Basement. Zhao Sun's expression did not change, and his smile was kind. I heard gunshots at about 1 a.m. last night. You should have succeeded in killing the Duke at that time. Right. Why did you only come out of the Duke's mansion now? The short-haired woman was stunned. How do you know? Then, she seemed to think of something. You also cooperated with Tian? Only Tian knew what her main task was, and it was Tian who created the opportunity for her to sneak attack. So the only way for others to know her main task was that Tian revealed it. Yes, Zhao Sun admitted, and said, my task does not conflict with yours. Otherwise, I would have attacked you last night. The short-haired woman's expression relaxed a little. Zhao Sun was able to accurately tell the time when she fired the gun. So she must have been in the Duke's mansion last night, since he didn't attack her last night. And today's matter has become a foregone conclusion. There is naturally no need to attack her. Recalling the first question Zhao Sun asked just now, the short-haired woman smiled bitterly. Last night was a fierce battle for me. Although I won, my body became extremely weak. Under the pursuit and blockade of other guards, I barely found a safe corner to hide. And then I fainted and woke up half an hour ago. Zhao Sun looked into the Duke's mansion. The mess on the ground. It seems that after the Duke's death, many guards and maids ran away. The public opinion fermented this morning, and the Duke's reputation was ruined. The remaining part of the people must not be able to stay. The huge Duke's mansion was empty. which made it much more convenient to enter and exit. No wonder the short-haired woman dared to walk out of the main gate so swaggeringly.
Is there no one in the Duke's mansion?
Despite his speculation, Zhao Sun still asked.
That should be it.
The short-haired woman rubbed her brows tiredly.
Anyway, I didn't see a single person on the way out. I'll go in and take a look.
Zhao Sun nodded politely to the short-haired woman, brushed past her, and entered the Duke's mansion. The short-haired woman looked back at Zhao Sun, turned around and left without asking any more questions. Zhao Sun walked a short distance inside when he saw the sculpture running out in a hurry. His heart sank instantly. The sculpture said that she only had half an hour of free walking time every day, and she would never use this short free time to stroll around casually. At least the sculpture would not do this before it was sure that Ruby was not in danger. The moment she saw Zhao Sun, the sculpture's eyes lit up. She rushed to Zhao Sun and said very quickly,
"Shui! Ruby was taken away by a middle-aged man with a wretched look."
Zhao Sun frowned. Hearing this description, it seems to be that wretched man. The only player I haven't seen since entering the game. I didn't expect it to happen at this time.
Do you know where they went?
This was the first question Zhao Sun asked. How and why they were taken away. These are not important. The important thing is that he must first know where Ruby was taken. No matter what the wretched man's mission is, taking Ruby away will be very disadvantageous to Zhao Sun's mission. So he must snatch her back.
I know.
The sculpture nodded repeatedly.
Ruby and I have telepathy. I can find her location. Talk as we go.
Zhao Sun motioned the sculpture to lead the way. On the way, the sculpture explained what happened before. It turned out that Ruby had been hiding under the sculpture. This sculpture of a praying girl is indeed different from other ordinary sculptures. She is placed in a corner of the Duke's mansion and hidden by layers of bamboo forests. She was not discarded there by coincidence, but was placed there specifically. She is the entrance mechanism of a large basement. Opening her will open the door to the basement.
I don't remember how long I have been there, but it must be many years earlier than the current Duke.
The sculpture said to Zhao Sun while leading the way.
This huge basement should have been left a long time ago. The current Duke doesn't even know that there is a basement. A huge basement?
Zhao Sun asked.
How big is it?
The sculpture recalled carefully before answering.
In fact, the area that can be called a basement is only half the size of the entire Duke's mansion. But it extends countless passages in all directions. Those passages should include the entire Nari town. So, from the basement, you can lead to any place in Nari town?
Zhao Sun was a little surprised. Although the area of Nari town is not very large, it takes a lot of manpower and material resources to build an underground passage that extends in all directions. It stands to reason that such a large project should be recorded in the history of the town. But the sculpture said that the current Duke didn't know. Moreover, it seems that no one in the town knows about it. Otherwise, the existence of the sculpture would not be a secret. When the people from the Public Security Bureau searched for Ruby, they would not miss the basement. Such a large project. No one in the whole town knew about it. At least it must have been thousands of years apart. But there are no traces of erosion by wind, frost, rain and snow on the sculpture. After thousands of years of being placed in the open air, exposed to the wind and sun, it is unlikely to have such an intact appearance. The contradiction between the two made Zhao Sun confused about the specific time of the construction of the basement.
It shouldn't be possible,
the sculpture explained.
Those passages can be crawled through, but there are only air holes everywhere to ensure air circulation inside. And there is no exit. There is no exit in the entire basement passage?
Zhao Sun was a little surprised.
Can I only go in and out from your side? Yes.
The sculpture nodded. Zhao Sun was puzzled. To some extent, such a basement design does ensure sufficient security. With only one entrance and exit, the possibility of being mistakenly entered by others can be completely avoided. If it is used to hide treasures, it is indeed suitable. But if it is only used to hide treasures, there is no need to make a passage covering the entire town of Nari. It is a bit unreasonable and a bit strange. Forget it. This matter is not related to his mission, nor to what he is currently doing. Let's ignore this for now. Zhao Sun asked the question he was more concerned about.
Did that wretched man directly open the mechanism on your body and go directly into the basement to take Ruby away? Yes,
the sculpture said to Zhao Sun while recalling the details.
He seemed to know how to open the basement early, and he was very sure that Ruby was hiding in the basement. Without any hesitation throughout the whole process, I didn't react, and he opened me. When I wanted to stop him, he took out a rope and tied me up. Is there anything special about the rope that tied you?
Zhao Sun asked immediately. Chapter 34 Chop You Up. The sculpture curled its lips, looking unhappy.
The rope seemed to be alive. The wretched man threw it at me, and the rope automatically tied me up, and I couldn't get rid of it for a long time. Then how did you get rid of it later?
Zhao Sun asked again.
I don't know.
The sculpture's expression was blank for a moment.
I just kept struggling and twisting, and I don't know how I got rid of it suddenly.
After thinking about it, Zhao Sun asked again.
Did the rope break after you got rid of it? Or did it disappear? I didn't pay attention.
The sculpture tried to recall.
But it shouldn't have broken. Otherwise I would have heard the sound.
Zhao Sun said, and continued to ask.
When you got rid of the rope, did the wretched man take Ruby away? Yes.
The sculpture nodded repeatedly.
At that time, I could hardly see the figures of the two of them. I was so anxious. And then I don't know how. The rope was broken by me.
Zhao Sun nodded and didn't speak again. At present, the wretched man has at least two special items. One is a special item that can give action prompts. When the wretched man opened the door of the basement and took Ruby away, there was no trial or hesitation. It was obvious that he was very sure where the target was. This is unlikely to be obtained by inquiring about the news. After all, according to the sculpture, no one in the town probably knew the existence of this basement. Therefore, this is more likely to be the effect of the wretched man's special item. However, Ruby has been hiding in the basement for more than 2 days. But the wretched man only took Ruby away just now. It is likely that this special item will enter a cooling period after use. And the cooling period is relatively long. If not, there is no reason for the wretched man to take action for so long. Then, the special item that has just been used should not be able to be used again in a short period of time. When taking action next, you don't have to worry about the effect of this special item. Another special item is the rope. The function of the rope is to bind. And it seems that there is no other special use at present. However, the sculpture can't break free with its strength. So normal people should not be able to break free with their strength. Although the binding force is very strong, it is not without weaknesses. If I am not mistaken, the rope should not be able to leave its owner too far. Beyond a certain distance, the binding effect of the rope will weaken until it disappears. If the wretched man only has these two special items, it is not difficult to deal with him. But if there are other things, it is hard to say. Especially now, it is not clear what the wretched man's special ability is. Asterisk. Zhao Sun followed the sculpture all the way to the outskirts of Neri town. There are large tracts of flower fields in the distance. When swaying in the wind, the faint fragrance of flowers drifts over. Sweet and pleasant. However, Zhao Sun can't be happy at this moment, because he saw that after the wretched man threw Ruby on the ground, he began to build a simple stake. If he guessed correctly, the wretched man wanted to burn Ruby to death.
How long do you have to move freely?
Zhao Sun asked the sculpture beside him in a low voice.
Only 10 minutes left.
The sculpture looked at Ruby, who was tied up and unable to resist anxiously. If Zhao Sun hadn't held her hand, she would have wanted to rush forward right now.
Listen to me. If you want to save Ruby, you have to act according to my plan.
Zhao Sun's face was slightly serious.
Time is tight. I will only say the following words once. You must remember.
The sculpture calmed down instantly and nodded, indicating that he would listen carefully. The two hid behind a higher earth slope, talking in a low voice while observing the movements of the wretched man from a distance. 2 minutes later, the sculpture suddenly rushed towards the wretched man. After finally setting up the prototype of the stake, the wretched man had no time to be happy, and saw a marble sculpture crashing towards him. He hurriedly moved aside. With this weight, even if he was not killed, he would be injured internally. Zhao Sun, who was far away, saw this and silently remembered it in his heart. The wretched man had neither special items or special abilities in terms of strength nor special items or special abilities in terms of defense. As long as he could get close, there was a way to kill him. The wretched man avoided the sculpture's attack, but saw that the sculpture did not stop at all, and still rushed forward. His face changed, and it was too late to stop it. The stake that was finally built was smashed to pieces by the sculpture in an instant.
Hack!
The wretched man cursed angrily.
Are you doing this on purpose? Pretending to attack me, but actually to destroy my stake?
The sculpture did not respond, turned around, and rushed towards the wretched man again. The wretched man retreated while taking out a long rope and throwing it at the sculpture. The sculpture immediately turned sideways to try to avoid the long rope. The long rope seemed to come alive, and automatically turned and chased the sculpture. The sculpture's body was not flexible enough, and it could not avoid it in time, and was touched by the rope. When it touched the sculpture, the rope seemed to turn into a snake, quickly and tightly wrapped around the sculpture. The sculpture's hands and feet were tied up, and its movements were restricted. It could only jump towards the wretched man like a rabbit. But that speed was far less than the speed of running before, and it looked like slow motion in the eyes of the wretched man. The wretched man even took the initiative to approach the sculpture and kicked it hard. After kicking, he found that the sculpture's expression did not change at all, but he felt the pain as if his toe was broken. He had to endure the pain and show a look of disdain.
"You are just a stone. Fighting with me? Bah!"
After saying that, he spat at the sculpture viciously. The sculpture still did not say a word. She suddenly lay on the ground, and then rolled towards the wretched man like a roller. That speed was much faster than when the rabbit jumped, and it was almost catching up with her previous running speed.
"You really don't give up!"
The wretched man was a little angry. He took out an axe and chopped at the sculpture fiercely. Seeing this, the sculpture hurriedly retreated to avoid it. The wretched man was suddenly a little proud. He chased him and cursed.
"You, a broken stone, dare to attack me? What a thing! I will chop you into pieces."
Just when the wretched man was getting carried away, a huge sickle suddenly stabbed at him from behind. The sharp blade of the sickle flashed with cold light, and it was only 2 centimeters away from his throat. If it takes another second, his head will be moved. The wretched man was startled, but he also quickly judged the current situation in a flash. His running posture made him actively collide with the sickle. With his reaction ability, he had no time to dodge or lift the heavy axe. Chapter 35. This is not a murder without reason. It was a super large sickle as tall as a person, just like the sickle of the god of death that often appears in movies and TV dramas. It was dark, sharp, and full of danger. At the moment when the wretched man's body was about to hit the blade of the sickle, he turned into a huge worm. After hitting the sickle, he bounced back very elastically. Zhao Sun, holding the handle of the sickle, raised his eyebrows slightly.
"This is your special ability."
He turned the sickle, with the tip facing down, and stabbed it hard into the body of the worm. The tip of the knife slid through the slippery epidermis of the worm, but it didn't pierce in. The body of the worm squirmed quickly, trying to slide out of the attack range of the sickle. Zhao Sun guessed the intention of the worm at a glance, and he immediately raised his foot to step on the body of the worm. The slippery body fluid stained the sole of his shoe, making it difficult for him to firmly control the worm.
"I see."
Zhao Sun was not panicked, but laughed.
"Your special ability is quite interesting. Relying on the mucus secreted by the epidermis, it can protect you from the harm of sharp blades to a large extent."
The defensive ability of this worm itself may not be too strong, but with the protection of mucus, the sharp blade can easily slide away. It becomes difficult to lock the target, and the damage caused will be greatly reduced. However, it is not completely invulnerable. Zhao Sun looked down at the soles of his shoes covered with mucus, which were intact. He looked at the weeds on the ground that were stained with mucus. The leaves were pressed here and there, but the color was still green, with no signs of withering. It seems that this mucus is neither corrosive nor toxic. Then there is nothing to worry about. Zhao Sun lay on the worm, using his own weight to suppress the worm, and at the same time his left arm circled the worm's body to curb the worm's actions as much as possible. Seeing that the situation was not right, the worm quickly turned back into the appearance of a wretched man, trying to restore his limbs to resist. At the same moment, Zhao Sun flicked the ring on his right index finger, and a spike popped out. He clenched his right fist, and at the moment when the wretched man turned back into human form, he punched the wretched man's head at a very fast speed. The wretched man noticed Zhao Sun's little move, and instinctively wanted to raise his hand to block. But at the moment, he slightly raised his arm. He had an indescribable sense of urgency. The next moment, he turned into a worm again. Zhao Sun's fist slid across the worm's epidermis, and the slippery mucus covered his fist, and even the ring became wet and sticky. The worm's epidermis was not damaged, and the thick mucus firmly protected his body. Zhao Sun's face did not change, and he was not even annoyed by the failure of the action. After the fist slipped away, he bent his arm, and his fist was attached to the worm's body again. Unlike before, he was very close and slowly pressed his fist up. This kind of slippery mucus is more likely to slip away the farther away and the faster the attack. On the contrary, it is easier to stab by stabbing slowly. The worm realized something was wrong when Zhao Sun's fist got close to him. He wanted to turn back into a human, but his head briefly showed a human face, and then quickly turned back into a worm face. Zhao Sun was in a very good mood.
It seems that you can't transform repeatedly in a short period of time, so it will be easier for me.
As he spoke, the spike in his hand slowly and steadily pierced into the worm's head. The worm had been struggling desperately, but it was all in vain. He only felt a pain in his head, and before he could react more, he felt difficulty breathing. Zhao Sun stood up and looked down at the worm twisting and rolling wildly on the ground. He used the sculpture to attract all the attention of the wretched man, just to create an opportunity for him to get close to the wretched man. Since he was close to him, he would naturally kill the other party in a hurry and not give the other party time to use more trump cards. Whether the other party still has trump cards, it is useless if he can't use them. At this time, the wretched man's body finally slowly changed from a worm back to a human form. His face had become a little pale, and he opened his mouth wide, not knowing whether he wanted to shout or breathe. He pinched his throat with one hand and stretched out the other hand towards Zhao Sun, trying to grab Zhao Sun's trouser legs. Zhao Sun took a small step to the side, just in front of the wretched man, so that he could see him, and even his fingertips could touch his pants. But he couldn't catch him. He lowered his eyes to admire the wretched man's dying struggle, and his heart was slightly restless again. It was more obvious than last time. He reached out and touched his chest lightly, muttering to himself,
"If I don't kill him, I can't complete my mission. This is not killing for no reason."
A few seconds later, the wretched man foamed at the mouth and didn't move at all. Zhao Sun glanced at the mucus on his palm, and then at the black death sickle beside him, and finally gave up the idea of changing his special ability. The wretched man's special ability looks interesting, but the weakness is still obvious. After turning into a worm, he has no attack ability, and his escape speed is not fast. Although it is difficult to be hurt by sharp weapons, as long as he is poisoned like him, he will die. It's not as useful as the death sickle he transformed with Blade. Moreover, he prefers attacking to defending. It's a pity that the ability of Blade can only turn into an ordinary cold weapon, without the blessing of magic resistance and magic attack. Otherwise, this ability would be even better. Zhao Sun took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. After several times, he finally calmed down his inner restlessness. He turned his head to look at the sculpture. The sculpture had rolled to Ruby's side. After the wretched man died, the rope on his body automatically fell off. The sculpture immediately got up from the ground and untied Ruby. Zhao Sun walked over and grabbed the long rope. A pop-up window popped up in front of him. Lively long rope. Although it is a long rope, it is very lively and active, with a soft and tough body, which is difficult to be cut. It has a very strong binding force. As long as it does not leave the owner within 10 meters, the tied prey will not be able to escape. Zhao Sun showed a satisfied look. It seems that special items can be robbed. He walked to the wretched man again and searched his body. No special items that could pop up a pop-up window were found. Logically, the wretched man should have at least one special item. But he stripped the wretched man naked, tore open his coat, and looked at the interior layer. But he didn't find anything else. Zhao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. That can only mean that the special item was put into the system storage grid by the wretched man. In other words, after the player dies, the items placed in the system storage grid will not fall, and others cannot take them away. It can only be invalidated. What a pity. Zhao Sun rolled up the long rope and stuffed it into his coat pocket. Anyway, he still gained something. Not a loss. Chapter 36, I really want to give you my heart. Zhao Sun took a last look at the wretched man lying on the ground, admired the painful expression on his face, and then walked away without looking back. It seems that the wretched man is not that strong. Then, the strong man and the wretched man should be at the bottom of the old players. It is very likely that they have to participate in the platform game at the beginning of the month because of insufficient points. Tian is a special case. Looking at Tian's relaxed state, it doesn't seem like she lacks points. She just thinks it's fun and takes the initiative to participate in the platform game. This game is okay. The next time we meet, Tian will be the one we need to guard against the most. Once she becomes an opponent, it will be difficult to deal with her. While the sculpture was comforting Ruby, Zhao Sun took out the suitcase from the storage compartment and poisoned the small needle on the ring again. After doing all this, he walked to the sculpture. The sculpture gave Zhao Sun a grateful look.
Shui, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know if I could save Ruby.
In Zhao Sun's plan, she was to act as bait to guide the wretched man's full attention. so that Zhao Sun could find a flaw and attack the wretched man up close. Zhao Sun never concealed the fact that he needed her to be a bait, and she was willing to do it. She knew very well that without Zhao Sun, she would not be able to save Ruby by herself. As long as Ruby could be saved, anything would be fine. She was really grateful to Zhao Sun and wanted to repay him. As long as she could do it, she wanted to repay Zhao Sun as much as she could. Zhao Sun smiled and asked softly,
"Have you ever thought about leaving this town?"
The sculptor stared at Zhao Sun blankly, as if she didn't understand what Zhao Sun meant. Ruby nodded, but then shook her head.
"I actually wanted to leave Neri town a long time ago. But the Duke's power is too great. I can't leave at all. Even if I flee to other places, I may meet someone the Duke knows, and he will catch me back. You don't need to worry about this anymore."
Zhao Sun comforted softly.
"The Duke is dead."
Ruby blinked her eyes, a little dazed, as if she didn't understand what Zhao Sun was saying.
"It's true."
The sculptor nodded vigorously and said to Ruby,
"I haven't had time to tell you that the Duke should have been killed last night. So, I'm free?"
Ruby asked in disbelief.
"Yes, Ruby, you are free."
The sculptor happily showed Ruby a big smile.
"You don't have to worry about the Duke catching you back anymore. I'm free."
Ruby's expression gradually became joyful, and she couldn't help laughing. As she laughed, tears appeared in her eyes again.
"I'm finally free."
The sculptor hugged Ruby with a distressed look on his face and patted Ruby's back comfortingly. Ruby wiped her tears, choking a little, but said firmly,
"I want to leave here. I want to start over. Go to a place where no one knows me, and live my life well."
Then she looked at the sculptor.
"Lulu, are you willing to come with me?" "Of course I am willing."
The sculptor nodded quickly.
"You gave me my life and my name. You are my best friend in this world. No matter where we go, we will be together. But,"
she looked embarrassed,
"there are still 30 seconds left before my free time ends. We can't leave today." "It doesn't matter. I can wait until tomorrow."
Ruby burst into laughter.
"I've been waiting for so many years. One day is not a big deal." "Yeah."
The sculptor nodded repeatedly. As soon as she finished speaking, her body stiffened again. Her legs stood straight, unable to move, but her arms could still move, still holding Ruby tightly. Her expression was still rich and lively, looking at Ruby with a smile on her face. Her eyes were full of beautiful hopes for the future.
"Let's hide you on the nearby earth slope tonight,"
Zhao Sun suggested.
"You can leave the town from here tomorrow, which will save time than going from the Duke's mansion." "I agree."
The sculptor nodded.
"It takes me nearly 20 minutes to run from the Duke's mansion to here. If I start from the Duke's mansion tomorrow, I can only walk out of the town for another 10 minutes at most." "Okay, I'll listen to you."
Ruby certainly wouldn't object. She turned to look at Zhao Sun and said solemnly,
"I'm sorry. I doubted your intentions before. Lulu criticized me, and I have been looking for a chance to apologize to you. It doesn't matter."
Zhao Sun smiled kindly.
"I don't care. I'm a little worried about Lulu staying here alone. I want to stay with her here."
Ruby said a little embarrassedly.
"My luggage is still in the basement. If you can you help me get it?"
After she was locked up in the cell, Lulu sneaked into her house to help her pack all her things and move them all to the basement. After Lulu rescued her from the stake, she has been living in the basement. In order to deal with the situation where she might leave at any time, she put all the important things in a box. But she was forcibly dragged away by the wretched man before, and the box was still in the basement. Now that she has decided to leave, she has to take the box with her.
"Okay."
Zhao Sun still has a kind tone, and there is no impatience. For him, anything that is conducive to completing the hidden task can be done.
"Thank you so much."
Ruby showed a grateful look. The sculptor also looked grateful. After a moment, as if remembering something, the sculptor said to Zhao Sun,
"Ashui, the basement should not be discovered by others. After I leave, there will be a hole in the ground. Can you help me fill the hole?" "Of course."
Zhao Sun agreed readily.
"I just happen to be going to get Ruby's luggage, so it's a handy thing. Ashui, you are such a good person."
The sculptor felt that if she had tear glands, she should be in tears at this moment. She seemed to have never been so moved.
"These few days, thanks to your help, I feel like I have been bothering you all the time, but I have nothing to give back to you."
The sculptor looked at Zhao Sun with guilt and gratitude.
"If there is anything I can help, I really want to give you my heart to let you know how grateful I am to you."
As soon as she finished speaking, The feeling of heat in her chest became more obvious. Then a red light suddenly emerged from her chest and shone directly on Zhao Sun's body. Zhao Sun subconsciously wanted to avoid it. But then, he changed his mind and controlled his movements. Chapter 37 Why is it you? The red light was very warm and did not make Zhao Sun feel uncomfortable. Then, a new pop-up window appeared. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for completing the main task and getting the heart of the sculpture. Since the player used a more difficult method to complete the main task, he got a higher score. 50 points. Zhao Sun's mood suddenly became very happy. As he expected. Fortunately, he did not avoid the red light. However, judging from the text information on the pop-up window, the score of the main task is determined by the way the player completes the task. If he understood correctly, being able to think of a way to take a shortcut to complete the task can also be considered as completing the game. But the points obtained will be much lower. If you choose a more difficult and complicated way to complete the task, you will get more points. Taking a shortcut is more conducive to passing the game and can maximize your survival. Taking a long detour is more dangerous, and the survival rate will also be reduced. But the points obtained are more considerable. There is no forced choice. Everything depends on the player himself. This is a way to widen the points gap. Zhao Sun's smile became even warmer and more gentle.
You have given me the thanks I want most. That's enough.
The sculptor was looking at her chest in a daze, not knowing what the red light was. Her body did not feel any discomfort because of the red light, but the hot and swollen feeling seemed to be released, and she felt a little relieved. After hearing what Zhao Sun said, the sculptor was even more confused. She didn't seem to give anything? Could it be that the thanks the other party wanted most was the word she just said? Zhao Sun didn't explain much. He cleaned the mucus on his palms, took off his coat, and handed it to Ruby.
Maybe I have to trouble you to wash my coat for me.
There is a stream nearby, which is very convenient for washing clothes. The coat was full of dried mucus. In the past, he would have thrown it away directly. But now, he didn't have so many coats to squander, so he could only settle for the second best and wash it before wearing it.
Okay. I will definitely wash it clean for you.
Ruby took the coat and agreed repeatedly. Although it was a trivial matter, it could at least repay the other party's life-saving grace. So she was willing to do it. Zhao Sun chose a hidden location, dragged the sculpture to the angle between the earth slope and the big tree, and told Ruby,
"Be careful. Don't be curious when you hear any movement. Just hide next to the sculpture." "Okay."
Ruby agreed. Zhao Sun left. Fortunately, the main task has been completed. Otherwise, he would not be at ease to leave like this. Although the sculpture cannot be moved and Ruby will definitely not run. No one can guarantee whether there will be any accidents during this period. If he can't get the heart of the sculpture again, he plans to try to take out the heart directly. Although it would lead to the failure of the hidden task, it would be a pity. But if the main task is not completed, he may not be able to return to the endless train. He still knows which is more important. Asterisk. It was approaching dusk. Zhao Sun returned to the empty Duke's mansion and entered the depths of the bamboo forest without any obstacles. As soon as he walked to the original location of the sculpture, he found something wrong here. As the sculpture said, there was a hole in the ground, and below the hole were several steps leading to the basement. On the steps, you can clearly see a lot of messy shoe prints. A careful identification shows that there are 3 different shoe prints. The smallest shoe print must be Ruby's, and the largest shoe print is back and forth, which should be the wretched man's. The remaining shoe print covers the wretched man's shoe print, but it is obviously smaller than the wretched man's shoe print. I'm afraid someone just went in not long ago, and hasn't come out yet. Zhao Sun reached into his pocket with one hand, grabbed the lively long rope he had just obtained, and walked into the basement lightly. There were many oil lamps on the walls of the basement, and the light was still clear. Going down the steps, the first thing that came into view was a long corridor. After walking about 10 meters deeper, he finally saw a room. Zhao Sun looked over and saw a man standing at the head of the bed. Just looking at the back was enough to confirm that it was Shen Yaolong. Shen Yaolong didn't know what he was looking at, but he could faintly hear the sound of flipping pages. Zhao Sun took out a long rope and threw it towards Shen Yaolong calmly. The long rope immediately climbed up Shen Yaolong's shoulders flexibly and quickly tied Shen Yaolong tightly. When Shen Yaolong reacted, he was already entangled by the long rope and couldn't break free. He turned his head with an angry face, and the moment he saw Zhao Sun, he collapsed.
Why is it you?"
he stammered. Zhao Sun didn't rush to speak. He walked to Shen Yaolong's side and picked up the few pieces of letter paper that Shen Yalong had just thrown away when he was struggling. Shen Yalong's expression changed slightly, and he immediately expressed his attitude.
I accidentally discovered that there is a basement here, so I came in to take a look out of curiosity, and I happened to see this letter. I have a habit of snooping into other people's privacy, and I open other people's letters privately. But this is not a big problem.
Zhao Sun still did not respond to Shen Yalong. He quickly glanced at the contents of the letter. This letter was written by a witch more than 300 years ago. When the witch was young, she fell in love with an ordinary man in the town of Nari. The two had a good relationship. But because everyone in the town believed that witches were evil, they never dared to make their relationship public and could only be together secretly. For safety reasons, the man even moved to the mountains and forests on the edge of the town. He only occasionally went down the mountain to sell various animals hunted to buy daily necessities, and so on. But after all, the truth could not be hidden. The two people's relationship was still discovered. While the man went down the mountain to sell game, the public security people arrested the man, because the man refused to admit that the witch was evil. He was judged to be a human being who had been contaminated by the witch. Everyone in the town believed that anything or anyone contaminated by witches would bring bad luck. So, the man suffered the fate that all witches of that era would suffer, burning at the stake. The witch waited until dark, but the man did not come back. So she disguised herself and went down the mountain. And then she heard the news of the man's death. He was burned alive. If she was the only one who was wronged, the witch could endure it. But she could not bear the fact that her beloved died because of her. She was filled with grief and anger and decided to take revenge. So, she used the ancient forbidden technique, at the cost of her own life, to build this basement under the entire town of Nari, and set up magic circles in each passage. Chapter 38 please him very much. As long as a few materials are placed in the main magic circle of this room, the magic circles in various passages will be triggered together, causing an explosion and raising the entire town of Nari to the ground. The witch has collected most of the materials needed to activate the magic circle, but she has consumed all her strength to do all this, and her body is rapidly aging. She found that she no longer had the extra strength to find the remaining two materials, and she did not have enough vitality to support her to see the scene of destroying the town of Nari that she had been thinking about. So she wrote this letter and handed this task to the destined person in the future. The destined person will be guided and come to see this letter. As long as you help her fulfill her last wish, you can get her remaining magic power, which is enough to break the body of the sculpture and get the magic ruby she buried in it early. The sculpture refers to the mechanical sculpture at the door of the basement. The girl Lulu who is praying. The ability of the ruby can unconditionally fulfill a wish. After reading the whole letter, Zhao Sun finally raised his eyes to look at Shen Yalong. Shen Yalong tried to make his expression look less nervous and act more innocent.
I just happened to come over to take a look,
he explained again.
How much of a coincidence?
Zhao Sun dragged a wooden chair over, sat down, and looked at Shen Yalong nonchalantly. Shen Yalong had prepared a plan in his mind, and immediately said,
I saw that everyone in the Duke's mansion had run away. I thought that such a large Duke's mansion must have a lot of valuable things, so I wanted to steal some and take them back. Really?
Zhao Sun smiled.
You want to steal valuable things, but you don't go to the Duke's bedroom, study or treasure room, but run to the garden and go deep into the bamboo forest.
Shen Yalong expected Zhao Sun to question him, and he calmly explained,
I originally planned to go to the places you mentioned, but after I entered the Duke's mansion, I happened to see a guard running out with a bag of things, which were full of jewels. I stopped him and asked, and then I learned that there was a basement deep in the bamboo forest, and many of the Duke's valuables were hidden here.
Zhao Sun asked calmly,
Let's not talk about other things first. You said that a guard told you that there are many valuable things here. Now, can we see a gem within our sight?
There are many rooms here. The valuable things in the outermost room must have been robbed.
Shen Yalong thought he had a very reasonable argument.
If you want to find valuable things, you must go to the deeper rooms. What you said is logically coherent.
Zhao Sun looked at Shen Yalong encouragingly, and then showed a regretful look.
It's a pity that you didn't investigate it clearly in advance, revealing a big flaw.
Shen Yalong's face changed slightly, but he still tried to stay calm and asked, What do you mean?
This is my second time to the Duke's mansion today. When I came here for the first time, there was no one in the Duke's mansion.
Zhao Sun slowly stood up, admiring Shen Yalong's gradually graying appearance.
Besides, before I entered this basement, I knew the existence of this place, and was sure that there was no treasure here at all. The blood on Shen Yalong's face completely faded. and his lips trembled uncontrollably. He wanted to defend himself, but he opened his mouth several times and couldn't make a sound.
I don't know how you know there is a basement here, but it's not important.
Zhao Sun took 2 steps closer and looked down at Shen Yaolong.
What's important is that someone lived here for many days before and didn't find the letter. But you found it. This is enough to prove that you are the destined person the witch is waiting for.
In other words, Shen Yaolong's main task is to fulfill the witch's last wish. It's hard to say whether Shen Yaolong can escape if the whole town of Nari is blown up. Not to mention Zhao Sun, who still has a task. Although the sculptor Lulu has half an hour of free time every day, she has never said that it will be reset at midnight. If it takes 24 hours to cool down before you can have half an hour of free time again, then the sculptor and Ruby will have to wait until tomorrow afternoon to leave Nari town. During this period, the whole town was blown up, and he and his mission target were finished. It is absolutely impossible for him to give up the hidden mission for this matter, although he could discuss a time with Shen Yaolong, and let him drag the sculpture and Ruby out of Nari town, and then let Shen Yaolong blow up the town. However, Shen Yaolong had suffered at his hands, and he must be eager to kill him in his heart. There was no trust between him and Shen Yaolong. What's more, after Shen Yaolong blew up the town, he had to take out the ruby from the sculpture, which was still in conflict with his mission. In short, the most convenient solution was in front of him, and he didn't need to choose other troublesome methods. After reading the witch's letter, Zhao Sun had made a decision. The reason why he patiently listened to Shen Yaolong's excuses was that he wanted to watch the other party rack his brains to make up lies, thinking that he could escape, but finally found that his hope was shattered. Such emotional changes pleased him very much. At this moment, Shen Yaolong finally realized Zhao Sun's intentions, and realized that all his previous efforts were like a clown in Zhao Sun's eyes. But he couldn't get angry. A huge fear enveloped him, oppressing him so much that he had no anger at all.
It's a pity that you will eventually die in my hands.
There was no regret on Zhao Sun's face. Shen Yaolong's face was full of panic that could not be concealed. He jumped and ran away, trying to keep a safe distance. Zhao Sun took out a black death sickle out of thin air, slashed forward with a long handle, and the blade cut off Shen Yaolong's head neatly. It was as if Shen Yaolong took the initiative to put his neck under the sickle blade. Shen Yaolong didn't even have time to exclaim before his blood splattered on the spot. Zhao Sun shook off the blood on the blade, took back the sickle, then took out Ruby's bamboo suitcase from under the bed, and walked out of the basement quickly. His steps were brisk, and he was in a very happy mood. After coming out of the basement, Zhao Sun cut a lot of dead branches and leaves around and sent them into the basement, burying Shen Yaolong's entire body in it. Then he casually took down the oil lamp hanging on the wall and threw it on the dead branches and leaves. The basement relied on the magic circle to produce explosions, not real explosives, so there was no need to worry about combustion causing explosions. In order to prevent others from triggering the magic circle before he left the game, he simply burned down the basement, no matter where the materials that triggered the magic circle were hidden in the basement. As long as they were burned, the possibility of explosion could be avoided from the root. After doing all this, Zhao Sun quickly left the Duke's mansion. In the basement, the small flames gradually expanded and quickly spread into a sky-high flame. Chapter 39: What happens if you exceed social distance? To be honest, Zhao Sun was a little tempted by Shen Yaolong's task for a moment. Unfortunately, the system did not let him take this task. Then even if he did it, there would probably be no reward or benefit. It would be better not to do it. As for the ruby that can make wishes, if his speculation is correct, it is very likely that the wish-making ability of the ruby has been used. Through contact, Zhao Sun can be sure that Ruby is just an ordinary human, without any witch bloodline, let alone any witchcraft. The reason why the sculpture Lulu has consciousness and life is probably because Ruby wiped the sculpture day after day, praying that the other party would respond, and finally let the Ruby fulfill this wish. So, Ruby did give the sculpture Lulu life and consciousness, but the Ruby also played a key role in it. This is why there is no change in other sculptures in the Duke's mansion, except for the sculpture Lulu. Since the wish-making ability of the Ruby has been used, Zhao Sun can't get any benefits, and this task is no longer attractive to him. Therefore, it was more practical for him to complete the hidden mission. When Zhao Sun handed the bamboo suitcase to Ruby, Ruby had already washed Zhao Sun's coat, but the wet coat was still dripping with water and could not be worn at all. Zhao Sun twisted it himself and barely squeezed out some of the water. Then he asked the sculpture,
Lulu, can you reset the half-hour free time every day after midnight? Or do you have to wait until tomorrow afternoon?
The sculptor didn't know why Zhao Sun suddenly asked this,
but still answered honestly. Wait until tomorrow afternoon. Okay.
Zhao Sun had expected it and said calmly.
I'll stay here with you.
Then he took out a brown paper bag from his arms and gave some of the food in it to Ruby. Before returning here, he went to Xiao Ai's house first. Xiao Ai probably went out to find a job and hadn't come back yet. Zhao Sun left a piece of buttered bread and left with the brown paper bag containing food. If there was no special situation, he would definitely not go to Xiao Ai's house again. The buttered bread was his rent. Ruby ate without a word and gave Zhao Sun a thankful look.
You came here.
A brisk female voice suddenly came out from behind.
It turns out you are dating a beautiful woman.
Ruby choked with fear, swallowed hard, and patted her chest to prevent herself from suffocating. Zhao Sun knew what was going on when he heard the voice, and turned around to see that it was indeed Tian Tian. Tian Tian walked in with a smile and looked at Zhao Sun.
I was taking a walk and saw you walking to the suburbs. I was curious and followed you to see.
She turned her eyes to Ruby and the sculpture beside her and smiled meaningfully.
Is this your mission target?
She looked at Zhao Sun again.
You should be able to guess it. If the main mission cannot be completed, you will be trapped in the game forever. I did guess it.
Zhao Sun looked at Tian Tian calmly.
So?
Tian Tian looked at Zhao Sun for a long time. The smile on her face became bigger and bigger, and finally she couldn't help laughing.
I'm just teasing you.
She relaxed her whole body and leaned against the tree trunk beside her, looking lazy and casual.
Don't worry. I'm in a good mood now, and I don't have the intention to ruin your mission.
Zhao Sun didn't doubt what Tian Tian said. Although this girl likes to pretend to be a weak chicken, she has shown her true appearance without hesitation since she was exposed in front of him. Moreover, judging from the current strength of the two people, if Tian Tian wants to do something, she can just do it directly, without pretending to be friendly to let him relax his vigilance before doing it.
Then what are you doing here?
Zhao Sun asked while motioning Ruby to hide behind. Although he felt that Tian Tian did not intend to ruin his mission at present. Who knows if Tian Tian will suddenly feel bad and want to do it again in a few minutes. It's always right to be on guard. Ruby understood and hid behind the big tree quietly, shrinking behind the sculpture. She tried not to make any noise to avoid attracting attention. However, how could Tian Tian not see such a big person moving? But she didn't care.
I just came to join in the fun,
Tian Tian said with a smile.
I have completed my main quest, so I'm just going to hang out and have some fun. Since your main quest is already completed, why don't you go back to the car?
Zhao Sun asked.
This game doesn't stipulate that players must stay in the game for 3 days before leaving. You're right. I can go back now, but I think it's more fun to stay by your side.
Tian Tian approached Zhao Sun and lowered her voice.
You know, it's rare for me to meet a player who is so to my taste. As a kind of person, I am much more interested in you than anyone else.
Zhao Sun raised his hand and pushed Tian Tian's face away.
If you insist on staying here, I can't do anything about you.
But don't get so close to me. Why? You don't like women?
Tian Tian didn't continue to approach. Just ask this question.
No.
Zhao Sun shrugged and said indifferently.
I just like to keep a normal social distance with others, regardless of gender.
Oh. Tian Tian asked with great interest.
What will happen if the social distance is exceeded? Will you be unable to control your inner restlessness?
Zhao Sun did not answer. He changed the subject directly.
Since you have been staying here, I just have some questions to ask you. You ask it.
Tian Tian did not dwell on the question just now. She smiled at Zhao Sun.
Although I may not answer it. Do you old players also need to participate in the platform game at least 3 times a month?
Zhao Sun asked first without caring whether Tian Tian would answer or not.
Or, are the rules for old players participating in the platform game the same as those for new players? This is a good question.
Tian Tian tilted her head.
It seems that you have guessed something. So I might as well tell you that the train rules that old players and new players need to abide by are not exactly the same. And the rules for participating in the platform game are one of the differences.
Zhao Sun showed an expression of,
as expected,
but he did not continue to ask what the train rules for old players are. On the one hand, Tian Tian is unlikely to answer such a fundamental question. On the other hand, he is still a new player now, and he only needs to abide by the train rules for new players. There is no need to remember the rules for old players at this time. When he becomes an old player, he will naturally know what the old player's train rules are. Zhao Sun took out his mobile phone and asked a new question.
Have you seen these two people?
Chapter 40. What benefits do you want? Zhao Sun opened the photo album on his phone, clicked on one of the pictures, and showed it to Tian Tian. Tian Tian looked at it carefully, looked up and asked Zhao Sun,
These two people look old. Are they your parents? Have you seen them?
Zhao Sun asked instead of answering.
No.
Tian Tian shook her head. Zhao Sun did not speak, nor did he feel disappointed. He calmly took back his phone. He had been mentally prepared for this trip. It was possible that he could not find any information about the two people. Now he just asked an old player, and it was normal that he could not get anything out of it.
Do you know all the old players?
Zhao Sun asked again.
Of course not.
Tian Tian laughed.
The old players who can live in the first 3 carriages are all ranked in the top 50. I rarely see these players. And when I occasionally see them, I never get close to them. People in carriages 1, 2, and 3 don't come out to eat.
Zhao Sun showed a surprised look.
As long as they go to the restaurant. It's impossible not to see people. They rarely go to the restaurant to eat.
Tian Tian said this, and waved her hand before Zhao Sun opened his mouth.
Don't ask me how they solve 3 meals a day. I don't live in those 3 carriages. So I don't know.
Zhao Sun turned the words to his mouth and changed them to another question.
How long have you been in the endless train? About half a year.
Tian Tian answered casually, and it seemed that she didn't care about revealing her information to Zhao Sun at all.
You've been here for quite a while. So why didn't you make it into the top 50?
Zhao Sun looked at Tian Tian.
I feel like you have a lot of points. I'm not obsessed with rankings. As long as I'm not the last one.
Tian Tian said indifferently.
And I like to spend my points on delicious food. But I don't want to be stingy and reluctant to spend my points just to get into the top 50.
Okay. Zhao Sun shrugged and said nothing. Tian Tian saw that Zhao Sun was not disappointed or sad because he couldn't find out about the couple. So she pouted in boredom. After thinking for a while, she said,
I can help you find out about those 2 people.
Zhao Sun looked at Tian Tian again. There was no surprise in his eyes. Instead, he asked calmly,
What do you want? Oh, why are you stealing my lines?
Tian Tian snorted in a reproachful manner, and pretended to think seriously for a long time before saying,
Well, how about owing me a favor? I haven't decided what to do for the time being.
Zhao Sun nodded without hesitation.
Okay. After a pause, he added, But the favor I owe you will only take effect after you can provide me with effective clues. At the same time, you should be very clear that if what you ask me to do will harm my own interests, I will definitely not do it.
Okay. Tian Tian was not unhappy with Zhao Sun's words, but smiled brightly.
I like your honesty. Wait until we get on the car, and meet at the restaurant around 11:30 on the 6th.
She quickly arranged the time.
I'll let you meet someone then. I can only eat in ordinary restaurants. If I want to go to high-end restaurants, you have to treat me.
Zhao Sun said bluntly.
Okay. Let's go to a normal restaurant.
Tian Tian pouted.
Okay.
Zhao Sun agreed.
I will be on time.
According to the train rules, fighting is not allowed in the restaurant, even if the train rules for old players have changed. This should be the same as the train rules for new players. It is safe for both parties to meet in the restaurant on the train. After that, there was no conversation all night. Zhao Sun stayed by Tian Tian's side without sleeping, guarding the safety of Ruby and the sculpture. Ruby couldn't bear it in the second half of the night, and fell asleep on the sculpture in a daze. Asterisk. On the afternoon of the 5th, the sculpture finally regained the ability to move freely. She expressed her gratitude to Zhao Sun again, and then took Ruby to quickly leave the town of Nari and headed for the unknown distance. As the figures of the sculpture and Ruby completely disappeared from sight, a pop-up window finally popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for completing the hidden task, earning 60 points, and obtaining the special item Burning Blood. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for unlocking all the plots in the game Nari Town and receiving a reward of 20% of your total points in this round of the game, which is 22 points. With Tian Tian by his side, Zhao Sun did not show any special expression, but he was in a very good mood. Through this information, he determined that there are 3 ways to widen the points gap. One is the way to complete the task. The more difficult the task, the higher the points. One is to trigger the hidden task and get hidden points. Another is to unlock the completeness of the background story of the game, and there will be extra rewards for fully unlocking it. If you want to upgrade your special abilities as soon as possible, you have to participate in the platform game more often. Complete the game tasks in the game in a more complex way as much as possible, and look for opportunities to trigger hidden tasks. Zhao Sun picked up the coat that was placed on the stone beside him, which was completely dry. He shook off the dust on the coat and put it on again. Then he walked quickly towards the town gate. Tian saw this and followed him. As Zhao Sun walked, he quietly clicked on burning blood with his consciousness and looked at the detailed description above. Scorching blood. If the person who swallows the scorching blood has no ill will towards you, he will become your best friend. If he has ill will towards you, he will melt into a pool of blood on the spot. P.S. There are 2 drops of scorching blood in total, which can be used twice. After all, good friends are more valuable than quantity. This special item is very good, and it is good to use it in the forward or reverse direction. Zhao Sun likes it very much. The two walked all the way to the entrance of Neri Town, and happened to meet the short-haired woman who hurried over. They looked at each other and nodded politely. The next second, the scene flashed again in front of the 3 people. And then they returned to the side of the train. Yes, it was next to the train, not the empty grassland where they ran for more than 10 minutes to gather. There were a total of 6 players when they came, and there were only 3 left when they left. This situation is actually much better than Zhao Sun expected. The short-haired woman was about to get on the car, but she saw that Zhao Sun and Tian did not move, and she subconsciously retracted her legs. After thinking for a while, she walked to Tian and asked, "Why don't you get on the bus? I think it's better to get on the bus later." Tian replied with a smile. Although Zhao Sun didn't say anything, it was obvious that he thought the same as Tian. The short-haired woman was a little confused. She brainstormed for a while, carefully reviewed every detail that might have been overlooked by her, and finally figured out what was going on. Chapter 41. Back to the train. The short-haired woman finally realized what she had overlooked. It was the evening of the 5th, and there were only a few hours left until midnight. If the system automatically assigned her a personal task for the day after she got on the train, she would most likely not be able to complete it because she didn't have enough time. Even if the price to pay for failing a personal task was not that high, no one would bother themselves. For safety reasons, it would be best to get on the train at midnight, which would not exceed the stipulated boarding time and perfectly avoid the personal task of the 5th. After the short-haired woman figured it out, she didn't say anything else, and she also waited patiently outside the door. Zhao Sun had nothing to do, so he used his consciousness to open his personal panel. Player, Zhao Sun. Points, 187. Ranking. Special ability, Devouring LV1, upgradable. Current Devouring Special Ability Blade. Special items, Lively Long Rope. Scorching Blood. He hadn't been on the endless train for several days, so it was normal that the ranking was not displayed, and he didn't feel surprised. Zhao Sun first clicked on his special ability. A small window appeared. You can use 100 points to upgrade the special ability Swallow LV1. Do you want to upgrade? Yes, no. Zhao Sun immediately chose yes. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully upgrading the special ability Swallow to LV2. Please click on Details to view detailed information. Zhao Sun clicked on the details. Swallow LV2. Rarity, only. Ability details. After selecting the target, buy any item belonging to the target for 3 seconds to obtain the opponent's ability. The current level limit can only obtain 100% of the opponent's ability. You can have 2 abilities at the same time. If you swallow a 3rd ability, you need to choose to cover one of the 2 abilities you already have. The ability you get will not disappear until it is covered by the new ability. Note, the selected item must be on the target for more than 24 hours. If you take the item away from the target for more than 1 hour, it can no longer be used as a swallow item. Zhao Sun's eyes became bright. The ability after the upgrade is better than he expected. He thought the system would be stingy, obtaining the percentage of the opponent's ability and the number of abilities at the same time, and only one of them could be upgraded, and the other would have to wait until it was upgraded again. The current result is very good. It seems that he needs to find a better ability. After all, the blade he has weakened 1/2 of his ability, and now he can swallow 100% of other people's abilities, which is naturally more useful. Well, before finding a more suitable ability, I'd better use number 019 Strength Enhancement. Zhao Sun looked at the points on his personal panel and turned into 87. And he thought for a while. Only these 3 players who got off the train to participate in the game came back alive this time. And the other players all got points through daily personal tasks on the endless train. These players also need to use points to buy food and water. And there are also points deducted for failed tasks. His points should not be ranked last, but the ranking will definitely drop a lot compared to before. With that in mind, Zhao Sun used 10 points to open the second storage compartment in case of emergency. Asterisk. Time passed in a flash. There were only 30 seconds left before midnight. Zhao Sun and the other two had separated and stood at the doors of their respective carriages, staring at their phones. There were only 5 seconds left. 5. Zhao Sun grabbed the handrail with one hand. 4. Zhao Sun stepped on the steps with one foot. 3. Zhao Sun put his phone back into his trouser pocket. 2. Zhao Sun also grabbed the handrail with his other hand. 1. Zhao Sun exerted force with both arms, and the whole person was like a slingshot, catapulted into the train. Welcome player Zhao Sun back to the endless train. This pop-up window appeared briefly, and then quickly disappeared. And then the familiar sweet electronic sound rang out from the speakers of the entire train. Congratulations to all passengers for successfully spending another day. The points ranking of all passengers has been released. Please check it yourself. Zhao Sun walked to his seat while opening his personal panel. Player, Zhao Sun. Points, 77. Ranking, 430. Special ability, Devouring LV2. Special items, Lively Long Rope. Scorching Blood. As Zhao Sun expected, his ranking dropped a lot compared to before. But he is not the last one. Although it is not clear how many new players have died and how many are left. It is unlikely that less than half of the players will be left so soon. The last one in the points ranking on September 5th is number 001 in car 16, and will receive support and encouragement measures. The train will arrive at the second station at 9:01 a.m. on September 7th. Passengers who need to get off, please prepare in advance. After the sentence was said, the electronic sound stopped. Zhao Sun sat down and glanced at the other people, except for number 013, who violated the train rules at the beginning because he had no ticket. The other people were still there. The 4 people were also looking at Zhao Sun. They really wanted to know what Zhao Sun had experienced in the game, and how he cleared the game. But no one asked. Not only because it was better to talk less after midnight, but more importantly, they didn't think Zhao Sun was a person who was willing to help others unconditionally. He must give some benefits in exchange. The fat woman number 015 was thinking about the agreement with Shen Yalong. She could go to Shen Yalong to get first-hand information tomorrow morning. There was no need to bother asking Zhao Sun. After weighing it in his mind, the Scorpion Man number 018 also felt that it would be easier to interrogate Shen Yalong, the coward, so he didn't think of Zhao Sun for the time being. As for the 2 women number 019 and number 020, they didn't plan to speak first because they didn't want to be the first to speak. In this way, everyone just looked at each other and no one spoke. Soon they closed their eyes and fell asleep. Seeing that the surroundings were quiet, Zhao Sun took another look at his personal task number 6. When he sat down, the pop-up window of the personal task appeared. Player Zhao Sun's personal task on September 6th. Get any kind of food from any old player. The biggest difficulty for new players is to find an old player who is willing to contact them. The second difficulty is that it is not easy to get food from others. Even if you steal it, the other party must have food. In addition, once the theft is discovered by the other party, it is hard to say what will happen if you annoy the other party. If the person has a bad temper, it is normal to be killed, and being beaten is a small matter. Fortunately, Zhao Sun has already thought about what to do. It is estimated that the points for this personal task are also small. In his eyes, the difficulty is not as difficult as stealing tickets from others. Zhao Sun closed the pop-up window, adjusted his sitting posture, and began to feel sleepy. Chapter 42 by your news. Early in the morning, after the passengers were able to move freely, the fat woman number 015 immediately left her seat and went to find Shen Yalong. Number 018, number 019 and number 020 also got up and left. Some to do personal tasks, and some to go to the restaurant for breakfast. Zhao Sun picked up a hair on the backrest of number 019, tried it, and successfully obtained the special ability of strength enhancement again. Compared with the last time, he really felt that his strength was stronger this time. As for how strong it is, you have to fight to know. Just when Zhao Sun clenched his fist to feel his strength, the fat woman number 015 ran back in a hurry. Number 014. She looked at Zhao Sun with hope and asked, "The guy named Shen Yalong, did he participate in the first platform game with you?" "Yes." Zhao Sun nodded. He knew what number 015 wanted to ask, so he took the initiative to answer. "He died in the game." Number 015 took a breath and his shoulders collapsed. She thought of many possibilities.
such as Shen Yalong not wanting to keep his promise. And the information provided by Shen Yalong might be false. But she never thought that Shen Yalong would be so useless and died in the first platform game. She didn't have any chance to inquire about the news. And all her previous expectations were in vain. This feeling of disappointment made her feel that she had lost all her energy. Number 015's eyes stayed on Zhao Sun for a moment, and suddenly said resignedly,
I bought your news. What do you want in return?
Zhao Sun was not surprised by this. He clasped his hands together, placed them on the table, and looked at number 015 with an evaluative look.
What can you give me as a reward?
The fat woman hesitated for a long time before saying,
If the information you give me is detailed and useful enough, then the next time you want to participate in the platform game again, I will get off the bus with you. As long as you and I are not on opposite sides of the game rules, I will do my best to help you pass the game. It is quite attractive.
Zhao Sun smiled and asked gently,
But the premise is that your ability can be used. Are you sure that your ability can help me no matter what game it is?
Before getting off the bus, no one knows what the platform game they are about to face will look like. If number 015's ability is only useful for certain types of games, there may not be a chance to use it.
Most of the time, it should be useful.
Number 015 said affirmatively.
But I can't tell you what my ability is now.
Zhao Sun did not ask further. It is not difficult for him to know. And he does not have to force number 015 to answer him. After thinking for a while, Zhao Sun said to number 015,
Let's do this. Go to car number 10 and ask the volunteers about the inside story. They should be able to tell you some basic information. When you come back, tell me everything you know. And then I will reveal a piece of news that they didn't say or didn't know.
Number 015 then remembered that he had heard others say that a volunteer participated in the first platform game. Her eyes lit up.
Okay, I'll go ask.
Zhao Sun took out a bottle of water and a bag of biscuits from his coat pocket. Before boarding the train, he took these out of the suitcase and stuffed them into his large outer pocket. Number 015 came back just after finishing this simple breakfast. She had a smile on her face, and obviously got some useful information.
Don't say. Those volunteers are pretty good.
Number 015 said to Zhao Sun with a happy face as soon as she sat down.
Many people went to them to inquire about the news. They actually wrote the information directly on paper. Everyone who went to inquire about the news can see the information on that piece of paper.
At this point, she paused for a moment, and then said meaningfully,
And they don't want any benefits. Just simply share information with other passengers. Is that so?
Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. His smile was still kind, and there was no aggressiveness.
It seems that you are already very satisfied with the news you got, so there is no need to exchange more information with others. Right.
The expression on number 015's face suddenly restrained. She knew very well that the more detailed the information was, the more beneficial it would be, and she could not guarantee that the volunteers provided all the known information. Originally, she wanted to use the attitude of volunteers providing information for free to hit Zhao Sun. But Zhao Sun obviously did not buy it, and even had the intention of not exchanging information. She immediately gave up her previous idea.
How can that be possible?
Number 015 changed his expression and smiled apologetically.
If I can get more information, I will be more than happy. Besides, the exchange of interests is a must. I can't let others pay in vain. After all, they are risking their lives to pass the game.
Zhao Sun did not speak, but just smiled at number 015. The arc of the corner of his mouth was almost the same as before, as if it was the result of years of practice, making him habitually maintain such an upward arc. Number 015 felt a little creepy for no reason. She had not had in-depth contact with Zhao Sun before, and only felt that Zhao Sun was a polite gentleman with some strength. Now that she had come into contact with him, she had an indescribable strange feeling. She seemed to be a little afraid of Zhao Sun in her heart. But when she thought about the fact that she had just proposed to get the information for free out of greed, it was her fault first. So it was normal for the other party to be sarcastic. In addition, she was eager to know whether Zhao Sun had more information. So she didn't think deeply, and quickly got to the point.
The information I got from the volunteers was fragmentary. I'll summarize it for you.
Number 015 sat down opposite Zhao Sun.
The background of this game is in a small town. The residents of the entire town have their own lives. It feels like there really is such a small town.
Zhao Sun nodded slightly and motioned number 015 to continue. Encouraged, number 015 breathed a sigh of relief. and she told everything she knew in one go.
After you got off the train, your eyes were blocked by the thick fog. After walking for about 10 minutes, the thick fog disappeared, and the 6 players who participated in the game gathered together. Each player has different tasks, and there are conflicting tasks, so it is impossible for all players to complete the game. Food and clothing in the game cannot be brought on board. Even if they are packed in a bag, they will disappear the moment you get on the train.
Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. He was not surprised that there was such a restriction. But he did not expect the short-haired woman to try to bring food and clothing on board. Even things like gold and jewelry cannot be brought on board, let alone necessities such as food and clothing. If these can be brought from the game to the train, then the things in the train restaurant will be unsaleable? How can players spend more points? If the players' points do not decrease, how can they mobilize their enthusiasm for accumulating points? Chapter 43. Remember to fulfill your promise. For Zhao Sun, this was obvious. In the platform game, apart from the items obtained by completing the task, there should be few things that can be taken on the train. He didn't need to try to confirm this.
What's wrong?
Number 015 had been paying attention to Zhao Sun's expression. Seeing Zhao Sun suddenly raised his eyebrows, she immediately asked,
Is there any wrong information?
No. Zhao Sun shook his head.
The information they gave you is true.
Number 015 looked at Zhao Sun with some suspicion, not knowing whether to believe this sentence. But Zhao Sun didn't intend to explain in detail. Whether number 015 believed it or not was her own business, and he had no obligation to let her believe it. Seeing that Zhao Sun didn't react much and didn't intend to explain anything, number 015 had to continue. What follows is a summary of the game Neri Town. Unless new players have the opportunity to enter the same game, the reference value of this information is not high. Zhao Sun listened patiently. He reminded number 015 to ask the volunteers for information. Of course, he didn't just want to help number 015, but wanted to know to what extent the volunteer team would reveal the information they knew. According to his speculation, the volunteers should take the initiative to provide some information to other new players. But he didn't think they would reveal all the information. After all, there may be potential enemies with malicious intent among the new players, and those with a little bit of brains would not be stupid enough to reveal all the information. As Zhao Sun expected, the volunteers still revealed some useful information, but most of it was basic information. It can give new players a vague concept of the platform game, but it is far from increasing the survival rate. After number 015 finished speaking, she felt a little dry in the mouth. She licked her lips, but still resisted the idea of buying water. Water must also be purchased with points. She was reluctant to buy water unless she was extremely thirsty. Number 015 looked at Zhao Sun expectantly. Zhao Sun spoke as number 015 wished.
If the main quest in the game cannot be completed, you will be trapped in the game forever.
Number 015 opened her mouth in surprise, and she asked,
If you don't die in the process of doing the quest, but fail to complete the quest before the end of the game, you will also be trapped in the game? Isn't it to accept the punishment and then continue to return to the endless train?
She almost never plays games and rarely reads novels. She has no idea about this kind of thing. She was really surprised when she heard it at first.
No.
Zhao Sun had expected number 015 to have this reaction. He added,
If I'm not wrong, you should become one of the NPCs in the game.
In any case, he also revealed a brand new news to number 015. It can't be said that he didn't fulfill his promise. If number 015 is smart, she should understand that the usefulness of this information is not to increase her pressure to complete the game, but to use the method of destroying the other party's mission objectives to achieve her goal when she wants to deal with an enemy stronger than herself in the game. Of course, whether number 015 can realize this is not a problem that Zhao Sun needs to consider.
How did you know about this?
Number 015 couldn't help asking.
Did an NPC in the game tell you? I'm only responsible for telling you one piece of information that the volunteers didn't tell you.
And I'm not responsible for answering your questions.
Zhao Sun smiled and stood up.
Remember to fulfill your promise.
He took 2 steps forward, suddenly turned around, and said to number 015,
By the way, I'll get off the train in the next platform game.
After that, he left. Number 015 turned his head in shock and looked at Zhao Sun's back. He wanted to curse him, but was a little speechless. He had just experienced a game, and he was going to go again so soon. Is this person really not afraid of death? Or, number 015 suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the earlier the game, the lower the difficulty. So he wanted to complete the 3 games required by the train rules within a month in the first few games, as soon as possible. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Number 015 was refreshed and became motivated to participate in the platform game. If the game becomes more difficult the later it is played, the mortality rate will definitely increase. Of course, the sooner she participates in the platform game, the better. Thinking of this, number 015 immediately stood up, thinking about what she should prepare in her mind, while looking for the attendant's cart to buy food. Since she decided to participate in the next platform game, she must eat and drink enough and try to be in good condition. Asterisk. Zhao Sun went to the toilet and returned to his seat to catch up on sleep. In the game before, he didn't sleep for 2 days and 2 nights. And now he must race against time to catch up on sleep and nourish his spirit. Only in this way can he face the next game in a good state as much as possible. At 11:20 in the afternoon, Zhao Sun woke up to the urging of the alarm clock on his mobile phone. He stood up and stretched his body. After feeling sober, he walked towards the ordinary restaurant without rushing. When he walked to the ordinary restaurant, Tian had already arrived and sat at one of the tables, with a man next to her. The man looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, with an ordinary appearance and a thin body. But his short pink-purple hair was very eye-catching. Tian saw Zhao Sun at a glance, and she waved with a smile. The man with pink-purple hair looked over and then waved to Zhao Sun very enthusiastically. Zhao Sun nodded slightly, walked over and sat down opposite the two of them.
Let me introduce him.
Tian took the initiative to speak. She said to Zhao Sun,
This is the person I said I would introduce to you before. His name is Shaozi. Shao as in whistle.
Shaozi smiled and stretched out his hand to Zhao Sun.
Hello. H. Lo. Tian introduced you to me. Your name is Shui, right?
Zhao Sun nodded politely to Shaozi.
Hello.
Everyone understood each other tacitly, and no one mentioned the fake name. To put it bluntly, everyone was not familiar with each other, and did not trust each other to the extent of exchanging real names. Zhao Sun did not shake hands with Shaozi, but Shaozi was not angry. He took his hand back and looked at Tian with a curious look on his face.
That's right. He doesn't like physical contact with people.
Then he looked at Zhao Sun curiously and asked.
Tian said that this is not mysophobia.
Then what is it?
Is it some kind of psychological disorder caused by childhood? Shaozi, stop asking nonsense.
Tian glanced at Shaozi with a grudge.
This is a secret between him and me. Oh, how long have you two known each other? And you already have a little secret?
Shaozi teased Tian. Zhao Sun did not change his expression, and did not care about what Tian and Shaozi said. He stared at Shaozi's very bright pink and purple hair and asked,
How long have you been on the train? Did you dye your hair after getting on the train?
Chapter 44. They are all dead. The color of this pink and purple hair is too bright, and the roots of the hair do not show the original hair color. It doesn't look like it was dyed before getting on the train. As an old player, he has been on the endless train for at least a month. If it was dyed before getting on the train, then the roots of the hair should show the original hair color. But if it was dyed after getting on the train, does the endless train even sell hair dye? This inevitably aroused Zhao Sun's interest.
You can see this.
Shaozi excitedly stroked his bangs.
I dyed it myself with dragon fruit. Doesn't it look good?
Zhao Sun. No wonder the color is so bright. He didn't see dragon fruit for sale on the cart or in ordinary restaurants. Obviously,
this thing is only sold in high-end restaurants. Then the price of this dragon fruit is probably equivalent to a meal in an ordinary restaurant. Although most players can afford this price, there must be very few who are willing to use it to dye their hair. It seems that Shaozi's points are considerable.
It's pretty good,
Zhao Sun complimented very politely. Shaozi was very satisfied. He looked at Tian proudly.
Look, I said I dyed this color very well.
Tian curled her lips and said perfunctorily,
Okay. As long as you think it looks good.
She was too lazy to continue the topic about Shaozi's hair color, and turned to look at Zhao Sun.
You can order what you want to eat. Shaozi and I have already ordered our own lunch. I won't order,
Zhao Sun said, and took out a bottle of mineral water and a bag of biscuits that he had prepared long ago. Tian looked incredulous.
You can't afford a chicken leg rice or pork chop rice for 5 points. Right. I want to save some money,
Zhao Sun said calmly.
Okay. Whatever you want.
Tian waved her hand.
Let's get back to the point.
She looked at Xiaozi again and introduced him to Zhao Sun.
Xiaozi is the only information dealer on the train. He once lived in the number 3 carriage for 10 days, and is currently living in the number 4 carriage.
Zhao Sun remembered that Tian had said before that only the first 50 passengers in the first 3 carriages of the train could stay. Sure enough, this Xiaozi was quite capable. Xiaozi smiled.
Don't think that I only stayed in the number 3 carriage for 10 days. Most of the players in the first 3 carriages have been mastered by me. No wonder you can be an information dealer.
Zhao Sun nodded in understanding. If he guessed correctly, Xiaozi's special ability should have played a significant role in this. Although he didn't know what kind of special ability it was, the information that could be collected by manpower alone was very limited. It would be different if there were relevant special abilities. Zhao Sun thought so, and subconsciously looked at Xiaozi's shoulders and collar. Unfortunately, he didn't see any hair. It would not be so easy to get other things from Xiaozi. Whistle didn't pay much attention to Zhao Sun's scrutiny. All those who knew he was an information dealer for the first time would pay special attention to him. After all, people like him were rare and important. And they were very popular. Even the players in the first 3 carriages were mostly polite to him. After all, everyone may need to get information sometimes.
Tian said you were looking for someone.
Xiaozi said.
Show me the photo.
Zhao Sun took out his phone, but did not open the album immediately. Instead, he asked Xiaozi,
What reward do you want?
He was not stupid enough to think that he did not need to pay Xiaozi because he owed Tian a favor. The favor he owed Tian was the favor of introduction. Without Tian's introduction, it would be difficult for him to get in touch with Xiaozi in a short time. And if he wanted to get useful information from Xiaozi, he would naturally have to pay Xiaozi.
I have to see the photo to confirm it.
Xiaozi shrugged.
If I already have the information of this person, the price will naturally be cheap. If I have never seen this person, it will take a lot of effort to help you confirm the other party's information. And the price will be high.
Zhao Sun said nothing more, opened the album on his phone, and handed the photo to Xiaozi. Xiaozi looked at it for a long time before he said uncertainly,
I have never seen the man in the photo, but I seem to have some impression of the woman in the photo. I seem to have seen her somewhere.
Zhao Sun's eyes moved slightly.
Where have I seen her?
Xiaozi frowned and recalled for a long time before saying,
I think the person I saw should not be a real person. Otherwise the impression would not be so vague. It may be a portrait.
Zhao Sun pursed his lips and asked another question.
Have you seen all the old players on the endless train? Although I haven't seen all the old players, I have some appearance information even for the most mysterious people.
Xiaozi understood what Zhao Sun meant at this time, and he took the initiative to say,
The 2 people in the photo are not on the endless train. So, they are all dead.
Zhao Sun lowered his eyes and looked at the photos on his phone, his voice slightly low. In the photo, the woman smiled gently and leaned on the man's shoulder, and the man looked down at the woman with a gentle look. The background is a large sea of flowers, and the petals blown by the breeze are frozen in the air. The whole picture was warm and beautiful. Anyone who saw it would know that this was a very loving couple.
Yes,
Xiaozi said firmly.
I can tell you with certainty that they are dead.
Zhao Sun nodded silently and did not speak again. There was no obvious change in his expression, and his eyes were blocked by his drooping eyelids, so his expression could not be seen clearly. But his aura was calm, and he seemed to have no emotional fluctuations, making it difficult to tell whether he was happy or angry. It was quiet for a while, and the sweet Yangzhou fried rice and the pork liver noodles ordered by Xiaozi were served, and the stagnant air seemed to flow again. Zhao Sun opened the mineral water and took a sip. Tian ate 2 mouthfuls of rice before saying to Zhao Sun,
You don't look like you have to see them. You just want to know whether they are dead or alive.
She looked at Zhao Sun and asked,
Whether they are alive or not. Does it have any special meaning to you?
Before Zhao Sun could speak, Xiaozi laughed first.
Tian, what you said is his parents. They are close relatives, and they have special meaning in themselves.
Tian ignored Xiaozi and just looked at Zhao Sun. Xiaozi didn't understand, but Tian and Zhao Sun knew what Tian meant by special meaning. It didn't refer to the conventional emotional bonds such as family affection or blood relationship, but to other more special meanings. But Zhao Sun didn't intend to confess. He just said, and didn't say anything more. Tian didn't ask any more questions, just shrugged.
Then you are not as free as me. My parents don't have any special meaning in my heart.
Chapter 45 Contract. Tian tilted her head and suddenly showed a malicious smile.
No, I should say that their death is more meaningful to me.
Xiaozi saw that the topic was not right and hurriedly interrupted.
Okay. Let's not talk about those heavy things. Let's talk about the main topic related to the transaction.
In fact, he was still a little afraid of Tian. Although he and Tian had a good relationship and Tian was very polite to him most of the time. Whenever Tian showed her malice frankly, he had an indescribable scalp-tingling feeling. Tian was not unhappy about Xiaozi's interruption. She changed the topic very politely. She asked Zhao Sun.
Then you owe me a favor. Right. Yes.
Zhao Sun admitted readily. Then he looked at Xiaozi and said seriously,
I want to know who killed them. It's hard to find out.
Xiaozi took a few sips of noodles and continued.
It's possible that they were left in the game because they were not strong enough to complete the platform game. It's also possible that they couldn't complete their personal tasks, lost their points, and starved to death on the train. In addition, it's possible that they were killed by other players.
I know. Zhao Sun nodded.
But I must get an accurate answer. Okay.
Xiaozi nodded to show his understanding. And then asked,
You should know when they boarded the endless train. Right. The first batch.
Zhao Sun replied.
They are the first group to get on the bus.
Xiaozi sighed.
That's even more difficult. Maybe all the players who had contact with them in the first group have died. And there are even fewer clues to find. I never do business at a loss.
Zhao Sun understood what Xiaozi meant. And he said,
You name the price.
Xiaozi finished a bowl of noodles and the soup in one breath. Put down the bowl and chopsticks. Wiped his mouth. And then said to Zhao Sun,
I want you to help me kill someone.
Tian, who was concentrating on eating, paused. She tilted her head to look at Xiaozi, showing a playful smile.
It seems that you are quite optimistic about Shui.
Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised, but did not express his opinion immediately. He said,
Since you need someone to help you do this, the other party must be very difficult to kill. I'm not sure if I can do it. There's no rush for this.
Xiaozi waved his hand.
After I complete the task you entrusted, when you feel that you are strong enough, it won't be too late to help me kill him.
After a pause, he added,
I don't just put my hope on you. There are several other people who have reached a similar deal with me. As long as one of you succeeds.
It's
okay.
Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding.
It seems that you hate this person very much.
But he didn't have the ability to kill the other party. He didn't say the second half of the sentence.
Yes.
Xiaozi's smile disappeared from his face. It seemed that mentioning that person evoked some very painful memories for him. It made his always extroverted temperament become silent and cold. Zhao Sun knew in his heart that this was indeed a deal that required a great price. As an old player and an intelligence dealer, Xiaozi couldn't deal with people who were probably players who had been in the top 50 for a long time. However, Xiaozi's request was reasonable, and he did not immediately ask anyone to take action. Besides, Zhao Sun must find out about the two people no matter how much it costs. Deal? Zhao Sun agreed to the deal without thinking too long. Xiaozi took out a piece of parchment and a feather pen out of thin air. He wrote on the parchment for a long time, and then handed it to Zhao Sun.
Take a look. If there is no problem, press a blood fingerprint. This is your special item.
Zhao Sun took the parchment and mentioned it casually.
Yes.
Xiaozi laughed.
In order to avoid those who are untrustworthy and let me waste my energy and time in vain, signing a contract makes me feel at ease. Once the blood fingerprint is pressed, the content on the parchment cannot be violated. Otherwise, it will pay a painful price.
Zhao Sun carefully looked at the content written on the parchment. After player Xiaozi helps player Shui find out the real cause of death of his parents and finds the possible murderer. When player Shui's score is equal to or higher than that of player Xiaozi's enemy, player Shui must fulfill the contract and assassinate player Shui's enemy. The identity information of player Xiaozi's enemy and Xiaozi's detailed revenge requirements will automatically enter player Shui's brain after player Shui's score reaches the standard. The contract is permanent, as long as player Xiaozi completes what player Shui asks. Even if player Xiaozi dies, player Shui must still fulfill the contract. If player Shui's score increases slowly, he will automatically become the opponent's subordinate when other players with the same contract meet the score requirements and assist the other party in killing the enemy. If player Shui does not fulfill the above contract, he will gradually lose everything he is now after 1 month and die of festering all over his body. Note, the 1-month deadline refers to 1 month after one of the contracted player's points meet the requirements, but still does not take action. The content is very detailed and basically takes into account every possibility. The key is that it can be effective even if a pseudonym is used. This proves that the key to making the contract effective is the blood fingerprint. Zhao Sun took out the folding knife he carried with him, cut his thumb, and pressed a blood fingerprint on the lower right corner of the parchment. Xiaozi took back the parchment and pressed his own blood fingerprint. The parchment glowed white, and then the words on it disappeared.
It's done.
Xiaozi put the parchment and the quill back into the system storage compartment and said to Zhao Sun,
I'm not sure when I can find out the news about the cause of your parents' death. But as long as I have the exact news, I will take the initiative to find you. Before that, please try your best to survive in the endless train and improve your strength.
Zhao Sun nodded in agreement, indicating that he understood. Then he asked,
Do you have any biscuits?
Xiaozi was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Zhao Sun to suddenly bring up a topic that was completely unrelated.
Or, if you have anything else to eat, it's fine,
Zhao Sun said again.
I don't have any food.
Xiaozi shook his head.
I always buy food when I'm hungry, and never store anything on me. I think it's troublesome to store things, and there's a risk that they will be taken away by others. Okay.
Zhao Sun shrugged regretfully. He originally thought that if Xiaozi had food on him, he could not only take the opportunity to complete his personal task today, but also take a peek at Xiaozi's special abilities. Kill two birds with one stone. Unfortunately, Xiaozi had no food. Chapter 46 Pocket Watch. In fact, Zhao Sun had just considered whether to pretend to chew the parchment accidentally, but such an action was too conspicuous, and it was difficult for him to explain. It was not a good thing to arouse the suspicion of the whistle at this time. Moreover, the parchment was placed in the storage compartment, and it was not certain whether it would be recognized as an item that existed on the target for more than 24 hours. If not, it would be useless to chew it. This risk was not worth taking. After thinking about it, Zhao Sun asked the whistle again.
How about you give me a message?
The whistle did not refuse immediately, but asked,
What do you want to know?
You know, if the message is very valuable, he would not give it. But if it is not an important message, it is mostly not worth asking. He was a little curious about what questions the other party would ask.
Since the appearance of the endless train, has there been any repeated platform games so far?
Zhao Sun did not beat around the bush and asked directly.
You actually thought of this problem so quickly.
Xiaozi was a little surprised. He looked at Tian Tian.
He is really a smart guy.
Tian Tian raised her chin slightly, showing a proud look.
Of course my vision is not wrong. Okay, this is the news I give you,
Xiaozi said to Zhao Sun.
No, not once,
Zhao Sun confirmed.
Yes,
Xiaozi said with certainty.
So far, the time when the train stops at the platform has never been repeated. According to my guess, even if there is only a 1-minute difference, the copy after getting off the train will be different. Sure enough,
Zhao Sun showed a look of understanding. He had this guess after experiencing a platform game. Old players who participated in the platform game, no matter how they treated new players, did not show any ease when facing the platform game. If it is a platform game that old players have played once, they should be confident. It can even be said that old players can try to choose platform games that they have played every month to increase their survival rate. From another perspective, when you know the specific time of the train stop, you can also buy known game information from other old players or information dealers, which can greatly increase the chance of passing the game. However, the number of surviving old players is so small that it doesn't seem like there is a chance to play repeated games. The train rules do not stipulate that players cannot reveal the games they have already passed to each other, which can also prove that whether or not to reveal the information of the platform game does not affect the player's mortality rate. From various perspectives, Zhao Sun feels that the platform games that players have experienced have not been repeated. Now that I have a clear answer, I don't need to spend any time to ask other players for information on passing the platform game. At this time, Tian finally finished her Yangzhou fried rice. She put down her bowl and chopsticks and took out a tissue to wipe her mouth. Then she said to Zhao Sun,
If there is nothing else, we will leave first. You should have food on you. Right,
Zhao Sun said to Tian.
Just give me a cookie.
Tian looked at Zhao Sun suspiciously.
Why should I give you a cookie? Because I will give you 2 back.
Zhao Sun answered. Tian. It is indeed a reason that people cannot refuse. After 2 seconds of silence, she suddenly laughed.
Is this your personal task today?
Zhao Sun did not speak, which was considered as tacit agreement.
Tian smiled and took out a small bag of small biscuits from her pocket. If it were someone else, it would not be so easy to get things from me. But since you will give me 2 biscuits, I will help you. Thank you. Zhao Sun thanked politely and took the biscuits from Tian's hand. A pop-up window immediately popped up in front of him. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for completing the personal task on September 6th and getting 15 points. As Zhao Sun guessed, the points for this personal task were lower than before. Zhao Sun opened the biscuits he had not finished eating, which were also divided into small packages. He took out one of the small packages and gave them to Tian together with a small package that Tian had just given him. His sight stayed on the small pack of biscuits belonging to Tian for a second. Unfortunately, he couldn't try to get Tian's special ability through this pack of biscuits. Tian was not a fool. Giving her 2 other packs of biscuits in front of her would inevitably arouse suspicion. Even if Tian didn't know why he kept her biscuits. As an old player with a brain, he would take the initiative to offer to return her pack of biscuits to her. At that time, it would not only arouse suspicion, but also cause cracks in the current cooperative relationship, which would do more harm than good. Tian was not polite and took both small packs of biscuits away. If you want to find me for something, come to carriage number 6. She blinked at Zhao Sun. I'm always welcome. After that, she waved and turned to leave. Xiaozi also stood up, nodded to Zhao Sun, and followed Tian. Zhao Sun didn't rush back, but found the nearest bathroom first. He took the suitcase out of the storage compartment and counted the remaining food. There are still 3 bottles of mineral water, 5 packs of instant noodles, 3 packs of compressed biscuits, 2 bags of ham sausage, and 10 boiled eggs. Well, thanks to having something to eat during the platform game, his food consumption rate has also slowed down. If he eats these things sparingly, he can still eat them for 3 or 4 days. Zhao Sun took out 2 ham sausages, 2 boiled eggs and 2 bags of instant noodles, plus a bottle of mineral water, which is enough for him to eat tonight and tomorrow morning. He stuffed everything into the big pocket of his coat and was about to close the suitcase when he suddenly noticed that a metal chain had leaked out of the interior layer. His hand paused. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he reached out and hooked the thin chain, and a pocket watch was pulled out. The bronze pocket watch SH.I was engraved with intricate and delicate patterns, and it was obvious that it was an old object at a glance. Zhao Sun opened the pocket watch, and the time inside was ticking, and it could still be used normally. This was his father's adult gift to him. It is said that it is passed down from generation to generation in the family. Whenever the younger generation comes of age, it will be given to the younger generation, which means the hope for the future of the family. This is the most important thing his father left him. Who would have thought that the couple just wanted to go out for a trip together and feel the beauty of life again? But they encountered such a change. Zhao Sun took a deep breath slowly and exhaled gently. It was not until this moment that he seemed to truly realize the fact that his father and mother had died. He subconsciously touched his chest. It was a very strange feeling. He didn't seem to be sad, and he couldn't even feel the sadness and pain described by others. But he didn't seem to have no feelings at all. He felt that there was an empty place in his heart, like a black hole, and there was no way to find something to fill it. In fact, before boarding the endless train, he was mentally prepared for the death of his parents. He thought that he would be the same as any other time before, whether it was the death of the animals he raised, the death of relatives, or the stray animals that encountered a car accident on the roadside. His heart was calm, and he didn't feel anything. He was born with a lack of emotions, and it was difficult for him to understand what sadness and pain were. But he didn't expect that he would feel uncomfortable even though he had anticipated the ending of his parents' death. Well, it's not grief, but there is indeed an indescribable feeling of discomfort. Probably because that couple was one of the few people in the world who treated him sincerely. After more than 20 years of getting along, he finally developed feelings that he himself could not have expected. Don't worry. As long as the murderer is still here, I will avenge you. Zhao Sun gently closed the pocket watch and muttered to himself. He put the pocket watch back into the interior layer and carefully stuffed the thin metal chain into it. Then he looked at the small bulge outside the interior layer and said softly, "However, since you're dead, the agreement between us can only end here." Chapter 47 Princess Thorns. At midnight on the 7th, the points ranking was announced according to the process. Zhao Sun ranked 401st with 92 points, only a little higher than before. Number 6's personal task was not difficult, so the points were naturally low. And it was good that the ranking did not drop. Zhao Sun took a look at his personal task for number 7 and decided to give up. At 9:01 in the morning, he had to get off the bus to participate in the platform game. If he stayed up late to do his personal task, he would not be able to face the next platform game with a full mental state. Instead, the gain would outweigh the loss. Fortunately, number 7's personal task was not a time-limited task, such as one that had to be completed before dawn. Otherwise, he would have to stay up late to do it. That night, Zhao Sun had a good sleep and slept until 8:30 in the morning. After going to the toilet to wash up, he ate dry instant noodles while drinking mineral water. Number 015 on the side had a nervous look on his face and turned his head to look out the window from time to time. Although she couldn't see anything outside the window, she still stared outside uncontrollably. Finally, a familiar electronic sound rang out on the train. The endless train will stop at the Princess Thorn platform at 9:01. Passengers who want to get off, please be prepared. This means that there are still 5 minutes before the train stops. Zhao Sun patted the instant noodle residue on his hands, drank another sip of water, and waited quietly. Number 015 was even more nervous. She even began to shake her legs unconsciously, and her hands felt helpless, as if she didn't know where to put them. This train will stop for 2 days, and depart on time at 12 o'clock on the night of September 9th. All passengers who are getting off, please be sure to get on the train before 12 o'clock on the night of September 9th. Zhao Sun immediately stood up and walked out. Number 015 swallowed her saliva and followed closely. She was not doing this for the promise to Zhao Sun. She wanted to complete the game 3 times as soon as possible before the difficulty of the platform game increased to an outrageous level. Number 019 and number 020 did not leave their seats at this time. Seeing Zhao Sun and number 015 both walking out, the two looked at each other and saw the same surprise in each other's eyes. Compared with number 015 participating in the platform game, they were more surprised that Zhao Sun actually participated in the platform game again so soon. Have you never thought about taking a few more days off on the train? Although the train is not peaceful, you have to complete personal tasks every day. And there is also the pressure of ranking. But no matter how you think about it, it feels safer than participating in the platform game. Does he not feel tired? Or does he have other considerations? Number 018. The bald scorpion man on the side has the same doubts. He pondered for a few seconds and thought of the same guess as number 015. He immediately stood up and hurriedly got off the train before the train door closed. Number 015 was about to talk to Zhao Sun when he suddenly felt another person jumping down behind him. Turning around and seeing that it was number 018, number 015 immediately closed his mouth and subconsciously didn't want to speak. Number 018 looked at the thick white fog in front of him and snorted. It's just like what those volunteers said. After getting off the bus, all I saw was white fog. Zhao Sun didn't respond. He just walked forward. Number 015 followed behind Zhao Sun silently. Number 018 glanced at Zhao Sun and number 015, and always felt that the two seemed to be teaming up. He snorted disdainfully. Two trash teaming up together is just a trash team. Only useless trash like to stick together. He strode forward, directly past number 015 and Zhao Sun, and walked in front. Zhao Sun saw number 018's superior and unfriendly look. He tilted his head and showed a funny look. To say that when he first boarded the endless train, he was indeed a little afraid of number 018. But now, well, he would not despise him. Maybe number 018's special ability is very good, making him think that he has the capital to look down on other new players. However, just like the 2-meter-tall strong man in the previous platform game, if he despises the enemy too much, he may be unlucky. Zhao Sun's right hand moved slightly, and the knuckles made a slight sound. From the moment he confirmed his parents' death, his inner restlessness became more frequent. However, probably because of the restraint he had developed over the years, he was not as impulsive as he thought. For him, this was a good thing. In any case, he had to focus on the platform game. Losing his mind would make it easier to run towards death. Although he was born without any fear of death, it did not mean that he wanted to die meaninglessly. As Zhao Sun and the other two walked forward, the white mist gradually faded, and other players also gathered here one after another. While waiting, Zhao Sun looked into the distance and found that it seemed to be a castle. The outer walls of the entire castle were covered with vines, completely covering the original color of the castle. Zhao Sun remembered the announcement on the train horn. Princess Thorns, with a castle as the background.
was quite appropriate. Zhao Sun retracted his gaze and looked at the people in front of him again. There are 8 players. 5 men and 3 women. 2 of whom look like old players. One is a woman wearing silver earrings. And her arrogant look fully demonstrates the contempt of old players for new players. The other is a man wearing a cloak, who is very kind and takes the initiative to greet other players. However, in this early autumn weather, it is not necessary to wear a cloak. No. It should be said that wearing a cloak is quite strange in this era. The cloak is most likely a special item. Among the new players, Zhao Sun himself is probably the only one who has obtained a special item. So the cloak man should be an old player. Among the rest, in addition to the bald scorpion man number 018 and the fat woman number 015, there is a young woman with twin ponytails, a man with a shaved head, and a man wearing a set of jeans. Needless to say, number 018 and number 015 are definitely new players. As for the other 3, it remains to be seen. At least for now. They all look like new players. But it is not ruled out that another character with superb acting skills like Tian will appear. Speaking of Tian, fortunately, she did not participate in this game. It would be a headache if I had to meet Tian in every game. After waiting for a while, no more people appeared, and a pop-up window popped up in front of everyone. Unlike the last time, this pop-up window did not appear in front of each person separately, but a huge screen appeared above everyone. Everyone can see it. Welcome to the Princess Thorns platform game. This is an old castle that has been sealed for a long time. There are thorn bushes outside the castle, and various vines are crawling on the outer walls of the castle. A beautiful princess has been sleeping in the castle for many years, waiting for her prince to wake her up. Chapter 48 Knight and Assassin. Below are the rules of the game. There are 2 identities among the players. One is the knight, and the other is the assassin. The knight must find the correct prince in the castle to successfully wake up the princess. The number of assassins is unknown. The assassin must kill the princess before she is awakened. The assassins do not know each other's identities, and need to confirm each other's identities through several secret codes specified by the system during the process. If the knight successfully wakes up the princess, the assassin game fails. If the assassin successfully kills the princess before she is awakened, the knight game fails. Warm tips. Whether before or after entering the castle, there are places where players need to cooperate. Please try to save the number of players. Attention! Attention! You must find the correct prince to successfully wake up the princess. I wish all players a happy game. After reading the rows of bold black text on the huge screen, everyone looked at other players again with a little more guard in their eyes. When Zhao Sun saw the huge screen that appeared above everyone's head, he guessed that this game task should be different from the last one, and it is likely that players will need to cooperate. However, there are 2 opposing identities among the players, so cooperation is very difficult. The game rules also emphasize the necessity of cooperation in this game, which means that at least in the early stage, you can't just kill someone because you suspect their identity. It's troublesome to cooperate, and be wary of potential threats. Zhao Sun unconsciously rubbed the copper ring on his right index finger. However, it's not that there is no easy way to pass the level. He thought of it almost the moment he saw the game rules. But if you want to get higher points, you can't take shortcuts. Forget it. For the sake of points, it's troublesome. At this time, a personal pop-up window popped up in front of Zhao Sun. Player Zhao Sun's identity is knight. The next second, the screen in front of him shook for a moment. Zhao Sun was already prepared, and he didn't move. The screen quickly stabilized, and the scene around him changed. There was a large patch of thorns in front of him, and not far away was a castle covered with vines. The other 7 players all stood beside him, and none of them separated. This game really required the players to act together. At least before entering the castle, they had to act together. The players looked at each other for a few times, and no one moved first.
What are you dithering about?
The old player, the earring girl, urged impatiently.
If you just stand here and do nothing, can you wait until the game is automatically cleared?
The bald scorpion man number 018 frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with the earring girl's attitude.
Then do you have any good ideas? Although I don't have any good ideas, it's better than you standing here and not doing anything.
The earring girl snorted.
The rules of the game say that player cooperation is necessary, and we need to save the number of players. So, even if there are 2 opposing identities among us, at least we can act together before finding the sleeping princess.
She glanced at everyone and said as a matter of course,
There is no need to be so wary of each other now. Whether it is a knight or an assassin, you have to enter the castle to find the princess. On this road, everyone's goal is the same. After finding the princess, the conflict between the knight and the assassin will really show up. I think what she said makes sense. The cloaked man agreed. After finding the princess, the assassin will definitely take action to kill the princess. It won't be too late to kill the assassin then. That makes sense. But the slightly plump woman number 015 glanced at the woman with earrings, her eyes full of suspicion. Your attitude makes me think you might be an assassin. The woman with earrings widened her eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? As a knight, it is normal to want to find out the identity of the assassin before taking action. The slightly plump woman number 015 analyzed. But you said there is no need to find out at this time. Although the reason sounds reasonable, I always feel that you don't want to expose your identity so soon. And you just say this. The earrings laughed at the earrings. You have only experienced a few games, so you are so confident that your judgment is right? Said, your analysis is a little reasonable, and it is common sense to doubt each other. It is not because of this. Number 015's slightly fat woman lived, but she still looked at the earrings girl. Obviously, her doubts about the earrings in her heart rolled their eyes. His shrugging. We have only been in contact with such a short time. How can we be sure who is the assassin? Then do you agree with my suggestion? The earrings girl asked again. Her eyes were forcing Zhao Yan, and it seemed to force Zhao Yan to make her statement. Zhao Sun did not answer this question, but looked at the other people and said, my suggestion is to vote. Everyone was stunned. Zhao Sun smiled and explained. Everyone knows that this game only lasts 2.5 days. It is not good for anyone to continue to quarrel and waste time here. If you want to make a decision as soon as possible, the fairest way is to vote. This game requires us to act together, so the minority obeys the majority. This is a good idea. The slightly plump woman number 015 nodded, and then asked another question. But what if the votes are tied? This is not difficult to solve. Zhao Sun immediately gave a plan. If it is based on votes, each party will select a representative to play rock, paper, scissors, and the winner will be determined in one round. Whichever party wins will follow the advice of that party. The others looked at each other and said they had no objection. This is indeed the fastest way to agree on a plan at the moment, which is better than continuing to waste time in the same place. Zhao Sun then spoke. Please raise your hands if you agree with the earring girl's suggestion. Regardless of the player's identity, please work together to enter the castle and find the princess. After he finished speaking, except for the twin-tailed man and the denim man, everyone else raised their hands. The earring girl asked the slightly fat woman number 015 speechlessly. Aren't you suspicious of my identity? Why are you raising your hand? I said it very clearly before. The slightly fat woman number 015 also had a speechless expression. I said at the beginning that I think your suggestion is good, although I doubt your intentions. I don't object to everyone acting together first. Raising my suspicion of you is just to remind others to be on guard against you. Chapter 49 The Importance of Warm Tips. The earring girl's face flushed with anger. She pointed at the slightly plump woman number 015. I now suspect that you are an assassin. Otherwise, why are you targeting me for no reason? Shut up. The bald scorpion man number 018 yelled. I told you not to waste time here. Now the voting results are out. Why are you still arguing here? Hurry up and leave. The earring girl glared at the bald scorpion man in dissatisfaction. But she didn't say anything after all. She felt that she was an old player, and the other party was a newcomer, so he should be polite to her. She didn't care whether she was right or not. However, the game time, this time was really not long. Thinking of starting the game as soon as possible. It was really not okay to continue wasting time here. Thinking of this, she swallowed her anger. If everyone has no objection, I suggest a straight line column. The person at the front needs to clean up the thorns. They rotate every half an hour. The first person goes to the back, and the second person takes over the task of cleaning. Zhao Sun suggested. It's not your turn to make the decision here. The bald scorpion man glanced at Zhao Sun with disdain. The earring woman's reaction gave him great satisfaction. So he naturally didn't take Zhao Sun, who was also a new player. Seriously, it was a good opportunity to suppress other players and gain the right to speak for the entire team. Zhao Sun was not angry, but his smile deepened a little. Okay, then you arrange it. Just a straight line column. The bald scorpion man said to the others. I'll be the second one, and you can arrange the rest yourself. After that, he stood in front of the thorn bush, leaving a space for one person in front.
It's still the same formation after all this time.
The slightly fat woman number 015 complained in a low voice. Zhao Sun, who was standing aside, heard it, and he shrugged indifferently without saying anything. From the perspective of saving physical energy,
it is okay
to open up a path that is enough for one person to walk. This is the most suitable plan. As long as the bald scorpion man is not a fool, he will not choose other plans. However, the bald scorpion man put himself in the second place, obviously wanting to use others as test subjects. After all, no one knows what risks exist in this large area of thorns, and the first person to try is the most dangerous. The other players looked at the bald scorpion man, who had already taken his position, and they could guess his intentions. They were more or less dissatisfied in their hearts, but they had to hurry on their way, so no one said much. In the end, it was the cloaked man who was an old player who stood in the first place. Zhao Sun stood in the fourth place. He looked at the cloaked man in the front and guessed that the cloak might have a defensive effect. Otherwise, even an old player would not take the initiative to be a target. The cloaked man should be confident in his defense to do this. After the 8 people lined up, the cloaked man took out a bone-cutting knife and tried to cut off the thorns in front of him. The thorns were easily cut off, not as tough as imagined, and no accidents happened. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The cloaked man continued to move, and everyone followed the cloaked man closely and walked forward slowly. Zhao Sun walked while looking around. This thorn bush was very large, and it was almost impossible to see the end. No fool would believe that there is no hidden danger here. However, the thorn bush is not suitable for large beasts to appear, so there is no need to worry about those animals. The key thing to pay attention to is small things such as insects and mice. Zhao Sun looked down at the road under his feet, always paying attention to the situation on the ground. While being vigilant, he analyzed the rules of this game. Although the number of assassins is unknown, there are at least 2. Otherwise, there would be no rules. The number of assassins should not be more than that of knights. Otherwise, as a faction with hidden identities, the winning rate is too high, so the number of assassins should be between 2 to 4. The easiest way to confirm who among them is the assassin is to see who tries to attack the princess after finding her. But this also comes with great risks.
Once the princess is killed, as a knight, there is no hope of passing the game. The more troublesome way is to observe the interaction between other players to see if there are any strange conversations and actions. Everyone is not familiar with each other. There is no possibility of having a token. And the rules of the game also say that it is a system-specified code, which is generally some lines or some actions. But if it is not a particularly conspicuous action or a particularly strange word, it is not easy to be discovered. For example, in the quarrel just now, Zhao Sun has been observing other people, but he did not find anyone with unnatural actions or particularly eye-catching language. In addition, the vote just now could not determine who is more likely to be the assassin. The assassin may not vote in order not to expose himself. It is also possible that in order to promote everyone to act together, they will not find the identity of the assassin first, but actively vote. The reference value of voting is not great. In addition, the rules of the game particularly emphasize the importance of cooperation, and there may be tasks that require multiple people to complete later. Before that, even if you can determine who the assassin is, it is best not to rush to act. Otherwise, the game may not be able to advance to the final process. What Zhao Sun cares most about is that the rules of the game indicate the importance of finding the right prince through warm reminders. The most superficial understanding is that there are multiple princes in the castle, but only one of them is the real prince. But if it is just like this, the real prince can wake up the princess, and the fake prince cannot wake up the princess. Then try each prince once, and they will eventually be able to wake up the princess. At most, it's just a waste of time. It seems unnecessary to add such a warm reminder to the game rules. Therefore, Zhao Sun guessed that there are 2 possibilities. One is that the fake prince will hurt the princess, making it impossible for the princess to be awakened again. The other is that the fake prince can awaken the princess, but this awakening is unsuccessful. For example, after awakening, she will become a fool or a vegetable, only when there is a certain risk of the fake prince awakening the princess. The game rules emphasize the importance of the real prince, which is reasonable. In other words, when choosing a prince, you must be cautious. After everyone walked forward for half an hour, The cloaked man stopped what he was doing and walked back directly. He did not have any communication with the bald scorpion man, and did not even look at the bald scorpion man. Obviously, he was also dissatisfied with the bald scorpion man. But he did not say anything for the sake of the overall situation. The bald scorpion man was a little unhappy with the cloaked man's attitude. But he could see that the cloaked man was an old player. Since the other party dared to show such an attitude, it proved that he had a certain strength. So the bald scorpion man didn't treat other players with a bad attitude like before. Instead, he held back his temper and said in a friendly manner,
"Can you lend me your bone-chopping knife? I don't have anything that can clear the thorns."
Chapter 50. You still have one chance. The cloaked man paused. He looked back at the bald scorpion man and silently handed the bone-cutting knife to him. The bald scorpion man forced a smile as a thank you. Zhao Sun's eyes stayed on the bone-cutting knife for a moment. This thing should not be a special item. Otherwise the cloaked man would not let others use it so easily. The bald scorpion man tried the feel of the bone-cutting knife and began to cut through the thorns and make way. After walking forward for another 10 minutes, a woman's scream suddenly came from the back. Everyone looked back and saw that the second-to-last twin ponytail was terrified and tilted her body. Her ankle was entangled by vines and was quickly pulled into the thorn bushes on the side. The cloaked man reacted quickly. When the twin ponytail was about to fall, he supported the twin ponytail's body and pulled the twin ponytail's arms tightly to prevent her from being pulled into the thorn bushes. With a chance to buffer, the twin-tailed girl quickly slapped the vine on her ankle. A small ball of fire suddenly rose in her hand and hit the vine. This time, the vine rolled and loosened the twin-tailed girl's ankle and quickly retreated into the thorns. The twin-tailed girl seemed a little annoyed, and she hid several fireballs in the direction of the vine's retreat. Those small fireballs were only the size of beans, and they didn't seem to have much killing power. But after many times, the thorn still caught fire.
"If you burn the whole thorn bush, not many of us can run out of the fire safely,"
the cloaked man reminded. The twin-tailed girl came to her senses and quickly withdrew her hand. The cloaked man took out another bone-cutting knife and quickly cut off the plants around the burning thorns, forming a clean fireproof isolation zone. The small fire was quickly brought under control.
"So your special ability is fire control?"
The earring girl looked at the twin ponytails.
"It's quite useful against plants. You will be responsible for defense along the way."
The twin ponytails bit her lip and put forward a condition.
"I can help all of you drive away the vines, which can also speed up our progress. But I need protection. This request is not excessive."
The earring girl nodded.
"Protecting you well will also help you concentrate on dealing with those plants."
The cloaked man patted the twin ponytails on the shoulder.
"Don't worry. I'll protect you behind you."
Seeing that the earring girl and the cloaked man agreed to her request so readily, the twin ponytails looked a little more relaxed. The twin ponytails were the first to expose their special abilities. She felt a little disadvantaged, so she was not very happy. But since the old players were willing to cooperate to protect her safety, her dissatisfaction was reduced a lot. Especially since the cloaked man had saved her once just now. She felt more at ease. While everyone was paying attention to the twin ponytails, Zhao Sun's eyes stayed on the cloaked man for a moment. Most people would say,
"It's hard for everyone to escape from the fire safely."
But the cloaked man just said,
"Not many people can escape from the fire safely."
That was obviously what he said subconsciously, which means that he thought in his heart that at least one of the 8 people could escape safely. But among the 8 people, he would only know the earring girl at most. If he meant the earring girl, he should have subconsciously looked at the earring girl when he said that. But he didn't. He didn't look at anyone, just at the small group of burning thorns. So, he could be sure that the only person who could run out safely was himself. Zhao Sun's eyes moved down and looked at the cloak on the cloaked man. I don't know whether this cloak has the function of fireproofing, or whether the cloaked man has other useful special items. In fact, for new players, old players are treasure troves. If you can plunder, the gains will be more than clearing a platform game. It's a pity that most new players are not strong enough, and it is not easy to plunder old players. Even Zhao Sun himself knows that he doesn't have the strength to attack anyone at will. Everyone continued to move forward. Zhao Sun calmly retracted his gaze, suppressed the thoughts in his mind, and followed the team step by step. The bald scorpion man was quite strong, and he chopped quickly all the way, which was faster than the cloaked man's half-hour advance. In addition, with the fire control ability of the twin ponytails, he repeatedly repelled the vines that tried to attack. There were even a few times when spiders and centipedes appeared, but they were all driven away by the twin ponytails. In this way, Everyone walked safely through half of the thorn bush. The crew-haired man looked at the castle that was obviously getting closer, and couldn't help saying, "I thought this thorn bush was very difficult to walk through. And there might even be a situation where you walk around in circles for hours and can't get close to the castle. It shouldn't be like this," the slightly plump woman subconsciously said. "I don't think the thorn bush is the main difficulty." "I agree." The cowboy man who had been silent spoke for the first time. "From the rules of the game, the focus should be after entering the castle. So the difficulty here in the thorn bush won't be too great." "I think so too. The castle is so big that it takes a lot of time to find where the princess is. Not to mention figuring out who is the real prince." The twin ponytails followed up. "After entering the castle, it's the highlight." "That's right. But you still can't take it lightly on the road ahead," Jalson reminded with a smile. He also agreed with what those people said. The difficulty of the thorn bush wouldn't be too great. It wasn't the main point of this game. But if you don't take it seriously, you'll easily fall. Although he likes adventure, he doesn't like brainless adventures. "You are the only one who likes to contradict others." The bald scorpion man glared at Jalson impatiently. "If you don't say anything, others will know to be careful and stop showing off your presence." The expression on Jalson's face did not change, and his smile even became brighter. But there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. "You still have one chance." He stared at the bald scorpion man, looking back and forth at his neck and eyes. It has only been more than an hour since he entered the game, and the bald scorpion man has suppressed him twice. Although he doesn't care about being the boss of the team, he hates people who don't know how to restrain themselves and have to target him. If this happens in every subsequent action, it's annoying to think about it. It's better to solve this trouble as soon as possible. According to habit, 3 times is the limit. So don't say he didn't give him a chance. The bald scorpion man was stunned for a moment. At that moment, I don't know if it was his illusion. He felt as if he had become a prey targeted by a beast. But when he looked over again, he only saw Jalsun with his usual gentle smile on his face. It seemed that it was really his illusion. Chapter 51. It's better to burn it. After confirming that it was an illusion, the bald scorpion man was a little angry when he thought of what Jalsun had just said. He asked loudly, "What do you mean?" Jalsun did not speak again, but just smiled at the bald scorpion man. Okay. Stop arguing." The short-haired man took the bone-cutting knife from the bald scorpion man and said kindly, Hurry up. Let's try to get to the castle at 11 o'clock. There was still half of the journey left. It took an hour before. Now it was more than 10 o'clock. If it took another hour, we should be able to reach the castle. It was just after 11 o'clock. Someone gave the steps down, and the bald scorpion man restrained his anger. It was indeed important to hurry up now. If we delay here, it would give the insects and vines around us a chance to attack. He was not so angry that he would delay his business. "Wait until we enter the castle." The bald scorpion man glared at Xiaosun fiercely, his eyes full of warnings. When the bald scorpion man walked to the end of the team, Xiaosun subconsciously moved his fingers. The slight sound of his finger joints made him eager to move. However, the bald scorpion man did not notice this. He was still thinking about how to get back at the castle after entering it. Soon, the half hour of the crew cut man ended, and it was Xiaosun's turn. Xiaosun also borrowed the bone-cutting knife. Seeing that the castle was within reach, Xiaosun chopped the thorns quickly and fiercely. But just as he was about to step out of the thorn bush, his footsteps paused. "What are you doing?" the bald scorpion man asked impatiently. "Hurry up and move forward. There is a trap," Xiaosun said in a deep voice. The ground in front of him was covered with weeds, and the grass leaves were yellow in autumn. At first glance, it was no different from other places. But if you look closely, you will find that the color of the grass in about 5 square meters is somewhat different from that in other places. The grass in these 5 square meters is too yellow, and the grass leaves in other places are mixed with a little green. This area does not look like it was grown naturally, but more like it was artificially made, with a very regular square formed by the border. However, there are no trees nearby, and no hidden ropes are seen hanging on both sides. This trap is most likely a deep pit. The slightly plump woman behind Xiaosun looked around, and soon picked up a stone and threw it forward. The stone fell on the lawn, and there was no reaction. "You are the only one making a fuss." The bald scorpion man immediately took the opportunity to attack. "Isn't it okay? You are timid. Don't waste other people's time. It may not be really okay." The cloaked man spoke. "The stone is too small, and it may not be heavy enough. The bald scorpion man was a little unhappy to be refuted by others. But among the 8 people, the only one he was a little afraid of was the cloaked man. So he finally resisted the urge to fight back.
What should we do?
He asked.
We haven't seen any big rocks along the way. Let the twin ponytails come over and try to burn them.
Zhao Sun turned his head and looked at the twin ponytails calmly.
If there is a trap underneath, we will be able to see it after burning the surface.
This time, without waiting for others to speak, the twin ponytails took the initiative to walk over quickly.
I'll try.
She tried to concentrate, and balls of flames emerged from her palms. Compared with the previous ones, this flame was several times larger, but it was only as big as an egg. Zhao Sun watched from the side, knowing that this should be the current limit of the twin ponytails. The background of this game should be in late autumn, with withered and yellow grass leaves, which are easy to ignite. After a while, this patch of grass was burned out, and the layer of soil underneath was also burned dry, falling down, and soon a deep pit was exposed. The twin ponytails threw a ball of fire down, and then they could barely see the inside of the deep pit. Her face turned pale, and then she looked at Zhao Sun thankfully.
Fortunately, you noticed it. Otherwise, it would be terrible if you fell in.
The pit is 10 meters deep, without any equipment. It is difficult to climb up unless you have special abilities such as flying or climbing walls. But this is not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing is that the deep pit is actually full of scorpions and centipedes. A ball of fire fell down, and soon a burnt smell floated out. But the flame was too small, and there were so many bugs that the flame was annihilated before it could spread. If someone fell in, they would be gnawed to the bone in an instant, and there would be no chance to escape. The slightly plump woman standing behind also saw the situation in the deep pit. She touched the goosebumps on her arm.
Fortunately, this pit is deep enough, and these things can't get out. Just in case, it's better to burn it.
Zhao Sun looked at the twin ponytails.
No one can guarantee that they will not suddenly crawl out at any time. You're right. If they crawl out and spread in the castle after we enter the castle, it will be more difficult to clean up at that time.
The twin ponytails nodded in agreement, and began to throw fireballs down again and again. Soon, the smell of burning became stronger and stronger, and the crackling sound of the bugs being burned and cracked could be heard in the deep pit. Fine beads of sweat appeared on the face of the twin ponytails, and the frequency of the fireballs in her hands was also decreasing. Zhao Sun understood that the opponent's special ability at the current stage not only can't release too large a fireball, but also can't be used continuously in a short period of time. Well, the time limit is about 10 minutes. The twin-tailed girl was a little tired, but she didn't want the people behind her to see that she had reached her limit. So she pretended to check the situation and looked into the deep pit. The balls of fire hit in, gradually connected into a large area of fire, and finally burned the deep pit thoroughly. The twin-tailed girl secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, if it happened 3 or 4 more times, she really couldn't bear it.
How are you guys doing?
The cloaked man behind asked.
The frequency of the vines behind us is getting higher and higher.
After the twin-tailed girl went to deal with the bugs in the deep pit, the cloaked man took the bone-chopping knife to repel the vines that tried to attack. The earring girl also took out a machete to help deal with the vines. But these vines obviously knew that they were about to leave the thorn bush, and their number increased rapidly, and the frequency of their attacks became faster and faster. The twin-tailed girl looked back and saw a vine standing up behind the crew-cut guy at the back of the line. The soft vine with countless thorns was about to wrap around the crew-cut guy's neck. The twin-tailed girl quickly threw a small fireball and hit a small white flower on the vine. The white flower was burned black, and the vine twisted and tumbled, retreating quickly. When the twin-tailed girl threw a fireball at him, the crew-cut guy realized that something was wrong. He bent down and took a step forward. Looking back and seeing the vine retreating, he knew what he had almost encountered. Chapter 52. I don't agree. The man with short hair nodded to the girl with twin ponytails and said,
"Thank you. You're welcome."
The girl with twin ponytails stood back in her place and helped the man with cloak and the girl with earrings to deal with the vines. Zhao Sun began to open up a road horizontally. He cut off the thorns on the left and walked forward, beyond the range of the deep pit. He looked at the lawn in front of him carefully again, but didn't see anything unusual. Then he stabbed the bone-cutting knife into the grass not far away. With the added strength, the bone-cutting knife sank deeply into the soil, with only the handle exposed. But there was no unnatural depression in the lawn and soil.
"It's safe here,"
Zhao Sun said, and took the lead to walk out of the thorn bush and stepped into the lawn. Seeing this, The people behind him quickly followed. They crossed the lawn together, and finally arrived at the gate of the castle. The gate of the castle fence was already somewhat rusty, and the creepers were wrapped around each railing of the gate, as if filling the gap between the two doors. The two doors were slightly opened, revealing a gap in the middle that could accommodate one person. I don't know if the gate was originally half open, or if it was pushed open by the creepers over the years. Everyone tacitly did not push the door open further, and quietly got in through the crack. Others were relatively smooth. Only the bald scorpion man was sturdy, and had some difficulty squeezing in sideways. He was very annoyed, so he used some strength to push the gate open. But he didn't expect it to be pushed open. He then noticed that the creepers on both sides had crossed the door on this side, and wrapped around the door on the other side. Above his head, and under his feet, there were dense creepers entangled with each other, forming a very strong and solid natural rope. In this situation, even if he used his greatest strength, he might not be able to push the gap in the door wider. It's okay to get a bone-chopping knife to cut it off, but no one is sure what will appear in the castle. If the vines are cut off, it will activate some danger, or the sound of pushing open the rusty iron door will attract something, which may put all players in a passive position. The bald scorpion man doesn't care much about the life and death of other players, but this also includes his own life and death, so he has to be cautious. Seeing that others have already started to walk in, the bald scorpion man became a little anxious. He took off his coat, and tried to tighten his body muscles as much as possible, and finally squeezed in. It's just that the rust on the iron door rubbed a shallow cut on his arm. Although it didn't hurt much, it still made him very unhappy. While keeping up with the pace of others, he took a look at his wound. It was just a few layers of epidermis that were broken, and the blood had coagulated before it had time to flow out. But it can be clearly seen that the color of the blood is normal, confirming that there is no poison, and such a shallow wound is unlikely to cause tetanus. The bald scorpion man is relieved. After entering the castle, the first thing we saw was the front yard. There was a fountain not far away, but it had been dry for a long time. Even the sculpture holding the pitcher was covered with creepers. Going further in, we saw the winding bluestone stairs, and everyone walked up in silence. The stairs kept going up, but it wasn't too long. After about 5 minutes, everyone finally reached the main gate of the castle. It was a heavy and solid iron door with an angel-like relief carved on it. This iron door was also rusty, and vines were lying on the door panels, like they were leaning against a big tree.
This door is locked,
Xiao Sun, who was walking in front, said.
We need to find the key, or find a way to break the lock. It doesn't have to be so troublesome.
The taciturn cowboy came forward.
I can open the lock.
Xiao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly.
Are the volunteers hired by the official so versatile?
Yes. The cowboy was also one of the 5 volunteers. In fact, Xiao Sun had already guessed the plans of these volunteers by meeting different volunteers in the 2 games. In the previous games, different volunteers were allowed to experience the game once. It can share risks and collect as much information as possible in each game. However, this time the cowboy was even more taciturn than the short-haired girl last time, and it was the first time they talked to each other. The cowboy explained seriously.
I came from formal training, not the kind of petty thief.
After that, he lowered his head and began to study the lock. After just one look, he said,
This is easy to open. It's an old-fashioned padlock. The design inside is not complicated. It can be opened with just a needle.
Then he took off the mountaineering bag he had been carrying, took out a sewing box from the side pocket, and pulled out a medium-thick embroidery needle.
You prepared so many things.
The slightly fat woman couldn't help but sigh.
You even brought needles and thread. I can open the lock myself, so I brought some tools to facilitate the opening of the lock.
The cowboy responded casually. He bent down, carefully observed the situation in the keyhole, then inserted the embroidery needle into it, and fiddled with it twice, and heard a light click sound, and the padlock opened.
Awesome.
The short-haired man gave the cowboy a thumbs up.
All the locks in the castle will be opened by you later. This can save us a lot of time looking for keys. Okay.
The cowboy agreed.
Before we go in, I think there is something we must discuss first.
The bald scorpion man suddenly said.
After entering this door, we will start looking for the prince and princess. Do you plan to act separately or together?
Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke first. Obviously, everyone was a little entangled. Seeing that no one was talking, the bald scorpion man spoke again.
My suggestion is to act separately.
so that we can search all the rooms in the castle faster. This castle is so big. If everyone acts together, it will take half a day to find all the rooms. I don't agree.
The twin ponytails immediately expressed their opinion.
If everyone acts separately, then if the assassin finds the princess first, won't it be all over? That's right.
The slightly plump woman followed up.
If the assassin finds the princess first, he will definitely kill the princess immediately. And then our knights will fail the mission directly. I didn't say that everyone should act completely separately.
The bald scorpion man glanced at the twin ponytails and the slightly plump woman. Looking unhappy.
I mean to form a team. 2 people in a group, divided into 4 groups. Although it is not as fast as 8 people acting separately, but it is much faster than 8 people acting together. More importantly, each group can supervise each other. I don't agree.
This time, it was the cloaked man who rejected the proposal.
According to the rules of the game, it is not difficult to judge that there are at least 2 assassins. What if a group of 2 happens to put 2 assassins together?
Chapter 53 Assassins are good. The cloaked man looked at the bald scorpion man and continued to question before the other party spoke.
Although the grouping can increase randomness by drawing lots, it cannot be 100% guaranteed that 2 assassins will not be assigned to the same group. More importantly, there are not necessarily only 2 assassins. That's right.
The twin-tailed girl was grateful to the cloaked man for protecting her. Seeing that the cloaked man and she were on the same front, she was a little happy.
Even if the grouping happens to separate the assassins, there are only 2 people in a group. After finding the princess, the assassin has a chance to sneak attack and kill his group members, and then kill the princess. That's right.
The short-haired man on the side also nodded repeatedly.
Anyway, after killing the princess, the assassin will pass the game and will definitely not care about his identity being exposed.
The bald scorpion man frowned. He was very dissatisfied with his proposals being rejected again and again. But he had to admit that what they said made sense. After all, now is not the time to be outside. He has a group of younger brothers surrounding him. And no matter what he says, there will be people who agree with him. This feeling of gap always made him feel uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, the bald scorpion man spoke again.
Then divide into 2 groups of 4. Wouldn't it be safer if there are more people in each group? I don't think so.
At this time, Zhao Sun finally spoke.
Just like the cloak man said, there are not necessarily only 2 assassins. What if there are 3 assassins and they happen to be in the same group? Then the only knight in this group will definitely die. Once the princess is found by this group, the consequences can be imagined.
The bald scorpion man glared at Zhao Sun a little irritably.
Do you mean not to divide into groups? It takes half a day for 8 people to act together to find all the rooms. Later, we have to identify the real prince and protect the princess. There are only 2.5 days in total. Is it enough? Compared with the benefits of grouping, the disadvantages are greater. And this disadvantage is likely to be irreversible and irreparable. It is not worth taking the risk.
Zhao Sun smiled.
Of course. This is for the night.
After speaking, he glanced at the bald scorpion man meaningfully. The bald scorpion man was immediately furious.
What do you mean? Do you suspect I'm an assassin?
Zhao Sun smiled but said nothing, and even slowly straightened the wrinkles on his hem. Facing the bald scorpion man's eyes that seemed to want to eat people, Zhao Sun looked at the other players.
What do you think?
Everyone looked at each other and agreed. So, the bald scorpion man's suggestion was passed with an overwhelming disadvantage. And everyone still acted together. The cloaked man stood in the front.
I will lead the way this time.
Zhao Sun had no objection and stood behind the cloaked man. The cloaked man pushed the door open carefully. The heavy door made a slight
creaking
sound. And as the door opened, a faint plant smell mixed with the smell of old dust came to the face. It turned out that there were traces of creepers inside the castle's buildings.
There were vines on the ground, on the walls, and even on the tables and chairs. Probably because of insufficient light and water indoors. There are not many ivy plants. Only a few scattered around. And the layout inside can still be seen clearly. Just be careful when walking to avoid being tripped by vines. The crowd did not rush in, but stayed at the door for a while. The people in front kept observing the situation inside the house, while the people behind paid attention to the situation behind. 3 minutes passed, and nothing unusual happened. The cloaked man then stepped into the house. The whole room still had the shadow of its former luxury, but it had been covered in dust for a long time, and the well-made wooden chairs were pulled a little crooked by the vines, and the beautiful curtains had become dim and had several holes poked by the vines. Everywhere was bleak and desolate. There was no popularity. Everyone walked in lightly and began to look for people room by room. Zhao Sun recalled the conversation at the door just now in his mind. As a person who has been disguising his true face for many years, except for people with superb acting skills like Tian Tian, it is easier for him to see through the disguises of others. The twin ponytails are young, and just now, they easily expose their special abilities in the thorn bush. When burning the scorpions and centipedes in the pit, the twin-tailed girl didn't even realize that she had exposed the shortcomings of her special ability. Such a person is unlikely to have superb acting skills and scheming. Then, her sincerity in not wanting to be grouped just now should be true. In other words, the probability that the twin-tailed girl is a knight is very high. The slightly plump woman and Zhao Sun have had contact for a period of time, and it can be seen that she is not a good liar. Generally, when she encounters a situation where she can't tell the truth, she will choose to remain silent instead of lying. Therefore, the slightly plump woman just expressed her attitude so actively, probably because she is very worried that she, as a knight, will not be able to pass the game. As for the others, he has not really contacted them yet, and cannot determine their identities through their actions just now. However, the bald scorpion man is 100% exposed. He himself is also a person who is not good at lying, but he is eager to control the overall situation and want to make the whole situation favorable to himself. But he is exposed. Therefore, his identity is basically an assassin. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun unconsciously moved his finger bones again. Assassins are good, so he has fewer concerns. It will be even better if we confirm the special abilities of the bald scorpion man. Asterisk. The 8 people walked through the living room and the dining room, and entered the long corridor. The first door they encountered was closed. The cowboy man skillfully took out his lock-picking tools and opened the door in no time. This place is close to the back kitchen of the restaurant, which should be the servant's room. There are several bunk beds in the spacious room, and each bed is covered with a curtain, so it is not clear what is inside. The 8 people entered one after another, and one person pulled open the curtain of a bunk bed.
There is a person here,
the short-haired man standing by the window said in surprise. Everyone gathered around. It was a man wearing a prince's costume and a crown on his head. He was half sitting on the inside of the bed, his head slightly lowered, and his eyes closed. If you can't see his chest rising and falling, you would think he was dead.
Oh my god!
The buzz-cut man couldn't help but complain.
I didn't expect that before waking up the princess. I have to find a way to wake up the prince first. Can I wake him up by slapping him? Don't rush to wake him up.
The cloaked man stopped the buzz-cut man who was eager to try.
It's not certain whether he is the real prince. Let's look around first. Maybe we can find clues to confirm his identity.
After a pause, he added,
I think even if we slap him, he may not wake up. We may need to find clues to wake up the prince.
Chapter 54 Invalid Clues.
What a trouble,
the crew-haired man muttered, but still obediently withdrew his hand. Everyone began to rummage through the servant's room again. Soon, Zhao Sun found a document on the prince's body, similar to a pass, probing his identity as a prince. However, according to the document, he was not the prince of this country, but the prince of another kingdom across a mountain, which was called the Kingdom of Mountains. At the same time, the cloaked man found a letter in the quilt of the upper bunk of the bed next to him, saying that the identity of the prince of the Kingdom of Mountains was forged and not a real prince. The cloaked man walked to Zhao Sun's side and took a look at the document in Zhao Sun's hand.
It's hard to judge now.
The cloaked man looked at the document and letter several times. Hesitant.
It's hard for us to determine the authenticity of the document. Nor can we determine whether the letter is real and valid information. With only these 2 contradictory clues, it's hard to determine whether this prince is real or fake. Let's see if others can find other clues,
Zhao Sun said as he folded the document and put it in his pocket. Seeing this, the cloaked man suddenly said,
I think it's better to put the clues together. Okay.
Zhao Sun took out the document without any care and handed it directly to the cloaked man.
Then I'll give it to you.
The cloaked man was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect Zhao Sun to hand over the clues in his hand so readily. After thinking about it, he said,
It's better to put it back on the prince, so as not to mix it with the clues found on other princes later, which will be troublesome. Okay.
Zhao Sun didn't hesitate and stuffed the document into the prince's lapel again. He knew that the cloaked man was testing him, and he was also testing the cloaked man. At present, the cloaked man behaves upright and calm.
And this kind of tentative behavior is more like what a knight would do. Of course, for an old player, Zhao Sun will not easily draw conclusions. But at present, the cloaked man's various behaviors are more inclined to his identity as a knight. About 10 minutes later, no one found any other clues. Every corner of the servant's room has been searched, and even the dead cockroaches and the cracks of the floor have been pulled out. And there are indeed no more clues. The slightly plump woman asked hesitantly, "Is it possible to wake up these princes and determine which one of them is the real prince by talking to them?" "It is not ruled out." The cloaked man obviously considered this point. "After we find all the princes, if all the clues collected cannot determine which one is the real prince, we will gather them together and wake them up again. Why not drag this prince away now?" Zhao Sun suggested, "so that we don't have to run back to find him later and waste time. If something unexpected happens, when we go back to find him, he is gone." Which is troublesome. For the assassin, the existence of the prince is not important. They only need to kill the princess. However, killing all the princes can prevent the knight from completing the task. Even if the princess is found, the knight has no hope of passing the level. In order to prevent the assassin from secretly taking action, it is safer to keep the found prince under his own eyes. "That makes sense." The slightly plump woman nodded in agreement. "If the prince wakes up by himself and runs around in the castle, it will be troublesome to find him again. But how do we take him away?" the twin ponytails asked. "It's okay if there is only one prince now. But if we find 10 or 8 princes later, we can take them all with us. It's not very convenient to go up and down the stairs. And there is no elevator here." "That's not a problem," the cloaked man said as he took out a large flatbed cart out of thin air. "Put the prince on it and push it. Only when going up and down the stairs, you need to carry him." This is a hand-pushed flatbed cart that is very common in large supermarkets or large warehouses. It is large enough for an adult to lie on it. When Zhao Sun saw the cloaked man take out the flatbed cart, his eyes narrowed slightly. Before, the 2 bone-cutting knives of the cloaked man and the machete of the earring woman could be said to have been snatched from other players who took the initiative to get on the train. Or they were the ones who took the initiative to board the endless train and brought them with them when they got on the train. But who would bring such a large cart with them normally? Moreover, there are very few people who take the initiative to board the train. And the probability that these 2 people happen to be the ones who take the initiative is not high. But these things are obviously just ordinary items, not special items. It is impossible to bring them from the game to the endless train. There is no store selling these things on the endless train. It seems that there are hidden rules that he doesn't know. Either old players can open something like the system mall, where they can buy these ordinary tools. But the mall is not open to new players for the time being. Or new players must reach a certain amount of points before they can be opened. Just like after more than 50 points, the right to open the storage grid is triggered. There is also a possibility that some ordinary items can be taken away from the game in some way. But this needs to be explored. "You actually have this thing." The twin ponytails obviously didn't think as much as Zhao Sun thought. She happily turned around the flatbed cart. "With this, it is indeed much more convenient to bring people. Although it still takes effort to push the cart, it is much better than dragging an unconscious person by hand." The cloaked man carried the prince to the flatbed cart, and everyone went to the next room together. In this way, they searched room by room. And at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the 8 people finally searched all the places in the castle. They found princes with different looks, but the same clothes in the stable, study, guest bedroom, and ballroom. A total of 5 princes. These 5 princes not only dressed the same, but also had a document on them. The content of the document was also similar, confirming that they were princes of other countries. The only difference was that they belonged to 5 different countries. In addition, in the rooms where these princes were, a letter saying that their identities were fake was found. The 8 players searched all the rooms they could find, and only found 5 princes. Unless there is a secret room or something that has not been found, there must be a real prince among these 5 princes. But each prince has a letter saying that they are fake. Relying on these 2 clues, it is impossible to determine who is the real prince. Obviously, all the clues they have found so far are invalid. But if there are no effective clues around these princes, then where can they find effective clues? The most important point is that after searching the entire castle, they still did not see the princess. Chapter 55 Life and Death Game. What's the big deal about being tired? The girl with twin ponytails was a little exhausted, so she sat down on the spot, holding her stomach. "I'm tired and hungry now. Let's take a rest before going to find the princess. She hasn't eaten a single bite of food since she entered the game. The food she had before getting off the car had been consumed in the past few hours. Okay, let's take a rest first. The cloaked man supported the cart and sat next to it. It's a good time for us to discuss the current situation. Beside him, 5 princes were playing on the cart, all sleeping quietly. Even the first prince of the Mountain Kingdom, who was pressed at the bottom, had a peaceful look on his face. And he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. The others also sat around the cart. Surrounding the cart in the middle, Zhao Sun took out the ham sausage in his coat pocket and started eating it directly. Seeing this, the others also took out the food they had prepared. Before getting off the car, most people asked the volunteers about the news of the first game. Although there was food in the first game, the food quality varied greatly due to the different identities of the players. It can be inferred from this that in some games, there may be a situation where you can't eat for a while. Therefore, the players basically prepared enough food for themselves to sustain their energy for 2 days. No one was in a hurry to speak, but wolfed down the food in their hands. Everyone was really hungry. After eating, they finally had the heart to talk. I think there must be a secret room or basement in the castle. The always talkative man with a crew cut spoke first. The princess must be hiding in a secret room. The slightly plump woman sighed. Didn't we find a secret room in the master bedroom's cloakroom before? But there were some revealing clothes and sex toys in it, and no one was seen. It's possible that there are 17 or 18 secret rooms in such a big castle, the cloaked man said. We didn't focus on finding the secret rooms before, so we must have missed some places. Then we won't have to search the entire castle again in the afternoon? The girl with twin ponytails couldn't help but wail. Although I didn't encounter any danger along the way, I feel like I'm tired to death just walking like this. It's useless to find the prince without finding the princess. The cloaked man looked at the twin ponytails with a little seriousness. This is not playing house. It's a game that really affects life and death. In comparison, what's the big deal about being a little tired? The twin ponytails knew they were in the wrong, lowered their heads, and dared not complain anymore. Zhao Sun didn't say anything, but kept paying attention to the expressions and states of other players. After entering the castle, the cowboy, the bald scorpion, and the earring girl didn't say much. Needless to say, the bald scorpion was an iron assassin, and he didn't say anything because he didn't want to help. If the knight cleared the game, it would be disadvantageous to him. The cowboy was taciturn by nature, so it was normal for him not to talk. But before entering the castle, the earring girl talked a lot, and even tried to control the new player. Now it's abnormal. But along the way, he didn't see the earring girl and the bald scorpion have any contact. Not even a glance. As an old player, the earring girl should have seen that the bald scorpion man had exposed his identity. If the earring girl is also an assassin, she should find a way to exchange secret codes and form an alliance with the bald scorpion man. The probability that the assassin is outnumbered is very high. With companions working together, they have a better chance of winning against the knight. However, Zhao Sun unconsciously touched the ring on his right index finger. It is also possible that the earring girl suspects that the bald scorpion man is already an assassin in the eyes of everyone. At this time, contacting the bald scorpion man will easily expose herself. In addition, the earring girl also has the conceited problem of being an old player. She probably thinks that even if she relies on herself, she can complete the assassin's mission, and it doesn't matter whether there is a bald scorpion man or not. If this is the case, it is normal for the earring girl not to contact the bald scorpion man. In Zhao Sun's mind, the probability that the earring girl is an assassin has exceeded 80%. I can't be 100% sure, because the earring girl has nothing wrong except that she suddenly became less talkative. Your ring looks quite old. The buzz-cut man sitting next to Zhao Sun noticed Zhao Sun's action and asked curiously, Is it a family heirloom? Yes. Zhao Sun said it casually, and he explained softly, After the family gave it to me, I have been wearing it on my hand. The buzz-cut man nodded in understanding. No wonder you cherish it so much, and touch it from time to time. Zhao Sun smiled and said nothing more. Let's discuss now. Should we try to wake up the prince, and then find the princess after finding the real prince? Or should we find the princess first, and then try to wake up these princes? The cloaked man started the next topic. I suggest not to wake up the princes yet. Zhao Sun spoke at this time. First, since there are still some secret rooms that have not been found, there may be princes who are unconscious in the secret rooms. Second, No one can be sure what will happen after all the princes are awakened. If the princes will kill each other, or the fake princes will find an opportunity to attack the players. These are all troubles. I think number 014 is right.
The slightly fat woman nodded repeatedly.
It's too risky to wake up these princes now. Let's wait until we find the princess. After finding the princess, we don't have to drag these princes around, and it will be easier to deal with them. Why do you call him number 014?
The crew-haired man asked the slightly fat woman curiously.
His seat number.
The slightly fat woman glanced at Zhao Sun, and seeing that Zhao Sun did not show any displeasure, she simply explained,
He and I are in the same compartment. So that's it.
The crew-haired man suddenly realized.
It's important to talk about business.
The cloaked man drew the attention of the crew-haired man back.
I think number 014's analysis makes sense. I agree with his suggestion. What about others?
The twin-tailed girl immediately raised her hand.
I agree 100%.
Others also expressed the same idea one after another. Even the bald scorpion man, who had always disliked Zhao Sun, had to agree. If he sang the opposite tune when everyone agreed, he would undoubtedly be more exposed. However, he probably didn't know that even if he disguised himself at this time, in the eyes of others, he was already an assassin in the open. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun glanced at the twin-tailed girl sitting next to the slightly fat woman. Well, except for the idiot. Chapter 56. I found it.
Then let's discuss how to find the secret room.
The cloaked man brought up a new topic.
The castle is so big. If we search all the places again, it will be dark. I have observed along the way that there is no electricity here. And even if we light candles at night, the visibility will not be very good.
After a pause, he continued,
I think there are certain rules to explore in the matter of secret rooms. Let's go to the places where secret rooms are most likely to appear and try to find them. Maybe we can find the princess before searching the castle again. You are right.
The earring girl, who had hardly spoken, finally spoke at this time.
The secret rooms commonly seen on TV are generally in the toilet, master bedroom, and study. There are rarely secret rooms in other rooms. At least I think there should be no secret rooms in other bedrooms, especially guest bedrooms. If the secret room is discovered by the guests, it will not be a good thing for the owner of the castle.
Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. When it comes to the plan to find the princess, the earring girl finally became more motivated.
I think the earring girl's analysis makes sense.
The taciturn cowboy man spoke slowly.
I suggest that we go to the study first. It's normal for such a big castle to have a secret room in the study.
This time, without waiting for the cloaked man to speak, the others raised their hands to express their agreement. So, after resting for half an hour, everyone went to the study together. The study in the castle is very large. It is more like a small library than a study. It is twice as large as the study that Zhao Sun saw in the Duke's mansion in the last game. It will probably take several hours just to find the possible secret room mechanism here. Everyone didn't dare to waste time and began to search the entire study. The 8 people were not far apart, and they only looked for things on the adjacent bookshelves to ensure that the hidden assassins had no chance to harm the sleeping princes. After searching for an hour, Zhao Sun climbed up the stairs and suddenly noticed a book on top.
The History of the Rise and Fall of Nations.
The dark black cover and the hot gold font were nothing special. But Zhao Sun suddenly thought of something, and he picked up the book and started flipping through it. He flipped through it very quickly, and was not interested in the text inside. He focused on the illustrations. Finally, when he was halfway through, he saw some familiar patterns. That was the pattern of the mountain country. He had seen this seal in the documents of the Prince of the Mountain Country. Soon, he found the patterns of the countries to which the other 4 princes belonged. He then carefully looked at the detailed introductions of these 5 countries. The cloaked man, who was tired from the busy work, stretched his arms and shoulders, and looked up to see Zhao Sun standing on a high ladder reading a book. Although they had not been in contact for a long time, the cloaked man felt that Zhao Sun could not do anything unrelated to the game when he was under time pressure. So he asked,
Number 014. What did you find?
Zhao Sun had just finished reading the detailed introductions of the 5 countries, and when he heard the cloaked man's words, he walked down the ladder with
History of the Rise and Fall of Nations. This book records the history of the rise and fall of the kingdoms where the 5 princes lived.
He opened the book and handed it to the cloaked man.
These 5 kingdoms do exist, but 3 of them perished 3 to 5 years ago.
The cloaked man took a closer look and found that it was indeed as Zhao Sun said. Then he understood what Zhao Sun meant.
In other words, The three people who were indicated in the documents as the princes of these three kingdoms, even if they were originally princes, would lose their princely identities after the kingdoms perished. So they are fake princes. Before, he only thought of pretending to be a prince. But he didn't think of the possibility of being deprived of the prince's identity. Hearing this news, others also gathered around. In this way, have we eliminated 3 alternative princes at once? The twin ponytails looked at the cloaked man and Zhao Sun expectantly. Yes, we can directly eliminate those 3 people, the cloaked man said confidently. That's great. The twin ponytails were immediately happy. Although the princess has not been found yet, it is also a gain to eliminate a few fake princes. This made her look for the mechanism of the secret room that may exist in the study room. And she became more active. The earring girl took a closer look at the contents of History of the Rise and Fall of Nations, and said, the remaining 2 kingdoms are still alive, so it is temporarily impossible to determine whether these 2 princes are real or fake. It's good to reduce 3 options at once. The short-haired man turned his head to look at the princes in the cart with a smile on his face. Can we leave the 3 excluded princes alone? In this way, when going up and down the stairs later, we only need to carry 2 princes. Wouldn't it save everyone's energy and time? Well, when we leave the study later, the 3 confirmed fake princes will be thrown here. The cloaked man nodded. Zhao Sun glanced at the unconscious princes and moved his fingers subconsciously. According to his idea, it is best to kill the fake princes whose identities have been confirmed. No one knows whether these princes will continue to sleep. What if there are other conditions that trigger awakening when no one wakes them up? Such as time, sound, etc. What if after awakening, it will be disadvantageous to the player, such as assassinating the princess, assassinating the player, etc. These unknown troubles can only be avoided from the root by killing the other party. Although Zhao Sun thought so in his heart, he did not say it out loud. Others had no such idea at all. He suddenly brought it up, which might cause unnecessary suspicion. It would be a waste of time to explain it. So it would be better to wait for him to find a time to do it. Everyone dispersed again and continued to grope for possible mechanisms in the study. While Zhao Sun was looking for the mechanism, he paid more attention to the text on the spine of each book. If he found more introductions about the kingdom, or portraits of the kings and princes of each kingdom, he might be able to confirm which of the remaining 2 princes was the real prince. Time passed little by little, and the sky outside the window gradually dimmed, and the sky was stained with the most beautiful fiery red in the dusk. The afterglow of the sunset sprinkled into the study through the glass window, trying to give it the last period of brightness. At this moment, a slight click sound came from not far away. The next second, 2 of the bookcases slowly sank into the wall. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound source. The girl with twin ponytails said to the others excitedly, I found it! In the gap at the very bottom of the bookcase. I wanted to see if there were any books hidden inside. Maybe there would be clues to the real prince. But I saw a strange little bump. So I touched it. I didn't expect that this was the mechanism to open the secret room. Chapter 57. You're a fake. Great. Great. The buzz-cut man gave a thumbs up to the ponytail. After the bookcase was completely sunken into the wall, it was slowly pushed open to both sides, finally revealing the room inside. At this time, everyone had gathered at the door of the secret room. The secret room was not big, and the whole scene inside could be seen at a glance. There was a small window in this secret room, and the warm yellow light came in and fell on the dressing table by the window. Next to the dressing table, there was a gorgeous princess bed. The veil was lifted up, and the young woman lying on the bed could be seen clearly. A head of long golden curly hair was softly draped on the pillow. The woman's face was calm, and her breathing was shallow. She didn't look like she had been sleeping for many years at all. It seemed that she just slept a little during the nap today, and accidentally slept until the evening. She should be the princess. Right? The ponytail asked subconsciously in a low voice, for fear of waking up the sleeping princess. It should be. The slightly plump woman nodded. There is only this one woman in the whole castle, and she is wearing a princess dress and sleeping on the princess bed. She must be the princess. Then do we have to go to other secret rooms to look for it now? The earring girl asked. Maybe there are other princes? What if the real prince is not among the remaining 2 candidates, but in other secret rooms we haven't found yet? That's true. The short-haired man scratched his hair and hesitated. But the princess is here. If we go somewhere else, I always feel uneasy. Before we didn't know that the princess was here. It didn't matter if we left the study. But after it was confirmed that the princess was here, We always worried that the princess would suddenly disappear or die when we left here. Not only do we have to worry about the assassins among the players attacking the princess, but we also have to worry about whether there are other unknown dangers hidden in the castle.
Then let's try to see if there is a real prince among the remaining 2 princes.
The cloaked man suggested.
If the real prince happens to be among them, we don't have to look for princes elsewhere. That's right. Anyway, we only need to wake up 2 people. Even if they want to fight, it's not a big deal for us.
The short-haired man seemed to be relieved, and he rolled up his sleeves eagerly.
How about trying slapping them first?
The cloaked man walked to the cart and threw the 3 confirmed fake princes off the cart, leaving only 2 princes to be selected. One was the prince of the mountain kingdom found in the servant's room. The other was the prince of the water kingdom found in the stable. He helped the 2 princes up and sat them on the flatbed cart. And then the cloaked man said to the short-haired man,
"You try it."
Seeing that his proposal was finally accepted, the short-haired man rubbed his hands happily. He walked up and slapped the 2 princes twice. 5 bright red fingerprints immediately appeared on the princes' fair faces. The next second, the eyelids of the 2 princes twitched twice and opened their eyes.
Heck!
The buzz-cut man was so shocked that he stood up straight.
They can really wake them up.
Before, they resisted and threw them away. But there was no sign of these princes waking up. I didn't expect that a slap in the face could really wake them up. He just tried the simplest method, and even he couldn't believe the result. The 2 princes opened their eyes and didn't care about the 8 players standing beside them. Instead, they immediately got up and looked around. When they saw the secret room, the 2 princes ran towards the secret room with bright eyes almost at the same time.
"Oh, my dear princess, I finally found you."
The prince of the mountain kingdom looked at the princess lying on the bed with deep affection.
"My little honeypot, we finally meet."
The prince of the water kingdom also had a deep affection. Zhao Sun and the cloaked man were quick and grabbed a prince each, preventing the 2 alternatives from entering the secret room. It was not until this time that the 2 princes finally noticed that there were many people here besides the princess.
"What are you doing?"
The 2 princes said in unison.
"Let me go. I want to go to the princess." "Which of you is the real prince?"
Zhao Sun asked directly. "Not far away." The bald scorpion man snorted coldly. Although he didn't say anything, his expression was undoubtedly saying,
"How ridiculous. The fake prince wouldn't say he was a fake prince. This question is really stupid."
Zhao Sun didn't care about the bald scorpion man's movements, but just looked at the 2 princes in front of him. The 2 princes seemed to have only noticed the existence of the other party at this time. They looked at each other, and then anger rose in their eyes.
"You are a fake."
The prince of the mountain kingdom pointed at the nose of the prince of the water kingdom and cursed.
"You dare to pretend to be a prince and compete with me for the princess. You are a fake."
The prince of the water kingdom glared at the prince of the mountain kingdom.
"You are so shameless."
The 2 princes cursed each other for a few words, and it seemed that they didn't feel relieved enough. Finally, they got closer and closer and started fighting. Zhao Sun and the cloaked man didn't stop them, and even let go of their hands, allowing the 2 princes to play freely. Seeing this, the others resisted the idea of stopping them. The 2 princes didn't have any weapons in their hands,
so they fought back and forth with bare hands for several times. And finally their faces were covered with bruises. Zhao Sun calmly enjoyed the farce, with an expression of watching a good show. Although the 2 princes cursed fiercely, their fighting was not fatal. When they punched, they only hit each other's cheeks, arms and other non-vital parts, and hardly touched the eyes, temples, throats, hearts, and abdomens. Obviously, they did not mean to kill each other. Anyway, they would not die. So let them get tired and calm down first. This fight did not last long. 5 minutes later, the 2 tender princes stopped fighting. The sky gradually darkened. There was still some light on the horizon, but the light in the study was obviously much darker. Zhao Sun took out a lighter and lit all the candles hanging around the study. Compared with the basement in the previous game, the candle lighting effect here was still good. Although the light was still dim, it was barely possible to see the expressions on everyone's faces. The 2 princes lay on the ground gasping for breath. Not only did they not want to continue fighting, they could not even say words to attack each other.
"Speak now."
At this time, the cloaked man finally spoke.
"How do you prove that you are the real prince? The princess and I are childhood sweethearts."
The prince of the mountain kingdom spoke first, and he got up quickly.
"We got engaged on the day the princess came of age. The engagement banquet was grand, and we exchanged engagement rings.
As he spoke, he raised his left hand, with an exquisite and beautiful sapphire ring on his middle finger. He added,
"The princess and I have a pair of rings, and the styles are very similar. But my ring is a sapphire, and the princess's ring is a ruby."
Chapter 58, confusing the audience?
He's talking nonsense.
The Prince of the Water Kingdom barely waited until the Prince of the Mountain Kingdom finished speaking. And then he jumped up in anger. He loudly refuted,
"The princess has never been engaged. The princess and I met at a dance party, and we fell in love with each other at first sight. She also gave me her feather fan as a token of love. Where's the feather fan?"
The cloaked man looked up and down at the Prince of the Water Kingdom. Every prince was searched when he was unconscious. If the Prince of the Water Kingdom had a feather fan, it would have been found long ago. The Prince of the Water Kingdom groped his body and seemed to find that he didn't have a feather fan. He tried to recall it, and then said,
"It must have fallen where I was unconscious." "Impossible."
The short-haired man immediately refuted.
"We all searched the place where you were unconscious. If there was a feather fan, we would definitely remember it."
After that, he looked at the other players. Although the others didn't speak, they all nodded in agreement with the short-haired man's words. They certainly wouldn't have paid much attention to a feather fan that they didn't know had a special meaning. But if there really was such a feather fan, it would be impossible for them to have no impression of it. After all, the Prince of the Water Kingdom was unconscious in the stable. Anyone would have some impression of a feather fan in a place like a stable.
"It must have fallen there."
The Prince of the Water Kingdom showed an anxious expression.
"If you don't believe it, come with me to find it and you'll know. You didn't find it before, which only means that you didn't look carefully."
Everyone looked at each other, and no one moved for a while. It was indeed necessary to find the feather fan, which could confirm whether what the Prince of the Water Kingdom said was true. However, the princess was more important. After confirming that the princess was here, no one dared to leave the princess easily. If the princess died, the knight's mission would be over, and the assassin's mission was to kill the princess. And running to other places would be a waste of time. No one was willing to leave.
"Send someone to go with the Prince of Water Country, even if the person sent happens to be an assassin,"
Zhao Sun suggested.
"The assassin's mission is to kill the princess. Although killing the prince may cause our knight's mission to fail, it will also expose the assassin's identity. And then, there will be no chance to get close to the princess. Besides, the Prince of Water Country may not be the real prince."
At this point, Zhao Sun laughed. His face was still gentle, but there was a hint of playfulness in his eyes.
"The risk is too great, but the reward is too small. The assassin dare not do it."
Everyone thought about it, and felt that what Zhao Sun said made sense. The assassin wanted to hide himself, so it was not good to raise objections at this time. So everyone played rock paper scissors to decide who would accompany the Prince of Water Country to find the feather fan. The silent volunteer cowboy won the final victory.
"Go and come back quickly."
The earring girl looked at the cowboy and said,
"When it's completely dark, it's still very risky to walk alone in the castle."
The cowboy just said, and left with the Prince of Water Country. Zhao Sun glanced at the earring girl. Under the candlelight, the woman's face was calm. After giving instructions to the cowboy, she turned back and stared at the Prince of the Mountain Country. She neither paid too much attention to the cowboy nor focused her eyes on the princess in the secret room. At first glance, it seems quite normal. However, even Zhao Sun himself would pay attention to the princess's situation in the secret room from time to time. But the earring girl never looked in the direction of the secret room once, which was a bit deliberate. So, was it also deliberate that she acted indifferent after giving instructions to the cowboy man just now? The earring girl and the cowboy man should not know each other at all before entering this game. There was even no contact and interaction for a period of time after entering the game. Just now, the earring girl specifically gave instructions to the cowboy man, and seemed to be very concerned about his safety. Of course, this can also be understood as the earring girl worrying about the safety of the Prince of the Water Kingdom. After all, he is one of the candidates for the real prince. If he is killed by unknown dangers in the castle, it will be terrible. However, the earring girl's words just now sounded more like she was concerned about the cowboy man, rather than the Prince of the Water Kingdom. Besides, the possibility of the earring girl being an assassin is very high, and the corresponding possibility of caring about the life and death of a prince is very low. So, is the cowboy also one of the assassins? While searching for the prince and the secret room, the earring girl and the cowboy man didn't know when they connected to the system's designated code and confirmed each other's identities. So they cared about each other? Zhao Sun frowned slightly. No, not necessarily. At present, the cowboy's performance is in line with his character. And when he is needed, he also actively cooperates to complete what he should do. It is not ruled out that the erring girl did it on purpose. As an assassin, she can confuse the audience and divert the knight's attention to fish in troubled waters. The erring girl deliberately showed that she was familiar with the cowboy man. And it might be that she was digging a trap for the cowboy man to make other players doubt his identity. Let the knights fight among themselves and disintegrate the unity and trust of the knights from within. Let's put the cowboy's identity aside for now. Zhao Sun looked at the prince of the mountain kingdom, who stayed here again. The cloaked man tried to ask the prince of the mountain kingdom a few questions, but the prince of the mountain kingdom basically kept silent. Only when he mentioned the princess did he show an affectionate expression. Moreover, the prince of the mountain kingdom tried to enter the secret room from time to time, wanting to have a close contact with the princess. The cloaked man always grabbed the arm of the prince of the mountain kingdom to prevent him from approaching the secret room. The prince of the mountain kingdom was obviously a delicate prince who could not carry anything on his shoulders or hands, and he could not resist the strength of the cloaked man at all. Every attempt was a step in the same place. He could only curse in anger. Zhao Sun was tired of listening. So he said to the prince of the mountain kingdom, "You approach the princess with such a bruised face. Aren't you afraid of scaring the princess?" The prince of the mountain kingdom was stunned, and seemed to finally remember that he still had a bruise on his face. He subconsciously touched his cheek, and then his face wrinkled in pain. "Do I look scary now?" he asked Zhao Sun anxiously. "Do you hope that the princess will faint again after waking up and seeing your pig-headed face?" Zhao Sun asked instead of answering. "Of course not." The prince of the mountain kingdom finally stopped making trouble. He squatted down and said with some frustration, "I think I should take care of my wounds. When I regain my handsome appearance, I will wake up my beautiful princess." Seeing that the prince of the mountain kingdom finally stopped making trouble, the cloaked man cast an affirmative look at Zhao Sun. Outside the window, the last ray of light in the sky was shrouded by darkness. The night fell completely. "Why haven't they come back yet?" The girl with twin ponytails looked at the door anxiously. "It's completely dark. The stable is a little far from here, so it's normal that they don't come back so soon," the cloaked man comforted. "But they should be on their way back." As soon as he finished speaking, a tall dark figure behind him suddenly jumped up and pounced on his back. Chapter 59. The Oriole is behind. The cloaked man felt a gust of wind coming from behind him, and immediately felt something was wrong. He immediately gathered his cloak and wrapped his whole body in it. At this moment, the hood of the cloak also covered the cloaked man's head with the cloaked man's movement. Then, the cloaked man felt a heavy blow from behind. However, with the protection of the cloak, he was not injured, and even the pain was reduced to a minimum. And the others also saw clearly what attacked the cloaked man. A werewolf that was a circle larger than a normal human. No, more than one. After the werewolf failed to attack the cloaked man, everyone also noticed that the other two werewolves climbed up from the ground. Werewolves can never appear out of thin air, and the position where they climbed up was exactly where the three people who had been confirmed to be fake princes were lying. Obviously, these three werewolves were transformed from the three fake princes. After it got dark, Zhao Sun paid attention to the situation of the three fake princes from time to time. He was also the first to discover that the fake prince had transformed into a werewolf. The reason why he didn't warn them was that he wanted to take the opportunity to see the other players' responses and special abilities. As Zhao Sun expected, the cloaked man's cloak was a good defensive item. He was hit hard by the werewolf's claws, but he was unscathed. However, the other players had not yet used their abilities. But at the moment the cloaked man was attacked, they all moved away from the center of danger. So, the closest cloaked man became the first target of the three werewolves. The werewolves were very close to the secret room, but they seemed to have no interest in the princess in the secret room, and only attacked the players blindly. When the other two werewolves joined the first werewolf, and attacked the cloaked man at the same time, Zhao Sun moved. He took out the small stones he had picked up from various places in the castle from his trouser pockets, and threw them at the heads of two of the werewolves. Sure enough, the two werewolves were angered and immediately changed their targets and chased after Zhao Sun. The pressure on the cloaked man was reduced, and it was much easier to deal with a werewolf. Zhao Sun led the two werewolves to go somewhere else. He never fought back, but ran behind the bald scorpion man before the werewolves caught up with him. The bald scorpion man's face suddenly darkened. "What do you mean?" Although he was questioning Zhao Sun, he didn't dare to look back at Zhao Sun, and could only stare at the two werewolves who were about to pounce on him.
Zhao Sun didn't reply, and was so quiet that it seemed as if he was not behind the bald scorpion man at all. The bald scorpion man didn't care too much at this time. In order to protect himself, he could only use his special ability angrily. The scorpion tattoo on his head suddenly peeled off from the skin and jumped in front of him. The moment it landed, the scorpion became the same size as the bald scorpion man. When the werewolves pounced on him, the huge scorpion clamped one of the werewolves with its pincers, and the other was pierced through by the stinger on the scorpion's tail. The scorpion flicked its tail and threw the poisoned and twitching werewolf to the wall. The werewolf hit the wall hard, twitched a few more times, foamed at the mouth, and stopped moving. The scorpion brought the other werewolf, who was still struggling in its claws, to its mouth and ate it alive. The whole study was filled with the sound of scorpions chewing, which sounded a bit creepy. The twin-tailed girl obviously hadn't seen enough of the world, and she was already retching while leaning on the bookcase. The cloaked man killed the first werewolf that attacked him, and when he saw the scorpion that was still eating, his face was full of indescribable expression. Although he had seen many bloody scenes, he still felt a little disgusted every time he saw the blood flying when eating raw. Can't he just swallow it in one bite? Hearing the chewing and chewing, he got goosebumps all over his body. He was not afraid in his heart, but simply felt uncomfortable. Just like some people don't like to hear the sound of nails scratching on a blackboard. It's uncomfortable to scratch their hearts and livers. For a while, no one spoke, just staring at the huge scorpion that hadn't finished eating yet. Seeing that everyone's attention was on him, the bald scorpion man showed a bit of pride. He knew that his special ability would definitely be cool when he appeared. But just as his smug expression showed, a huge sickle of death came whistling rapidly and fiercely from behind. The bald scorpion man didn't even react to what happened, nor did he feel any pain. He just felt that his sight suddenly changed. It seemed that in an instant, his sight fell from high to low. When he heard a thump sound, he actually saw his body falling to the ground not far away. This was the last scene he saw before his death. With the death of the bald scorpion man, the huge scorpion immediately disappeared, leaving only fragments of werewolf corpses scattered on the ground, making the ground a mess. Others looked at Zhao Sun, who was holding a huge sickle. In astonishment, they seemed to be confused by Zhao Sun's sudden attack, and no one spoke for a while. 10 seconds later, the cloaked man spoke first. Although everyone guessed that he was an assassin, wouldn't it be a bit too hasty for you to act suddenly at this time? What? He is an assassin? The twin ponytails were confused, except for the twin-tailed girl. Everyone else's expressions were similar to the cloaked man. The twin-tailed girl finally realized that everyone had confirmed the identity of the bald scorpion man. Only she didn't know. But why was it confirmed that the bald scorpion man was an assassin? When was it confirmed? Why didn't she notice it at all? When the twin-tailed girl was confused, everyone else looked at Zhao Sun with questioning eyes. They didn't think there was anything wrong with killing an assassin as a knight. But no one expected Zhao Sun to do it at this time. After all, it has been said before that there may be things in this game that require the cooperation of multiple players. Even if you know who the assassin is, don't rush to do it. This was only the first day of entering the game, and Zhao Sun took action as soon as it got dark. His special ability is not bad, Zhao Sun replied. There may not be such a good time to do it later. Looking at the bald scorpion man's arrogance all the time, it proves that his special ability should be very good. Although it is not clear what other abilities this tattooed scorpion has after it turns into a real scorpion, in addition to poisoning and eating people. But through the observation just now, it is likely that the reaction of scorpions will slow down when they eat. Or, the bald scorpion man thought that there was no danger, and his scorpions were influenced by him and relaxed. All wild creatures will choose to eat in a safe environment, and scorpions are no exception. This can also prove that they are really relaxed, and this is a good time to take action. Chapter 60, making the best use of everything. Not only that, Zhao Sun was standing behind the bald scorpion man, which was also a rare opportunity. It was hard to say whether there would be such an opportunity next time to be so close to the bald scorpion man. And the bald scorpion man was not on guard. Zhao Sun had already wanted to kill the bald scorpion man, and he should not miss such a good opportunity with the right time, right place and right people. Of course, there was an extra gain this time. Zhao Sun looked at the semi-transparent pop-up window that popped up in front of him. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully finding an assassin and killing the assassin as a knight, and getting 10 points. Although 10 points are not much, it is also something that other players do not have. It's a small surprise. The cloaked man said,
But he didn't think Xiao Sun's behavior was inappropriate.
You are right. If you miss this good opportunity, it may not be so easy to do it again. Anyway, he is an iron assassin. So just kill him.
His expression was casual, and he obviously didn't care too much about the death of the bald scorpion man. The attitude of the bald scorpion man had already displeased the other players present. Not to mention that for the night, the death of an assassin meant one less threat, especially now that the princess has been found. Clearing out an assassin in the player group can also increase the princess's safety. This is a good thing. No one meant to blame Xiao Sun, even if they were both assassins. They dared not show it at this time. Otherwise it would be equivalent to exposing their identities. So, the death of the bald scorpion man was just revealed. Xiao Sun glanced at the prince of the mountain kingdom, who was standing in the corner without saying a word. And he showed his usual gentle smile.
Can you help me?
The prince of the mountain kingdom swallowed his saliva subconsciously.
What? What help?
Although the other party smiled warmly, he didn't know why he always felt a sense of fear.
Help clean up these garbage?
Xiao Sun looked at the prince of the mountain kingdom with an inquiring look. His finger pointed to the bodies scattered on the ground. The prince of the mountain kingdom. He is a prince after all. How can he do such a dirty job? The prince of the mountain kingdom took a look at the huge black sickle in Xiao Sun's hand, and he swallowed his saliva subconsciously.
Okay.
He quickly agreed. Then he pulled out the tablecloth on the desk and barely pushed the bodies into the corner through the cloth. He even wiped the blood on the ground. Other players. To a certain extent, it can be regarded as making the best use of it. Xiao Sun glanced at the head of the bald scorpion man rolling into the corner. On the bald head, the scorpion tattoo has returned to its normal appearance. It's a pity. Xiao Sun didn't have a single tattoo on his body. Otherwise, he would like to try the special ability of the bald scorpion man. After the prince of the mountain kingdom pushed all the bodies into the corner, the cowboy man finally came back with the prince of the water kingdom. Suddenly seeing the blood on the ground and the many bodies piled up in the corner, the cowboy man was stunned. When he saw the head of the bald scorpion man, he roughly guessed what was going on. So he didn't ask any more questions, but took out a dirty feather fan and said to the others,
I found it on the roof of the stable. I said you didn't look carefully enough.
The prince of the water kingdom raised his chin proudly.
Who would go to the roof for no reason?
The twin-tailed girl couldn't help but mutter.
Didn't you encounter any danger on the way?
The cloaked man asked the cowboy. The cowboy shook his head.
Nothing happened. But on the way back, after it got dark, I felt that the whole castle was a little too quiet. Why?
The slightly fat woman asked.
Aren't there vines everywhere on the outer wall of this castle? When we were looking for people during the day, we could see some common small insects from time to time.
The cowboy explained.
In the evening, we could still hear some insects and the rustling of leaves in the wind. But at the moment when it got dark, we couldn't hear any sound.
Without waiting for everyone to ask, the cowboy added,
I was afraid of accidents, so I dragged him to the study. So I didn't know what was wrong outside.
Everyone was silent for a while. If those abnormalities only occurred outside the castle and did not enter the castle, then their nights would still be safe. However, no one would have such a naive idea. While others were thinking about how to deal with the troubles that might arise next, Xiao Sun had been looking at the two princes who were still human. It seemed that the fake princes, who were not awakened, would automatically turn into werewolves after dark and attack the players. The awakened fake princes could always maintain their human appearance. To put it another way, half an hour had passed since it was completely dark, and no wolf howls or animal scratching and walking sounds were heard in the entire castle. So there was a high probability that there were no other fake princes in the castle. Either one of the two princes in front of him must be a real prince, or both of them were fake. And tomorrow we would find another prince who was sleeping, and that would be the real prince. The prince of the water kingdom seemed to have completely ignored the blood on the ground and the corpse in the corner. He continued his lines as if nothing had happened.
How is it? Can I prove that I am the real prince now?
The prince of the water kingdom was a little impatient to run to the secret room.
My little honeypot, here I come!
The prince of the mountain kingdom immediately stopped the prince of the water kingdom.
You shameless fake! You can just buy a feather fan and pretend it is a token of love? The princess and I have a pair of engagement rings. You said that you and the princess fell in love at first sight. But why did you only say that the princess gave you a feather fan? What token of love did you give the princess? Who said I didn't give the princess a token of love?
The prince of the water kingdom glared.
I gave the princess a dagger I carried with me. There is a purple gem inlaid on the hilt. and there are a total of 10 small pink diamonds on the scabbard.
The Prince of the Water Kingdom looked at players.
If you don't believe me, go to the princess's room and look for it yourself. You will definitely find it. Who knows if you hid in the princess's room beforehand and pretended that it was the token of love you gave to the princess before?
The Prince of the Mountain Kingdom angrily said.
Anyway, the princess is unconscious. You can make up whatever you want. You are the one who made it up.
The Prince of the Water Kingdom was furious.
You despicable villain. You took advantage of the princess's coma and secretly put the ring on the princess's hand, pretending it was an engagement ring. You should use your brain before you talk nonsense.
The Prince of the Mountain Kingdom mocked.
If I had seen the princess before, I would have woken her up directly. Is there any need to argue with you? A fake. About who is the real prince?
Chapter 61, Defense. The Prince of the Water Kingdom choked for a moment, and after a while, he managed to squeeze out a sentence.
You must have known that the princess often wore that ring. So you had someone secretly make a similar one, pretending that it was an engagement ring. You really racked your brains to make up a story for me.
The Prince of the Mountain Kingdom rolled his eyes.
Compared to your feather fan and dagger that don't match at all, at least my rings look more like a couple's.
Just as the two princes were arguing, the players suddenly heard the cry of crows from far away, outside the window. Then, the sound of flapping wings came from far away, and several crows landed on the windowsill outside the window. In the not-so-bright light, the crows' red eyes were very conspicuous. They all stared at the study room, and suddenly made a few more calls. The girl with twin ponytails was so scared that she immediately hugged the arm of the slightly fat woman beside her, and her voice was very low.
They don't want to break in, do they?
At the same time, Zhao Sun raised his hand and pointed at the two princes who were still arguing.
Shut up!
The two princes were silent instantly. As the whole study became quiet, everyone heard another sound. It was smaller, but more numbing. It was like the sound made by countless small insects crawling on the ground. Rustling. To make such a sound, the number of insects must be tens of thousands. The faces of the girl with twin ponytails and the slightly fat woman were a little pale. Even the earring girl looked not very good.
What should I do?
The girl with twin ponytails was so scared that she couldn't even make a sound, and only lip-synced these 3 words.
Let's go to the secret room,
Zhao Sun said decisively.
The secret room is the only place that has not been invaded by vines, and there are no insect corpses or feces in the whole room, let alone signs of furniture being damaged. This secret room should have been specially treated, and neither insects nor birds can enter.
When everyone heard this, they all felt that Zhao Sun was right, and they quickly hid in the secret room. Zhao Sun and the cloaked man fumbled on both sides of the door, and finally Zhao Sun found the mechanism and closed the door of the secret room. As the door of the secret room closed, the increasingly urgent crow calls and insect crawling sounds outside were isolated, and no sound could be heard. The whole secret room was very quiet, so quiet that it seemed that each other's breathing could be heard. Zhao Sun lit the candle in the secret room. He immediately checked the location of the earring girl. When he killed the bald scorpion man, he noticed the expression of the earring girl. Although the earring girl tried her best to appear calm, she still showed surprise and vigilance at that moment. He killed the bald scorpion man when no one was prepared, not only because he thought it was the best time to act, but also because he wanted to see how other players would react. In such an emergency, it is difficult for people to completely hide their true emotions. This is also the best time to expose the assassin. It is normal to show surprise, because no one expected him to suddenly attack the bald scorpion man. But only the earring girl showed a defensive look. When everyone knew that the bald scorpion man was an assassin, how could the knight kill the assassin and cause the knight to be on guard? Therefore, the earring girl can only be an assassin. As for the remaining players, they all behaved very naturally and normally, so it can be assumed that they are not assassins for the time being. But it is still not 100% certain. It remains to be seen. But the earring girl is a foregone conclusion. So, after there was a light source in the secret room, Zhao Sun immediately went to see the position of the earring girl. At this time, the earring girl was closest to the princess bed. Her body was slightly sideways, and as long as her left hand was slightly raised, she could almost touch the edge of the bed.
Are you going to kill the princess?
Zhao Sun asked directly. His eyes were looking straight at the earring girl. Others also followed Zhao Sun's line of sight, and saw that the earring girl closest to the bed looked a little ugly.
What are you talking about?
The earring girl glared at Zhao Sun unhappily.
I just want to stand here to protect the princess from being hurt. You can't say that someone is an assassin just because he approaches the princess? Don't you think it's too far-fetched? Really?
Zhao Sun didn't argue, but immediately changed his words.
Maybe I misunderstood, but you shouldn't get so close to the princess alone. It's not all my fault if you arouse suspicion.
He didn't expose the earring girl at this time for 2 reasons. 1. The earring girl's special abilities and special items are still unclear. If she angers the other party at this time, she may still be able to kill the princess. She is so close to the princess that even the cloaked man, who is also an old player, may not have time to rush over to stop her. The other reason is that if he first expresses his suspicion and then denies it, the earring girl's psychological defense will be relaxed, and she may even think that he is a chess piece that can be fooled and used, and then take the initiative to approach him. Maybe he will have a chance to harvest points again? Seeing Zhao Sun change his words so quickly, the earring girl's face looked better. She showed a sincere expression.
I know everyone wants to find the assassin as soon as possible to prevent the princess from being killed. But you can't be paranoid. Well, I know.
Zhao Sun nodded. The cloaked man on the side frowned slightly when he saw this. He didn't have much contact with the earring girl, but he also knew her arrogant and domineering personality. Once such a person is wronged, cursing is considered light, and it is possible to directly fight. But now, the earring girl neither cursed nor fought, but explained her behavior. This is a bit like a guilty conscience. The cloaked man quietly moved closer to the bed, and he was on guard against the earring girl in his heart. Zhao Sun noticed the cloaked man's actions, and knew that the cloaked man had doubts about the earring girl. He was very satisfied. Old players must use old players to deal with them. Although he wanted to get head points, he had to see the opportunity. We can't ruin the progress of the entire mission for these few points. Therefore, it would be safer to let the cloaked man, who is also an old player, guard against the earring woman, in order to prevent others from suspecting her. The earring woman took the initiative to walk a few steps outside, away from the princess' bed, almost side by side with the cloaked man. At this time, she was constantly recalling her words and deeds just now, trying to make sure if she had been exposed. Therefore, she did not notice the cloaked man's movements and expressions, and did not know that she had been suspected. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with what she had just said, she relaxed and turned to look at the twin ponytails.
What's going on outside?
The twin ponytails had been lying by the door and listening carefully to the movements outside. When she heard the earring woman ask, she shook her head.
The sound insulation here is too good. I can't hear any sound outside at all.
Chapter 62. This is a real headache.
Then forget about the outside.
The cloaked man waved his hand and turned his attention back to the 2 princes.
Let's figure out the situation of these 2 people first.
When the cloaked man was about to continue speaking, Zhao Sun raised his hand to interrupt him. He said to the twin ponytails,
You are responsible for monitoring the situation outside. If there is any sound, remind us in time.
Although he was sure that his reasoning was correct and this secret room should be safe, but the possibility of accidents caused by the player's appearance cannot be ruled out. Someone has to guard and pay attention to the situation outside at all times. If the sound insulation is so good, you can still hear the sound outside, which means that the insects or birds are about to break through the barrier of the secret room. They have to have time to take countermeasures. The twin ponytails are average in brain, and she is completely useless in judging whether the prince is real or fake. But she is obedient, and it is easy to see that her identity is not an assassin. So it is appropriate to arrange her to monitor the situation outside. In addition, the special ability of the twin ponytails is fire control, which is also very practical against insects or birds. The girl with twin ponytails said, "Oh," twice, and continued to stick her face to the door obediently, trying to listen to the noise outside. While Zhao Sun and the girl with twin ponytails were talking, the man with short hair had already searched the dressing table by the window.
I found the dagger.
The man with short hair showed the things in his hand to others.
In the bottom drawer of the dressing table.
This dagger is just as the Prince of the Water Kingdom said, with a purple gem on the handle and 10 pink diamonds inlaid on the scabbard.
See, everything I said is true.
The Prince of the Water Kingdom was very proud.
If this is really a token of love, the princess should keep it close to her body. How could she put it on the dressing table?
The Prince of the Mountain Kingdom questioned.
Either you put it there secretly before, or you accidentally knew that the princess had such a dagger and lied that you gave it to her. I also said that your ring was forged.
The Prince of the Water Kingdom became angry again. Okay.
Stop arguing.
The man in the cloak felt that the 2 princes had a strong sense of drama, and he was a little annoyed by the quarrel. The two princes shut up obediently, but still stared at each other unconvinced. The cloaked man then continued to say to the two princes,
"Now we ask you questions. You answer them. No meaningless quarrels. No more nonsense."
Both princes nodded in agreement. So, the cloaked man asked them in detail about how they met the princess, the process of their engagement, the customs and habits of their respective kingdoms, etc. He wanted to use these details to determine who was lying. Since both countries are still alive, the fake prince must be a fake product with no prince identity at all. It is impossible to know the details of getting along with a princess and the internal situation of his own kingdom. And many things can only be made up out of thin air, even if you have a very complete draft in advance. Fabricated things will inevitably be exposed, especially in terms of time and logic. Every once in a while, the cloaked man will ask the questions he asked before again and gradually expand the details. For example, the first time he asked, "What color dress did the princess wear on the day of the ball?" The second time, ask what color dress the princess wore on the day of the ball. What flowers were embroidered on the dress? The third time, ask what color dress the princess wore on the day of the ball. What flowers were embroidered on the dress? And whether she wore a necklace. And so on. People who have really experienced it may not remember every detail clearly. If every question is answered, the possibility of lying is very high. If some details are not remembered clearly occasionally, it is more authentic. In addition, the same question, the details are different before and after, which is also a manifestation of lying. If it really happened, whenever someone asks about it, they will recall the situation at that time, and there will be no deviation in the answer to the details. But if it is fabricated out of thin air, it is easy to have inconsistent descriptions of details, because too many times are asked and too many lies are told. They will forget what they said before. There is nothing wrong with the strategy of the cloaked man. But what he did not expect is that the performance of these two princes is very normal. There are some things that are too detailed, and they all said that they can't remember them, and repeating the same question every half an hour. There is no inconsistency in the answers before and after. Now, the cloaked man was really having a headache. The short-haired man beside him was already dizzy from what he had heard, and felt that his brain could no longer remember all the information. So he simply gave up. Apart from occasionally staring at the unconscious princess on the princess bed, he was just in a daze. The slightly plump woman also felt a little headache after hearing the end, and even yawned uncontrollably. The cowboy man, who had been silent all the time, spoke at this time.
"It's probably useless to ask like this."
He already understood the cloaked man's intention. But these two princes are not ordinary humans, but NPCs in the game. If the game has set their detailed backgrounds early on, even if they are fake princes, it is not difficult to naturally show normal reactions. The cloaked man's shoulders sank slightly, as if he was a little disappointed.
"It's really not so easy to distinguish between true and false. Maybe you can look for other clues in the study during the day tomorrow."
The cowboy man glanced at Zhao Sun.
"Didn't this number 014 find a book in the study before and eliminate 3 fake princes? I can only try again tomorrow."
The cloaked man sighed. It's not that he hadn't thought about the method the cowboy said, but it would take a lot of time and energy to read all the books in the study. Even if it was just a cursory glance, it would probably take more than a week, and they only had 2 days left. Moreover, it was not certain whether the clues were in the books in the study. If a lot of time was spent, and no useful clues were found in the end, the remaining time might not be enough to do anything else. That's why he wanted to try to talk to the two princes. He wanted to find loopholes through this method to determine who was the real prince. Unfortunately, it didn't go as he wished.
"What should we do next?"
the earring girl asked.
"Take turns to keep watch and rest?"
Since all the methods that could be thought of had been tried and failed, if we couldn't find out who was the real prince tonight, it would be useless to continue to circle around the two princes. We have to take a break. Right? The cloaked man pursed his lips and hesitated. If we don't take a break, the player's status will get worse and worse, which is definitely not okay. However, the assassin among the players is probably waiting for this opportunity to attack the princess. Chapter 63: The Opposite. If the princess dies, everything will be over. In comparison, sleep is not that important. Although the cloaked man has doubts about the identity of the earring woman, he is not 100% sure. Most importantly, he is not sure whether there are other possible assassins besides the earring woman. If the number of awake nights decreases by taking turns to keep watch, it will be the best time for the assassin to take action.
"Let's not sleep,"
the twin ponytails whispered.
"I can't sleep in this environment anyway."
She is not bed shy, but timid. She just saw the fake prince turn into a werewolf with her own eyes. Who knows if the two princes in the room will suddenly turn into monsters at any time. In addition, there are many insects and birds outside. She would rather pinch her thighs purple to prevent herself from sleeping than be killed unconsciously in her sleep. She wants to live.
If you want to rest, it's not impossible,
Zhao Sun suggested with a smile.
Let's do it in reverse. In reverse?
The girl with twin ponytails looked at Zhao Sun with some doubt.
Generally, when taking turns to keep watch, most people are asleep, leaving 1 or 2 people to keep watch,
Zhao Sun explained.
We can have most people awake. Only one person sleeps, and then take turns to rest every hour and a half.
Everyone was stunned. They really didn't think of this.
Although everyone's sleep time is very short, it is better than not having a chance to sleep all night.
The short-haired man immediately agreed to the proposal.
It can also guarantee the princess's safety to a large extent. I think it's very good. It's true.
The cloaked man also agreed.
Then I'll sleep first.
Zhao Sun took the lead and walked to the sofa placed against the wall.
I came up with the idea. I'll rest for an hour and a half. You should have no objection. Right.
Of course. No one else had any objection. Zhao Sun laid down on the sofa. The sofa was a double seat and was relatively short. His legs were hanging on the armrests of the sofa. His head tilted, barely leaning on the backrest of the sofa. Even in such an uncomfortable position, he fell asleep quickly. The buzz-cut man and the girl with twin ponytails admired Zhao Sun's adaptability. In this environment, with such sleeping conditions, it would be difficult for them to fall asleep. And the thought of having to wake up in an hour and a half would make it even more difficult for them to fall asleep. No one else spoke to avoid waking Zhao Sun. Even the two princes were tactful and quiet. They just poked their heads in the direction of the princess from time to time. If it weren't for the two door gods, the cloaked man and the earring woman, the two princes would have jumped on the bed and kissed the princess. Probably because they had failed to break through the siege many times before. The two princes also calmed down and didn't try to do useless work. An hour and a half passed quickly, and Zhao Sun was awakened by his alarm clock. He sat up immediately. His eyes were clear, not at all confused, as if a short sleep was enough to restore his energy. Zhao Sun walked over to the other players and asked,
"Who's going to rest?"
The girl with twin ponytails, who was still standing by the door, shook her head first and said,
"I don't want to sleep."
The cloaked man moved his feet.
"Then I'll do it."
Although an hour and a half is a short time, as long as you can try to enter a deep sleep, it will still have a good effect in relieving fatigue. There are still 2 days left, and no one knows what will happen. You have to rest when you have the chance. In this way, after the cloaked man woke up, the slightly fat woman, the cowboy man, and the short-haired man also slept for an hour and a half each. The twin-tailed girl who had been yelling that she didn't want to sleep finally couldn't stand the sleepiness, and fell asleep on the sofa after the cowboy woke up. An hour and a half later, the twin-tailed girl was woken up. Her face was hazy, and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. A total of 6 people slept for 9 hours. They were the first to go to bed at about 9 o'clock in the evening. And when the twin-tailed girl woke up, it was already more than 6 o'clock in the morning. Outside the window, the sky was already bright, and a little warm orange sunlight also flowed out from the sky. Probably in a while, the sun will be high in the sky. The earring girl looked at the other players hesitantly.
"Are you going to go out now?"
At this moment, she regretted that she had been holding on without sleeping. She originally wanted to find an opportunity to attack the princess. However, both Zhao Sun and the cloaked man stood beside her, making her dare not act rashly. She never found a suitable opportunity to act, and dragged it on until dawn. If she had known that there would be no chance to act tonight, she might as well have rested before. Unlike now, she held on until dawn, and others slept for an hour and a half. But she never rested. This sense of disadvantage made her feel very uncomfortable.
"Of course not."
The girl with the twin ponytails looked like,
"I know such a simple truth. Why are you still asking? Although it's dawn, the insects and birds outside may not have left in the early morning. We should at least wait until the sun shines everywhere before going out." "You're right."
The man with the short hair gave the twin ponytails a thumbs up.
"I think it's more appropriate to go out at 7 or 8 o'clock. Then I'll sleep for a while,"
the girl with earrings said as she walked to the sofa and lay down.
"Remember to wake me up before you leave."
It's okay even if she can only sleep for less than an hour now. It's better than not sleeping at all. She really can't bear it.
The cloaked man waited for a while, and saw that the girl with earrings breathing gradually became even, and her chest rose and fell longer. She should have really fallen asleep. So he looked at Zhao Sun. Receiving the cloaked man's gaze, Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly. He lowered his voice. What do you want to ask? When did you start to doubt her? The cloaked man also asked in a very low voice. Zhao Sun knew that the cloaked man wanted to get more information to determine the identity of the earring woman. So he answered. When I killed the bald scorpion man, the earring woman looked at me with a defensive look. The cloaked man immediately understood what Zhao Sun meant. I know. The cloaked man didn't say anything more, but it was enough to show his attitude. He not only wanted to guard against the earring woman, but also decided to take action against her at the right time. Zhao Sun didn't continue this topic. He turned his head to look at the princess, who had been lying quietly on the bed, thought for a while, and asked the cloaked man, Why don't you try to find any clues on the princess bed? The cloaked man also subconsciously turned his head to look at the princess bed. It's clear here. There's nothing to look for. At most, just lift the sheets. Chapter 64 Diary. This pink princess bed is sweet and gorgeous, and you can see everything at a glance. The princess didn't even have a quilt on her body, and the gauze curtain was pulled up, which didn't look like she could hide anything. So no one had thought of searching the princess bed before. However, since Zhao Sun mentioned it, the cloaked man had no reason to object. It's okay to search all the places you can to prevent omissions. In the cloaked man's mind, Zhao Sun's identity as a knight can be basically confirmed, so he is not so defensive against Zhao Sun. Seeing the cloaked man agree, Zhao Sun walked to the bed and began to search. When the others saw Zhao Sun suddenly approach the princess bed, they were all nervous for a moment. But seeing that the closest cloaked man was just standing aside and watching, they didn't stop him. There were few things on the bed, and there were not many places to turn over. That is, to lift the sheets to see underneath. Zhao Sun moved the princess around on the bed and lifted the entire sheet. But there was nothing underneath. There was nothing found under the bed. When Zhao Sun was about to put the princess back to her original position, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a small unnatural bulge on the princess's complicated and gorgeous skirt. The princess was lying properly before, and there was no such strange place. It should be that when the princess was moved, the things inside were crooked, which caused the unnatural bulge. Zhao Sun lifted a small piece of the layered skirt. The slightly fat woman, who had been paying attention to Zhao Sun's movements, subconsciously wanted to speak when she saw that Zhao Sun was going to lift the skirt. But the next second, she saw a delicate and small book hidden in the skirt. So she shut up. Zhao Sun casually threw the princess's skirt away, just covering the princess's calves. He opened the book and read 2 pages, then said to others, It's a diary. After hearing this, the others came over and wanted to see what was written in the diary. The double ponytail subconsciously wanted to go over, but when she thought of her mission, she retracted her legs. Anyway, so many people were gathered there. If there were any clues in the diary, everyone would definitely find it. She might as well stay here and do her own vigilance. Thinking of this, the girl with twin ponytails put her head against the door again. The earring girl, who had just slept for a while, was not at ease and slept very lightly. So when she heard the footsteps of many people, she woke up immediately. What's wrong? She asked as she walked towards the crowd. Number 014 found a diary. The slightly fat woman answered casually. After hearing this, the earring girl quickly stepped forward and wanted to see the contents of the diary. Everyone surrounded Zhao Sun in the middle. However, Zhao Sun did not intend to wait for others to finish reading the content. He turned the pages quickly at his own speed. Many times, others had only read half of the content, and he had already turned the page. The earring girl was the most dissatisfied, but she just tisked a few times impatiently, and did not directly ask Zhao Sun to slow down. The diary was filled with the emotions of a little girl, and to Zhao Sun, most of it was nonsense. However, some useful information could still be extracted from it. 3 years ago, the king took the princess hunting. The princess had no interest in shooting prey, so she was catching butterflies in the forest alone. But she sprained her ankle on a stone and was almost bitten by a wild wolf. The prince appeared in time, drove away the wild wolf, and saved the princess. It was at that time that the princess fell in love with the prince at first sight. Later, they met again at a dance, expressed their admiration for each other, and exchanged tokens of love, feather fans and daggers. After that, the two were officially together. The prince would come to visit the princess from time to time and give her some gifts.
The princess always looked forward to the prince coming to see her. Half a year ago, the princess and the prince got engaged, held a grand engagement ceremony, and wore engagement rings specially made by craftsmen, which were unique in the world. At the end of the diary, the princess expressed her growing love for the prince, hoped to marry the prince as soon as possible, and even imagined her future married life. Zhao Sun closed the diary and handed it to the man with a short haircut who was closer to him. The man with a short haircut took it immediately and read it carefully again. Then, his face showed an expression that was hard to describe.
There are actually tokens of love and engagement rings written in it. But the tokens of love and engagement rings are real things.
The cloaked man glanced at the prince of the mountain kingdom and the prince of the water kingdom standing in the distance.
But the two princes only said half of them respectively.
The two princes didn't know what happened, and they looked at the players expectantly. They also heard about the discovery of the diary. They expected that the diary would contain the things they said, so that they could prove that they were real princes. The cloaked man noticed the expressions of the two princes. It seemed that they all sincerely believed that they were real princes, and they had no guilty conscience about being exposed. So, it was the game setting that made them always believe that their identities were real before being exposed.
So, those two are fake?
The slightly fat woman asked in a low voice, fearing that the two princes would hear it.
They must be fake,
Zhao Sun said calmly.
One said he and the princess were childhood sweethearts, which doesn't match the diary that mentioned they met 3 years ago. The other said they fell in love at first sight at the ball, which is different from love at first sight at the hunting ground. These two fakes must have inquired about the information about the princess and the prince, and they only inquired half of it.
The crew-cut man curled his lips.
No wonder they are so confident that they still think they can deceive us. Most of the things they said about the princess did happen in reality.
After complaining, the crew-cut man looked at the cloaked man and Zhao Sun.
How to deal with the two fakes? Kill them directly to avoid complications later,
Zhao Sun said lightly. Although the awakened fake princes will not turn into werewolves at night, who knows if there will be other hidden dangers if they are kept? Killing is the easiest way.
Let me do it.
The cloaked man stood up and walked quickly towards the two princes. The two princes looked at the cloaked man expectantly, as if asking with their eyes,
How is it? Are you sure I'm real?
The cloaked man didn't come to the two princes until he suddenly took out his two bone-cutting knives and stabbed them neatly in the chest. The two princes didn't expect the cloaked man to suddenly attack them. They didn't even have time to resist before their hearts were pierced. The blood quickly stained the front of their clothes. The cloaked man pulled out the bone-cutting knife, shook off the blood on it, and put the weapon away again. The two princes widened their eyes in surprise, but they had no chance to make a sound. They fell to the ground together and were motionless. Chapter 65. Questioning each other. Seeing the two princes die so easily, everyone felt a little complicated. They were glad that the trouble was solved so easily, but they were also a little unbelievable that the trouble was solved so easily. If there was no fraud, then there would be more troubles to face later. So the trouble of these two fake princes could be solved so easily. There was silence in the room for a moment, and the man with the short hair said,
What should we do now? Go to the study to find clues about the prince? Or go to other places to find a secret room?
Yesterday, everyone searched all the rooms that could be found in the castle, and the 5 princes they found were all fake, which means that the real prince must be in a secret room that has not been discovered yet. Alas, the man with the short hair felt a little sad when he thought about the waste of work yesterday. Zhao Sun answered without hesitation.
Find a secret room first, and find the prince first, and then consider whether to find other clues.
Whether it takes time to find other clues to verify the prince's identity. You have to find the prince first. Everyone else agreed. The slightly plump woman looked at the sleeping woman lying on the bed and asked worriedly,
What about the princess?
Leaving the princess alone here, you can't feel at ease. But if the team is split up, on the one hand, it will affect the progress of finding the prince. And on the other hand, it is unclear whether the one left to guard the princess is an assassin. Even if the one left is a knight, the assassin is likely to find an opportunity to return and assassinate the princess. It's dangerous just to think about it.
Take her with you. It's more reassuring than leaving her here.
Zhao Sun looked at the cloaked man.
You hold her? You have a cloak. You can protect the princess. Okay.
The cloaked man agreed readily.
I don't agree.
The earring girl suddenly spoke up, and she looked at the cloaked man.
Although it's not good to suspect others casually, everyone is suspected of being an assassin. What if you are a hidden assassin, and the princess is handed over to you?
Isn't it a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth?
The cloaked man paused, and he looked at the earring girl, with a hint of impatience in his eyes.
Whether I am a knight or not, others can definitely see it. Throughout the game, I have taken out the most tools, made the most suggestions, and helped other players the most.
At this point, he looked at other players.
If I were an assassin, why would I have to pay so much? Even if I want to disguise myself, normally I only need to pretend a little bit. And there is no need to hold a bone-cutting knife or a flatbed cart, let alone take the initiative in everything. Yes, I always think that your identity must be a knight.
The short-haired man quickly expressed his opinion.
You can't be an assassin. And I feel relieved that you will protect the princess.
When he was outside the castle, he didn't feel much. But after entering the castle, everything was led by the cloaked man. The cloaked man really thought about problems and made decisions from the perspective of a knight. So he believed that the cloaked man was a knight.
You are indeed a naive new player, with no experience at all.
The earring girl sneered at the buzz-cut man.
The first rule of the survival game is not to trust others easily. He deliberately paid so much. Isn't it just to make you trust him 100%? So that you can willingly hand the princess over to him?
The buzz-cut man was embarrassed by the scolding. But he didn't know how to refute for a while.
Ah. This? Why? You mean now that you have determined that I am an assassin?
The cloaked man's face sank. He stared at the earring woman and said in a bad tone,
What is the reason for your determination? Where is the evidence? Where is the logical chain? You can't just make up such a sentence and ask others to believe you? Yes. You suddenly said these words, which made us all confused.
The slightly fat woman carefully observed the faces of the cloaked man and the earring woman, and said carefully,
Although your words sound reasonable, you must always come up with some real evidence to convince people. That's right.
The twin ponytails also spoke up.
If the person who gave help to the team must be an assassin who did it deliberately to cover up his identity, then no one will dare to take the initiative to help others next. Otherwise they will be suspected.
She believed in the cloaked man. From the beginning, the cloaked man saved her, and she felt that the cloaked man was not a bad person. The earring woman opened her mouth and was stuck for a moment. Obviously, she just wanted to stop the cloaked man from getting the right to protect the princess. So she made up an excuse temporarily. It was really hard for her to come up with a logical evidence at this time. Seeing that the earring girl was speechless, the cloaked man sneered.
You are obviously deliberately creating chaos. You want to lead other players to be hostile to each other so that you can fish in troubled waters. Right? I have reason to suspect that you are the assassin.
The earring woman showed a sarcastic expression.
You are suspected by me. And you feel unbalanced. So you come to blame me?
Before she spoke up to oppose the cloaked man hugging the princess, she was prepared to be suspected of her identity. So she was not panicked when the cloaked man said this.
I'm not the kind of emotional fool.
The cloaked man said bluntly.
Of course, I can tell you the complete logical chain.
He stared at the earring girl and approached step by step.
Last night, when number 014 killed the bald scorpion man, you are the only one who showed a defensive look towards number 014. Everyone knows that the bald scorpion man is an assassin. Even if number 014 attacked suddenly, everyone would only be surprised. But why are you the only one who is on guard against number 014?
The earring girl didn't expect that such a detail would be noticed. But her fast-moving brain quickly came up with an excuse.
I didn't react for a while. Number 014's sudden attack made me subconsciously think that he was an assassin, which made me defensive against him. But soon the bald scorpion man was an assassin. And he didn't misunderstand number 014.
He said here, and she looked at Zhao Yin with a sincere look.
This is just a misunderstanding. After a breath, she continued to say to the cloaked man,
Isn't this a very common situation? You know that the other party is a companion, but the other party suddenly jumps out and scares you. You will also slap the other person out of instinct. People are Zhao Yin.
But now Zhao Yin shows a look of the earrings. What is it to do? But at this time, what's the point of doing this? Chapter 66, The Concern of the Slightly Fat Woman. The cloaked man shook his head and put Zhao Sun's purpose behind him for the time being. He continued to confront the earring girl.
When you entered this secret room to avoid insects and birds, you tried to get close to the princess in the dark, but you gave up after being caught by number 014.
The cloaked man was interrupted by the earring girl before he finished speaking.
I explained this matter at the time.
The cloaked man interrupted the earring girl without hesitation.
Although you and I are not familiar with each other, if you are really wrong with your arrogant and domineering personality, will you explain the reason to others in a good voice? The earring girl opened her mouth and did not make a sound for a long time. The cloaked man sneered. You will only curse the other party in a rage that his brain is full of bubbles and his eyes are blind. How can you explain your behavior in a normal tone without malice? As soon as the cloaked man finished speaking, the eyes of other players looking at the earring girl changed a little. Although everyone has different IQs, as long as they are not too stupid, they can judge who is more trustworthy from the conversation between the cloaked man and the earring woman. The cloaked man's suspicion of the earring woman is at least based on her strange emotions, abnormal behavior, and the way of dealing with problems that are not in line with her personality. This sounds reasonable and well-founded. The earring woman's suspicion of the cloaked man is only based on her own theoretical inference. Compared with the two, the identity of the earring woman is naturally more suspicious. The earring woman looked over and saw that except for Zhao Sun's calm eyes, the eyes of others were defensive and questioning. Her face suddenly became very ugly. She was not good at disguising herself, and being able to do this was her greatest effort. At this moment, facing the repeated and well-founded attacks of the cloaked man, she knew that most people trusted the cloaked man more, and she no longer had the ability to turn the tide. Thinking of this, the earring woman suddenly took out an iron block from her storage compartment and smashed it heavily against the window beside her. Seeing this, the cloaked man immediately rushed towards the earring girl. The bone-cutting knife in his hand was about to stab the earring girl's back, but the earring girl instantly lowered her body and turned into a black cat. Cats have much better reaction speed and flexibility than humans. It cleverly dodged the cloaked man's pursuit one after another, and quickly jumped out of the broken window hole. When the cloaked man ran to the window to look, the black cat had disappeared. Zhao Sun showed an interested look. Is the earring girl's special ability to turn into a cat? Or can she turn into any animal? No. If she can turn into any animal, then she might as well turn into a snapping turtle, which has both offensive power and defensive armor, or turn into a large beast, which is more useful than a kitten. She could even try to break through the siege and kill the princess before, instead of waiting until now to escape. So the special ability of the earring girl may be that she can only transform into a cat, or there may be certain restrictions on the animal she transforms into, such as body size, class, etc. So for the earring girl, the most suitable transformation direction she can choose at the moment is only a cat. She can't find a reason to defend herself. Right. The short-haired man muttered to himself. So she is really an assassin. Then we have found 2 assassins. Are all the remaining players knights? The twin-tailed girl asked hopefully. Not necessarily. After making sure that he couldn't find where the black cat ran to, the cloaked man put away the bone-chopping knife and walked back to the crowd. There may be assassins among us, but one has died and one has escaped. The remaining assassins dare not act rashly. We knights still have the advantage. You are right. The twin-tailed girl trusted the cloaked man very much and nodded repeatedly. Everyone, eat something. We are ready to act. The cloaked man reminded everyone while taking out his own food and eating. Seeing this, the others also quickly finished their breakfast. After the cloaked man finished eating, he picked up the sleeping princess and signaled the twin-tailed girl to open the door. The twin-tailed girl nodded and was about to press the switch. The slightly plump woman said with some concern, The earring girl ran away. She will definitely find an opportunity to sneak attack. We must be on guard all the time. I don't know if we can defend against it. What she was most worried about was that if there were assassins among them, and they worked together with the earring girl, they might not have an advantage. And the earring girl was an old player, and it was hard to say what special item she had on her. She was really worried. Every time you enter the room, close the doors and windows. Even if the earring girl wants to sneak attack, it won't be that easy. Zhao Sun walked to the cloaked man and said to him, When you find the secret room, you will be responsible for guarding and protecting the princess, and you don't have to do anything else. This can also minimize the risk. The cloaked man nodded. Okay. Hearing what Zhao Sun said, the slightly plump woman felt a little relieved. She glanced at the cloak on the cloaked man. With this special defensive item, it can be regarded as an extra layer of protection for the princess. Alas, I hope to find the real prince as soon as possible and wake up the princess. Otherwise, it would be as unsafe as holding a time bomb all the time. Once the princess is awakened, the knight's mission will be completed. Even if the assassin kills the princess, it will be useless. Both the knight and the princess will be safe. Everyone is ready, and the ponytail presses the mechanism. The door of the secret room slowly opens. There is silence in the study. There is not a single bird feather.
nor a single insect. The ponytail breathed a sigh of relief. But before she could completely relax, she took another breath of cold air.
What's wrong?
The slightly fat woman asked while looking out. The study was indeed clean. Unexpectedly clean. Because the bodies of the werewolves and the bald scorpion man last night were gone. Only the dried blood on the ground and some fine bone residues proved that these bodies really existed. And the whereabouts of these bodies, everyone can guess. Eaten by insects. There are no air holes in the study. The windows are all closed. And there is no damage. And the door of the study is also closed. So, the crows may not have broken in last night. But the insects that have not had a chance to see the real face should have come in through the crack of the door or the keyhole. The corpse can only be eaten by those insects.
Those insects may come here because they smell the blood.
The man with a crew cut seemed to have figured it out. And suddenly said,
The crows are the same. That makes sense.
The slightly plump woman nodded.
It was completely dark for about half an hour at that time. If they would appear as soon as it got dark, they should have appeared long ago. They waited until then to appear. And it is very likely that they smelled the blood.
Chapter 67. I found it again.
Anyway, at least we are safe now.
The cloaked man walked out quickly.
Let's find the real prince as soon as possible during the day and avoid going out at night.
No one else objected. And everyone followed the cloaked man out. In order to protect the princess's safety, everyone surrounded the cloaked man in the middle. Zhao Sun walked in front. The cowboy man and the short-haired man were in the back. And the double ponytail and the slightly fat woman were on both sides. It was very clean and quiet outside. Except for a little dust when walking. There were sporadic vines winding in. Which was no different from yesterday. Everyone started searching room by room again. Unlike yesterday. Today, everything in the room was searched to see if there was a mechanism that could open the secret room door. In this way, several small secret rooms were found. But there was no one inside. Either some treasures, some deeds, or various books and paintings that were not suitable for children. The sun outside was gradually setting, and the sky began to darken again. The crew-haired man and the slightly plump woman were a little anxious.
What should we do?
The slightly plump woman was worried.
We haven't found the real prince yet. I dare not act outside at night.
It took more time to find a mechanism in each room today than yesterday. All the corners and all the items in each room needed to be touched once. And the time and energy consumed were simply unimaginable. Even if they had tried their best, and had not rested much except for eating, they had only found 4/5 of the castle. Although there were not many rooms left. There was less time left. And at most only enough to find the current room. If the real prince was not found, today would be a failure. And the game. There was only one day left tomorrow. When she thought of this, she felt a sense of urgency. But the situation last night had clearly shown that it was very dangerous to act at night. If they could not act at night, there would be even less time left tomorrow. What if the prince was not found in the next room? They have already searched the entire castle twice, but still can't find the prince. It's probably difficult to find the missing part. The ponytail saw that the slightly fat woman was very anxious. She didn't know how to comfort her, so she could only reach out and pat the slightly fat woman's arm.
Don't worry too much. With so many of us, we will definitely find the real prince.
The ponytail tried to think of a comforting word.
3 cobblers can be as good as 1 zhuge liang. It's best not to act at night.
The cloaked man held the princess for a whole day, and he was already a little exhausted at this time. He rubbed his arm and said,
I don't know where the earring girl is hiding. The light is not good at night. Our vigilance is easy to have flaws, and she will have more opportunities to attack.
Although he sat aside and watched after entering the room. He didn't need to hold the princess all the time. But if you keep a hug for a long time, your arms will be sore, and you will still be tired after a whole day.
But the window of the princess's secret room was broken by the earring girl. I'm afraid it's not as safe as last night.
The cowboy man raised his concerns.
We definitely can't go to that secret room.
Zhao Sun knocked on the wall and said,
But the other secret rooms we found before can all hide people.
All the secret rooms should be safe areas. There is no vine leaf in them, nor any animal corpses or feces. So, you can just choose a secret room to hide at night. And you don't have to keep an eye on the princess's secret room.
But the secret rooms we found before are very small.
The slightly fat woman raised her concerns again.
The smallest one can only hide 1 person. And if all 6 of us hide in the larger ones, I guess there is no room to move. And we may even be short of oxygen if we stay in for too long. The secret room in the master bedroom before has enough space.
Zhao Sun reminded. The slightly fat woman was stunned for a moment. And then she remembered that she had found a secret room in the cloakroom of the master bedroom yesterday. A secret room with all kinds of indescribable props and costumes. Although that secret room is not as big as the princess's secret room. It is indeed spacious enough for 6 people to hide. The slightly fat woman felt a little relieved.
There is still about an hour before it gets dark.
The cloaked man reminded everyone.
Finish searching the ballroom first. If you don't find anything, go hide in the secret room of the master bedroom for a night.
Everyone agreed, and their hands moved faster. Half an hour later, a wall of the ballroom suddenly made a clicking sound, and then began to open on both sides. The girl with the twin ponytails looked proud.
I found it again this time.
Every wall of the ballroom, whether it had windows or not, had curtains on both sides. She tried to pull each curtain and the rope on the curtain. But she didn't expect that she could pull one of them. She is really amazing. Everyone came over to see that there was indeed a secret room inside. Unlike the previous secret rooms, this one looked more like a secret cell. Not only were there various types of torture instruments inside, but there was also a man in prince's clothes hanging. The man was not unconscious. He moved his cracked lips and said hoarsely,
"Save me! My God! I admire you a little bit."
The slightly plump woman couldn't help but patted the shoulder of the twin-tailed woman.
You found the princess. And you also found the real prince. It's too early to say this now.
The twin-tailed woman waved her hand modestly.
We can't be sure that he is the real prince. I think he looks like the real prince.
The short-haired man whispered.
He is the only one who is awake among all the princes we found.
And he is the only one who was hung up and looks like he was tortured.
After a pause, he complained again.
I even suspect that the prince of the mountain kingdom and the prince of the water kingdom before tortured this person to get the real information. You make sense.
The twin-tailed woman blinked.
It seems that the possibility that he is the real prince is quite high. Whether he is real or not. Let's go in first.
The cloaked man took the lead and walked in with the princess. The others followed in. Zhao Sun lit the candles on the wall and closed the door of the secret room with his ponytails. Everyone checked and confirmed that this secret room was the same as the other secret rooms, with no vines, animal corpses, or feces. In addition, there was a man who was likely to be the real prince, so they naturally regarded this place as their hiding place tonight. Chapter 68: The stage where players must cooperate. The hung man obviously didn't have much energy to speak. It wasn't until everyone checked the entire secret cell and confirmed that it was safe and gathered around him that he spoke again with difficulty.
I am the real prince.
Zhao Sun took out his diary, quickly flipped through a few pages, and found the princess's description of the prince's appearance. He has golden hair, as beautiful as my hair, and I think we are a perfect match. His eyes are emerald green, like the most beautiful gems. I especially like the look in his eyes when he looks at me. Affectionate and gentle. Zhao Sun looked at the dying prince. Although his hair was dirty, it was still visible that it was golden. As for the eyes, Zhao Sun reached out and opened the prince's eyelids, and saw the other's green pupils. He even touched the prince's eyeballs with his fingertips to make sure that he didn't touch anything like contact lenses, and then withdrew his hand. He nodded to the cloaked man.
The appearance matches.
The cloaked man began to ask the prince how he met the princess and how they became engaged. The prince gave a complete account, including meeting in the hunting ground, exchanging tokens at a dance, and exchanging rings at a grand engagement banquet. However, in the face of the cloaked man's overly detailed questions, the prince could tell some of them, but was confused and said that he could not remember some of them. The prince also took the initiative to say that he was tortured after being arrested, and everyone wanted to get information about the princess from him.
If I die, I will never see my beloved princess again.
The prince's voice was hoarse and weak.
I can only tell them some things to save my life, but the information I tell everyone is different. And only I know the most complete information. How long have you been locked up here?
Zhao Sun suddenly asked this question. The prince shook his head.
I can't remember. But they used to send me some food every day. I don't know what happened yesterday. No one sent me anything all day, since they got the information they wanted. Why do they keep you?
Zhao Sun asked again.
I only found out about this after I told them about the princess and me. They need my blood to maintain their human form.
The prince replied.
They are werewolves and cannot transform into human form by themselves.
Zhao Sun and the cloaked man looked at each other. At present, he really looks like a real prince. All the reasons are logical. The cause and effect are also consistent.
Can you put me down?
The prince asked kindly. My wrist really hurts. Compared with the previous fake princes, this one's attitude and temperament are more in line with what a well-mannered real prince should look like. Put him down first, the cloaked man said. The cowboy man walked forward and studied the chains on the prince. I thought it was a simple handcuffs and shackles, but it turned out to be a bit complicated. The cowboy man explained briefly. It takes 4 people to press the buttons at the 4 corners at the same time to unlock the chains. He pointed his hand, and everyone looked in the direction of his sight. Sure enough, they saw a small button at the 4 corners of the room. These buttons are not hidden, and they are even painted in a conspicuous red color, which can be seen at a glance. Zhao Sun asked, Can I use your lock-picking skills? The cowboy shook his head. I can't open 4 locks at the same time. The setting of this mechanism is that even if I open 1 lock, when I open the second one, the first one will be closed. Then 4 people go to 4 corners and press the switch at the same time. The short-haired man rubbed his hands expectantly. This should be the part where players must cooperate. Right? Fortunately, we have enough manpower. 4 people go to press the switch. 1 person protects the princess, and there is still 1 person left with nothing to do. Zhao Sun glanced at the prince. The prince seemed to realize something and hurriedly emphasized. If you don't put me down, I won't kiss the princess. Zhao Sun laughed. Don't you like the princess very much? Why are you talking about conditions now? In order for your beloved princess to wake up, shouldn't you take the initiative to kiss her? He did have this idea. The prince was already awake, so just lift the princess in front of the prince and the prince can kiss her. There is no need to untie the chain. Anyway, the rules only say that the real prince should be found to wake up the princess, and it doesn't say that the real prince should be free. However, since the prince dared to threaten like this, it is very likely that if he did not take the initiative to kiss the princess, he would not be able to wake her up, and his threats would not work. So he could only let her go. I tried my best to survive just to stay with the princess. If you don't untie my shackles, how can I be with my princess? The prince said with a sincere expression. Besides, it's just a small favor. Please help me. It's just a matter of pressing a button. It's not a big deal. The short-haired man said to Zhao Sun. There's no need to embarrass him so much. Zhao Sun didn't say anything else, which was considered as tacit agreement. Seeing this, the short-haired man hurriedly called the others. Let's go. The 4 of us go press the button together. He said to the twin ponytails. You are the shortest, and the button is a little high, so don't participate. The twin ponytails nodded tactfully. I will still be on guard at the door as before. So, the twin ponytails stood by the door. The cloaked man stood in front of the prince, holding the princess, and the other 4 went to the 4 corners of the room respectively. After the 4 people were in place, the cloaked man began to count down. 3, 2, 1, press. The 4 people pressed the button at the same time. And as the cowboy said, the prince's handcuffs and shackles were indeed opened at the same time. The prince probably had no strength and fell to the ground all of a sudden. He barely crawled to the side, as if he wanted to stay away from the shackles that had trapped him for a long time, fearing that he would be tied up again if he was not careful. Seeing that the prince was successfully rescued, the short-haired man smiled. I said this is very. Before he finished speaking, he was hit by an iron whip with iron spikes that suddenly flew over. He was caught off guard and spit out a mouthful of blood. The whole person hit the wall behind him with a dull sound. The pain in his chest and back made him unstable, and his body fell to the ground. He couldn't stand up for a while. Before everyone could figure out the situation, there was a click sound of the mechanism being opened at the door. The twin ponytails looked up in disbelief in the direction of the mechanism. She clearly didn't move, and there was no one else here. So how could the mechanism inside the secret room be opened? If someone opened the external mechanism, it would not be possible to affect the internal mechanism. Could it be that the internal mechanism had a problem with poor contact or something like that? The girl with twin ponytails ran over quickly and tried to press the mechanism to close the door that had just been opened a crack. But she was surprised to find that the mechanism was deeply embedded in the wall, and there was no way to press it again. Chapter 69 Kiss Her. The girl with the twin ponytails was a little confused. She clenched her fists nervously and stared at the gradually opening door of the secret room. The figure of the earring girl appeared in the gradually widening gap of the door. The girl with the twin ponytails immediately shot several fireballs at the girl with the earrings in her face. The girl with the earrings instantly turned into a black cat, dodged the fireballs flexibly, and quickly got in through the gap of the door. The moment she got into the secret room, the originally stuck inner mechanism suddenly made a click sound, and then the door of the secret room closed again. The next second, the girl with the earrings turned into a human body, took out a machete, and chopped at the twin ponytails without hesitation. The twin ponytails threw fireballs at the girl with the earrings while staggering back. She had too little practical experience, and her accuracy in throwing fireballs decreased in panic. The girl with the earrings dodged flexibly again and again, making every attack of the twin ponytails become a stroke. The twin ponytails had to retreat while taking a deep breath, trying to adjust their state. On the other side, the others wanted to help when they saw the earring girl appear, but they were blocked by the various torture instruments in the room. Those torture instruments that were originally neatly placed in the corner all flew up out of thin air and hit each player in a disorderly manner. The players each used their own methods to resist. The attack power of these torture instruments was not strong, so it was not difficult to resist. But so many bulky iron tools floated in front, completely blocking the way, making it impossible for them to rush to help the twin ponytails for a while. Across the various strange torture instruments, Xiao Sun looked solemnly in the direction of the cowboy man. When the short-haired man was injured by the sudden iron whip, he noticed that something was wrong with the cowboy man. Of course, the iron whip could not fly up by itself for no reason. And before the iron whip flew towards the short-haired man, the cowboy waved his arm at the short-haired man. In addition, the cowboy raised both arms, and his 10 fingers moved quickly, forming an invisible rhythm with the various torture instruments flying around the room. Obviously, this could only be done by the cowboy. The cowboy's special ability should be to control these metal torture instruments. Since the cowboy can control metal, he can directly remove the prince's handcuffs and shackles. But he said that he couldn't open the lock, and his purpose was only to disperse the players. And the click sound of the switch opening at the door just now must have been made by the cowboy. The switch in this secret cell happened to be made of metal. Therefore, the cowboy's identity is also an assassin. Unlike the special ability of the twin ponytails to control fire, the cowboy can control the metal that already exists within a certain range, and he cannot create metal out of thin air. Otherwise, the cowboy would have too many opportunities for sneak attacks. As for the earring girl appearing outside the door so promptly, it is very likely that she has been secretly following them during the day, and after they entered this secret room, she stood at the door of the secret room waiting for her accomplice to open the door of the secret room for her. As for how they communicated with each other, Xiao Sun was not sure, but they confirmed each other's identity as assassins, which should be what the earring girl told the cowboy guy yesterday evening. Maybe that was the code line. But now none of this matters. Xiao Sun saw that the cowboy's face had turned pale, and he knew that with the cowboy's current ability, controlling so many metal torture instruments was already the limit. Moreover, the cowboy's control was very rough, and he could only block everyone's way, and had almost no offensive effect. Xiao Sun took out the Grim Reaper sickle. It was time for him to act. While the twin-tailed girl was performing her special ability, the earring girl rushed forward and chopped down the twin-tailed girl's shoulder fiercely. The twin-tailed girl didn't have time to dodge, and was hit hard, and couldn't help but screamed in pain. The earring girl took advantage of the victory, and kicked the twin-tailed girl hard in the heart. The twin-tailed girl's eyes suddenly went black and fainted. The earring girl didn't hold back, and pulled out the machete, and chopped directly at the twin-tailed girl's neck. Her strength was not strong enough, but it was enough to cut off the twin-tailed girl's aorta. A stream of blood gushed out from the neck of the twin-tailed girl, and the air was suddenly filled with the smell of blood. The earring girl showed a triumphant smile, and turned to walk towards the princess. The cloak man's eyes tightened, and he took a step back. With the protection of the cloak, he was naturally not injured by the metal torture instruments, but he had to protect the princess and the prince. So he didn't dare to leave the area, and naturally he couldn't spare time to help the twin-tailed girl. In the current situation, if one of the princess and the prince died, the knight's mission would not be completed. Once he left, those torture instruments would most likely kill the powerless prince and princess. So even if he knew that the twin-tailed girl was no match for the earring girl, he couldn't leave here. He had to protect these two people. Seeing the earring girl getting closer and closer, the cloak man kicked the prince, who was sitting on the ground in fear. "Hurry up and kiss the princess. When she wakes up, everything will be over." He had said this 3 times just now, but the prince seemed to be frightened and could not hear him at all. He just squatted by the wall with his head in his arms and shrank his body. The prince seemed to be more scared after being kicked by the cloak man. He didn't even dare to look up, but just begged for mercy and fear. Don't kill me! Don't kill me!
The cloaked man was a little angry and slapped the prince directly and ordered unceremoniously,
Kiss her!
The prince was stunned by the beating and looked up at the cloaked man with a stupid look. The short opportunity was missed, and the earring girl was already very close. The cloaked man had to temporarily give up the plan of forcing the prince to kiss the princess. He put the princess behind him and raised a hand in the direction of the earring girl. The earring girl suddenly found that she could not go forward. It seemed that there was an invisible wall blocking her way. This is the special ability of the cloaked man defense barrier. As long as his mental strength is sufficient, he can completely resist both physical and magical attacks. The earring girl tried several times and found that no matter from which direction, no matter how much strength she used, she could not break through the barrier in front of her. Even if she turned into a cat, she still could not jump out of the defense range of the barrier. An anxious look suddenly appeared on her face. This is the last chance for the assassins. She must not fail. The cloaked man's face was not good either. It was not difficult for him to deal with the earring girl alone, but he had to protect the princess and the prince from being killed. His actions would be very restricted, and even the flaws would be particularly obvious. Therefore, he could only use his special ability to strengthen his defense, and it was difficult to free his hands to fight back. At this moment, he regretted agreeing to put the prince down. It would be better to force the prince to kiss the princess according to Zhao Sun's intention. Maybe there would be no such trouble. Chapter 70 Goddess's Wings. When the cloaked man and the earring woman confronted each other, the death scythe in Zhao Sun's hand had already been somewhat bent. Zhao Sun had a strength bonus, but he did not have a strong body. The spikes on the various torture instruments would cause him more serious damage because of his strength. He could not use his body to force his way in, so he could only use the death scythe to open a way out. But obviously, there was no advantage in using the death scythe in this scenario. Not to mention that the death scythe only looked cool, but was actually a sickle that was slightly larger than an ordinary sickle. After violently colliding with various heavy metals, the blade of the sickle had already hit countless tiny gaps. The cowboy man was obviously focusing on guarding against Zhao Sun, and Zhao Sun had the most torture instruments stacked on his side. Zhao Sun did not show an angry look because of this, but continued to wave the sickle to push away the various torture instruments in front of him. After finally moving the torture instruments in front of him again, Zhao Sun suddenly threw the sickle in his hand away. The sickle flew unimpeded all the way to the cowboy. After Zhao Sun's efforts just now, he finally created a space for him to throw the sickle as a giant dart. And his target, of course, was the cowboy who started it. However, the sickle was so big that the cowboy noticed it immediately, and he dodged it flexibly. The sickle embedded in the wall beside the cowboy, causing no harm to the cowboy. But when the cowboy dodged, his hand movements were a little delayed, and the control of many torture instruments became more inefficient. Taking advantage of these few short seconds, Zhao Sun quickly conjured up a giant axe. The moment the giant axe appeared, the death sickle disappeared. He kept using the death sickle to give the cowboy the illusion that he only had this weapon. At the moment the death sickle was thrown out, the cowboy would not only avoid the attack, but also subconsciously think that Zhao Sun had no weapon, and the threat became smaller. The cowboy man, who was already at the limit of control, would subconsciously relax in his heart after thinking that Zhao Sun's threat had decreased, which would cause a flaw. At this time, taking out the giant axe that was more suitable for dealing with these metal torture instruments would have a better effect. With Zhao Sun's strength bonus, it was easy to pick up such a giant axe. He successfully chopped off various torture instruments in front of him. As expected, the cowboy man's control of these metal torture instruments became slow because of the interruption just now, and he failed to replenish more torture instruments in time to stop Zhao Sun's steps. After getting rid of the obstacles in front of him, Zhao Sun did not choose to deal with the cowboy man immediately, but ran towards the cloaked man. He and the cowboy man were at a diagonal position, the farthest distance in the room. In comparison, the cloaked man was closer. Ensuring the safety of the princess and the prince was the first priority, and Zhao Sun naturally chose to help the cloaked man deal with the earring woman. Seeing that the situation was about to turn against her, the earring girl immediately took back the machete and quickly took out a special item and used it on herself. Goddess's Wings. In addition to the conventional flying function, if a woman wears it, it will produce a holy effect. All those who see the wearer will find it difficult to be hostile to the wearer, and will admire the wearer, regardless of gender. But when using this product, you cannot do anything that is not holy. Otherwise the holy aura will disappear. P.S. Unholy behavior includes, but is not limited to swearing, fighting, holding weapons, and howling to the sky, etc. Time limit for each use, 1 hour. Cooling time, 24 hours. The moment the wings were put on, the earring girl's feet were slightly suspended in the air, and the whole person seemed to emit a holy light. Not to mention the closest cloaked man. Even the short-haired man who was sitting against the wall and struggling to pull out the iron whip for himself. And the slightly fat woman, who was still standing there and dared not move. And even the pale cowboy. All showed a bit of confusion. After the confusion, their expressions became reverent and sacred. The earring girl was a little proud. If it weren't for the limitation of this prop, she couldn't kill people when using this prop. She would have completed the task of killing the princess now. But it doesn't matter. Taking advantage of the effect of the prop, she can walk in front of the princess, so close that even if those people reacted when she took action, it would be too late to stop her. The white wings behind the earring girl fluttered slightly, and her body slowly floated forward. The cloaked man just watched the earring girl's movements, with a cautious look in his eyes, as if he was looking up to the saint. He seemed to have forgotten what he had just done and what he was about to face. There was only the earring girl's appearance in his eyes, and the previous anxiety and anger disappeared completely. The earring girl walked past the cloaked man without looking back and came to Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun had just arrived behind the cloaked man and had no time to do anything. At this time, he still had a heavy axe in his hand. But he looked at the earring girl with a gentle look, as if he was looking at an admired lover. The earring girl couldn't help laughing. But in order to maintain her holy personality, she couldn't laugh too exaggeratedly, and could only smile softly.
I am the ultimate winner of this game.
As she said, she passed Zhao Sun and floated towards the unconscious princess and the panicked prince. Her eyes were fixed on the motionless princess and the prince, who was still begging for mercy. With just a few more steps, she could get very close to the princess. Then, she could take out her machete again and cut the princess' neck with a clean stroke. Her heart beat faster and faster because of excitement, and she kept rehearsing everything that was about to happen in her mind. At this moment, she suddenly felt a tearing pain in the back of her heart. Her whole body stopped, and then she turned back in disbelief. Behind her, Zhao Sun looked at the earring girl with a smile on his face, and the huge axe in his hand chopped into her body. He used his greatest strength to split the left half of the earring girl's body from the left shoulder, and even the heart inside was divided into 2 halves. The 2 halves of the earring girl's body, mixed with internal organs and blood, were scattered all over the ground. But because her head was intact, the remaining blood supply allowed the earring girl to maintain her thinking and consciousness for a short time.
How?
The earring girl only had time to utter one word before she completely lost her life. Only her eyes were still wide open in disbelief.
What a pity.
Zhao Sun touched the wings of the earring girl that he had just taken off.
This prop of yours seems to be ineffective for people who are born without any emotions.
In his eyes, there was an undisguised bad smile, and there was no trace of pity. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully finding an assassin and killing him as a knight, and getting 10 points. Chapter 71 Equivalent Exchange. Zhao Sun looked at the item description of Goddess's wings and realized that this special item would work better in a woman's hands. Despite this, he still put the special item away. When not in use, Goddess's wings becomes the size of a palm, which fits perfectly in the pocket of a coat. With the death of the earring girl, the others finally returned to normal. The memories after being affected by the special item are still there. They clearly remember what just happened. But before that, they had no consciousness of resistance at all. The cloaked man was somewhat fortunate that Zhao Sun was not affected by the prop. Otherwise the knights would be wiped out. The cloaked man who was closest to Zhao Sun must have heard Zhao Sun's murmured words.
I was born without any emotions.
But he didn't have the habit of prying into other people's privacy, especially at this time. So he didn't ask anything, but just walked back to the princess quickly to ensure her safety. The cowboy man, who was also free from the influence of Goddess's wings, tried to control the metal torture device again. What was different from before was that he was going to attack the princess directly this time. But at this time, the shortcomings of his special ability were revealed. He could not accurately control the metal torture device to avoid many obstacles and attack the target. His current ability can control the metal to float out of thin air and change its position. But this position is very rough, and even the trajectory of the action may not be exactly as he wants. And if you want to attack the vital points of a person, you must control it accurately, especially when there are many obstacles. Obviously he can't do it. Moreover, there is the protection of the cloaked man's cloak and the defense barrier of special abilities.
And the physical attack of the cowboy man is even more difficult to work. Just when the cowboy man wanted to fight with all his strength, the short-haired man who had rested for a while suddenly jumped up and swung the iron whip at the cowboy man. The more precise the cowboy man's control of the metal, the more energy he consumed. When he noticed the iron whip coming towards him, it was too late to dodge. He was hit hard on the face. The short-haired man ran towards the cowboy man while the whip was swung. He pounced on the cowboy's body, and his whole body suddenly grew hard thorns, instantly piercing the cowboy like a sieve. The buzz-cut man retracted the thorns all over his body and climbed up from the cowboy's body. Because of this series of violent movements, new blood flowed out of the multiple blood holes on his body. He grimaced in pain, but still said to the cowboy, "You sneak attacked me once, and I sneak attacked you once. It's even." The cowboy barely pulled the corner of his mouth, as if he wanted to laugh, but he didn't laugh after all. As the cowboy fell to the ground, the metal torture instruments fell to the ground again. The buzz-cut man fell to the ground a little weakly and took a few breaths. The iron thorns on the iron whip were not long and did not hurt his organs, but the pain all over his body made it difficult for him to move. If he moved a little more, the wound would bleed again. His eyes looked at the cowboy's mountaineering bag placed in the corner of the wall. There might be medical supplies for treating external injuries in it. The man with the crew cut was just about to get up and rummage through his backpack, but he saw Zhao Sun quickly walking up to the man in jeans. The buzz-cut man paused for a moment, thought about it, and walked over to flip through the cowboy's backpack. The cowboy still had some strength, but with his injuries, he would die soon. He glanced at Zhao Sun and suddenly said, "Can you help me tell other volunteers all the information in this game?" He was already dying, but he didn't want the volunteer team to get nothing. The boss was impressed by Zhao Sun's strength, and his companions in the last game also said that Zhao Sun was not that difficult to talk to, as long as his attitude was better. Then, at least make his death a little valuable. Zhao Sun lowered his eyes and looked at the cowboy, with no expression on his face. "I'm not a good person, and I won't do good things for free. My supplies are all yours." The cowboy looked at his backpack in the corner with some effort. "In exchange, I hope you can tell my other companions everything you experienced in this game in detail." The buzz-cut man who had just taken out the medical bag was embarrassed for a moment when he heard this. He carefully glanced at Zhao Sun's expression, and seeing that Zhao Sun didn't even look at him, he thought that Zhao Sun probably didn't intend to stop him. He then confidently opened the medical bag, found the hemostatic powder and the large band-aid, and simply treated the holes on his body. "Even if you don't take the initiative to give it, when you die, your supplies will be mine." Zhao Sun smiled, and his eyes looked at the cowboy calmly. "Even if you specify that the supplies are only for me, but if you die, others may still ask for an equal share." The cowboy was stuck for a moment. He sighed heavily and closed his eyes somewhat powerlessly. At this point, what else can he do? The benefits he can give are only those. And even if he wants to give more, he can't. Although he knows that every platform game is facing the difficult dilemma of life and death. He didn't expect that he would be offline in the first game. He was unwilling. But what's the use of being unwilling? Now, even his consciousness is a little blurred. What else can he do? Zhao Sun suddenly squatted down, and he reached out and patted the cowboy's shoulder. "But you still have something else to give me." As he spoke, he plucked a hair from the cowboy's head. The slight pain was nothing compared to the pain all over his body. But the cowboy's eyes showed a trace of confusion. He didn't understand what Zhao Sun wanted his hair for. Is this the other thing he can give? Zhao Sun didn't intend to explain. He patted the cowboy's shoulder again. "Since I got what I wanted, I will tell your companions all the information in this game." Although he is not a good person, he will do what he promised. However, he will not explain this to the cowboy. Whether the cowboy believes that he will keep his promise is not within his consideration. The cowboy seemed to be relieved instantly. He relaxed and the muscles on his face softened a little. He even showed a relieved smile. "Thank you." At the end of his consciousness, he seemed to remember the oath before leaving. Fearless of danger. Self-sacrifice. Unfortunately, he finally fell in the initial stage. He had no chance to participate in everything that happened later. "You're welcome." After saying that, Zhao Sun took out a giant axe and chopped off the cowboy's head. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully finding an assassin and killing him as a knight, and getting 10 points. Chapter 72: The Thorny Road of Escape. Zhao Sun looked at the cowboy's eyes, which closed with satisfaction. His eyes were calm, and his heart was free of any emotional fluctuations. Since he had agreed to fulfill the other party's last wish, he would of course do his best to get all the benefits he could from the other party, whether it was points or special abilities. He bit the short hair that belonged to the cowboy. And 3 seconds later, a familiar pop-up window popped up. Congratulations on obtaining the special ability Control Gold. The current, Devour, ability level is LV2. And you can have 2 abilities at the same time. Please choose the ability to cover. Blade Transformation Strength Enhancement. Zhao Sun chose to cover Blade Transformation. Control Gold covers the special ability Blade Transformation. Due to the ability effect of Devour, the effect of Control Gold cannot be upgraded. Although Blade Transformation is easy to use, it is only half of the original ability effect after all, and it must be replaced. As an ability to manipulate metal, covering Blade Transformation is just right. Although Control Metal cannot directly create metal weapons, as long as there is metal around, it is much more useful than Transformation into Blade, which can only create one weapon. Control Metal and Strength Enhancement combined, at least in physical combat, he has a great advantage. The cowboy lost because of his weak strength, so he did not choose close-range attack, but long-range control. Zhao Sun did not have this problem. After replacing the special ability he wanted, Zhao Sun was in a good mood. He walked to the corner and picked up the cowboy's backpack. Then, he took a look at the medical bag in the hands of the crew cut man. The crew cut man understood, and hurriedly zipped up the medical bag again, stuffed it back into the backpack, and zipped up the backpack. Zhao Sun showed a satisfied look and put the backpack directly into his storage compartment. Seeing this, the cloaked man and the slightly fat woman did not say much. The cloaked man didn't plan to rob those supplies. The slightly plump woman knew that she couldn't rob them. In addition, the cowboyman said before he died that he would give all the things to Zhao Sun. It was a bit unreasonable to rob them now. They were not the kind of people who had lost their moral bottom line and could not do such a thing. The whole cell was in a mess, and the smell of blood was everywhere. The short-haired man was a little worried. I don't know if this blood will attract those insects and crows. It shouldn't, Zhao Sun replied. The prince has been locked up here, and his body is covered with wounds. Compared with before, he has also lost a lot of blood. If it would attract insects and crows, they would have come here a long time ago. That's right. The short-haired man was relieved again. When the metal torture device in front of her fell to the ground, the slightly plump woman crossed many obstacles and walked to the side of the twin-tailed girl. She touched the twin-tailed girl's body and confirmed that the twin-tailed girl was dead and her body was cold. She sighed and felt a little regretful. She stood up silently, looked at the twin-tailed girl's body with sympathy, and then walked to the side of the cloaked man. It's not that she didn't want to help, but her special ability was not combat-related. She was lucky to be able to protect herself in that situation, and she couldn't help at all. She was helpless with just the obstruction of those metal torture instruments, and could only shrink in the corner, trying not to be hurt by those torture instruments. Zhao Sun and the crew-haired man also walked to the side of the cloaked man. The cloaked man kicked the prince unhappily. Now you are safe. Can you kiss the princess? The prince seemed to have finally recovered at this time. He looked at everyone with a little embarrassment and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry. I was severely abused by those werewolves. Now when I see the chaotic attack scene, I will be too scared to think rationally. He did not blame the cloaked man for that kick, but apologized politely, which made the cloaked man calm down. Okay, you let us put you down, and we will let you go too. The cloaked man waved his hand and urged, hurry up and do what you should do. The prince nodded. He gently picked up the princess and looked at the princess's sleeping face with love. Then, he gently kissed the princess's lips. The next second, a public pop-up window popped up in front of everyone. Congratulations to all knights for completing the main task, finding the real prince, and successfully waking up the sleeping princess. Since players used a more difficult method to complete the main quest, they received higher points, 50 points each. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this notification. Even Zhao Sun's eyes were stained with a real smile. This time, the main quest was indeed completed. Who knew that the text in the pop-up window did not end? And the next line appeared. Since the knights completed the main quest when the remaining time in the game exceeded 24 hours, the hidden quest was successfully triggered. Hidden quest? The slightly fat woman was surprised. There is actually a hidden quest. Zhao Sun was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the way to trigger the hidden quest in this game would be like this. Only when there is enough time, the main quest will be triggered. If the main quest is completed within 24 hours, The hidden quest in this game will not be triggered. And this is a collectively triggered hidden quest. His experience with hidden quests in the previous game is obviously useless here. Sure enough, he still hasn't experienced enough. A new line of text continued to appear in the pop-up window. Hidden mission, the thorny road of escape. Then the fourth line of text appeared. Before everyone had time to read the content clearly, the princess lying in the prince's arms suddenly opened her eyes. She picked up a mace scattered on the ground, jumped up, and stabbed the buzz-cut man closest to her. After confirming that the main task was completed, the buzz-cut man relaxed. At this time, he was concentrating on looking up at the content of the hidden task, and he didn't expect to be suddenly attacked. He was stabbed firmly in the heart by the longest spike at the tip of the mace, and he fell to the ground without even having time to breathe. Before he died, he opened his eyes and looked at the princess with a sinister smile in disbelief. Others didn't bother to look at the specific content of the hidden task, and quickly retreated to a distance, looking at the princess defensively. Even if they didn't know the details of the hidden task, combined with the name of the hidden task and the princess's surprise attack at this time, they could guess roughly. In just a few hours, so many players died at once, leaving only Zhao Sun, the cloaked man, and the slightly plump woman, and the princess they had tried so hard to protect, and the person they had tried so hard to wake up turned out to be the one who wanted to kill them. This hidden mission was really annoying. Chapter 73. You are out of luck. The prince stood up slowly, with a satisfied smile on his face. My dear princess, you finally woke up. Do you know how long I have been waiting for this day? He gently hugged the princess' waist from behind, his tone gentle and affectionate. We can finally be together. My dear prince. The princess put one hand on the back of the prince's hand and rubbed it slowly. Don't be impatient. Before that, we still have to get rid of a few bugs. She glanced at the three players who were looking at her vigilantly, with a bit of viciousness on her face. No one can stop us from being together. Are you okay? Who wants to stop you from being together? The cloaked man was a little annoyed by the reversal tonight. He said unhappily, You two can be together if you want to. We didn't stop you. That's right. The slightly plump woman echoed in a low voice. You reunited with our help. We are not the ones who stop you, but the ones who make you happy. She thought they were assassins who were mistaken by the princess as wanting to hurt her. If the princess knew that they were knights, she would not do such things again. She didn't realize what triggering a hidden task meant. It's not just a few words that can change the behavior of NPCs. Sure enough, the princess laughed when she heard the slightly plump woman's words. The prince said, It's okay to let you be ignorant ghosts. Hearing this, Zhao Sun immediately looked up at the pop-up window above that had not disappeared. It seemed that he knew that the players had not seen the details of the hidden task, and the pop-up window was still there. Since the NPCs were going to tell their stories, he would take the opportunity to see the content of the hidden task. It was easy for him to do two things at the same time. So, Zhao Sun listened to the prince's story with his ears, and looked at the hidden rules on the pop-up window with his eyes. After the princess and I fell in love, a wizard who came from nowhere said that our union would lead to the destruction of the world. The prince's tone was filled with resentment. At first, no one believed it. But on the day of our engagement, it suddenly rained heavily, and all kinds of vines and thorns began to grow around the castle. Some even extended into the castle. After the engagement banquet, the guests who participated in the engagement banquet also suffered varying degrees of injuries or misfortunes. Those people believed the wizard's words. The princess took over the conversation with deep hatred in her eyes. They forced the prince and I to separate, and after being rejected by us, they even tried to kill us. What did we do wrong? We just love each other sincerely. What's wrong? The princess clenched the mace in her hand, and bloodshot appeared in her eyes because of anger. But they want us to die because we love each other. The prince hugged the princess comfortingly, and kissed the top of her head gently. He went on to say, In order to protect ourselves, we spent a great deal of money to find a witch who was willing to trade with us. The witch cast a protective spell on the princess. After she was killed, she would not really die, but would fall into a deep sleep. As long as I can wake her up with a kiss, she will no longer have to fear death from now on. But after the princess fell asleep, those people knew about the protection spell and wanted to kill me. The prince frowned. His dirty face was full of undisguised disgust. I had to make a deal with the werewolves. They guaranteed that I would be alive. I let them disguise themselves as humans and easily approach everyone in the castle, so that they could eat humans at will. So you said that it was fake, that you were tied here by the werewolves?
The slightly fat woman was stunned, as if she had figured out something.
You did this to win our sympathy? How do you win sympathy?
The prince retorted.
If I could get out of it myself, I would have gone to the princess a long time ago. How could I let myself be tied here all the time?
The werewolf only guaranteed that he was alive, but did not give him freedom. Otherwise, why would he expect others to save him? The princess touched the prince's thin cheek with her backhand.
My dear prince, you have suffered. For you, all this is worth it.
The prince kissed the princess's temples affectionately. While the prince and the princess were sticky, Zhao Sun had already read the content on the pop-up window. Hidden mission, the thorny road of escape. From this moment on, the princess and the prince will kill all players indiscriminately. Players can only complete the hidden mission by running out of the thorn bush outside the castle or hiding in the castle until the game time is over. PS1. The prince and the princess will not act separately. PS2. The prince can be killed, but the death of the prince will double the princess's basic attributes. PS3. The princess can be killed, but she will be resurrected after 3 minutes. And the resurrected princess will randomly choose 2 of her basic attributes to be violent for half an hour. Basic attributes: physical strength, speed, agility, vision, hearing. After reading this hidden rule, Zhao Sun also understood what the prince just said.
The witch cast a protective spell on the princess.
And,
after kissing the princess awake, you don't have to fear death anymore.
The princess will be resurrected after death. So naturally, she doesn't have to fear death anymore.
But I still don't understand.
The slightly plump woman asked boldly.
Since you have reunited, and we are not the ones who want to separate you, why do you want to attack us?
That's just bad luck for you. The princess glanced at the slightly plump woman with contempt in her eyes.
The witch's blessing for the happiness of me and the prince is limited. In this castle, there can only be me and the prince, and we can live happily forever. As long as someone else sets foot, our happiness will be affected. So you must die.
The slightly plump woman opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything. At this time, she already understood that she couldn't solve the current dilemma by saying,
"We won't affect you when we leave the castle."
Perhaps, in the concept of the princess and the prince, everyone who enters the castle must die to eliminate the negative impact on them, so that they can be happy. No matter how illogical this matter sounds, you can only recognize this fact. The slightly plump woman suddenly felt a little ironic. According to the background of this story, the player who is an assassin is actually a decent character, and the knight who wants to protect the princess is the villain. Moreover, the villains will face the danger of being killed by the villain boss. When the slightly plump woman was silent with mixed feelings, Zhao Sun glanced at the cloaked man. Almost at the same time, the cloaked man also looked at Zhao Sun. Chapter 74: Escape and Hide. Just a glance at each other, both of them understood that the other had read all the words on the pop-up window and had the same idea. In any case, they had to cooperate to escape from the sight of the princess and the prince first. The next second, Zhao Sun carried the slightly fat woman standing beside him. The slightly fat woman was startled, but she quickly reacted and hung on Zhao Sun's shoulder obediently. Seeing this, the princess and the prince wanted to rush over immediately. The cloaked man quickly raised his hand and created an invisible defense barrier, firmly blocking the way of the two people. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Sun raised his hand, and the metal mechanism not far away made a click sound. And then the door of the secret room opened. Zhao Sun also carried the cloaked man and ran out quickly. The cloaked man hung on Zhao Sun's other shoulder, facing the princess and the prince in the secret room. One of his hands kept the posture of raising, controlling the defense barrier to continue to intercept the princess and the prince. It not only ensures the speed of escape, but also does not delay the use of the defense barrier. In the dark corridor, nothing can be seen clearly. Zhao Sun can only run towards the master bedroom based on his memory.
After the two of them disappear from my sight,
the defense barrier can still last for about 60 seconds.
The cloaked man reminded Zhao Sun in a low voice.
If you build a new defense barrier at this time, will the defense barrier blocking those two people disappear immediately?
Zhao Sun asked.
No,
the cloaked man said, while raising his other hand and making a surrounding defense barrier around the three people.
It's okay for me to build 2 defense barriers at the same time.
With the protection of the defense barrier, Zhao Sun doesn't have to worry about the crows and insects that may appear at any time, and can run to the destination as much as possible. This is the ballroom on the 5th floor, and the master bedroom is also on the 5th floor. Not very far away. At least there is no need to go up and down the stairs. which can save a lot of time. After turning a corner and running out of the sight of the princess and the prince, he walked to a long corridor. The corridor is a connecting structure between buildings, with a roof but no enclosure. Its two sides are empty. If you stretch your neck a little, you can see the flower bed and the shadowy vegetation downstairs. At this end of the corridor are various functional rooms, including dance halls, cocktail halls, concert halls, chess and card rooms, etc. While at the other end of the corridor are rest rooms such as master bedrooms, second bedrooms, and guest bedrooms. After running up the corridor, Zhao Sun said to the two people on his shoulders, "Do you have any items that can divert their attention? If so, throw them out." The castle was very quiet at night. Even if they had a chance to escape, he couldn't make any noise when running, so it would be easy for the prince and princess to determine where they were escaping. Even if he could hide in the secret room before the prince and princess caught up, the two people could catch up to a place very close to the secret room, and the risk of being discovered would increase. "Don't worry about the sound," the cloaked man said with some effort. "My special ability can block the sound, but the time is very limited. At most 3 minutes. You have to be quick." When he used the ability to block the sound, it consumed a lot of mental energy, so speaking became less easy. Hearing the words of the cloaked man, Zhao Sun was completely relieved. He ran towards the master bedroom without hesitation. Soon, Zhao Sun led the two people into the secret room in the master bedroom cloakroom. Until the door of the secret room was closed, the slightly plump woman asked in a low voice, "Are we going to escape from the castle? Just hide in the secret room?" The cloaked man removed the defense barrier, calmed down, and then said to the slightly plump woman, "It's late at night, and there are unknown insects and unfriendly crows outside. Trying to run out at this time, the probability of being able to escape the castle safely is too low, and there are too many dangers to face. Therefore, it is a wise choice to find a secret room to hide first, and wait until dawn before leaving. If his defense barrier can be used all the time, it is no problem to escape from the castle now. But his special ability is also limited, and he cannot use this ability continuously for a long time. If you want to escape from the castle and escape to the position before entering the thorn bush, it will take at least an hour. This time is beyond his tolerance, so the most appropriate choice is to find a secret room to hide first." The slightly plump woman nodded to show that she understood, and asked with some concern, "But, is it really okay to hide here? This is the home of the princess in this castle. She should know very well where there are secret rooms in the castle, right? She may not know this secret room." Zhao Sun answered in a low voice, "The king is the real owner of this castle, not the princess. And this secret room is obviously prepared by the king for his own interest, and there is no reason for the princess to know it. The reason why he chose this secret room is because compared with other secret rooms, the probability of the princess knowing this secret room is the lowest. Which father would let his daughter know the tricks he played? In addition, the external mechanism of this secret room is in the closet in the cloakroom, blocked by many clothes, and in a very inconspicuous corner. It is not so easy to find the mechanism." "That makes sense." The slightly plump woman scratched her face awkwardly and did not speak again. After a moment of silence, she asked again, "If we can get through tonight safely, it proves that the princess doesn't know about this secret room. Can't we hide here all the time and wait until the game time is over? And then we will complete the hidden mission." "This is much safer than running out. After all, as long as you run out, the probability of being discovered by the princess and the prince is 100%. Then there will definitely be a battle royale. With her physical strength, she feels it is difficult to run out of the castle before the prince and the princess catch her." "No!" Zhao Sun and the cloaked man rejected it in unison. The two men looked at each other, and finally the cloaked man answered, "We can only hide here for a while. If they can't find us, they may search room by room like we did before. Now there are about 26 hours before the end of the game. There is too much time, and they are likely to find this place. It's okay to hide for a night, but it's not so safe to hide for 26 hours. Escape from the castle after dawn to get away from the source of danger as soon as possible." "Okay, I've answered almost all the questions that need to be answered for you." Zhao Sun looked at the slightly plump woman. "Now we should discuss the next action plan." He almost never does good things for no reason, and the same applies to saving these two people. Chapter 75. What is your special ability? Zhao Sun needs the cloaked man's defensive barrier to help him escape safely. As for the slightly plump woman, "What is your special ability?"
Zhao Sun asked the slightly plump woman.
If you don't tell me, I will think you are useless to me. And then whether you can escape from the castle depends on your own ability.
He saved her only because she had not fulfilled the previous deal. Since the slightly plump woman is confident that she can help him in any game, it is her turn to use her special ability now. The slightly plump woman knows the current situation. She knows that if she doesn't say it at this time, she will become a discarded child. So she answered without any hesitation.
My special ability is to replenish the mental power of other players until my own mental power is exhausted.
Hearing this, Zhao Sun's smile was gentler than before.
No wonder you are so sure. No matter what game, you can help me.
Most special abilities, in addition to their own ability restrictions, are also affected by the player's mental power. Although spiritual power is not listed separately in the player's personal information, it is obviously an important hidden data. Even if the specific number is not displayed and the consumption of mental power cannot be accurately judged, players with actual combat experience can feel the extent of their own limits. For example, the fire control of twin ponytails and the gold control of Cowboy Man, the size of objects, the number of objects, the accuracy of control, the duration of control, etc., are definitely related to the limitation of ability level, but also have something to do with mental power. Another example is blade transformation. Although the influence of mental power is not explained in the special ability details, it seems that it should only be related to the imagination of the user. But when Zhao Sun uses this special ability, he can transform into a huge and very sharp weapon, while the original owner of this ability can only transform into a kitchen knife. This should also have something to do with the strength of mental power. Even if that person's imagination is very poor, it is impossible for him not to know that an axe is more useful than a kitchen knife. And he is strong and fit with an axe. But at that time, he only transformed into a kitchen knife. Didn't he consider that a better weapon would have a higher success rate? Not likely. Then the most likely reason is that his mental power can only make him turn into a kitchen knife, not an axe. In these experiences, Zhao Sun can feel that through continuous actual combat, he can also increase his mental power. But this growth rate is relatively slow. The special ability of the slightly fat woman can play a very important auxiliary role at critical moments. Let us not talk about other aspects first. At least special abilities such as fire control and gold control should last longer due to the increase of mental power, or the controlled objects are larger and more numerous. The defense barrier of the cloaked man can probably extend the time.
As long as you take me to complete the game, I will try my best to replenish your mental power when your mental power is insufficient.
The slightly fat woman promised. Her special ability is destined to be only an auxiliary, at least at the current level. This is why she agreed to the deal with Zhao Sun. She had to find someone to cooperate with to increase her chances of clearing the game anyway. So she might as well find someone who was willing to reveal some extra information to her.
You can't replenish your own mental power, right?
Although the cloaked man asked this, he knew the answer in his heart. He just wanted to make sure. So he asked this.
Definitely not.
The slightly fat woman looked helpless.
Otherwise, wouldn't I become a perpetual motion machine? Then how much mental power can you replenish?
The cloaked man asked again.
I'm not sure about this. After all, I haven't tried it yet.
The slightly plump woman answered truthfully.
However, according to my own feeling, as long as you two don't waste time tomorrow, we run out in one go, and I should be able to replenish your mental strength for you too. Okay, I'll take you away tomorrow,
Zhao Sun said to the slightly plump woman.
But you must do 3 things. First, don't point fingers at my actions. Second, do whatever I ask you to do. Don't refute. Don't waste time asking why. Third, send me mental strength in time.
The slightly plump woman opened her mouth. She really wanted to ask what the first 2 points meant. It's not that she must have a say in the team, but she felt that Zhao Sun seemed to have some other plans besides
escaping from the castle.
Otherwise, why emphasize the first 2 points? If everyone's goal is to escape, there is no need to say those things. But after thinking about it, she still didn't ask. Just nodded and said, okay. The other party had just set 3 requirements. And she asked, why? Fearing that it would be offensive. If he changed his mind and didn't take her with him, it would be over. It's better not to ask. Anyway, no matter what Zhao Sun wants to do, as long as he wants to live, the focus must be on escaping the castle. You can't just kill yourself.
Right? I don't have so many requirements.
The cloaked man shrugged.
When I need mental power, just give me some.
The slightly plump woman nodded again.
No problem. After thinking for a while, she said again, don't let me replenish my mental power when my mental power is exhausted. It's better to let me replenish some when it is consumed to 1/3, so that my pressure will be less. If she is only needed in the later stage, she has to replenish the mental power of 2 people at the same time, which may drain her all at once. But if she transfers some mental power to the other party every once in a while during the process, her pressure will be much less, and there is still time to recover. Got it. Zhao Sun and the cloaked man both nodded in agreement. By the way, have you read the details of the hidden mission? The cloaked man asked the slightly plump woman again. Yes. The slightly plump woman nodded. The 2 NPCs said such a long paragraph. I had time to read the hidden mission 3 times. Although she didn't react immediately to read the text on the pop-up window. After the 2 NPCs said hi, she finally remembered that she hadn't read the hidden mission yet. In short, before Zhao Sun carried her away, she finished reading all the contents of the hidden mission. That's fine. The cloaked man nodded. You should all know the contents of the hidden mission. We need to avoid killing the princess as much as possible. Otherwise she can randomly choose 2 basic attributes to be violent when she is resurrected, and it will be more difficult for us to deal with them. Without waiting for the other 2 to speak, the cloaked man added, the prince can't be killed either. Otherwise all the basic attributes of the princess will be doubled. Apart from anything else, just doubling the speed will make it very difficult for us to get rid of him. Chapter 76. Don't even think about running away. I think so too. The slightly plump woman nodded in agreement. As long as we can escape, we should try to escape and avoid direct conflict with the 2 NPCs. Anyway, their mission is to run out of the castle and back to the starting position. Not to defeat the princess and the prince. Hide if you can. Run if you can. Lest you accidentally kill the 2 NPCs. The consequences will be troublesome. Haven't you thought about it? After killing the princess, we have 3 minutes of absolute safety before she resurrects. Zhao Sun finally couldn't help but speak when he heard this. I think we can do it to them when necessary. That will have to wait until the last moment. The cloaked man didn't object, but just said, when we are about to escape from the thorn bush, the princess and the prince are about to catch up. In this case, we can kill them and escape before they resurrect. After a pause, the cloaked man carefully analyzed it again. From the current situation, the princess and the prince are not particularly strong. At least we can resist them with our ability. But after the princess goes berserk, we may not be able to resist. Unless we have to. We should not kill the princess and the prince before we are about to escape from the thorn bush. Zhao Sun pursed his lips, and the next second, he showed a gentle smile. You have your own reasons for saying this. The cloaked man was relieved. The 3 stopped talking, and in order to face tomorrow's escape in a better state, they decided to take turns to keep watch. Fortunately, the princess and the prince did not find this place all night. The 3 of them spent the rest of the night safely in the secret room. 7 o'clock in the morning. The sky was bright. The 3 people who were ready opened the door of the secret room and walked out quickly. They took the escape rope that Zhao Sun found in the backpack of the short-haired man, tied one end firmly to the railing of the balcony of the master bedroom, tied the safety belt around their waists, and buckled the lock on the escape rope. This time they slid from the 5th floor to the 1st floor, and they had to use a simple descender to avoid injuries when landing. However, time was tight, so they did not follow the routine and wait for one person to land before the next person slid down. They quickly lined up, and the 3 of them slid down to the 1st floor together. Fortunately, the official equipment was the best quality tools, and this escape rope had no problem supporting the weight of 3 people at the same time. Soon, they all landed on the lawn on the 1st floor. The slightly fat woman just thought that their first step was going smoothly, and suddenly a roar from the prince came from a distance. They are there! Immediately afterwards, the figure of the princess appeared beside the prince. The 3 of them didn't delay and immediately ran towards the castle hall. When they entered the castle from the outside, they knew that they could only go back the same way if they wanted to get out. In other words, they had to walk into the castle hall before they could completely walk out of the castle through the heavy iron door with angel relief. Then, they had to go down the bluestone stairs, enter the front yard, and then pass through the iron gate to truly leave the castle. But that's not all. They still had to go through the thorn bushes they came from and return to the original starting point to escape the pursuit of the princess and the prince. Even if you run at full speed without any resistance, it will take at least half an hour at the fastest. Moreover, it is impossible that there will be no obstacles during this period.
So the slightly plump woman estimated that it would take about an hour last night. The three of them just ran a short distance forward when they were blocked by 7 or 8 vines that suddenly appeared. Fortunately, the cloaked man reacted quickly. The moment he saw the unnatural movement at his feet, he immediately used a fence barrier to put the 3 people in the protection circle. The vines wanted to wrap around their ankles, but were blocked by the invisible barrier. They began to slap the air in front of them with their bodies, as if they wanted to break through the invisible barrier.
Increasing the defense range will accelerate the consumption of my mental power. Go quickly.
The cloaked man reminded the 2 people beside him. The 3 people walked quickly outside.
Don't even think about running.
The princess's voice approached quickly. The slightly plump woman turned her head and saw that the princess and the prince were standing on a vine that was twice as thick as a person. The vine swam towards her quickly like a snake.
The princess can control the vines.
The slightly plump woman immediately reminded Zhao Sun and the cloaked man. At first, she thought that the vines attacking them were the same as those in the thorn bushes, and they attacked autonomously. But when she saw the princess's situation, she knew that it must be the princess who did it. As if to verify the slightly plump woman's words, the vines in front of the 3 people suddenly changed their strategy and surrounded the 3 people in circles, with a defense barrier blocking them. They could not entangle their people, but only entangle the invisible barrier around them.
The pressure is a bit high.
The cloaked man lowered his voice and said to the 2 people beside him,
These vines have been desperately compressing my defense barrier. I can still bear it for the time being. But if we continue to stalemate like this, there is no way to leave. And sooner or later my mental strength will be exhausted. Give me a bone-cutting knife,
Zhao Sun said to the cloaked man. The cloaked man looked at Zhao Sun with some surprise. Last night, he saw Zhao Sun using both the death scythe and the giant axe. Those weapons were more effective against vines than the bone cutter. Why didn't Zhao Sun use his own weapon today, but asked him for an ordinary bone cutter? Although he had doubts in his heart, time was running out. The cloaked man didn't ask any more questions and immediately took out a bone cutter and handed it to Zhao Sun.
If you want to attack those vines, I can only remove the defense barrier.
In the current situation, the cloaked man had to describe his ability in more detail.
During the period when the defense barrier is generated, people inside and outside the barrier range cannot break through the barrier to attack the opponent. Then can you tear a hole in a certain position of the defense barrier?
Zhao Sun asked in a low voice.
It's like hollowing out that small area and removing the protection of the defense barrier. I can't do it.
The cloaked man replied helplessly.
Then just cancel it directly.
Zhao Sun glanced at the princess and prince, who were getting closer and closer, and sped up his speech.
2 seconds.
After speaking, he raised his hand holding the bone cutter. The cloaked man did not ask any more questions, and quickly lifted the defense barrier. Zhao Sun raised his knife and cut off the vines that surrounded him in circles. The next second, the defense barrier was re-established. Almost at the same time, Zhao Sun dragged the slightly fat woman and the cloaked man and quickly broke through the vine encirclement. The vines were cut off, and there was no time to replace them. So Zhao Sun and the other 2 easily broke out. But they only had time to run forward about 10 meters before they were blocked by the prince and princess, who came. Chapter 77 Sowing Discord. Thick vines stretched between the people, and the prince and the princess stood on the vines. The princess looked down at the 3 players.
Just a few bugs. Do you really think you can run away from my eyes? In order to find you, we didn't get a good rest all night.
The prince's eyes were dissatisfied.
After struggling for a long time, you are still going to die here? What are you proud of?
Zhao Sun sneered at the prince.
You are just lucky enough to stand here and talk big because of the princess's light. What did you say?
The prince stared.
Why? Did I say something wrong?
Zhao Sun continued.
When the princess was unconscious, she was almost killed by the assassin. You can wake her up immediately by kissing her, making the assassin's action fail. But you didn't even dare to move. After the princess woke up, you just followed behind the princess like a pug. Do you have any strength yourself?
The slightly fat woman looked at Zhao Sun in confusion. She didn't understand what Zhao Sun wanted to say at this time. Are they trying to sow discord between the princess and the prince, and then find a chance to escape after alienating the 2?
Don't try to sow discord between us,
the princess snorted.
Although he is timid and has no strength, he is considerate and caring to me. I just like him, and it's useless for you to say anything.
The prince raised his chin with some pride and cast a contemptuous look at Zhao Sun.
My love for the princess is unmatched in the world.
The slightly plump woman, It doesn't look like the alienation was successful.
You think too much. I don't mean to sow discord between you.
Zhao Sun waved his hand and looked at the princess.
I don't like you.
Why do I want to sow discord between you?
Then what are you doing? The prince asked.
You won't admit it if the provocation fails? It's just to divert your attention.
Before Zhao Sun finished speaking, a bone-cutting knife suddenly flew out from behind the princess and the prince. The slightly plump woman and the cloaked man were a little surprised. But in order to prevent the princess and the prince from seeing the clues, they both held back and did not reveal their emotions. A minute ago, this bone-chopping knife was still in Zhao Sun's hand. When did it disappear? Moreover, why does Zhao Sun's ability look so much like the cowboy man's special ability? The princess and the prince had not noticed the abnormality behind them. The prince even laughed.
Why? Do you expect us to quarrel over you, and you can find a chance to escape? Such a poor trick to divert attention makes you look like a fool.
Zhao Sun remained calm. He looked directly at the princess, and only looked at the bone-chopping knife with his peripheral vision. His right hand was behind his back, and he was constantly controlling the bone-chopping knife to get closer to the princess's back. After cutting off the vines that surrounded them, he threw the bone-chopping knife on the ground and dragged the two people around him to run forward. Since the cloaked man said that within the range of his defense barrier, neither the inside nor the outside could attack the other party, then if the bone-chopping knife is out of the range of the defense barrier, he can control the bone-chopping knife to go anywhere it will. He knew very well that they would never be able to escape at the speed the princess was chasing them. So when he asked the cloaked man for the bone-cutting knife, he had this plan. It was just that this was his first time to officially use the special ability of controlling gold. So he was not very proficient. If he wanted to succeed in the sneak attack, he naturally had to find a way to divert the attention of the two NPCs. And by the way, delay some time, so that the bone-cutting knife had a chance to get close enough to the princess, increasing the success rate of the assassination.
Is it impossible to stand still?
Seeing that Zhao Sun had not spoken, the princess also mocked.
Then let me send you on your way.
After saying that, she slightly raised her right arm. Almost at the same time, Zhao Sun's right hand behind his back suddenly raised, and then suddenly tightened his fist and pulled it towards himself. The bone-cutting knife immediately stabbed at the princess's back. The princess was caught off guard and was stabbed hard, and the tip of the bone-cutting knife came out from her chest. Her body staggered and fell directly on the vines. The thick vines, because the princess was seriously injured and could no longer control them, fell heavily to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. The princess' body fell heavily to the ground as the vines rose and fell. The prince fell to the ground in a panic, and only then did he realize that there was a knife stuck in the prince's back. The prince was furious, but he didn't bother to question Zhao Sun. He ran to the princess and wanted to pick her up. At this time, Zhao Sun used his gold control ability to pull out the bone-cutting knife on the prince's back, and with a sweep, he directly cut the prince's legs. The prince didn't even have time to touch the princess. He felt a pain in his thigh, and then he fell to the ground unsteadily. The princess looked at the injured prince with heartache. Then she glared at Zhao Sun, her eyes full of resentment, as if she wanted to carve Zhao Sun's face deeply into her mind. Then, she died.
Are you crazy?
The cloaked man couldn't help but question Zhao Sun.
Didn't we agree last night not to kill the princess and the prince? We just run away. Why did you kill the princess so quickly?
The slightly fat woman also looked incredible. They all thought that Zhao Sun's sneak attack with the bone-chopping knife was to cut off the princess's hands and feet, to stop her from chasing them, and to prevent her from controlling the vines with both hands. They never thought that Zhao Sun would kill the princess so early. Are you sure he's not crazy? The slightly plump woman instantly remembered the 3 requirements Zhao Sun had put forward last night, and she suddenly realized that Zhao Sun had decided to kill the princess and the prince last night. It's just that the cloaked man has always insisted on his point of view.
So Zhao Sun didn't say anything more. But he didn't change his mind. Zhao Sun's last response last night actually didn't agree with the cloaked man not to attack the princess.
There's only one chance. If I use it to cut off one of the princess's hands, I won't have the chance to attack her other 3 limbs. She can still control the vines to attack us, and we can only passively defend.
Zhao Sun walked out of the protection range of the defense barrier without changing his face.
Only when the princess dies, we have a chance to run.
The princess's strength is indeed not particularly strong, and her defense ability is even weaker. But he will only have one chance to sneak attack like this. After that, the princess couldn't help but be on guard. If he used the vines as a shield, It would be difficult for him to approach the princess with the bone-chopping knife, since he only had one chance. He certainly couldn't let this sneak attack be in vain. Besides, he was very interested in the princess's ability. Zhao Sun had this idea last night, but he didn't say much because he knew he couldn't communicate with the cloaked man. Although the cloaked man is an old player, he is obviously a conservative. Unless he has no choice, he will choose to defend and save his life, and will never take risks. Perhaps this is also related to the special ability of the cloaked man. He is mainly defensive. Chapter 78 I will kill you. The cloaked man opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything. The princess didn't have the strength to crush the players, but just by looking at her method of controlling the vines, it was known that she was specifically designed to block the player's way. Like just now, if she only took 2 steps in a minute, she couldn't complete the journey in a day. Moreover, the longer the time dragged, the more disadvantageous it would be for the players. Even with the help of the slightly fat woman, it couldn't be allowed to drag on like this. Zhao Sun's choice was indeed not wrong. The 3 precautions for the hidden task actually proved in disguise that it was difficult for players to completely avoid these situations. It's just that the subsequent risks are too great. Zhao Sun walked quickly to the prince. The prince crawled towards the princess, and when he saw Zhao Sun coming, he immediately cursed. Zhao Sun knocked the prince unconscious while he was cursing. Then he walked in front of the princess and quickly plucked a hair from her. Since his special ability can obtain the special abilities of players and monsters, it should also be effective against NPCs. Although killing the princess is risky, it is tempting enough for him. As long as he gets the princess's ability, he will have the ability to resurrect and be violent, which is equivalent to having an immortal body. This is too tempting. It is much more tempting than getting special abilities from those players.
Don't waste time.
Zhao Sun stood up and ran out quickly.
We still have 2.5 minutes of absolute safety time.
At least during this time, the dead princess cannot control the vines, and they can run as hard as they can. The cloaked man and the slightly fat woman did not dare to delay any longer and immediately ran towards the direction of the castle hall. Zhao Sun bit the hair that belonged to the princess while running faster. Currently, there are 3 abilities in total. Due to the level limit of
Devouring LV2,
you can have 2 abilities at the same time. Please choose 1 to 2 abilities you want to obtain. Love Kiss Vine Dance Resurrection Rage. The names of these abilities are easy to understand. The first one should be related to the princess being awakened by the princess kiss. The second one is the ability to control vines. And the last one is the one Zhao Sun wants the most. Zhao Sun quickly clicked Resurrection Rage and gave up the other 2. Vine Dance is very useful in the current game, with vines everywhere, but he doesn't think he can control it more skillfully than the princess. If the princess has a regional buff and the vines are more inclined to obey her, then Zhao Sun has no chance of winning if they use the same abilities to fight each other. In comparison, Control Gold is more suitable. At least it is easy to control the bone-chopping knife to cut the vines. Moreover, he clearly remembers that there are many metal objects that can be used along the way. Congratulations on obtaining the ability Resurrection Rage. Please choose the ability to cover. Control Gold Strength Enhancement. Zhao Sun chose Strength Enhancement without hesitation. Resurrection Rage covers the special ability Strength Enhancement. Due to the effect of devouring, the effect of Resurrection Rage cannot be upgraded. After changing to the new ability, Zhao Sun was very excited and even ran faster. After a while, the 3 of them saw the building in front of them. As long as they walked into the building and ran forward, they would enter the hall, and then they could leave through the heavy iron door with angel relief. At this time, there were only 10 seconds left for safety.
I feel like we don't have time to run into the hall,
the slightly fat woman said breathlessly.
It's still in time.
Zhao Sun was very sure.
I cut the prince's legs, and the princess's actions will be slowed down.
He deliberately injured the prince's legs, but did not kill the prince, just to make the prince a burden to the princess. From the previous conversation, he had determined that the prince was indeed just the princess's accompanying pendant and was very weak. This was also the reason why he was relieved to leave the prince alive. If the prince died, all the basic attributes of the princess would double. But if the prince was alive, but his legs were injured and he couldn't walk, he could slow down the princess's pursuit to a certain extent. After all, it was clearly stated in the hidden mission that the princess and the prince would not act separately. It is not difficult to find through observation that the effect is best when the princess controls the vines with both hands. If she wants to take care of the prince, who has lost the ability to walk, she can only free up one hand to control the vines, which will affect the speed of travel and the number of vines controlled at the same time. Therefore, it is more beneficial to let the prince live. After listening to Zhao Sun's words, the cloaked man understood what Zhao Sun meant, and his complaints about Zhao Sun were alleviated a little. However, he did not say much, but ran forward faster. Even if they had time to enter the hall, even if they had time to walk out of the iron gate with angel relief, they were still far from escaping the princess's pursuit range. It was only a matter of time before they were caught up, unless they could find a hidden place to hide until the princess's half-hour violent time was over. But there was no place to hide on this road. The only thing they could do was to run as hard as they could, as close to the destination as possible, and closer. Soon, the three of them entered the hall, and the hurried footsteps echoed in the hall. At this time, the slightly plump woman couldn't help but complain about how the castle hall was so big, even bigger than the three-bedroom, one living room house she lived in. It took her about 8 seconds to run from one end to the door at the fastest speed. In normal times, 8 seconds is very short. But in this time of racing against time, 8 seconds is simply a matter of life and death. Although she complained, the slightly plump woman didn't dare to stop, and followed Zhao Sun and the cloaked man and ran to the door. At the moment when Zhao Sun opened the heavy door, the princess roared from behind, "I will kill you!" The slightly plump woman and the cloaked man looked behind them nervously. Zhao Sun was still calm. He didn't even look back, but opened the door that had just opened a gap completely. The time it took for the princess to catch up was about the same as he expected. He had previously guessed that the two basic attributes that the princess chose to go berserk after resurrection might be speed and strength. The prince was injured, and the princess herself was killed once. When she was resurrected, she must have been full of anger and wanted to kill all the players. Then, she must increase her speed to catch up with the player. At the same time, she also needs to increase her strength to carry the prince, who cannot walk, and reduce the prince's drag on her speed as much as possible. Therefore, even with the prince as a burden, the princess will not be dragged too slow. Being able to delay for more than 10 seconds is already very good. Of course, at this time, it is not suitable to fight with the princess with violent speed plus strength in close combat. Chapter 79, you should think of a solution quickly. With the special ability of the cloaked man, there is no need to worry about the princess being able to get close easily. As Zhao Sun's thoughts just started, the cloaked man had already raised his hand to re-establish the defense barrier for the three people. Fortunately, the cloaked man reacted quickly, and the princess's speed after going berserk was faster than sprinting. Almost 2 seconds later, she had arrived in front of the three people. Seeing the cloaked man raise his hand, the princess knew that the defense barrier was coming again. She immediately stopped and raised her hand to point at the three players. Several vines came in from the door and window, and kept whipping the cloaked man's defense barrier like a whip. The defense barrier formed a spherical protective film. No matter which direction the vines attacked from, they could not break through the range of the barrier. The princess took the time to put the prince down from her back and let the prince sit against the wall. Only then could she use both hands to apply pressure to the defense barrier. Her eyes were full of anger and hatred, as if they could turn into a real flame and burn all the people she hated. Zhao Sun and the other two were entangled by the vines again. Although there was a layer of defense barrier between them, they could not move. While the princess was controlling the vines, she was still approaching the three players step by step. She raised her hands, and more vines rushed over, almost completely wrapping the three players and blocking all vision. The cloaked man's face darkened slightly. Number 014. You should think of a way quickly. The princess was still approaching, which made him feel more and more stressed. At this time, he had realized that the princess might have violently turned her power. The reason why the princess wanted to get close was to suppress his defense barrier with her own power. Facing the current power of the princess, he was not sure how long his defense barrier could hold up. Zhao Sun did not respond to the cloaked man. The cloaked man was a little anxious, but he did not dare to turn his head to look at Zhao Sun at this time. He was afraid that he would lose his concentration and could not bear the current pressure. Just as the princess was getting closer and closer, and one hand was about to touch the defense barrier, the cloaked man was already a little exasperated and wanted to ask Zhao Sun what he was doing. Before he could open his mouth, he saw a bone-chopping knife stabbing at the princess' back. Before he could get nervous, a vine as thick as an arm suddenly emerged from behind the princess, swinging the bone-chopping knife away like a whip. Do you think I will be hit by the same trick twice? The princess sneered at Zhao Sun. Don't forget that I'm still behind the princess. The prince not far away shouted. I can be the eyes behind the princess.
Zhao Sun ignored the prince's behavior of showing off his presence. Nor did he respond to the princess. He continued to control the bone-chopping knife to attack the princess. The princess stood still, just waving her hands casually, and every attack of the bone-chopping knife was easily intercepted by the vine. However, the princess pulled out one hand to deal with the bone-chopping knife, and the pressure on the cloakman's defense barrier became less, which made the cloakman relieved. Just when the princess finally wrapped the bone-chopping knife with the vine and was about to turn around and give Zhao Sun a provocative smile, a heavy and solid iron door slammed heavily. Several soft vines blocked the princess's side, but they were no match for the weight of the iron gate, and the juice flowed out of them. The princess was hit hard and died on the spot. You? The prince was furious, but he could only stare anxiously. Zhao Sun manipulated the bone-cutting knife to scratch the prince's eyes, and then grabbed the two people around him. What are you doing? Run quickly! The prince cried out in pain, and he didn't even have the strength to curse. The stunned cloaked man and the slightly fat woman finally reacted, and they hurriedly followed Zhao Sun out. When the princess was hit by the iron door, the cloaked man and the slightly fat woman knew what Zhao Sun was up to. Zhao Sun knew very well that the bone-cutting knife could not be successfully attacked by surprise, but he still controlled the bone-cutting knife to attack the princess in order to divert her attention. When the princess manipulates the vines, she must look at the target, which is the same as control gold. Under such guidance, the princess gradually turned sideways in the direction of the gate. In the process, Zhao Sun used control gold to remove the angel relief gate. At the moment when the princess was facing the gate, he smashed the gate at her. Even an adult man would be crushed to death by that kind of heavy and solid iron gate, not to mention a delicate princess, who would die completely. When the three of them ran to the bluestone steps together, the cloaked man and the slightly fat woman felt a little incredible. They both thought that they could hide and run as much as possible, and try not to have a direct conflict with the princess. But Zhao Sun killed the princess twice in succession. In fact, this trick is really effective. Even though the 3-minute safety time is not long enough, it allows them to move a long distance towards their destination, compared with what they originally expected. The current speed is much faster. However, the two conservatives and the adventurous radicals like Zhao Sun acted together, and they felt that their hearts were somewhat unable to bear it. I feel it's better to roll faster than to run down. The slightly fat woman was a little out of breath, but she still tried to say this sentence. You can roll. The cloaked man was reminded and immediately said, I will wrap you all with a defensive barrier, and you won't get hurt if you roll down directly. After it is out of my control, the defense barrier can still last for about a minute, which is enough to roll to the bottom. Then hurry up. The slightly fat woman's eyes lit up. Quick! Make me a defense barrier. The cloaked man didn't waste any words, and quickly created a layer of defense barrier close to the body around the slightly fat woman's body. The slightly fat woman fell to the ground, and started rolling without hesitation. It was indeed much faster than her running speed, and there was no pain on her body. The cloaked man and Zhao Sun also rolled down in the same way. It used to take about half a minute to walk down the stairs, but now it only took 10 seconds to reach the bottom. After rolling to the bottom of the stairs, the three of them quickly got up and continued to run forward. This is the front yard, and not far away is the iron fence gate wrapped by vines. Stepping out of that door, they really walked out of the castle. There were still more than 500 meters to the target, and the three of them ran as fast as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Before entering the iron gate, Zhao Sun controlled the bone-chopping knife and cut the vines wrapped around the gate into pieces. Then he removed 2 more iron gates, used control gold to make them float in the air, and followed behind him. If you want to hit the princess with the door again, I'm afraid it won't succeed. The cloaked man couldn't help but remind him. Chapter 80, she will be able to kill immediately. I didn't plan to use this door to hit the princess, Zhao Sun replied. Although this iron gate is also large and heavy, the gap is too wide, and it is far less effective than the previous thick iron gate. Moreover, after the princess was flattened by the iron gate, she may choose to go berserk this time. Needless to say, speed is naturally to catch up as soon as possible. Agility can avoid being attacked again. Then you take this. Before the cloaked man finished speaking, the princess's furious roar sounded again in the distance. Obviously, being killed twice in a row has made the princess extremely angry, and she has completely forgotten her self-restraint and elegance as a princess. She stood at the top of the bluestone steps, staring at Zhao Sun, and wanted to kill Zhao Sun to avenge herself. Zhao Sun glanced at the prince, who was lying on the thick vines and following the princess.
and understood. His previous speculation was correct. This time the princess did not choose to use her berserk power again. So she could not carry the prince on her back, and could only use the vines to help carry the prince.
The princess' berserk speed is much faster than the vines,
Zhao Sun said quickly to the cloaked man and the slightly fat woman.
But she can't leave the prince behind and chase after us. So this time the speed of chasing will be slower than before, and we can still run forward for a while.
When saying this, the three people did not stop. When Zhao Sun finished speaking, the three people had already stepped out of the castle. They ran non-stop and quickly ran across the small lawn and came to the front of the thorn bush. The previous pits and the cut paths were still there, and the three people immediately ran along the original path to the other end of the thorn bush. As they ran, the cloaked man added a layer of defense barrier around the three people. In this way, they did not have to deliberately guard against the vines and insects that might attack at any time, and they only needed to run forward with all their strength. After running more than 10 meters in the thorn bush, the princess finally caught up with the prince. While the princess was chasing behind, she controlled the vines in the thorn bushes and quickly blocked the three people's way. The three people had to stop. At the same time, the cloaked man lowered his voice and said to the slightly fat woman,
"Give me some mental strength."
The slightly fat woman immediately put her palm on the cloaked man's shoulder. The cloaked man immediately felt a warm current flowing through his body, and the fatigue brought by the rapid escape and the continuous use of special abilities was relieved a lot. Zhao Sun quickly turned around and controlled the two iron gates that had been floating in the air, attacking the princess. For vines immediately appeared in front of the princess and blocked the two iron gates. The vines followed the gaps in the iron gates, constantly wrapped around, firmly restraining the two doors, and they could not move forward. At the same time, the vines that blocked their way once again tightly wrapped around the defense barrier.
"I want to see what tricks you can come up with this time."
The princess stared at Zhao Sun through the vines and iron gate, with anger and resentment in her eyes. Zhao Sun's lips slightly raised, and his voice was steady and gentle.
"Okay."
After he finished speaking, he raised a hand. The bone-chopping knife appeared behind the princess again. But this time, the princess dodged it easily, without even needing the protection of the vines. Zhao Sun was not surprised, but was more certain that the two basic attributes that the princess chose to go berserk this time were speed and agility. After the failed sneak attack, the bone-chopping knife suddenly turned and stabbed towards the prince's leg. The princess's face changed, and then she raised her hand. A vine appeared in front of the prince, throwing away the bone-chopping knife. The bone-chopping knife flew far away, and then flew to the side of the iron gate, and cut off the entangled vines with a few strokes. Then, the two iron gates flew towards the princess again. At the same time, the bone-chopping knife flew towards the prince. The princess was furious. She suddenly bent down and slapped her hands on the ground. With a rumbling sound, countless vines snaked out from the ground, and instantly entangled the iron gate and the bone-chopping knife tightly. Even on Zhao Sun's side, more vines emerged from the ground, squeezing and stabbing the defense barrier again and again. The cloaked man took a deep breath, put aside his worries and uneasiness, and concentrated on building the defense barrier. He knew very well that at this time, if he relaxed, everyone would be finished. There must be no mistakes in his defense barrier. When the princess stood up again, her body shook, and her face turned a little pale. Obviously, controlling so many vines at once was her limit. But it was all worth it. She would be able to kill soon. The princess looked up excitedly in the direction of Zhao Sun, but saw a bullet in front of her. She didn't even have time to move her feet before she was hit in the head. Her head tilted back uncontrollably, and her sight became blurred before she even had time to find Zhao Sun's figure. As her body fell, countless vines fell to the ground.
You actually have a gun,"
the slightly fat woman stammered.
"It's not mine. It's in the cowboy's backpack."
Zhao Sun shook off the vines on his arm, put the gun back on his waist, and walked quickly towards the direction where the princess fell. Just now, in order to prevent the bullet from being blocked by the defense barrier, he stretched his arm out of the protection range of the defense barrier. The vines almost immediately wrapped around his arm, and the thorns on it poked a few small holes in his sleeves, but did not hurt his skin. The cloaked man and the slightly fat woman looked at each other, and then showed a look of sudden realization. It must be when it was Zhao Sun's turn to guard the night last night that he took the pistol out of the backpack. The fact is the same as they guessed. Last night, Zhao Sun found a weapon bag from the backpack, which contained a lot of things. The official things are still very complete, but the quantity is limited. There are 2 pistols and only 10 magazines. Use it once, and you have to wait until you have to use it. So the first 2 times Zhao Sun felt that he could handle it. So he didn't use the gun. This time, he decided to use a gun because he had no other special items to use. The goddess's wings he got from the earring girl before was pretty good. Just let the slightly plump woman wear it. And the princess and the prince would lose their intention to attack. They could retreat without bloodshed. But unfortunately, the goddess's wings is still in the cooling period and cannot be used. This time, Zhao Sun decided to use a gun. So he had to try his best to ensure that he would hit the target and not waste bullets. Therefore, whether using a bone-cutting knife or an iron gate, whether attacking the princess or the prince, it was to create a time when the princess had no time to dodge. Otherwise, with the violent agility, it would not be a problem for the princess to dodge bullets. Chapter 81 Numbness. Zhao Sun walked to the princess, took out the lively long rope from his coat pocket, and tied the princess tightly.
What do you want to do?
The prince couldn't see anything, but he felt that the princess had died again. After hearing Zhao Sun's approaching footsteps, he struggled to crawl to the princess. Zhao Sun ignored the prince and dragged the princess forward. The prince couldn't walk with his legs and couldn't see, so he could only crawl towards the princess based on his sense of the princess. But Zhao Sun's walking speed was much faster than the prince's crawling speed, and the distance between the prince and the princess was getting farther and farther. After walking 5 meters away, Zhao Sun suddenly felt the gravity on his hand lighten. Looking back, the princess had returned to the prince. There was only a bare rope left in his hand. It seemed that the rope was also a little puzzled as to why the person it had tied up so well suddenly disappeared. Just like a streamer dancing without wind. The prince's body was stained with dust, and his clothes became dirty. But he didn't care about these at all, and rushed over to grope and hug the princess. He hugged the princess tightly, as if to swear sovereignty.
The princess is mine. You can't take her away from me. You two are really inseparable.
Zhao Sun didn't get angry, but chuckled. He walked quickly to the prince's side.
Then you don't need to live.
After saying this, he grabbed the prince's shoulder with one hand and raised the other hand to the distance. The bone-cutting knife under the vines immediately flew out and stabbed straight into the prince's back. The prince looked panicked, but even struggling was futile. The bone-cutting knife successfully pierced his heart.
Kill me! The princess will be stronger.
The prince said this unwillingly, and he was completely out of breath. Zhao Sun threw away the prince's dirty body, tied up the princess with a lively long rope again, and continued to drag on the ground as before. Of course, he knew what the consequences of killing the prince would be, but running away with the princess would waste some time, and taking the prince with him would be even more troublesome. The experiment just now proved that if the princess and the prince were too far apart, the one in front would return to the one behind. Combined with the fact that the lively long rope tied to the princess would not follow the princess back, it is reasonable to suspect that when the princess returns to the prince, the negative state on her body will automatically disappear. This is really troublesome. It is better to kill the prince and be done with it. Anyway, he will not give the princess another chance to explode next. Zhao Sun dragged one end of the long rope with one hand and held a bone-cutting knife with the other hand. Seeing that the cloaked man and the slightly plump woman were staring at him, Zhao Sun reminded,
Why are you standing there? Keep running?
Cloaked man, slightly plump woman. For some reason, they didn't seem to be as surprised as before when they saw the prince being killed. Maybe it was because they had done it too many times and their hearts were numb. The two of them didn't say much and ran forward behind Zhao Sun.
Help me calculate the time,
Zhao Sun said to the cloaked man behind him as he ran.
Remind me 3 seconds before the princess is resurrected. I will guard her and kill her again the moment she is resurrected.
The cloaked man subconsciously looked down at the princess being dragged to the ground by Zhao Sun. The thorns of the vine scratched the princess's fair skin. Even in the state of death, some blood still oozed from the wound. The princess's beautiful and gorgeous long skirt was stained with dust, and the thorns on the roadside tore a lot of fabric, which made her look very embarrassed. Cloaked man. Suddenly I felt a little pitiful for the princess. Although he felt reluctant for a moment, the cloaked man still agreed.
Okay.
I know. More than 2 minutes passed quickly, and the cloaked man reminded Zhao Sun.
It's almost done.
Zhao Sun stopped immediately, holding the princess's shoulder with his left hand, and holding the bone-cutting knife with his right hand to the princess's heart. 2 seconds later, the princess suddenly opened her eyes. At the moment she opened her eyes, Zhao Sun's bone-cutting knife stabbed into the princess's heart fiercely. The princess's angry expression became stiff, And then her pupils were dilated. And she died again. Zhao Sun pulled out the bone-cutting knife and continued to drag the princess forward. The slightly plump woman running at the back couldn't help asking.
I suddenly remembered. Why didn't we tie up the princess and bring her with us when we killed her for the first time? Like just now. If we killed the princess as soon as she woke up, there would be no more things to happen later.
The cloaked man touched the sweat on his forehead.
I have never thought about killing the princess. So how could I think about so much later? That's true.
The slightly plump woman smiled awkwardly.
I didn't think of this either. I just thought of it.
Zhao Sun took the opportunity to speak. The three of them didn't continue the topic. Only Zhao Sun knew that there were other reasons why he didn't do this at the beginning. He wanted to test whether the cloaked man's defense barrier could resist the princess's violent power. And by the way, see if the cloaked man had other special items that could be used. Although they are partners now, it doesn't mean that they will still be on the same side when they meet next time. It's always right to have more information about the other party. In fact, when he was in the castle hall, he saw the cloaked man's reaction and almost knew that the cloaked man's defense barrier could resist the princess's violent power. But it should not last long. However, the princess was crushed into a meat pie by the big iron gate that time, and it was difficult to take out the complete body. He could only tie the princess to his side next time he killed her. For the rest of the journey, the three of them didn't say much and kept running forward. Only when the princess' 3-minute cooling time was about to end, the cloaked man would remind Zhao Sun. Then Zhao Sun seized the opportunity and stabbed the princess in the heart the second the princess woke up. In this way, he killed the princess 3 more times. The last time, Zhao Sun threw the princess directly into the thorn bush and rushed to the exit at the fastest speed in his life. They could run the rest of the way within 3 minutes, so they didn't have to take the princess with them. Victory was in sight, and the 3 people who were already a little tired had a burst of strength again, running a little faster than before. Just as they were about to step out of the thorn bush, the princess's extremely angry roar came from behind. The slightly plump woman trembled with fear and almost tripped over the stone under her feet. The cloaked man was quick-witted and grabbed the slightly plump woman's arm and pulled her over the edge of the thorn bush. The princess almost teleported behind Zhao Sun and the other 2, but could only stop there, because Zhao Sun and the other 2 had completely walked out of the range of the thorn bush. The princess could only stare at Zhao Sun angrily, but could not move forward any further. Even the vines she controlled were the same as her. Every leaf and every long stem could not go beyond the range of the thorn bush. It was as if they were blocked by an invisible barrier. Chapter 82 Princess's Prince Pendant. While the princess was cursing and yelling madly, a pop-up window popped up in front of the 3 players at the same time. Zhao Sun automatically blocked the princess's voice and looked at the text on the pop-up window. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for completing the hidden task, receiving a bonus of 70 points, and obtaining the special item Princess's Prince Pendant. Player Zhao Sun killed the princess 7 times and received an additional bonus of 35 points. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for unlocking all the plots in the game Princess Thorns and receiving a bonus of 20% of your total points in this round of the game, which is 37 points. Before Zhao Sun could look at the details of the special item he got this time, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the next second he was back to the train. The cloaked man and the slightly plump woman also came back. Zhao Sun glanced at the time. It was 8:10 a.m. on the 9th. There was still plenty of time, and it was not a problem to get on the train and complete the personal task of number 9 now. However, today was really tiring, compared to earning more points for a personal task. Zhao Sun wanted to take advantage of the time to rest, so he sat down on the spot, supported his head with one hand, and opened his personal panel. At the same time, the cloaked man also sat down, looking forward with a thoughtful look. The slightly fat woman was about to get on the car, and seeing Zhao Sun and the cloaked man actually sat down, she sat down where she was. Although I don't know why I do this, I always feel that it's right to follow them, although they have their own ideas. The 3 of them almost clicked on the details of the special item Princess's Prince Pendant at the same time. Princess's Prince Pendant. Players who have this item can summon other players who also have this pendant to enter the game in a future game to assist in completing the task. After the summon helps the summoner to pass the game, they can share the total points obtained by the summoner in that round of the game. If the game fails at the end, the summon will automatically return, but the summoner and the ordinary player will have the same fate. If you die in the game, both the summoned and the summoner will die. Each player has only one chance to summon, and can summon all players who have the item at the same time.
Wow! Have you seen the details of the princess's prince pendant?
The slightly plump woman couldn't help but exclaim.
Isn't this equivalent to seeking help from outside the game when you find it difficult to pass the level?
This is the first special item she has obtained, although she doesn't know what other special items look like. This special item is very useful to her. Whether it is the Cloaked Man or Zhao Sun, they are indeed very powerful helpers for her. Of course, this opportunity only comes once, and she must use it to the best of her ability.
This is the first time I have obtained this special item that creates a bond with the player.
The Cloaked Man also spoke. He didn't say more, but he was satisfied with this special item in his heart. Whether it is the auxiliary role of the slightly plump woman or Zhao Sun's adventurous spirit that is completely opposite to him, it will help him at a critical moment. Only Zhao Sun frowned in silence. This special item is definitely useful. But things like bonds, he doesn't like them. Growing up, apart from the natural bond with his parents, he almost rejected all interpersonal ties in this world. Forget it. Each person only has one chance anyway, and he and the two people will be bound at most 3 times. Zhao Sun turned his head to look at the Cloaked Man.
There is a question I have always wanted to ask. I hope you can answer me.
The Cloaked Man looked back at Zhao Sun.
What do you want to ask? Why do you have a bone-cutting knife?
Zhao Sun did not beat around the bush.
I don't think you brought this knife with you when you boarded the train. But based on my limited gaming experience, players cannot bring out items other than special items from the game.
He wanted to ask this question a long time ago. The reason why he asked it now is that after everything is settled and the game is cleared, people like the Cloaked Man will most likely answer this question for the sake of clearing the game together. It's better than asking the whistle after boarding the train. The whistle must be charged. The Cloaked Man didn't expect Zhao Sun to ask this question, and he showed a relaxed smile.
Since this cooperation is going well, it doesn't hurt to tell you.
The slightly plump woman next to him quietly turned her head and pricked up her ears to listen carefully.
In the game, items given by NPCs can be taken on the train by players.
The Cloaked Man paused and emphasized.
But the NPC must be willing to give them. Forcing or mental control is useless. Can food be taken?
Zhao Sun asked.
No. Neither can drinking water.
The Cloaked Man showed a regretful look.
Other than that, clothes, weapons, daily necessities, etc. are all okay. That's a pity.
The slightly fat woman sighed.
Food and water are needed every day, but these two can't be taken on the train from the platform game.
Zhao Sun was not surprised by this.
By the way, number 014. I don't know your name yet.
The Cloaked Man smiled at Zhao Sun.
Since we have Princess's Prince Pendant, we can't continue to call each other by nicknames. Right. Shui,
Zhao Sun said concisely.
What a coincidence. My name is AMU.
The Cloaked Man didn't mind that Zhao Sun didn't say his full name. Instead, he smiled and said,
Do you think we are destined to be together? You are water and I am wood. And wood needs watering. Indeed, we are destined to be together.
Zhao Sun nodded slightly and said in cooperation. AMU looked at the slightly plump woman again.
What about you?
The slightly plump woman held back for a long time before squeezing out a sentence.
My name is Xiaohong.
She had never thought of making up a fake name before, and it was difficult to make it up now, so she could only report her nickname. It's just that this nickname is a bit rustic, and she was a little embarrassed to say it. AMU's face was natural, and he still had a friendly smile.
This name is easy to remember.
Xiaohong's embarrassment was relieved a lot, and then she remembered something and looked at Zhao Sun.
Just say what you want to say,
Zhao Sun said with his usual gentle smile. Xiaohong hesitated for a moment before speaking.
You didn't need me to replenish your spiritual power until the end. So did I fulfill the agreement between us? Of course not,
Zhao Sun said without hesitation. He never does things without asking for anything in return. Although Xiaohong entered the game with him, she did not play a substantial role in his assistance. So the agreement between him and Xiaohong was naturally not fulfilled.
Then I will play with you next time?
Xiaohong asked tentatively. She didn't look nervous or angry, but rather a little expectant. Chapter 83 Upgrade again. Xiaohong knew very well that her special ability was suitable for assisting. It was much better to follow someone who had already cooperated with her than to find a new partner to work with. Moreover, this cooperation also made her realize that Zhao Sun was quite capable. Following Zhao Sun, she also had a greater chance of passing the game. Anyway, she still needed to participate in 2 platform games this month, both with Zhao Sun, which was not a bad thing. Zhao Sun raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Xiaohong for a few seconds, and smiled warmly.
Of course you can if you want to.
After a pause, he said,
However, if there is a division of camps in the next game, and we belong to the enemy camps, I will not show mercy to you just because you have not fulfilled the agreement.
Xiaohong nodded.
Well,
I know. She was certainly not so naive. Even if she herself entered the same game with someone she had a good relationship with. But they belonged to the enemy camps. It would be difficult for her to protect herself without hurting the other party. Moreover, during the time she had been in contact with Zhao Sun, she had a better understanding of Zhao Sun's temperament. This person looks gentle on the surface, but he never shows mercy when doing things. When it does not affect his interests, he seems to be easy to talk to. But if it harms his interests, he will not hesitate to get rid of the other party. If she and Zhao Sun are in different camps, her fate can be imagined. However, if she enters the game with others, the result will not be much different. Most people are selfish. As long as they want to survive, they have to fight with players in the hostile camp. Since the risks of cooperating with anyone are the same at this point, it is better to choose a partner who has had cooperation experience and is strong. In case there is no camp in the game, or she happens to be in the same camp as Zhao Sun, her hope of passing the game is very high. Seeing that Xiaohong understood, Zhao Sun did not say anything more. He lowered his eyes and glanced at the small pendant in his hand. The pendant is a pair of cartoon prince and princess images. The prince hugged the princess's waist, and both of them smiled sweetly. However, the prince's proportion is only 1/5 of the princess's, and it looks like he is hanging on the princess's waist. It fits the name princess's prince pendant very well. Putting the small pendant into his pants pocket, Zhao Sun looked at his personal panel again. Player, Zhao Sun. Points, 314. Ranking. Special ability, Devouring LV2. Currently devouring special ability Gold Control. Ability Resurrection Rage. Special items, Lively Long Rope. Burning Blood. Goddess Wings. Princess Prince Pendant. Zhao Sun clicked on the special ability. You can use 200 points to upgrade the special ability Devouring LV2. Do you want to upgrade? Yes, no. Zhao Sun chose yes. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for successfully upgrading the special ability Devouring to LV3. Please click on the details to view the details. Zhao Sun clicked on the details. Devouring LV3. Rarity, only. Ability details. After selecting the target, bite any item belonging to the target for 3 seconds to obtain the opponent's ability. The current level can obtain the opponent's ability and increase it by double. You can have 3 abilities at the same time. If you swallow a 4th ability, you need to choose to overwrite one of the 3 abilities you already have. The acquired ability will not disappear until it is covered by a new ability. Note, the selected item must be on the target for more than 24 hours. If the item is taken from the target for more than 1 hour, it can no longer be used as a swallowed item. Although only one ability can be possessed at the same time this time, the acquired ability can be doubled, which is very good. Zhao Sun was very satisfied with the upgrade result this time. He also took a look at how many points were needed to upgrade from LV3 to LV4. 500. This is not a small amount. Although the amount of points he got from the 2 platform games is considerable. According to the current situation, if he wants to accumulate 500 points, he must go through at least 3 or 4 games. If the hidden task is not triggered, the number of games required will be more. And he must leave some points to avoid his train ranking becoming the last. But it doesn't matter. LV3 is enough for now. Among the new players, he should be the only one whose special ability has been upgraded to LV3 like him. After all, there are only a handful of new players who participated in the platform game these 2 times. If they only rely on daily personal tasks on the train to accumulate points, the speed is not as fast as participating in the platform game. What he needs to pay attention to is the old players. In the future, he will definitely encounter old players with high special ability levels and many special items. Those are the difficult characters. What he needs to do now is to accumulate points as soon as possible and upgrade special abilities. So he needs to participate in the platform game more and try to trigger hidden tasks to get special items. In other words, the points required to upgrade from LV3 to LV4 are more than double the points required to upgrade from LV2 to LV3. So the effect after the upgrade should be more than double than now, which is reasonable. Zhao Sun supported his chin with one hand, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. This made him look forward to the upgrade even more.
Ashi, I have a question for you.
AMU? The cloaked man beside him suddenly spoke up.
If you don't want to answer, you don't have to say it. This is purely out of my personal curiosity.
Zhao Sun came back to his senses, and he turned to look at AMU.
Ask it. Do you have multiple special items on you?
AMU looked at Zhao Sun with an inquiring look. When he saw Zhao Sun use the same special ability as the cowboy man, he felt a little surprised. Although many special abilities are not rare, and there will be multiple players with the same special ability, he saw Zhao Sun wielding such a large sickle and axe with ease before, so he guessed that Zhao Sun's special ability should be related to strength. A player can only have one special ability, so he suspected that Zhao Sun had some special items that could temporarily copy other people's abilities for his own use. If this is true, plus the rope that Zhao Sun used to tie up the princess, the wings he got from the earring girl, and the princess's prince pendant he got from completing this hidden mission, then Zhao Sun has at least 4 special items. Although this number is not a lot among old players, it is not a small number either. After all, most of the time, only one player will trigger a hidden mission in a platform game. But not every game has the opportunity to successfully trigger a hidden mission, and it may not be completed after triggering a hidden mission. So the total number of special items is not much. He couldn't believe that a new player who had just boarded the train not long ago already had 4 special items. Chapter 84. You guessed it right. AMU only has 2 special items. Although he gave away 2 because of the transaction, he only has the same number of special items as Zhao Sun. But he has been on the train for more than 2 months. Zhao Sun has only been there for less than 10 days. The platform game in September was only held twice. Even if Zhao Sun participated in both times and triggered the hidden task, he only got 2 special items. In other words, Zhao Sun must have got the special items from an old player. This is what AMU wanted to ask the most. Although AMU did not ask directly, Zhao Sun had guessed what AMU wanted to ask. He smiled and admitted frankly,
You guessed it right. I stole a few special items from other old players.
He probably guessed what AMU was thinking, so he just admitted it. In this way, the secret that he can use several special abilities at the same time can be covered up. After all, the rarity of the special ability Swallow is
unique and unique.
The repeated words are used to emphasize that this ability is not only possessed by one player, but also cannot be copied. In other words, if a player has a special item with a copying function, the special ability cannot be copied from him. Then, except for himself, even the most experienced old players will not know that there is a special ability like Swallow. So this matter must be kept secret. Before AMU can speak again, Zhao Sun smiled and said,
But that's all good luck. Not how strong I am.
AMU followed up on this topic and said,
Luck is also part of strength.
Zhao Sun didn't say anything else. He looked at his personal panel and used 20 points to exchange for the 3rd storage slot. In this way, his points were only 94. When he got on the bus, his ranking should be lower than before. But it doesn't matter as long as he is not the last. The slightly plump woman Xiaohong took a look at her personal panel while AMU and Zhao Sun were talking. She was very happy to find that she had actually got a total of 144 points in this game. 50 points for the main mission, 70 points for the hidden mission, and 24 points for unlocking all plots. This is much faster than accumulating points by doing daily personal tasks on the train. Xiaohong is now extremely glad that she chose to get off the train to participate in the platform game, and even more glad that she agreed to cooperate with Zhao Sun. Unlocking all the plots in the platform game can also get extra points rewards. Completing hidden missions also has extra points and special items. These 2 points have reduced her fear of the platform game a lot, and even gave birth to a little expectation. This is probably the gambler's mentality that I heard from others before. The risk is high, but the benefits are also high, which is indeed attractive enough. Xiaohong looked at her total points, hesitated for a moment, and chose to use 100 points to upgrade her special ability. After seeing the details of the special ability upgrade, her eyes lit up and she became excited. Asterisk. Zhao Sun took out his mobile phone and checked the time. 9:03. It was still early before midnight. He was about to put away his phone when he saw a message reminding him that the battery level was less than 5%. Ever since he boarded the endless train and found that there was no signal, he turned on the flight mode plus power saving mode of his phone. He usually didn't use it for anything else except checking the time. It consumed very little power and had lasted until now. But it was finally running out of power. But he remembered that there was a socket in the restaurant. Maybe that could be used to charge. It was not clear whether it would cost points, so he would find out after getting on the train. Zhao Sun quickly set the alarm for 23:30. then took out the cowboy's backpack from the storage compartment and found a sleeping bag from the backpack. Then, under the incredible gazes of AMU and Xiaohong, he stuffed himself into the sleeping bag and fell asleep. He hadn't slept a full night's sleep in the game these days, and now he had plenty of time, so he would catch up on some sleep first. Xiaohong and AMU looked at each other, and Xiaohong asked with her mouth,
"Are we not getting on the bus now?"
AMU shrugged, then took out a blanket from his storage compartment and spread it on the ground, lying next to Zhao Sun. "Xiaohong, are these two going to sleep until night?" Xiaohong had neither a sleeping bag nor a blanket, so she could only sit aside and stare blankly. After a long time, she also dozed off uncontrollably. But she was the most uncomfortable of the three people. She waited half asleep and half awake until it was dark. And Xiaohong couldn't sleep anymore, so she had to stand up and walk around. She thought about getting on the bus first, but she vaguely felt that she should follow Zhao Sun and AMU. So every time she had this idea, she suppressed it, unable to sleep and feeling hungry. Xiaohong could only take out the remaining bag of biscuits and eat them. After waiting for an unknown period of time, Zhao Sun's cell phone suddenly rang. After that, Zhao Sun and AMU woke up. The two of them packed up their things in silence, ate some food, and then prepared to get on the train. AMU waved to Zhao Sun and Xiaohong and walked to the door of the carriage where the old players were. Xiaohong followed Zhao Sun's movements and each grabbed the handle on one side. When she heard Zhao Sun's countdown, Xiaohong was still a little nervous, but the two of them got on the train smoothly. Welcome player Zhao Sun back to the endless train. The pop-up window appeared briefly and disappeared. Then the familiar sweet electronic sound sounded from the train's horn. Congratulations to all passengers for successfully spending another day. The score rankings of all passengers have been released. Please check them yourself. Zhao Sun walked to his seat while skillfully opening his personal panel. Player, Zhao Sun. Points, 94. Ranking, 451. Special ability, Devouring LV3. Current Devouring Special Ability Gold Control. Ability Resurrection Rage. Special Items, Lively Long Rope. Scorching Blood. Goddess's Wings. Princess's Prince Pendant. As Zhao Sun expected, his ranking dropped a little bit compared to before, but not much. Anyway, as long as he was not the last one, he didn't care. Xiaohong also saw her own points ranking, and she was relieved to see that she was not the last one. After all, she spent 100 points to upgrade her special ability, and she was really worried that her remaining points were too few. Xiaohong closed her personal panel and sat in her seat. Across from her, number 019 and number 020 both showed surprised expressions. They looked in the direction of the carriage door to make sure that no one else got on the train. Number 019 couldn't help but lower his voice and asked Xiaohong,
"Where is number 018? Didn't he participate in the platform game with you?"
Chapter 85 Triggering a Targeted Personal Task. Xiaohong glanced at number 019 and was still hesitating whether to answer number 019's question when the electronic sound rang out again in the loudspeaker. No. 012 in carriage 15 ranked last in points on September 9th and will receive support and encouragement measures. The train will arrive at the third station at 11:55 p.m. on September 10th. Passengers who need to get off, please prepare in advance. Friendly reminder, the third station will stay for a long time. 5 days. Please carefully consider whether to get off. Hearing this, whispers rang out in the quiet carriage. Everyone knows that the number of platform games per month is very limited. If you want to complete 3 platform games, you should start taking action by the middle of the month at the latest. Most new players did not participate in the first 2 platform games because they wanted to learn more information before participating. In addition, they also wanted to have more time to accumulate points. If they can upgrade their special abilities before participating in the platform games, they can increase the chances of passing the platform games. But now, the electronic sound said that the third round of platform games will take 5 days. Then when the game ends, it will be midnight on the 16th. There is only half a month left in September. And if the platform game time in the next half month is 5 days, there will only be 3 platform games left. If there is another platform game that lasts more than 5 days, the number of platform games in the second half of the month will be even less. Although this is just a possibility, and it is also possible that the number of days for the next game will be 2 or 3 days. Everyone became a little nervous after realizing this possibility. The attention of number 019 and number 020 was also diverted. They did not ask about number 018 anymore, but whispered about the notification just now. Seeing this, Xiaohong did not speak, and looked at the personal task that popped up in front of her. At this time, Zhao Sun was also looking at the translucent pop-up window in front of him. Player Zhao Sun's personal task on September 10th, destroy one of your own weapons. Zhao Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. It was the first time he saw such a personal task directly aimed at himself. It stands to reason that personal tasks should be random. But, according to his second personal task, sometimes personal tasks will have directionality and limitations due to other factors. This time, is it because he has too many weapons on him, triggering the directionality? Zhao Sun was thinking while calculating each of his weapons in his mind. The only difficulty of this task is to see if he is willing to do it. The points obtained by destroying his own weapons should not be too high. It may also be related to the lethality of the weapons he destroyed. If the lethality is strong, the points may be higher. But he must be reluctant to destroy weapons with strong lethality. For those points, it is not worth it. But if he does not do this task, there is no guarantee that the result of the failure of the task will be as simple as Xinyalong's time. Just deducting points. If it is another punishment, it will be troublesome. So he has to choose a weapon that he cares least about to destroy. Anyway, the task only says, weapons, and does not say, hot weapons. Wait until tomorrow to go to the bathroom to look through the mountaineering bag during the day. If he remembers correctly, there should be a folding fruit knife in the weapon bag.
Number 015.
Number 019 whispered again at this time.
Did number 018 die in the game?
Xiaohong nodded.
Yes. He didn't get on the car. So he must not have completed the game.
It's so obvious. There's no need for her to lie. Number 019 and number 020 actually knew this very well. But they couldn't believe that the bald scorpion man who looked so powerful actually died just after participating in a platform game. So they wanted to confirm it. After getting a positive answer, number 019 and number 020 fell silent. No one spoke for a while. Xiaohong fell asleep quickly. Although she had been dozing off during the day, she didn't sleep well, and it was better to sleep comfortably in the car. Zhao Sun also fell asleep quickly. Although he had slept for more than 10 hours before, it didn't affect his current sleep state at all. After all, he had never slept a full night in the previous platform games. And this time he stayed on the train for a short time. Less than 24 hours. If he didn't take advantage of this night to sleep a little longer, he might not sleep well again tomorrow night. Asterisk. On the morning of the 10th, 7:30, when Zhao Sun opened his eyes, he saw Xiaohong staring at him. He frowned slightly.
What? Are we going to participate in the third platform game?
Xiaohong came closer and asked in a low voice. When she heard that the third platform game would take 5 days, she wanted to ask this question. Many new players may participate in the third platform game after hearing this news. In other words, the number of participants in the third platform game is likely to be much larger than the previous 2 platform games. This should also increase the difficulty of passing the game. And she just came out of a game. And she had less than a day to rest. And she had to go to the next game. It was tiring to think about it. So she hesitated a little. Whether she should wait until the 4th platform game to participate.
You don't have to participate if you don't want to.
Zhao Sun stretched his body.
Although you haven't fulfilled your promise, I won't force you to go with me this time.
The implication is that whether Xiaohong goes or not, Zhao Sun will definitely go. Xiaohong hesitated for a moment, showing a fearless expression.
Then I'll go too.
The next few platform games are likely to have a large number of players. After all, there are too many new players who have never participated in a game. It's better to participate as soon as possible. Maybe the later games will be more difficult. Zhao Sun nodded casually.
It's up to you.
Then he got up and went into the bathroom. He took out the toiletries from the storage compartment, simply brushed his teeth and wiped his face. I felt refreshed. He took out the mountaineering bag from the storage compartment and began to search for the weapon bag in it. Speaking of which, the space of a storage compartment is 1 cubic meter. His suitcase was a large size of 0.8 by 0.5 by 0.3. It could hold 6 of them vertically, with some space on top. So it was more than enough to hold 1 suitcase and 1 mountaineering bag. For easy access, he put the 2 special items, Burning Blood and Princess's Prince Pendant, which he rarely used, into the second storage compartment. Things that might be used frequently, such as Lively Long Rope and Goddess's Wings, were placed in the pockets of his clothes. Although the space in a storage compartment was not large, it was enough for now. Zhao Sun quickly found the folding fruit knife from the weapon bag.
He took out the tool bag and found tools such as screwdrivers and pliers from it. After disassembling the folding fruit knife, he used pliers to cut 4 or 5 notches on the blade. Chapter 86. Believe it or not is up to you. After a lot of trouble, a pop-up window finally popped up in front of him. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun for completing the personal task on September 10th and getting 5 points. Zhao Sun couldn't help but tisk tisk twice. Sure enough, there were very few points. Even less than he thought. Not even 10 points. But it doesn't matter. It's better than not completing the personal task and losing points. Bang bang bang. There was a sudden knock on the door outside. Then, a slightly anxious voice sounded. Inside. You've been here for a long time. Why don't you come out? Zhao Sun quickly packed up and put the backpack back into the storage compartment. Then he pressed the flush button, and at the moment the drain was opened, he threw the shapeless fruit knife down. After making sure the drain was closed again, he opened the bathroom door. A man stood outside the door holding his stomach, and when he saw the door open, he immediately shouted, "Hurry up! Let me in!" Zhao Sun didn't say anything and walked out of the bathroom quickly. The man rushed in, and just as the door closed, he heard a rustling sound from inside. Then the man wailed, "Damn! My pants!" Zhao Sun did not stop and walked towards the direction of carriage number 11. When he entered carriage number 11, he saw 4 volunteers sitting together, and everyone's face was a little heavy. Zhao Sun walked over and sat in the empty seat next to Wu Wei, a muscular man with a short haircut. Wu Wei turned around and saw that it was Zhao Sun, showing a surprised look. "Why are you here? Isn't there a man wearing a denim jacket and jeans among you?" Zhao Sun went straight to the point. "You should know that he is dead." A man wearing black-framed glasses instantly frowned, and he questioned Zhao Sun. "What do you want to do by saying this?" When they found that their companions did not get on the bus last night, they all knew that he was dead. Everyone was in a heavy mood. At this time, someone still said such nonsense, which really upset him. Especially came to say this. Want to add insult to injury? Zhao Sun ignored the black-framed glasses and just looked at Wu Wei. "I have an agreement with him. He gave me what I wanted. In exchange, I will tell you the whole process of the last round of the game. You also participated in the last round of the game?" The short-haired woman couldn't help but interrupt and asked. Zhao Sun nodded. "Of course. If I didn't participate, how could I know that the cowboy man died?" He would not pay special attention to the information of the volunteers. Only when they experienced the same game together would he know about it. "What is your agreement?" Wu Wei looked at Zhao Sun and asked. "What did he give you?" "I am not obliged to answer this question." Zhao Sun smiled slightly. "What I should tell you is the detailed experience in the last round of the game. Who knows whether what you said is true or false?" Black-framed glasses questioned. "Maybe the agreement between you and him is made up by you. Even if the agreement is true, you may reveal false information. It's your business whether you believe it or not." Zhao Sun waved his hand nonchalantly. "I am not obliged to prove myself to you." Black-framed glasses were angry at Zhao Sun's attitude. "You? Ajay!" Wu Wei interrupted the words of black-framed glasses. Ajay immediately stopped talking, but still looked at Zhao Sun with suspicion. Wu Wei looked at Zhao Sun again. "I believe you. There is no reason for you to come here and tell us all this just to tease us." Zhao Sun smiled and told the whole game. However, he did not mention the special abilities and special items of the 3 living players. His promise was to explain the game content in detail, and it was naturally impossible to expose all the players' cards, especially now that he still has a bond with AMU and Xiaohong. Exposing them will not benefit him. After listening, the 4 volunteers were silent for a long time and did not speak. Cowboy and Zhao Sun belonged to different camps and were killed by people in Zhao Sun's camp. They could not blame Zhao Sun for this kind of thing. Hostile camps meant a life and death struggle, and no one had any other choice. After a long while, everyone sighed heavily. "Anyway, thank you for telling us this." Wu Wei sincerely thanked Zhao Sun. "You don't have to thank me." Zhao Sun stood up. "This is a deal between him and me. I just did my part." After that, he left. It wasn't until Zhao Sun walked out of the number 11 carriage that Ajay spoke up. "What is their deal?" "The only thing I can give is that mountaineering bag," the short-haired woman replied. "It has a lot of supplies. That's really a bargain for him." Ajay raised his black-framed glasses with a look of disapproval. He didn't like Zhao Sun the first time he met him. There was no special reason. It can only be said that it was his man's intuition. It was an indescribable feeling. But it was just disgusting. It was just that Wu Wei wanted to win over Zhao Sun, so he didn't say much. But Zhao Sun actually refused, which made him hate him even more. Ajay, Wu Wei warned Ajay. Do you remember what I told you before? Don't offend others easily. And don't take the initiative to make enemies. It won't do you any good. Ajay restrained his expression. I know. Of course he knew that Wu Wei was right. But sometimes he couldn't control his expression. In fact, after boarding the train, he had restrained himself a lot. Otherwise, according to his usual personality, he would have scolded anyone he was unhappy with. Asterisk. Zhao Sun did not return to carriage 14, but went to the ordinary restaurant. He didn't eat breakfast, and talked to the volunteers for a whole morning. And now he was hungry and thirsty. So he ordered a pork chop rice, which just used up all the points he got from doing personal tasks today. While waiting for the meal, he took out a bottle of mineral water from the storage compartment and drank half a bottle. And finally felt that his dry throat was much better. Then he took out the charger and mobile phone and pointed them at the socket on the wall. Just as the plug was about to be plugged in, a translucent pop-up window suddenly popped up in front of him. Using the socket costs 1 point per minute. Do you want to use it? Yes, no. Zhao Sun paused. As expected, there was nothing free on this train. When the train rules mentioned the use of points, it added the word, wait at the end. So he knew it was not a good thing. 1 point per minute, which was not bad. He used a fast-charging charger, which could charge 50% of the battery in 5 minutes. And it would take 10 minutes to fully charge. It would cost 10 points. 10 points is 10 points. He could afford it. Zhao Sun chose yes. The pop-up window disappeared, and his plug was finally plugged into the socket. Chapter 87 City of Light. As soon as the plug was plugged in, a message prompted that a point had been deducted. In order to prevent players from taking advantage of the system, it is normal to deduct the fee before using it. While eating, Zhao Sun kept an eye on the charging progress on his phone. After the battery showed 100, he immediately unplugged the plug to prevent the system from deducting more points. After eating, he returned to carriage 14 and continued to sleep and rest. After Xiaohong completed her personal task and came back, she saw Zhao Sun, who was still sleeping. She looked at Zhao Sun in disbelief. This person can sleep too much. If she slept for more than 10 hours a day, she would not be able to sleep for the next 10 hours. And Zhao Sun, from yesterday afternoon to this morning, has slept for more than 20 hours. And now he can still sleep. Is this the legendary god of sleep? Asterisk. Night. 9:30. Zhao Sun went to an ordinary restaurant and ordered a chicken leg rice. After dinner, he did not sleep again. While adjusting his state, he waited for the time to come. After sleeping for too long, he felt his body was a little soft. He did some stretching exercises in the aisle to get himself back to the best condition as soon as possible. Xiaohong next to him began to get nervous again and kept staring out the window. And this time, number 019 and number 020 also looked out the window frequently, whispering a few words from time to time. It seems that they have decided to participate in this platform game. Time passed by minute, and the electronic sound finally sounded. The endless train will stop at the City of Light platform at 11:55 p.m. Passengers who want to get off, please be prepared. As soon as the voice fell, many people in the same carriage stood up and walked towards the door of the carriage. Everyone looked at each other and lowered their heads in silence. There will be a lot of people this time, which is what everyone expected. But seeing it with their own eyes at this moment, most people will feel the pressure doubled. Soon, the train stopped. This train will stop for 5 days and will depart on time at 12 o'clock on the night of September 15th. All passengers who are getting off the train, please be sure to get on the train before midnight on September 15th. Then, the doors of each carriage opened and the players filed out. Zhao Sun got off the train and could hear overlapping footsteps from far and near. There were definitely hundreds of people this time. He groped his way forward in the white fog and occasionally met other players. After a while, he walked out of the fog. However, this time he got off the train late at night. And even without the fog, visibility was not high. Zhao Sun looked into the distance and saw a brightly lit city with tall buildings, which looked very prosperous. This is the location of the new game. It fits the name of City of Light. After waiting for about half an hour, more and more people gathered on the open space. Finally, a huge public screen popped up in front of everyone. Welcome to the City of Light platform game. There are a total of 416 players in this round of the game. The game is divided into 2 stages. The first 3 days are the first stage,
And the game rules are as follows. Players will be randomly assigned by the system to form teams of 2. The team needs to complete 10 rounds of running rings together. And they can enter the second stage after 3 days. You must complete 10 ring running tasks within 3 days. Otherwise the game fails. If one person in the team dies, the other person also fails the game. In order to facilitate players to find each other's teammates, and to facilitate the ring running tasks, this round of the game will equip each player with a map of the entire City of Light. In addition to indicating the location of teammates, the map only shows the names of various buildings and roads in the City of Light. It does not show the location of other players, nor does it prompt the location where the ring running task should go. And there is no positioning and guidance function. I wish all players a happy game. After the public screen disappeared, Zhao Sun only felt a flash in front of his eyes. And then, he was in the bustling and lively city streets. The next second, a city map popped up in front of him. On the map, his position was flashing with a green light spot, and a position in the distance was flashing with a yellow light spot. The yellow light spot was marked with 2 words teammate. Then, the map gradually shrank and stopped in the upper left corner of Zhao Sun's vision. Zhao Sun tried it, and confirmed that he could enlarge the map again as long as he used his consciousness. He looked around again. This should be a snack street. It was very lively at night. Every small shop was full of customers, and the snack shop owners were busy. The whole street was filled with the aroma of various foods. Zhao Sun took a deep breath and suddenly felt a little nostalgic for these smells. In the previous 2 game backgrounds, there was no such snack street. Now he suddenly smelled it and was a little greedy. Although he was greedy, Zhao Sun took a deep breath and walked into a nearby alley. There were no streetlights, no pedestrians, and no surveillance cameras here, which made it very convenient to move. Zhao Sun took out the goddess's wings and tried it on himself. A translucent pop-up window popped up in front of him. The player using the goddess's wings is detected to be male and can only use the flight function. Flight altitude 0 to 200 meters. Flight speed 0 to 60 kilometers per hour. Note: no one can be brought along. Zhao Sun took off directly on the spot and flew towards his teammates at a maximum altitude of 200 meters. Although the flying speed is not as fast as the top speed of a car, flying can greatly reduce the impact of buildings and is not restricted by roads. As long as it is not a high-rise building, there is no need to turn to avoid it. Whether there is a road ahead or not, you can fly over it. It should be faster to get to the target than driving while flying all the way. Zhao Sun observed the situation of the entire city. He found that the city looked no different from developed cities. But there was no surveillance. All important and unimportant locations, communities or roads, did not see a single surveillance. This allowed him to fly without any scruples. But if there is any part of the ring running task that can be easily completed with surveillance, the lack of surveillance increases the difficulty of the task. For details, I will know after I find teammates and announce the specific content of the ring running task. Zhao Sun stared at the flashing yellow light on the map. The yellow light also moved a little in his direction. But compared with him, it was very slow. It was obvious that the other party was walking on his legs. They were far apart. Almost one at this end of the city, and the other at the other end of the city. If 2 people walked to meet in the middle at the same time, it would take at least 7 hours. If other players were in the same situation as him, and didn't have special items that could speed up the game, or other special items that could be used as transportation, it would take half a day just to find their teammates. And they would only have 2.5 days to complete the ring running mission. Time would be even tighter. Chapter 88. Follow me. It took Zhao Sun more than 40 minutes to finally get close to the slowly wandering teammate. He chose a dark alley with no one around, took off the goddess's wings, and then approached the location of the yellow light. Not long after walking, he saw his teammate. Male. Bald head. Less than 1.7 meters tall. With a chubby face. He looked about 35 years old. But he didn't look mature and steady, but rather a little clever. The moment he saw Zhao Sun appear, his eyes lit up. He walked quickly to Zhao Sun and extended his hand. Hello! Lo! I'm your teammate! Zhao Sun did not shake the hand, but nodded politely. Hello! The other party did not mind. He took back his hand and said with a smile. I saw that you moved very fast on the map. I just walked this little distance, and you are already here. How did you get here? It doesn't matter. Zhao Sun saw that there was no pop-up window related to the ring running task in front of him. So he asked the other party. Did you see the content of the ring running task over there? The man was silent for 2 seconds, stared at his eyes for a while, and shook his head.
Not yet.
Zhao Sun took a step closer to the man, thought about it, and reached out to pat the man on the shoulder. The man was a little confused.
What is this for? We have met, but there is no reminder of the ring running task. It may be because there is no physical contact,
Zhao Sun explained.
So I try.
As soon as he finished speaking, a pop-up window appeared in front of him. Congratulations to player Zhao Sun and his teammates for successfully reuniting. Next, a 3-day ring running task will be carried out. Ring 1. Go to Malia building to find a little girl who is separated from her parents and help her find her parents. Picture. The picture shows a photo of a little girl about 4 or 5 years old. She has 2 pigtails, a pink 5-pointed star hairpin on her head, and a pink bubble princess dress.
There really is a ring running task.
The man smiled and said to Zhao Sun.
By the way, what should I call you? Shui.
Zhao Sun said while looking for the location of Malia building on the big map.
I see you are younger than me, so you can call me Brother Biao.
Wang Biao patted his chest.
Don't worry. I am here. I will protect you. And I guarantee that you can complete the task of running the ring.
Zhao Sun didn't even look at Wang Biao, but just asked,
Have you found the location of Malia building?
Wang Biao was stunned, then scratched his head.
Not yet. Hurry up.
Zhao Sun paused here, because he just found the location of Malia building. So he said,
Follow me.
After thinking about it, he checked the map while walking. In case there is more than one Malia building in this city, you have to go to more places. Wang Biao followed Zhao Sun and asked,
Did you find Malia building so quickly? Well, it's not far from here.
Zhao Sun paused, and then said,
But it will probably take 40 to 50 minutes to walk.
He looked around and found that there was no such thing as shared bicycles here. So he had to keep going forward. According to Zhao Sun's words, Wang Biao also found the location of Malia building on the map.
Looking at the route,
it will take about 40 to 50 minutes to get there.
He looked at Zhao Sun.
Didn't you run very fast when you came here? Why don't you use your fast way to get to Malia building? That's much faster than walking. I can't take anyone with me.
Zhao Sun answered concisely.
What is your method? Why can't you take anyone with you?
Wang Biao asked puzzledly.
Tell me about it. Maybe I can think of a useful method for you. If you are energetic, I suggest you run.
Zhao Sun made sure that there was no second Malia building on the map, and then turned his attention to Wang Biao.
This will be much faster than walking. We may enter Malia building in less than half an hour.
Wang Biao showed an embarrassment.
I am so old. My arms and legs are not very flexible, and I can't stand running. Run as long as you can.
Zhao Sun showed a kind smile.
You can choose to run by yourself, or I will drag you to run with me.
Wang Biao was stunned for a moment. If he was not mistaken, he always felt that the other party's words,
drag you to run with me,
were not a good thing. So he immediately changed his words.
Oh, it's just a run. If you try hard, you can run for a while.
As he said that, he ran forward. Zhao Sun controlled his speed and followed Wang Biao. Compared with Zhao Sun's speed, Wang Biao's running speed was indeed much slower. In order to prevent Wang Biao from getting lost, Zhao Sun had to control his speed and walk side by side with Wang Biao. Seeing that Wang Biao's forehead was sweating after just 2 minutes of running, he was really weak. Zhao Sun frowned slightly without noticing. Teammates and the like are really troublesome. Especially, you have to ensure that the other party must be alive. Otherwise, he will also be considered a failure in the game.
If this Brother Biao
has a good special ability, it is reasonable. Otherwise, he can only be a useless burden. Zhao Sun stared at Wang Biao's short stubble for a second, and then looked at Wang Biao's clothes. The hair is too short to pull. The clothes look dirty. The originally light blue top looked gray, and there were some oil stains on it. The whole piece of clothing looked like there was almost no place to bite. Zhao Sun pursed his lips. When there was a chance, he would turn the other person's coat over and try to bite it. Confirming the other person's special ability would also help him make plans next. After running for about 5 minutes, Wang Biao stopped.
No,
he panted. His face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum.
I really can't run anymore.
As he said that, he wanted to sit down on the spot,
then walk slowly forward.
Zhao Sun looked at Wang Biao's slightly bent knees and smiled.
What if you go too late and the little girl is gone? You can't complete the first round of the task.
Wang Biao straightened his knees embarrassedly and walked towards the destination again. After walking for a while, Xiao Sun found 2 bicycles on the side of the road. He walked over, took out the wire cutters, cut the lock, and then said to Wang Biao,
Ride a bike.
Wang Biao was stunned.
This is also possible? There is no surveillance. So don't worry about the subsequent troubles.
Xiao Sun said, and he had already sat on one of the bicycles. Wang Biao was suddenly excited.
That's good. Riding a bike is much more comfortable than running.
He rode another bicycle, and after spending more than 10 minutes with Xiao Sun, they finally reached the destination. The 2 people left the bicycles on the side of the road and walked quickly towards the Malia building. Chapter 89 Brother. This is a good move, isn't it? It was already past 1 in the morning, and Malia building was no longer open. The entire building was mostly dark, with only the first floor of the top floor and the elevator room of the entire building lit. The front and back doors of the building were closed, except for the side door on one side. Xiao Sun and Wang Biao walked in through the side door. Wang Biao just opened his mouth and found that the building was too quiet and his words would echo, so he subconsciously lowered his voice.
I think the little girl should be on the top floor. The roller shutters on other floors are all closed, and we can't get in. Let's go to the top floor first.
Xiao Sun didn't refute Wang Biao's words, just said so. He didn't think the little girl must be on the top floor. But there's nothing wrong with going to the top floor first to see the situation.
And when they stepped into the building, they only saw one usable elevator and a roller shutter door that was tightly locked. Unless the roller shutter door was violently destroyed, their best choice was to take the elevator to the top floor to see the situation first. Even if there is no surveillance here, it does not mean that there will be no alarm after destroying something. The situation is unclear, so it is better not to destroy it first. Xiao Sun and Wang Biao walked into the elevator together. Xiao Sun pressed the buttons for each floor.
What are you doing?
Wang Biao was puzzled.
Let's take a look at the situation on other floors.
Xiao Sun pressed the buttons for all the floors and turned to look at the promotional posters posted in the elevator. There is a KTV and a movie theater on the top floor. The 7th floor. Needless to say, the KTV is open 24 hours a day. Although the movie theater is not open 24 hours a day, there are also midnight movies, and it is common to end at 2 or 3 o'clock at the latest. No wonder the lights on the top floor were still on at more than 1 o'clock in the morning. The elevator stops at each floor, and the situation is the same from the 1st floor to the 6th floor. When the elevator door is opened, there is a locked roller shutter door. Until the top floor, the 7th floor. When the elevator opened, 2 huge posters were seen on both sides of the wall. One is a promotional poster for a movie, and the other is an advertisement for KTV.
Let's go to KTV first,
Wang Biao suggested.
There should be more people in KTV than in the cinema, and it will be more lively. I feel that the possibility of children getting lost is greater,
Xiao Sun said, and motioned Wang Biao to move forward. Anyway, we have to find it. It doesn't matter where we go. However, Wang Biao was right about one thing. KTV is lively, and the music in each box will cover the crying of children. Moreover, KTV is crowded and there are no restrictions on movement, which makes it easier to get lost. In contrast, the sound insulation effect of the theater is very good, except for the theater where the movie is being shown. Other places are very quiet, and some sounds are easy to hear. In the theater where the movie is being shown, no matter how noisy the children are, parents will not let the children leave their sight alone. Therefore, there is no problem in finding KTV first. Seeing Xiao Sun's agreement, Wang Biao walked quickly into the KTV. As soon as he walked in, the young girl at the front desk asked with a smile,
"Hello. Do you have an appointment? How many guests are there in total? We are here to find someone,"
Wang Biao said with a smile.
"My companion has already gone in first. Then which room is it?"
the receptionist said, motioning to the male waiter standing nearby.
"We can take you there. No need. I'm familiar with this place."
Wang Biao waved his hand and walked in directly.
"It's not my first time here. I can find the room myself."
Hearing what Wang Biao said, the male waiter did not insist on leading the way. Xiao Sun followed Wang Biao into the KTV. When he walked to a place where the receptionist could not see him, Wang Biao turned his head and looked at Xiao Sun with a smug smile.
"How is it, brother? This trick is not bad, right?"
Without waiting for Xiao Sun to speak, Wang Biao couldn't wait to show off again.
"I often come to places like KTV. Although it is not the same store, the basic model is not much different. It is easy for me to deal with them. I can send them away with just a few words." Well, you are awesome.
Zhao Sun cooperated and gave Wang Biao a thumbs up, and asked,
Have you figured out how to find the little girl?
He walked along the way, looked around everywhere, and made sure that there was no surveillance in the KTV. Just as he thought before, no surveillance is a double-edged sword. It allows him to come and go freely and move conveniently. But this situation will also occur. It was easier to determine the location of the little girl by checking the surveillance in the security room. But now it has become very troublesome without surveillance.
Just look for it in each room.
Wang Biao put his hands behind his back, with a leader style.
Look for every place. You will definitely find it.
Before Zhao Sun could speak, the crying of a child suddenly sounded in the distance. Wang Biao showed a surprised look.
Damn! Is my luck so good? I actually chose the right address at once. And I met the target as soon as I came in.
As he said, he ran quickly towards the source of the sound, fearing that he would not be able to find anyone when the crying stopped. Zhao Sun did not say anything, just followed behind Wang Biao. The two walked a distance inside, turned a corner, and saw the bathroom. And the crying of the child came from the women's restroom. Wang Biao stopped and looked at Zhao Sun.
This women's restroom. Shall we go in?
Although he was asking Zhao Sun, his eyes were filled with undisguised expectation.
You have time to talk. You have already gone in.
Zhao Sun walked into the women's restroom without changing his expression. It would be fine to go in directly. Their purpose was to find someone. But Wang Biao had to ask this question specifically, and made that expression, which made him look guilty and have ulterior motives. Seeing this, Wang Biao hurriedly followed. The bathroom was very quiet. All the toilet cubicle doors were open, and there was only a child squatting in the middle aisle crying. As soon as Zhao Sun walked in, he saw the crying child. At just one glance, he stopped.
What's wrong?
Wang Biao asked while looking at the child. Then he understood why Zhao Sun stopped going in. This was not the little girl they were looking for. Although she was in the women's restroom, she was obviously a boy in terms of her dress, and his clothes didn't match the girl in the photo.
Hey, I said it couldn't be so smooth,
Wang Biao complained, and then said to Zhao Sun,
Let's go. Shui, let's look somewhere else.
Zhao Sun didn't leave immediately. Wang Biao walked to the door of the women's restroom, only to find that Zhao Sun didn't follow. He looked back and asked in a surprised voice,
No way. Do you want to meddle in other people's business?
Without waiting for Zhao Sun to speak, he advised earnestly,
Don't be too naive. We are here to do the task, not to be good people. If we help this boy find his parents, it will delay our time to do the next task.
Chapter 92 Completely Different People. Seeing Wang Biao nagging endlessly, Zhao Sun's tone was a little impatient.
If you have time to waste saliva, you might as well wipe your eyes, so that people don't think that your eyes are just for show.
Wang Biao choked. He wiped his eyes subconsciously and murmured,
I don't think my eyesight is a problem.
After that, he looked at the boy who was still crying.
No matter how you look at it, this little guy can't be our mission target.
The gender and clothing are completely different.
I didn't say that this child must be the target we are looking for. But I want to remind you that the pictures given by the system can only be used as a reference,
Zhao Sun said as he approached the crying child.
And the mission never said that the little girl we are looking for must be dressed the same as in the photo.
This is probably an invisible misleading. The key is to remember the appearance of the target, not just the clothes. Of course, the clothes are not completely without reference value.
But he is a boy.
Wang Biao couldn't understand what Zhao Sun was thinking. Zhao Sun didn't want to argue with Wang Biao anymore. His eyes stayed on the crying child's hand. The child was holding a hairpin in the shape of a pink five-pointed star. It was exactly the same as the hairpin on the little girl's head in the photo. It was because of seeing this hairpin that Zhao Sun didn't leave immediately. He didn't think it was just a coincidence. Even if this child was not the target he was looking for, it was very likely related to his target. In any case, he had to let the child look up and see his appearance first.
Little friend, are you lost?
Zhao Sun squatted in front of the child. His voice was soft and gentle.
Don't be afraid. I came in to see because I heard the crying.
The child's crying was a little quieter, but he still didn't look up. Zhao Sun smiled and patiently comforted.
No matter what difficulties you encounter, crying here will not solve the problem. Why don't you tell me? Maybe I can give you some advice?
He didn't directly say that he would help the other party find someone. On the one hand, the child didn't say that he was lost. On the other hand, he was not sure that this was the target he was looking for. If he could not go back on his word after making a promise, it would be very troublesome. so he could not say everything now. The child sobbed a few more times, then reached out to wipe the tears from his face, and finally raised his head.
Uncle, my parents and I are separated. Can you help me find them?
The child's voice was childish, and he was looking at Zhao Sun pitifully. Wang Biao, who had been holding back and not saying a word, could not help but exclaimed after seeing the child's face.
Damn! This face!
The child's face was exactly the same as the little girl in the photo. Even the position of the small mole at the corner of the mouth was the same. Even twins may not grow such identical moles. Wang Biao even took out the pictures in the system and compared them carefully, and found that all the details of the appearance matched. In other words, this is unlikely to be the little girl's twin brother, but the little girl herself. It's just that for some reason, this little girl cut her long hair into a short hair like a boy, and she was wearing a boy's version of overalls and sneakers. She looked completely different from the girl in the puffy princess dress in the photo. Hearing Wang Biao's words, the child seemed frightened and quickly lowered her head. Zhao Sun turned his head and glanced at Wang Biao. Wang Biao quickly shut up and made a zip-ring gesture, indicating that he would not speak again. Zhao Sun then turned back and continued to comfort the child softly.
Don't be afraid. The uncle has no ill intentions. He just thinks you are very cute.
After a few seconds of silence, the child seemed to have regained his courage and raised his head again.
Uncle, I want my parents.
The child's voice was a little tearful.
I'm so scared here alone. How did you get lost from your parents?
Zhao Sun patiently guided.
Can you tell me?
The child sobbed again, but this time he didn't remain silent.
My parents took me out to play. There were so many people, and we got separated.
Wang Biao walked to Zhao Sun's side and said in a low voice,
Children of 4 or 5 years old have imperfect expression skills, and I don't think you can give much useful information.
Zhao Sun did not respond to Wang Biao, but just looked at the child and asked,
Then do you remember where you and your parents got separated?
Although I don't know why this child cried in the toilet. It should not be the toilet where he got separated. The child tilted his head and thought for a long time before saying,
The place where you watch cartoons has a big screen, a lot of seats, and a lot of people. Is he talking about the cinema?
Wang Biao was a little surprised. He muttered softly,
You can get lost in the cinema. These parents are really capable. What did your parents do? Why did they leave you behind?
Zhao Sun patiently helped the child sort out his memory. The child pouted and cried loudly again.
They had a quarrel, and left me alone there.
Zhao Sun probably understood what happened. The couple quarreled for some unknown reason and left in anger. Maybe when they left, they both thought that the other party would take the child with them. But in the end, no one took the child away. The child was just left there.
Did you walk here to find your parents by yourself?
Zhao Sun asked the child.
Well, I heard a lot of noises here, and I thought my parents were here.
The child replied.
This front desk staff saw a child running around alone and didn't know to stop him.
Wang Biao clicked his tongue twice.
Too irresponsible. Maybe they thought this was a child in a private room, so they didn't ask any more questions.
Zhao Sun stood up and said to the child with a smile,
I'll take you to find your parents. Okay.
The child looked at Zhao Sun cautiously, and seeing that Zhao Sun had a gentle and friendly face, he nodded.
Yes.
Before leaving, Zhao Sun lowered his eyes and looked at the child, and asked again,
By the way, are you the only child in your family? Yes. I am the only baby of my parents.
The child nodded obediently. Hearing this answer, Zhao Sun turned his head and looked at Wang Biao.
Hold her hand to prevent her from getting lost again.
Wang Biao was about to ask,
Why don't you hold her hand?
But suddenly remembered that when they first met, Zhao Sun didn't even shake hands with him. Is it mysophobia? Thinking of this, Wang Biao said nothing more and took the child's hand.
Don't be afraid. Follow Uncle. I promise that I can take you to find your parents.